Chapter 1 Bai Chen Xiang's Attachment. The Ultimate Reward of Explosion. Lu Feng was stunned for a moment and the corners of his mouth gradually opened. My heart was suddenly filled with excitement and uncontrollable ecstasy. The first reward is what he has been dreaming about. Martial spirit awakens for the second time. It means that he can become a soul master and he will definitely not be bad. The products produced by the system must be high quality product, not to mention the ultimate reward. You will know it by looking at the following reward, especially the Dragon God Soul Bone set. If you absorb them all, you will become a god directly. Finally, ha 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 ha. Lu Feng didn't care about keeping a low profile. He looked up to the sky and laughed as if no one else was watching, until tears burst out of his eyes. He had always been indifferent on the surface, but seeing his peers, even Bai Chen Xiang, who was younger than him, awakening their martial souls one by one, embarking on the path of soul master cultivation and mastering the magical power of Heiran, he felt something in his heart. The envy is growing day by day. If you can't become a soul master in the Douluo world, what's the use of being the richest man? Lu Feng's strange state attracted the attention of people around him. What was that kid doing? He was covering the mouth of a little girl, laughing and crying at the same time. He must be a lunatic. Let go that girl. Bai Chen Xiang broke away from Lu Feng's arm, put her hands on Xiaoman's waist and angrily scolded the people around her. Shut up. He is my brother, not a lunatic. After she finished speaking, she turned back and asked in a low voice with worried eyes, brother, are you okay? Lu Feng pulled away from his surging heart and returned to reality. It's okay. Something happened. He stretched out his hands and pinched Bai Chen Xiang's baby fat white face into a round cake shape. Go back quickly, or I may really be mad at you. Now that it has attracted the attention of the people around her, they are worried that the little girl will talk nonsense again and cause unnecessary trouble. Painful. Bai Chen Xiang ran away, rubbed her cheek, pouted and said, brother is bad. He pinched my face again. Okay, I'm going back. As soon as she finished speaking, she spread her white wings, flew into the sky, made another face to Lu Feng, and then flew towards the Merchant Alliance branch. The headquarters of the Pan-Continental Commercial Alliance is in Zhengzhen City, and there are branches in other cities. In Xingluo City, where every inch of land is precious, the Pan-Continental Commercial Alliance branch covers an area of 1,000 acres and has an independent market based on the CBD business model of later generations. Hotels, large soul fighting arenas, auction houses, etc. One-stop shopping for food, drink, entertainment and entertainment. The most powerful and profitable thing is actually opening a large number of bang in various places, printing and issuing banknote and implicitly controlling the currency. Ding! The evolution is completed and a new system is opened, the heart capturing system. It is detected that Zhu Zhuqing, the goddess that the host likes, appears nearby, triggering the mission. Capture Zhu Zhuqing. Damn it, did you make a mistake again? The god level system that was agreed upon. Why does it sound like a system for picking up girls? System. It's true that I like Zhu Zhuqing, but I also desperately want to become stronger. He stretched his neck and looked around, looking for Zhu Zhuqing. The host can become stronger by capturing the heart of the goddess and completing the task. When communicating, the system changed from a cold mechanical sound to a girl's sweet voice. I see. Lu Feng caught a glimpse of a slim figure in black leather clothing walking into an alley not far away, and his eyes lit up. Found it. Zhu Zhuqing has always been a loner and is difficult to find. She is the fiancée of the Prince Daimyo Bai, and she is also an aloof iceberg goddess. It is not easy to capture her, but the opportunity is not to be missed. At least make it familiar first. Lu Feng chased after him. People gathered in the square to watch the awakening meeting. This small alley was relatively quiet. Lu Feng chased into the alley, but the graceful figure disappeared. I was wondering if I hadn't caught up. A cold voice suddenly came from behind. Thousands of people. Are you following me? A cold and murderous aura enveloped Lu Feng's body. Lu Feng's heart moved, but he did not use the peerless Douluo experience card in his hand. He turned around slowly. In front of him was the tall and slim woman wearing a black leather jacket and leather trousers. Upon closer inspection, Lu Feng, who was mentally prepared, still couldn't help but swallow his saliva. The tight leather jacket and leather pants outline her hot gourd-shaped figure, especially the convex curve in front of her body, which is extremely exaggerated and shocking. The black cloth and shawl black hair highlighted her skin as white as snow, and her face was extremely beautiful, but her watery peach eyes revealed a gloomy and fierce look, like a predator that was ready to strike. The predator stares at its prey. No, she is not Zhu Zhuqing. She should be Zhu Zuyuan. The two sisters have similar look and figures, but they are several years apart in age. Zhu Zhuqing is younger than herself, but the one in front of her is no longer young, but an adult beauty with a coquettish figure. Lu Feng put on a smile. Misunderstanding, mistaken identity. This young lady, you look very much like the lover of my dream. Misunderstand? Zhu Zuyuan noticed that Lu Feng had no soul power, but he was very handsome, wearing a decent white shirt, clean and handsome, with extraordinary appearance and and good attitude. Her expression softened slightly. She then thought that this handsome young man couldn't stand the charm of her beauty and came to chat with her. Never before has an ordinary person without any soul dared to be so proactive and straightforward in front of her. It undoubtedly proves her powerful charm. What woman doesn't want to see her charm proven? Boy, you dare to provoke me. You are very brave, but if you know my identity, I am afraid you will be scared out of your wit. Get out of here. I will spare you this time, but there will be no next time. Zhu Zhuqing waved his hand with pride in his eyes, as if he was chasing away a fly. Without soul power, no matter how handsome you are still a useless man. She made an appointment with her sister Zhu Zhuqing to meet and negotiate here today, and she didn't want to cause any complications. Zhu Zhuqing's reaction was as expected by Lu Feng. He smiled and said, I probably know your identity. You are Zhu Zhuqing, the eldest daughter of the Zhu family, the fiancée of Prince Davis. Zhu Zhuqing frowned. I know you will be in trouble if the prince finds out that you used frivolous words to tease me today. Kid, I told you it was a misunderstanding. If you don't believe me, the lover of my dreams has appeared. Lu Feng's eyes lit up and he stepped towards Zhu Zhuqing, who was standing at the entrance of the alley. Although it was the first time I met her, I was certain that she was Zhu Zhuqing. The two sisters look very similar. They were also wearing black leather jackets and leather trousers, which tightly wrapped their tall and hot figures, outlining their graceful and extremely seductive curves. The big place is extremely full. It's the same Junasha, but only Zhu Zhu cleans up Tong Yan. Zhu Zhuqing is also relatively more proportionate, with slender and round leg, a devilishly sexy figure, and the beauty and vitality of a girl. Moreover, Zhu Zhuqing's appearance was even better than Zhu Zhuqing, with eyes like autumn water, a straight nose, and moist red lips. She just stood there quietly, giving people a feeling of peerless beauty, and her beauty was breathtaking. Temperament superior. Zhu Zhuqing is charming, like a plump, juicy, and sweet peach that makes people want to take a bite. Zhu Zhuqing look pure, cold, and dusty. She has the face of an angel and the figure of a devil, which is the most appropriate way to describe her. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing's vigilant gaze shifted from Zhu Zhuqing to Lu Feng, who was walking towards him. She also heard what Lu Feng said and suspected that he was part of her sister's conspiracy. Still the lover of your dreams? Not only are the excuses cliché, they are also extremely illogical. But what is the situation without soul power? She doesn't want to kill ordinary people without soul power. Zhu Zhuqing sneered. Boy, since you know my identity, you should also know that my sister is the third prince's fiancée, and she can't protect herself now. I know, I will protect her. Lu Feng kept walking, his eyes always looking at Zhu Zhuqing. You protect her? The third prince Daimyo Bai couldn't protect her. He abandoned her and fled abroad. How about you protect her? Giggle. Zhu Zhuqing laughed so hard that the branches trembled and the waves surged. Boy, you succeeded in making me laugh. Lu Feng ignored Zhu Zhuqing. He came to Zhu Zhuqing with a kind smile and politely stretched out his hand. Hello, I am Lu Feng. Lu from the mainland, Fang from the maple tree. Chapter 2. Goddess. Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing looked at Lu Feng with a hint of curiosity in his heart. Although this person has no soul power, he is handsome and graceful, and in his speech and behavior he seems to be a person of high status. At first I thought he was hired by his sister, but after seeing his sincere and confident eyes, I immediately rejected this idea. There was no need for Zhu Zhuqing to go to extra trouble and find someone who was not a soul master to put on a show. Moreover, he was undefended, and his black eyes, as deep as the stars in the sky, were so clear and calm. Hello. Zhu Zhuqing stretched out her slender hand with a slightly stiff movement and shook it with him. She herself didn't understand why she didn't refuse to shake hands with Lu Feng. Maybe I did it deliberately for my sister to see. It can't compare to anything else, but at least it's more charming than you, sister. Or maybe, in today's cold and cruel world, there are too few people who are willing to show her kindness. Ever since he awakened the nether civet spirit and gave it to the Prince Daimyo Bai in accordance with family rules, he and his eldest sister Zhu Zhuqing, who had been in love since childhood, had become irreconcilable enemies. Even her parents began to be cruel to her. There is no other way. If you want to survive, you can only work hard to become stronger. As his strength increases, Zhu Zhuqing's infringement intensity also continues to increase. She couldn't hold it any longer. As soon as she had enough money for travel and tuition, she left here and traveled far away to find a way to become stronger. Lu Feng felt that Zhu Zhuqing's jade hands were smooth but a little cold. After shaking hands, he immediately let go, politely. Thousands of people. For the aloof and sensitive Zhu Zhuqing, it was extremely rare for him to accept a handshake when they first met. You know me? Zhu Zhuqing asked. Although this is the first time we meet, I feel like I have known you for 2 lifetimes. Lu Feng was telling the truth. He knew Zhu Zhuqing in his previous life, but Zhu Zhuqing didn't know him. Bah, sweet words. Zhu Zhuqing spat, a trace of jealousy flashing in the corner of his eyes. If Lu Feng's words were applied to her, she would find it quite interesting, but Lu Feng claimed that Zhu Zhuqing was the lover of of his dream. When he saw Zhu Zhuqing, he abandoned her and ran to confess to Zhu Zhuqing. She felt that he lost to Zhu Zhuqing in terms of charm. She was very uncomfortable. I also have a familiar feeling about you. Zhu Zhuqing blinked her beautiful eyes with some doubts in her eyes, searching for scenes that overlapped with Lu Feng's in her memory. Perfect. The first time we met there was such a tacit understanding. Is the perfect art. Lu Feng smiled brightly. That's right, maybe I have also walked into your dream, so we are destined to be together. Do you believe in love at first sight? Aren't you afraid of death? Hearing Lu Feng clearly stated his intention, Zhu Zhuqing instantly returned to his coldness, and his voice also became colder. Although he was young, he had a hint of the magnetic tone of a royal sister, which added a bit of unique charm. Don't be afraid. I have held your hand in this life. This life is enough, and I will die without regret. You have satisfied me just now. Lu Feng gave an expression of generosity and sacrifice, and held the peerless Douluo experience card tightly in his hand. Use it if she attack, but it seems a bit wasteful. Zhu Zhuqing was stunned, feeling inexplicably warm in his heart. Daimyo Bai, the fiancé who should really protect her and had the strength to protect her, chose to abandon her, escape, and find another woman. The young man here has no soul power, but he can do anything for her without fear of life or death, and he was satisfied just by shaking hands. Do these 5 fingers of my own have such great magic power? Ouch, I'm getting goosebumped. What a shameless boy. Get out of here and stay out of the way, otherwise I'll kill you. Zhu Zuyun couldn't help but interject. But I have to admit that this Lu Feng is very masculine, and his love talk is also very good. In addition, his appearance is very pleasant. If she were Zhu Zhuqing, she might have already had ripples of love. Davis and Daimyo Bai were both notoriously promiscuous in Xingluo City. They had countless lovers and often went to Gulanji Yuan to have sex. If she had a choice, she might not choose Davis. Zhu Zhuqing heard her sister's jealousy and anger, and couldn't help but feel a sense of revenge in her heart. But she didn't want to take advantage of Lu Feng. Let go. I have been engaged to the third prince since I was a child. No one can change the ancestral rules. Zhu Zhuqing stared at Lu Feng's childish face. Look at it carefully and not miss any detail. She wants to remember this young man who brought her a sense of warmth. This warmth seemed precious in her cold and cruel world, although he was a little presumptuous. Lu Feng shook his head. No, I won't leave. So what about the ancestral rules? Arranged marriage is a decadent custom, and there is no need to follow it. Hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zuyun were shocked at the same time. How dare you insult our ancestors and seek death? Zhu Zuyun walked towards Lu Feng with murderous intent. The black shadow flashed. Zhu Zhuqing stood in front of Lu Feng and said coldly, if you want to hurt him, step over my body first. Upon hearing these words, Lu Feng's mouth twitched and his expression became a little strange, but his heart felt warm. It turns out that it feels pretty good for a beautiful woman to save a hero. Zhu Zuyun pulled down a few black lines from his forehead. Zhu Zhuqing, that's enough. You have used all the bad sentences in Break the Sky. As we all know, the novel Fights Break the Sky came out 7 years ago and has gradually become popular throughout Douluo continent, especially among young people. Yes, it was written by Lu Feng. The original author is not in this world, so he can speak so confidently. Lu Feng also made a lot of gold soul coins from this book, and he is still making money now. The plot is roughly the same as the original work, but the writing and wording are different. Just like what Zhu Zhuqing just said, if you want to hurt him, step over my corpse first. It was originally a key sentence that Tang San used to touch Xiao Wu's heart. Lu Feng changed it. It was moved into the Battle of the Sky and spread, and it became a famous saying in the street. Unexpectedly, Zhu Zhuqing is also a true fan of this novel. Zhuqing, when you say this, you are so cute. Lu Feng wanted to hug Zhu Zhuqing from behind. Do you think you can stop me, sister? Zhu Zuyun looked disdainful, approaching step by step, exuding powerful soul power, and suppressed him from a distance. She is a 36th level soul master, and her soul power is 9 levels higher than Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes were stubborn and she gritted her teeth and persisted, but soon she could no longer withstand the pressure. The 2 yellow soul rings under her feet rose, and the shadow of the civet cat appeared behind her. With a swipe, her black nails turned into sharp cat claws and entered a fighting state. She squatted with her leg bowed, her waist lowered, and her round and plump buttocks wrapped in black leather pants were raised, forming a round arc that made Lu Feng behind her feel excited and his blood flowing. There was also a long virtual and real. The tail is so close in front of me that I can reach out. She is standing in front of me to help me, but I want to contradict her from behind. How could such an upright person like me become so dissolute? It must be due to the influence of the LSP system. Lu Feng raised his hand and said, wait, any last words? Zhu Zuyun's lips curved into a cruel smile. She didn't want to kill Lu Feng, but she would be very happy if she could use this to hit Zhu Zhuqing. Chapter 3 Confess Zhu Zhuqing directly. Lu Feng smiled and said, no, I just want to remind you that someone is watching. It wouldn't be nice to hear that your sisters were fighting and killing each other for a man like me. Besides, on the day of the the awakening conference, it seemed that in Zingluo City private fights are not allowed. Zhu Zhuqing's expression froze and his eyes swept away. Sure enough, there were several people watching around. The alley is quiet, which does not mean that no one is passing by. There are also residents in the house. During the awakening conference, it was indeed stipulated that no private fights were allowed in Zingluo City. You're just a loser with no soul. Even if you can run today, can you run tomorrow? Zhu Zhuqing stopped but kept saying, kneel down, surrender to me, and become my male slave. I will spare your life. You can't do anything, but you can coerce. It would be more interesting if the person Zhu Zhuqing wanted to protect surrendered and became her slave. Lu Feng shrugged and said, you are as beautiful as a goddess and as gorgeous as a peach and plum. How cute is it that you scream and kill all day long? How about we be more civilized and make a bet? Zhu Zhuqing blushed when he was called pretty. What woman doesn't want others to praise her beauty? Smooth talk, what's the bet? Zhu Zhuqing's voice lowered an octave and became a little more gentle. You all think that no one can change the ancestral rules, but I think that I can change them. Therefore, I want to cancel the marriage contract imposed on Zhuqing so that you sisters don't have to fight to the death. Lu Feng said seriously. With the system close to him, he was 100% confident that he could handle it. Moreover, the main task was to capture Zhu Zhuqing, and he had to cancel her engagement first. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes moved, but he hesitated to speak. She didn't want to annul the engagement, but everyone told her that this was her fate. Impossible. Zhu Zhuqing blurted out, thought for a while, and said with a sly smile, okay, I'll make this bet with you, but only for 3 days. If you can't do it, you can be my slave obediently, and your life is also mine. What if I can do it? You can do it. I do whatever you want, young lady. It's a deal. Lu Feng smiled. Zhu Zhuqing sighed quietly, approached Lu Feng, quietly thrust a black sign into Lu Feng's hand, and whispered, thank you, but there is no need to be quick. With this Blackwood token, you can leave the city at any time. I will hold her back. You should leave Zingluo City as soon as possible. Run as far away as possible. The Blackwood token in his hand carries her body temperature, exuding the girl's unique fragrance. Lu Feng felt moved in his heart. What a kind and straightforward treasure girl. Daimyo Bai did not cherish her at all, and irresponsibly abandoned her, leaving her to face the oppression of the royal family and the Zhu family alone. Not only did he hug her outside, he often went in and out of Gulonji courtyard to have fun. Don't worry, yes, leave everything to me. Lu Feng turned and left, walked decisively and walked gracefully. The two Zhu sisters, who had slightly complicated expressions, and the onlookers were left behind. The Zhu family is the most prestigious family in Zingluo City after the royal family, and the Zhu family sisters are all fiancés of the prince, so onlookers dare not get too close. But this boy, who was not even a soul master, seemed to be able to control the two sisters of the Zhu family, and everyone couldn't help but marvel. Lu Feng put the Blackwood token into the soul guide at his waist and walked towards the awakening registration table. There are many tokens in his soul tool, such as the Zingluo Emperor token, the Tiandu Emperor token, and the Wuhan Palace Pope's token. The gold content of each piece is far more than that of the Zhu family's Blackwood token, but in Lu Feng's mind, this piece, the Blackwood token, is worth cherishing even more. How do you get papal decrees? Naturally, the Pan-Continental Business Alliance gave them huge benefit, and they took the initiative to give them to them as a sign of friendship. The profits the Pan-Continental Business Alliance earned from them were dozens or even hundreds of times more than they were given to them. The Wuhan Palace controls 70% of the soul masters in the entire continent, while the Pan-Continental Merchant Alliance controls 90% of the trade in the entire continent, indirectly monopolizing many important resources. Millions of people earn generous profit through the Merchant Alliance. As a reward, there are more than 12,800 soul masters among them. The Pan-Continental Business Alliance adopts a contract system. You sign for a few years and work for a few years. Once the time is up, you can leave and come and go freely. But the problem is that it is difficult for them to find a more profitable place, and the cultivation of soul masters is particularly expensive. With his thoughts racing, Lu Feng came to the registration office to sign up. You're only 6 years old with your body. The soul master at the registration desk looked at the upright Lu Feng and frowned. Lu Feng arrived. I am 12 years old, and I am here for my second awakening. What a second awakening? I've never heard of it. Are you kidding me? Come on, let him come over. It was Su Yuntao who spoke. Su Yuntao is also one of the soul masters responsible for the awakening test. After several years of hard work, he was finally promoted from patrolling deacon to chief deacon, and was transferred to serve in the main hall of Zingluo City, so he no longer had to run around the countryside all day long. The 4 words second awakening caught his attention. The world of martial arts is full of weird things, and nothing is impossible. Su Yuntao waved Lu Feng over and looked him up and down. How are you sure you can awaken a second time? Lu Feng shrugged and said, it's a feeling. I can't explain it clearly. System matters are the biggest secret in his life, and he will not reveal them to anyone. Then give it a try. It won't take much time anyway. Release your martial soul and feel the power of my soul. Lu Feng stretched out his hand, spread his palm, and released his martial spirit. A small seed floated on his palm, faintly emitting a dark golden luster. Other than that, there was nothing special about it. As Su Yuntao activated his soul power, the small seeds sprouted and began to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. Su Yuntao's eyes flashed with surprise. Ah, I can really awaken a second time. The people watching around were very surprised and made a roar. The small-scale exclamation and commotion attracted the attention of high-level officials, including Emperor Xingluo and the special envoys of Wuhan Palace, Zhu Douluo and Yu Guan. Every time there is a Star Luo City Awakening conference, Wuhan Palace will send special envoys at the title Douluo level to come and watch. It is said to be an observation, but it actually means to discover talents for Wuhan Palace. After a while, Lu Feng's martial spirit grew into a sapling and then stopped growing. Su Yuntao sighed and said, "The martial spirit is just a small sapling. I can't see what effect it has. It's a pity that the martial spirit you awakened for the second time is still a useless martial spirit." The next one, Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help laughing. She glanced at Zhu Zhuqing and teased, "Oh my, your little lover is so funny. Don't worry, I won't kill him for the sake of making me happy." She was thinking in her mind how to humiliate Lu Feng to make Zhu Zhuqing angry after getting the male slave Lu Feng. Well, ask him to pretend to be a dog and hold him, or pretend to be a horse and ride him. No, being too close would cause Davis to be dissatisfied. If you want to ride with her, you have to wait until she is married to Davis. The royal family requires the princess to be a virgin before marriage and her reputation must be unblemished. Zhu Zhuqing glared at Zhu Zhuqing, then looked at Lu Feng, shook his head and sighed. She had an inexplicable liking for this young man who dared to approach her and openly pursue her. In the past few years, no man has even dared to approach her for fear of getting into trouble. He is the only one. His courage moved her a little bit. Dai Mubai chose to escape and left her here to endure the suffering alone. In comparison, Lu Feng, who is still a useless martial soul, although he looks a bit stupid, he seems to be cute in a stupid way. Wait a minute, increase your soul power output. At some point, Zhu Douluo stood behind Su Yuntao, staring directly at Lu Feng's sapling martial spirit, and issued instructions. Chapter 4. Zhu Zhuqing, surrender to this young lady and be my male slave. Please collect. Yes, sir. Su Yuntao responded and followed the instructions to strengthen his soul power and activate the awakening array. The invisible soul power instantly condensed into a stream of light blue fluorescent light which was connected to Lu Feng's hand. Sure enough, the sapling martial spirit on Lu Feng's palm began to grow again. As the soul power increased its output, Su Yuntao felt something was wrong. After the soul power was output, they all fell into the sea like mud cows. The martial soul of the saplings produced a suction force like a hungry baby sucking milk. He shouted softly, his green eyes glowed with light, and the phantom of the lone wolf martial spirit appeared behind him, controlling his soul power with all his strength. But he found that he couldn't control his soul power and couldn't stop even if he wanted to. Su Yuntao was shocked. If this continues, Lu Feng's martial spirit will drain his soul power. Lu Feng's martial spirit has now grown into a big tree with lush branches and leaves still continuing to grow. Everyone was stunned. Emperor Xingluo and others suddenly stood up from the seats on the high platform. His eyes widened, staring closely at Lu Feng's martial spirit. They sensed a hint of extraordinary aura. Only a handful of top-quality plant martial souls can grow and evolve automatically, but they have never heard of being able to grow so fast. Su Yuntao's face was pale. Big beads of sweat fell from his forehead, and there was a trace of panic in his eyes. He opened his mouth but could not make a sound. Unable to speak, all the soul power in his body poured out quickly and was about to be exhausted. The tree martial soul is still greedily absorbing, and its appetite is getting bigger and bigger. He was firmly sucked and unable to escape. Even if he didn't die, his cultivation would seriously decline. At this time, Su Yuntao felt a hand pressing on his back, and majestic soul power poured in. It Zhu Douluo. Zhu Douluo saw that Su Yuntao couldn't hold on, so he helped. With the help of titled Douluo, Su Yuntao breathed a sigh of relief. In front of his eyes, the shadow of the martial spirit in Lu Feng's hand has grown into a towering tree, reaching into the sky. Boom! The wind and clouds in the sky suddenly changed, and thunder exploded. On the top of the dome, there are several rays of starlight invisible to ordinary people, which are projected through the clouds on the giant tree martial spirit. Oh my god, what's going on? Awakening the martial soul causes celestial phenomena. It's impossible. It could be a coincidence. Everybody was talking. The martial spirit of the giant tree has changed again, and the shadows of 10 stars can be vaguely seen surrounding the dense canopy of the tree. Receive, Zhu Douluo said, and he and Su Yuntao took back their soul power. Su Yuntao fell to the ground, panting like an ox, but no one paid attention to him. All eyes were on Lu Feng. Tree of stars. Zhu Douluo had an incredulous expression on his face and exclaimed, "If I guessed correctly, the martial spirit you first awakened was not an ordinary seed but the deep space seed in ancient legends." Unexpectedly, it turned out that it was going to pass through awakening for the second time, growing and evolving into a tree of stars. After listening to Zhu Duluo's word, Lu Feng thanked him, but he knew for some reason that this giant tree martial spirit had another name, World Tree. The tall Emperor Xingluo walked over quickly, unable to restrain his excitement, and said loudly, "This young man is probably a genius that our Star Luo Empire will never see in 1,000 years. Let's test his soul power quickly." Martial soul and innate soul power complement each other and are both talents. Su Yuntao, who got up silently, then remembered that there was still a process that had not been completed. With lightly trembling hands, he took out a test crystal ball and handed it to Lu Feng with lingering fear. Lu Feng put his hand on the crystal ball. Bang! The crystal ball exploded. Su Yuntao took 3 steps back. He was not injured but was frightened. Everyone exclaimed, "Is it a problem with the crystal ball? Maybe it has been used for too long and is no longer durable. Get another one." Emperor Xingluo personally brought a test crystal ball and tried his best to put on a friendly smile. "Young man, come here to test it." Lu Feng nodded and stretched out his hand. Bang! The test crystal ball also exploded into pieces. If the first time was an accident and it was too old, then no one would dare to say it was an accident when a new test crystal was used the second time. Emperor Xingluo's eyes were full of excitement and he said with great joy, "The test crystal can test the soul power up to level 20. This shows that his innate full soul power exceeds level 20 and he is definitely a god-level martial spirit." "Oh my god, a god-level martial spirit! Our Star Luo Empire has actually produced a god-level martial spirit. For so many years there has not even been a top-level martial spirit capable of becoming a super Douluo. A god-level martial spirit can not only aspire to be a super Douluo but also have the opportunity to become a peerless Douluo or even become a god." The scene was so shocking that some people didn't come back to their senses until now. They started talking and the square was boiling. Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuqing also woke up from the shock and looked at each other. The same expression was full of horror. The difference is that Zhu Zhuqing is more surprised, but Zhu Zhuqing was panicked and her face was very ugly. Emperor Xingluo personally came on stage to test Lu Feng's soul power and he broke it off with his own words. His innate full soul power exceeded level 20 and he was a god-level martial soul. Every word seemed to slap her in the face. Lu Feng has such an extraordinary talent and Emperor Xingluo will definitely do his best to cultivate and win over him. In this case, it becomes very possible for Lu Feng to annul the engagement between Zhu Zhuqing and Daimyo Bai. This means that Zhu Zhuqing will lose the bet with him. Zhu Duluo raised his leg and approached Lu Feng with a friendly smile. "The star tree is said to be the ancestor of plants and the source of life. It must be the strongest control-type martial spirit. It may also have extremely rare healing auxiliary effect. The martial spirit the palace needs such talents most. Little brother, would you like to?" Before Zhu Duluo finished speaking, he was interrupted by Emperor Xingluo. "Young man, what is your name and which family are you from?" Lu Feng withdrew his martial spirit, suppressed his surging heartbeat and said, "My name is Lu Feng. I am an orphan. I have been wandering around since I was a child. I passed by Xingluo City today." Although the identity of the leader of the Pan-Continent Merchant Alliance was not revealed, these words were not a lie. "The system will not deceive me. When I awakened the martial spirit of the World Tree, I felt that there was another martial spirit in my heart. When the soul awakened, the feeling comes from the projection of the 10 stars. It's like, on the basis of the World Tree martial spirit, new martial spirits can be created. Awesome. I will study it slowly later." "Your Majesty, please allow me to finish speaking." Zhu Duluo was interrupted by Emperor Xingluo, his face a little unhappy. He heard that Lu Feng was not from the Star Luo Empire and had a better chance of winning the Spirit Hall. Without waiting for Emperor Xingluo to respond, Zhu Duluo said to Lu Feng, "I am Yu Guan, the elder of Wuhan Palace. I formally invite you to join Wuhan Palace. We will do our best to train you. As we all know, our pontiff attaches great importance to talent, whether nobles or noble commoners are all meritocratic. You are extremely talented and are a genius among geniuses. I dare not accept you as a disciple, but there are many powerful people in Wuhan Palace who are better than me. For example, His Majesty the Pope, and we the great worshipper is a 99-level peerless Douluo." He did not dare to say explicitly that Bibi Dong or Qian Daoliu would accept Lu Feng as their disciple, but he hinted that it was very possible. At the same time, he moved out of Yan Daoliu to suppress Emperor Xingluo. "Elder Yueguan, you are trying to rob someone openly. Don't forget, this is Star Luo City." Emperor Xingluo's words contained great anger. The decline of the Star Luo Empire has something to do with Wuhan Palace's continuous poaching. However, the Star Luo Empire does not dare to quarrel with it. The one who is most afraid of it is Qian Daoliu. But today, Emperor Xingluo doesn't seem to care much. Even if he breaks his heart, he will fight with Wuhan Palace for Lu Feng. The new book urgently needs your help. The better the data, the more updates it will have. The new book issue is guaranteed to be updated 2 times a day. After the new book period, you can update 3 or 4 times a day. Rules for new book update. Recommendation votes over 500 plus 1 update. When the book review reaches 100, 1 more will be added. Rewards will be accumulated and updated, but don't force it. If you don't have enough money, you don't need to reward. It's enough to give me free recommendation votes every day. Of course, wealthy donors are also welcome to support me. How far I can go and how long I can write depends entirely on the support of my brothers and sisters. If no one reads it and the data is poor, the book will definitely not be long. The data is good, everyone likes to read it, and it's no problem to update it with 10,000 words every day. Chapter 5. Star Tree Martial Spirit. Innate full soul power exceeding level 20. Please collect. Please recommend. Emperor Xingluo said solemnly to Lu Feng, what the Spirit Hall can give you, the Star Luo Empire, can also give you, or even more. As the Emperor of Star Luo, I promise you that if you stay in the Star Luo Empire, I will use the whole country to train you. Whatever you need, as long as you ask, the Star Luo Empire will do its best to do it. If you want to be named where, hear the last sentence. The expressions of Davis, Zhu Douluo, and others changed. Emperor Xingluo wants to suppress everything. He also moved his heart to adopt Lu Feng as his adopted son. Douluo continent respect the strong, and this is most vividly demonstrated in the Star Luo Empire. Once Lu Feng agreed to take the surname Dai and become the adopted son of Emperor Xingluo, he would become a member of the royal family. Not only would his status rise to the top, he might even compete with Davis for the throne when he grows up in the future. With a smile on his face, Lu Feng said without being humble or arrogant, thank you for your kindness, Your Majesty. There is no need to change my surname. I don't want anything but her. Everyone followed the direction pointed by Lu Feng's hand and saw a flustered, shocked, and shy Zhu Zhuqing. The whole place fell silent. Everyone's expressions were frozen on their faces, and they were all extremely surprised. A few breaths later, then there were whispers. It's actually for a woman. It's her, the third young lady of the Zhu family, Zhu Zhuqing. She is the third prince's fiancée. Why would you choose her? I feel like His Highness the third prince is going green. He actually gave up the opportunity to become the peerless Douluo's apprentice or the prince for one person and fell in love. I'm so envious. If you could choose me, how happy I would be. Zhu Zhuqing, who had been ignored for a long time, suddenly became the focus of thousands of eyes and found it difficult to adapt. Her mind went blank, her face turned red to her neck, and she stood there in a daze, at a loss. Another strong current of happiness surged into her heart, setting off wave-like waves of emotion. Tears burst into her eyes and flowed down her flawless jade face. She had never felt this way before. The environment in which she grew up made her feel that the world was cold and cruel, and that family, friendship, and love did not exist. At least for her, it was too luxurious. Therefore, her heart also became frozen, showing a coldness that would make people thousands of miles away. She has hatred in her heart towards her so-called fiancé. Dai Mubai abandoned her, but this young man in white regarded her as a treasure and was willing to give up the huge benefits that countless people dreamed of just for her, and he confessed his love in front of tens of millions of people. Beside her, Zhu Zuyun's silver teeth were about to bite his plump lower lip until it bled. Zhu Zuyun stared at Lu Feng with resentful eyes. In addition to shock, there was also uncontrollable jealousy. Emperor Xingluo's expression was a little strange, but his worries were relieved. There is no need to worry about Lu Feng being poached by Wuhan Palace for the time being. Young people are emotional, and a woman can capture his heart, which is great. Zhu Zhuqing's figure and appearance are undoubtedly the best in the Zhu family, and even in the entire Star Luo Empire, but her talent can only be considered excellent, not as good as her sister Zhu Zuyun, but I heard that she works extra hard in training and is also particularly stubborn. Emperor Xingluo turned his attention to Zhu Yan, the head of the Zhu family. The third prince and the third young lady of the Zhu family had made an engagement since childhood. In order for Lu Feng to get Zhu Zhuqing, he had to break off the engagement first. Even if he has decided to do this for the sake of respect, it is best it requires the consent of the head of the Zhu family. Zhu Yan was already overjoyed, but he was very deep in the city and did not show it on his expression. Zhu Yan knew the meaning of Emperor Xingluo's eyes and said knowingly, "It's all up to your majesty." Lu Feng was a very talented person, possessing great talent. For him, Emperor Xingluo and Zhu Douluo both fought against each other and became red-faced. Which family would reject such a son-in-law riding a dragon? What's more, Dai Mubai and Davis were completely at a disadvantage in the competition, with basically no chance of a comeback. Although the method of competition between flesh and blood is a rule handed down from ancestors, he is Zhu Zhuqing's father after all. If he has a choice, he will naturally give his daughter and the family something better. Zhu Douluo secretly cried out in his heart that it was a pity. This talented young man seems to like women. If Hu Lina comes here, there may be another chance. Both Wuhan Palace and Xingluo Empire are extremely short of top-level auxiliary soul masters. Kaibao Glazak Juxin Haitang, etc. are all loyal to Tiandu Empire, and it is impossible to recruit them. But in front of him, this astonishing genius was born as an orphan and did not belong to a family affiliated with the Star Luo Empire. His Star Tree God-level martial spirit had dual systems of control and assistant, and his assistant's ability was at least as good as that of Kaibao Liulai or Juxin Haitang. Upgrade your martial soul control and support dual system and have innate full soul power exceeding level 20. You will be astonishingly talented and unique. With his help in the future, Wuhan Palace or Star Luo Empire will be even more powerful. This is why the two sides suddenly started to fight over Lu Feng. Zhu Douluo secretly made up his mind to report the matter to the Pope immediately and ask the Pope to make a decision. Emperor Xingluo was worried that Zhu Douluo Yuegwen was up to something again, so he said decisively, "The third prince Dai Mubai has fled the Star Luo Empire for a long time and failed to perform his duties. I declare that the engagement between Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing is invalid." After speaking, Emperor Xingluo glanced at Zhu Yan. "The implication is that the rest is left to you. The Xingluo royal family and the Zhu family, because they can complement each other in martial soul fusion skills, have been married for generations, which is equivalent to their own families. The son-in-law of the Zhu family is also a member of the Xingluo royal family. But Emperor Xingluo couldn't just annul Dai Mubai's engagement and marry Dai Mubai's fiancé to Lu Feng. This would inevitably cause criticism and damage the royal family's face. Dai Mubai was a prince after all. The best way is to let Zhu Yan do the second half." With the monarch and his ministers getting along for decades, Zhu Yan could naturally understand what Emperor Xingluo meant. He walked up to Lu Feng, squeezed out a smile and said, "I am her father Zhu Yan. Why don't you come to my home to discuss such a private matter?" In order to take care of the royal family's face, Zhu Yan could not agree to marry Zhu Zhuqing to Lu Feng now, especially not in public. But by inviting Lu Feng to his home, he clearly acquiesced to Lu Feng's request. It was only a matter of time before Zhu Zhuqing became Lu Feng's fiancé. With an astonishing genius like Lu Feng, the power of the Zhu family will be more stable, and they will even have the right to speak in the entire Douluo continent instead of being dependent on the Dai family like now. "Okay, it's better to be respectful than to obey." Lu Feng politely bowed to his future father-in-law. Before leaving the central square, Lu Feng winked at Niu Gao and others in the crowd. He was not a soul master before and needed some strong people to protect him nearby. Niu Gao, the leader of the Yu clan, was one of them. Chapter 6. I only want her. The four single attribute tribes such as Niu Gao and Bai He were ruthlessly abandoned by Haoshan sect and Tang Hao like garbage. They faced the revenge and wrath of Wuhan Palace alone and suffered heavy losses. After that, they could only survive under the powerful sanctions of Wuhan Palace. Lu Feng recruited them to join the alliance, helped them get rid of Wuhan Palace's sanctions, and provided them with a platform so that they could regroup and become successful in the business that their clan was good at. After several years of development, their current strength has almost surpassed the next four sects such as Fengjian sect and Elephant Armor sect. As for how to persuade Wuhan Palace to stop sanctioning the four tribes, it is related to the law of interest. What is eternal is only profit. Of course, in addition to giving Wuhan Palace enough benefit, it also relies on check and balances. By leveraging the mutual restraint between major forces, the Pan-Continental Business Alliance can have both sides. Private fights are not allowed in Xingluo City today, but Niu Gao came with him just in case. At this moment, Niu Gao was already in tears. It seemed that he was even happier than he was about awakening a god-level martial spirit. When the Yu clan was in the most difficult situation, the savior Lu Feng appeared to help them get rid of the sanctions of Wuhan Palace and revive the family. He had no way of repaying this kindness. The only thing he could do was to help and protect Lu Feng with all his heart. Moreover, he has watched Lu Feng grow up over the years. Lu Feng treats them as elders and never treats them as servants. After getting along with them for several years, their relationship is no different from that of family members. Niu Gao marveled at the business talent of the young alliance leader, but also regretted that he had no soul power and could not become a soul master. Today, he finally witnessed the alliance leader awakening a god-level martial spirit. The Zhu family is the first family in the Star Luo Empire after the royal family. The mansion covers an area of thousands of acres with pavilions, flowers, and beautiful scenery. Lu Feng was invited to the Zhu family's house, and Zhu Yan treated him hospitably with the most noble courtesy. Zhu Yan personally arranged a residence for Lu Feng, held a banquet, and summoned several important family members to meet Lu Feng. Zhu Zhuqing was still confused at the banquet, but she could feel that her family's status had obviously risen with Lu Feng's arrival. Her father, Zhu Yan, changed his previous indifference and became kind to her. She said nothing, mainly because she didn't know what to say. She was talking to Lu Feng intentionally intentionally or unintentionally. His eyes met and he quickly lowered his head shyly. His heart was pounding, his breathing became a little rapid and his plump chest rose and fell slightly. She didn't understand what happened to her today. She could usually remain calm even when faced with death threat. The same person who said nothing and who also didn't dare to touch Lu Feng's eyes was Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing was very complicated. She felt a little guilty and was afraid that Lu Feng would mention the bet. She never thought that she would lose, so she made any bet. What will he do to me? Need money and resources? No, he doesn't want the huge benefits promised by Emperor Xingluo and Zhu Douluo. He only wants a woman. Will he ask for my body? The engagement with Davis cannot be easily terminated. I have been regarded as the future queen of Xingluo. However, it is okay to be a lover after marriage. Zhu Zhuqing raised her watery peach blossom eyes and glanced at Lu Feng across the dining table. Her pretty face was a little red. As she thought about it, her round legs wrapped in leather pants suddenly tightened. The dining table is rectangular, covered with a large red tablecloth embroidered with lace, and the corners hang down to the bottom of the table. Zhu Yan is in the main seat. Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuqing are sitting on the lower left, opposite Lu Feng. Zhu Yan was in high spirits and talked loudly but did not talk about marriage. Lu Feng is not in a hurry to talk about marriage. There is no need to rush into this kind of thing. He knew very well that Zhu Zhuqing was cold on the outside but hot on the inside. What he has to do is to get Zhu Zhuqing's heart first. Once you get her heart, everything else will fall into place. Thinking about it, Lu Feng felt his feet being touched under the table. At first he didn't mean it, but after the foot touched him, it did not retract but instead stepped on his foot, whose feet wearing high heels. Based on this and judging by distance, it is either Zhu Zhuqing or Zhu Zhuqing. At this time, Zhu Zhuqing glared at him and rolled her eyes, as if to say, boring. It turns out to be my wife. She stepped on my foot. Was she angry with me? Or do you think this kind of family dinner is boring? Lu Feng quickly denied the above speculation because the high heels under the table slowly slid up along his feet. The calf was itchy from being rubbed. It's a bit arrogant to put it on your knees. Look, let's just say that you, Miss Zhu-san, are cold on the outside and hot on the inside. Knowing that the relationship with my fiancé could not go away, I began to interact with me secretly, still stretched too far forward. The legs are really long, as expected of a nine-headed man with long leg. Wait a minute. High heels go straight to Huang Long. Lu Feng was caught off guard and the corners of his mouth twitched sharply. I didn't expect that the long, round legs wearing high heels under the table would do such an excessive and deviant thing. When Dai Mubai left, Zhu Zhuqing was still young. Now that he is older, he understands the things between men and women. So bold, so shameful. It's also exciting. Zhu Yan and others were still talking freely with their faces glowing red, and from time to time they would toast to Lu Feng, completely unaware that his seemingly well-behaved daughter was acting shamefully under the table. Lu Feng forced a smile and responded without a word. Possessing the agility and attack spirit of the nether civet cat, he can move his hands and feet quietly, but he can control it just right. Zhu Zhuqing, under your iceberg beauty appearance, you can no longer be described as fiery, but more like a volcano about to erupt extremely hot lava. If this happens on the bed, what a annoying little goblin. Chapter 8 Lu Feng's Revenge. Zhu Zhuqing's instinctive reaction. Xiao Feng, what do you think of our Zhu family residence? Zhu Yan smiled kindly and brought up a new topic. It is very grand and beautiful, especially the main house, which is not inferior to the royal palace. Lu Feng responded with a smile on his face, but he was suffering in his heart because his sensitive parts were being manipulated by some impetuous and wanton girl. Let him also flourish. The women of the Zhu family may be genetically inherited, and their appearance and figure are first class, and Zhu Zhuqing is the best among the women of the Zhu family. Zhu Zhuqing is not very old, but she has grown to over 1.7 meters tall, taller than her sister Zhu Zhuqing, and has the tall figure of a future supermodel. The tall and thin supermodels of later generations are generally very flat, but Zhu Zhuqing is different. Her elastic slim leather jacket outlines her extraordinarily plump breast, her slender waist highlights her perfect plump hips, and her nine-headed golden body proportionately long leg. But I didn't expect that I would be played with by her long legs first, and he really knows how to play. 1,000 words in Lu Feng's heart turned into 2 words. Damn. Zhu Yan was not aware of the private exchanges under the table. Hearing Lu Feng's praise, he laughed proudly and said, I dare not compare it with the royal palace, but when I renovated and rebuilt the Zhu family mansion, I hired the same company as the royal palace, that is, the top team of craftsmen from the Pan-Continental Merchant Alliance, the royal clan. The fees are a bit expensive, but the materials value for money. It is beautiful and elegant and very sturdy. I heard that they were also invited to repair the Wuhan Palace, including the Pope Palace. Anyway, you can live here with peace of mind. The Zhu family will provide you with everything you need. If you have any special requirement, just ask. Lu Feng laughed secretly in his heart. Zhu Yan used the house built by the Yu family to show the wealth of the Zhu family. As everyone knows, not only the Yu clan but also the entire Pan-continent business alliance is under his control. Zhu Yan wanted to indirectly show that the Zhu family could also afford the cultivation that the Xingluo royal family and Wuhan palace could provide. It's just that Zhu Yanqing's mansion is very deep, so he won't explain it directly because Lu Feng's attitude has already made it clear that he particularly wants Zhu Zhuqing, which is tantamount to asking for help from the Zhu family. He doesn't have to worry. This in business is called maximizing profit. At this time the maid brought the drink, including Coca-Cola, in a small glass bottle with the logo of the Pan-Continental Merchant Alliance printed on it and an advertising picture of Davis's smiling face. Zhu Yandao, come and try the new drink launched by the Pan-Continental Merchant Alliance. This was originally a special drink given to the royal family by the Merchant Alliance. Most people can't buy it. It has only been released in limited quantities recently. Lu Feng picked up a bottle, drank it all in one gulp, and said with a smile, "It's so delicious." Naturally, you have to praise your own product. Hey, this small bottle is worth 1 gold soul coin. You drank it all in one gulp. Zhu Zuyun rolled his eyes at Lu Feng. Zhu Yan waved his hand and said, "Zuyun, you will be the queen in the future. How can you be so petty?" Xiao Feng, drink openly. Suddenly, Lu Feng felt the movements of the jade feet below and increased his intensity. And one more foot is stretched out. This foot is wrapped in silk sock and not wearing high heels. His footwork is surprisingly good. It's like it can scratch the pit of your heart. The unique, thrilling and joyful feeling almost made him scream. Lu Feng gritted his teeth and held back, lowering his head to drink happy water to hide his expression that he was about to lose control. Seeing that Lu Feng, who was originally eloquent, seemed a little embarrassed by Zhu Zuyun's words, Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help laughing, covering his mouth and laughing softly. Lu Feng glanced at Zhu Zhuqing with a slightly meaningful look. "You annoying little devil. Let's see how my husband handles you tonight. I want you to laugh now and meow like a cat at night." Unconsciously, night falls. After the family banquet was over, Zhu Yan specifically asked Zhu Zhuqing to send Lu Feng back to his room to rest. Lu Feng was secretly happy. The arrangement is good. Thank you to my future father-in-law for creating the opportunity for revenge. After holding it in for so long, the evil fire brewing has already burned brightly. A gentleman takes revenge from morning till night. At the family dinner, he had planned many ways to take revenge on Zhu Zhuqing, and even observed how to unlock Zhu Zhuqing's leather armor. If you want to be a man who understands your wife, you must first understand her. If he hadn't been a well-known figure now and people were looking at him along the way, he might have been unable to bear it and started taking action on the road. Rather than like this, just walking and talking. Zhu Zhuqing seemed to be particularly concerned about other people's eyes. He wouldn't let his little hand be held, which was understandable. After all, it was the first time they met and the little girl was shy. What Lu Feng and Zhu Zhuqing didn't know was that there was a slim figure sneaking in the shadows of the trees at night, quietly following behind them, peeping with curious eyes. The winding path led to a quiet place, and finally we came to a courtyard in the back house. This is the residence that Zhu Yan personally arranged for Lu Feng. The yard is large and there is a bamboo forest. The bamboo forest rustles in the wind. It is elegant and quiet and is very suitable for rest and practice. The key is that there is only one wall separating it from Zhu Zhuqing's courtyard. Zhu Yan's intention is self-evident. I saw no one around. Lu Feng could no longer hold back. Evil fire seemed to pour out of his eyes, staring straight at Zhu Zhuqing's plump body, like a hungry wolf staring at a plump and tender lamb after being hungry for many days. Zhu Zhuqing didn't notice the change in Lu Feng's eyes. He said, "I'll send you here. I'll go back first and take you to get the soul ring tomorrow morning. My little goblin has teased me all night and still wants to leave." Lu Feng spread his arms, rushed forward and hugged Zhu Zhuqing's slender waist with one hand and directly rubbed her butt with one hand. Zhu Zhuqing did not expect that Lu Feng, who had always been graceful, would suddenly make such a big move. He was caught off guard, hugged tightly, and violated her important part. She subconsciously pushed out with both hands and slapped Lu Feng on the chest. She had always kept herself clean and had never held hands with Dai Mubai. Of course, she was still young at that time. Even though her engagement with Dai Mubai has been cancelled, she still has a good impression of Lu Feng. But after all, it was her first meeting with Lu Feng, and there were too many twists and turns today, and she was still in a daze, not clear about it and not mentally prepared. She was prepared to be violated rashly. She had no time to think and instinctively resisted and counterattacked. Lu Feng grunted. His body couldn't bear Zhu Zhuqing's slap, and he flew backward, drawing a parabola in the air, and fell towards the bamboo forest. Only then did Zhu Zhuqing remember that Lu Feng had just awakened his new martial soul and had not yet absorbed the soul rings and cultivated his body, so he could not withstand her shameful and angry blow. At this moment, a black shadow quickly swept out of the bamboo forest and flew towards Lu Feng, who was flying upside down. The black shadow was fixed in the sky, revealing a slim and convex body line and a charming appearance. It's Zhu Zuyun. Zhu Zhuqing stretched out his hands, caught Lu Feng, and landed firmly on the ground. She couldn't do anything without taking action. The place where she was hiding happened to be where Lu Feng's body was about to fall. Zhu Zhuqing, it's not like you don't know how precious he is. The emperor regards him as his little ancestor. How could you do such a heavy hand? If something happens to him, can you afford it? While Zhu Zhuqing scolded Zhu Zhuqing, he sat down and gently leaned Lu Feng's head in front of her. Zhu Zhuqing hurriedly ran over to check Lu Feng's injury. She was blushing. In addition to worrying that she might get into trouble, it was also because it was the first time a man had touched her private part, and she was still ashamed. Lu Feng was a little confused at first. Soon I realized that the pair of female feet under the table did not come from Zhu Zhuqing. Big misunderstanding. The head is big, and the back of the head is also big. Before he had time to think about it, his breath froze because he felt that the back of his head was sinking into an indescribable and huge tenderness. He has a nosebleed. Zhu Zhuqing screamed. It shows that the injury is serious. Zhu Zhuqing was also flustered. What to do? Chapter 9. Who messed up the good thing? As for collection, Lu Feng felt like a small boat sailing in the rough waves. Zhu Zhuqing's strong night rose perfume, mixed with the natural girlish fragrance of Zhu Zhuqing, creates a unique smell that makes people easily intoxicated and lost in a gentle land. The 8 treasures. Ruyi soft armor he wears can in principle withstand attacks from spirit masters below level 60. Therefore, he was not injured at all. But I just don't want to get up because it's so comfortable to lie down on. Zhu Zhuqing's warm leather sofa is really enjoyable. A nosebleed is something that cannot be controlled. This sister-in-law is not as bad as she thought. Resuscitate him first. You give him artificial respiration quickly. Zhu Zhuqing's idea was to give first aid first. Artificial respiration? Zhu Zhuqing hesitated for a moment. Zhu Zhuqing said, it is a sure thing that you will become his fiancé. Sooner or later, you will have to give him your first kiss. There is nothing to be shy about, and it's time. I see. Zhu Zhuqing didn't care much. He just wanted to save Lu Feng quickly. She leaned down and looked at Lu Feng's handsome, slightly childish face. She pinched Lu Feng's nose, took a deep breath, and pressed her plump red lips on Lu Feng's lips. The bodies of both of them shook slightly, and they both felt like they were getting an electric shock. Lu Feng began to feel uncomfortable again. I didn't expect that the two sisters would use artificial respiration. Is this the first kiss? He suffered from the inability to respond. If you want to pretend, you have to pretend to the end. And lying in Zhu Zhuqing's arms, enjoying Zhu Zhu's warm and soft red lips in front of her, it was an unexpected stimulation, extremely sweet and beautiful. Therefore, Lu Feng continued to close his eyes and pretend to faint. Suddenly I felt something pressing in front of me. It was attack from both front and back. I can't stand it anymore. I feel like my body is going to explode. No, his nose is bleeding more. Zhu Zhuqing was so anxious that he almost cried. How could this happen? Zhu Zhuqing was also panicked. In fact, they are confused when they care. One of them is a great soul master and the other is a soul master. Their skills and experience are not bad, and they are also very keen in the agility attack system. If you calm down and observe Lu Feng carefully, you can see something fishy. Unfortunately, Lu Feng awakened during the day. Emperor Xingluo and the elders of Wuhan Hall valued the god-level martial soul that had not been seen in thousands of years. This planted the idea in their hearts that Lu Feng was a treasure, and they also had a good impression of him. Seeing him fainting after being injured, especially Zhu Zhuqing, hands, how can they calm down? Brother Lu Fengxian, is Brother Lu Fengxian here? Someone called outside the courtyard. Davis. Upon hearing the voice of his fiancé Davis, Zhu Zhuqing immediately sobered up and pushed Lu Feng to Zhu Zhuqing. She realized that the contact with Lu Feng was too close and the contact position was extremely sensitive. Thinking of this, her cheeks suddenly flushed. I was so anxious to save Lu Feng that I didn't pay attention to these details for a while, but it was best not to let my fiancé see this scene. When Lu Feng heard that Davis was here, his heart tightened and he secretly scolded this guy for interfering with the good things. But when I think about it, I feel that I am leaning against his fiancé, which seems to be a bit of a favor to him. So why should I blame him for interfering with her? It is not difficult to guess the purpose of Davis' visit, which is nothing more than to win over and stabilize his position as prince. Lu Feng opened his eyes. Wake up, you wake up. I'm sorry. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes sparkled with tears, and 2 lines of clear tears fell on her beautiful face. I felt pity for her. I'm fine. Don't cry. Lu Feng stretched out his hand compassionately and gently wiped away her tears. I am the one who should say sorry. Whether he violated her hastily or pretended to be unconscious, it was all his own fault. A distressing girl. You must protect her well from now on. You have so many nosebleeds and you still say you're fine. Well, maybe I've been too angry lately. Lu Feng stood up and stretched his muscles to show that his body was intact. He turned to Zhu Zhuqing and said, hello, the eldest lady is here too. You should have known I was here. If Zhu Zhuqing realized something, he glanced at Lu Feng suspiciously, but he didn't say anything. She didn't have time. I'm leaving. Don't tell anyone I've been here. Before she finished speaking, her figure became invisible and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Lu Feng wiped away the nosebleed, comforted Zhu Zhuqing a few words, and walked out of the yard to meet Davis. Chapter 11. Zhu Zhuqing. Just wait for me. That's too bad. P.S. The previous chapter has been blocked and the application for unblocking is in process. It is temporarily unavailable. I will intercept and post the first chapter, and there will be 2 more updates later. Davis waited outside politely with 2 of his men. Seeing Lu Feng and Zhu Zhuqing coming out, Davis said, I didn't know that Sister Zhuqing was here, disturbing my dear brother. With that said, Davis winked at Lu Feng meaningfully. She said, sorry to bother you, but there was no apology on her face. This is the current crown prince and my eldest sister's fiancé. Zhu Zhuqing introduced. I have met His Highness the Crown Prince. Lu Feng saluted as if he didn't understand Davis's eyes. He actually knows Davis very well. Davis's talent is the best among the princes, but his reputation is the same as daimyo Bai's. He often changes women and treats women as playthings to hang around. Lu Feng didn't have a good impression of such people. He at least respects women and does not treat women as playthings. He wants to capture the goddesses, which is a systematic mission, but he does not deny that he is greedy for their bodies, but he is ready to treat the captured goddesses well, and every one of them, they all tried their best to take good care of them. There were many wives and concubines in this world. Just at the family banquet, sitting next to Zhu Zhuqing was Zhu Yan's new favorite 18th concubine. Dear brother, please be polite. Please call me Brother Dai. From now on, we will all be sons-in-law of the Zhu family and members of our own family. Davis looked like a courteous corporal and warmly called him brother and sister. Lu Feng nodded and said, Brother Dai. After years of training in the shopping mall, he has gradually taken charge of a huge business empire, and his ability to deal with people is naturally not bad. Davis smiled and said, that's right. Lu Xiandi's martial arts talent is amazing. Dai admires him very much. He had wanted to come to visit him for a long time, but he was held back by some matters, so he only came now. Lu Feng said, Brother Dai, isn't this too polite? Hey, it seems to be a little bit. The 2 looked at each other and smiled. Lu Feng asked, Brother Dai, do you want to come in and sit for a while? No, it's a bit late. You've just settled down and should rest early. I've brought you something specially. Davis waved his hand, and his men brought a plate up. Here are 10,000 gold soul coin and a prince's gold medal. With this token, you can enter and leave the palace freely. Remember to come to the palace to find me. Lu Feng guessed right. Win over. Zhu Zhuqing, who was hiding in the dark, felt a little proud. Lu Feng, you are a peerless genius, but Davis is a prince, and his wealth is not comparable to that of Lu Feng. The price is only 10,000 gold soul coin. How generous. Who told you to give up being the adopted son of Emperor Xingluo and only want Zhu Zhuqing? Otherwise, you can at least get the prince's regular money every month. Being a prince and being famous are both very important. Davis promoted the Pan-Continental Business Alliance. He said a few words and drew a poster with a coke in his hand, and the people from the Business Alliance paid him 50,000 gold soul coin. It was so profitable. What Zhu Zhuqing didn't know was that the prince's advertising effect allowed Lu Feng to earn back 50,000 gold soul coins in one day, and he had just started making money. After everyone got used to it, he would sell it in large quantities and then find someone else after a while. Reasons to do activities to reduce prices, and finally become a drink that can be enjoyed by thousands of civilians on Douluo continent. Lu Feng took out the prince's gold medal from the plate and said, Thank you, Brother Dai. I'll accept the gold medal and I won't use the gold soul coin. It's just a little pocket money. It's not respectful, so just accept it. It's really not necessary. I have enough money and the Zhu family has everything. It doesn't cost anything, right, Xing'er? Seeing Lu Feng suddenly turning the conversation to her, Zhu Zhuqing was stunned and nodded slightly unnaturally, saying, Oh yes, both. Looking at Zhu Zhuqing's cuteness, Lu Feng smiled, turned around and said, Look, then follow what my dear brother said. If anything happens in the future, don't go out and remember to come to me. Will do. Well, then I'm leaving. Sorry for sending Brother Dai off so far. After watching Davis leave, Lu Feng turned around and saw Zhu Zhuqing's cold expression returning to normal. Lu Feng secretly thought something was wrong. Sure enough, Zhu Zhuqing said in a cold voice, I understand. You were pretending to be injured just now. Well, this girl is a bit big-headed and her thinking is slow. Your sister Zhu Zhuqing should have known about it a long time ago. After getting the answer from Lu Feng's expression, there was a bit of jealousy in her eyes. Bad guy, you made me worry in vain and shed another tear. I shed more tears today than in the past few years combined. It's your fault. Her cute little look was even more alluring than the moonlight, and it made Lu Feng's eyes flutter with excitement. It means that you also fell in love with me at first sight. Otherwise you wouldn't shed tears for me. Your tears are full of love. Don't worry, I will make it up to you and cherish you, Lu Feng said, putting the finger that wiped her tears in his hand and taking a sip. Zhu Zhuqing blinked her beautiful eyes like a stream of autumn water, and the blush rose on her jade face again. After After carefully studying Lu Feng's words, it seemed to be the truth. She had never shed a tear for Dai Mubai, and facing him, her heart felt calm. Facing Lu Feng, her mood fluctuated easily. Could this be the taste of love? My eldest sister is right. You know how to talk sweetly. So I replied, don't forget, I will take you to the Black Forest to get the soul ring tomorrow. No sleeping in, Zhu Zhuqing said, turned and walked towards his courtyard. Good night, baby. Lu Feng said something, but there was no response for a long time. Just when she thought Zhu Zhuqing was ignoring her, her slightly magnetic and pleasant voice came from the other side of the wall. You don't charge Davis 10,000 gold soul coin. If you do a good job, you can't be short-sighted if you are poor. Good night, fool. Before closing the door, Zhu Zhuqing's lips curved into a graceful smile, stunning the time as if the moonlight had dimmed a bit. If Lu Feng saw it, he might not be able to help but climb over the wall. But Lu Feng didn't see it. He scratched his head and muttered to himself, am I poor? Chapter 12. The soul bones are sent to the soon-to-be daughter-in-law Zhu Zhuqing. The next day, Zhu Zhuqing came to see Lu Feng early in the morning. Lu Feng had already gotten up and was exercising in the yard. After awakening for the second time and obtaining a god-level martial spirit, he was so happy that he couldn't sleep all night. Another reason is that he had close contact with the body of the cold goddess Zhu Zhuqing. Going straight to third base without flirting, holding hands, or hugging is too hasty. But after all, we encountered it. That's all feel. Even through the leather pant, you can feel the tenderness, the slender waist without any fat. The feeling of holding it in your hands is also very ecstatic. Being slapped by her is not a loss at all, and it can be felt that Zhu Zhuqing does not feel disgusted with himself. If you continue like this and work harder, I believe you will soon be able to push her leather pants aside with your own hands and have real up-close contact. Zhu Zhuqing had no expression on his face, folded his hands in front of him, and returned to his former self. With a cold attitude, he kept his distance from Lu Feng. It seems that Lu Feng is still angry about last night's intrusion and pretending to be stunned. If it were anyone else, she might be very disgusted. But the strange thing is that after Lu Feng made a very frivolous move toward her, instead of feeling disgusted, she felt a strange kind of joy deep in her heart. This made her very conflicted. When she thought Lu Feng was injured, she realized that Lu Feng's shadow was already in her heart. The reason why she was worried about Lu Feng's injury was not because Lu Feng was a distinguished guest of the Zhu family or a peerless genius, but because she was worried about his injury itself. When they first met, Lu Feng gave her a big surprise and also brought her some warmth and happiness that had disappeared for a long time. But because of her introverted and stubborn personality as well as her poor expression, she still adopted a cold attitude. Lu Feng thought Zhu Zhuqing's attitude was normal. He knew that Zhu Zhuqing hated the kind of perverts who didn't respect women the most. Last night he mistakenly thought that she was flirting with her first, which caused a misunderstanding and directly violated her, thus leaving a bad impression on her. This misunderstanding is hard to explain. You can't tell her that it was because your sister Zhu Zuyun seduced me under the table during the family dinner and that led to the misunderstanding. If you say this, the matter will be unfinished and it will not do you any good. A person who can control a business empire cannot have such low emotional intelligence. What can be done now is to change the strategy and proceed step by step. There is plenty of time. Don't be in a hurry. Take your time. Zhu Zuyun, just wait for me. That's too bad. But I managed to pull it back a bit last night. Lying on top of her, it felt like I had a nosebleed at that moment. That suffocating feeling, when I think about it now, still makes me feel uneasy. Zhu Zuyun, who was following them far behind, sneezed. Who is scolding me? Zhu Zuyun rubbed his straight nose and cast complicated eyes on Lu Feng's back. After the contact last night, she felt that there seemed to be a strange relationship between her and Lu Feng. That is an indescribable feeling. The Tao is unclear and cannot be explained. In short, she was becoming more and more curious about Lu Feng. Zhu Zhuqing slapped his palm with such force that ordinary people could not bear it and would definitely be injured. But Lu Feng was intact and nothing happened. If Davis hadn't arrived, Zhu Zuyun would have checked Lu Feng's body and taken off his clothes to take a look. Anyway, today she couldn't help but follow her curiously. Lu Feng and Zhu Zhuqing each had their own concerns and were speechless all the way. The atmosphere is a bit subtle. The Soul Beast Forest we want to go to is just outside Xingluo City. This Soul Beast Forest belongs exclusively to the royal family. The Soul Beasts are kept in captivity by the royal family and are guarded by experts. They are relatively safe. The leaves of the trees here are darker green, so it is also called the Black Forest. They successfully passed the gate guarded by the Imperial Forest Army and entered the outskirts of the Soul Beast Forest. As soon as he entered the forest, Lu Feng felt like he was at home, especially comfortable and natural. He knew it was because of the martial spirit. The world tree is the ancestor of plants and the source of life. The vegetation in the forest is lush, with the most flowers, plants, and trees. Lu Feng noticed that wherever he went, all the plants were swaying and leaning towards him, as if they were bending down to salute. As if they felt the breath of the world tree, they surrendered directly. This feeling is very good. Lu Feng relaxed and there was no one around. As a man, you should take the initiative unless you don't want to capture the goddess. He slowly stretched out his hand and gently took Zhu Zhuqing's slender white hand. Lu Feng found a reason to make steps for himself. Your little hands are a little cold. Let me cover them for you. As soon as he touched it, Zhu Zhuqing's hand trembled lightly as if he felt an electric shock. She wanted to withdraw her little hand, but Lu Feng seemed a bit domineering at this time and held it tightly. The fair-skinned jade hands twisted a few times, gave up the struggle, and let Lu Feng hold her. Zhu Zhuqing's pretty face was hot. She lowered her head and held her breast in her arms to cover up her shyness. Last night she was tossing and turning all night long. Lu Feng's voice and smile lingering in her mind. Sometimes you don't need reason to fall in love with someone, even though you've known her for a short time and he's very abrupt. You just like her. She's destined to be his fiancée anyway. The whole country knows it, and in this world no one would ever be willing to give up such huge benefits for her. The moment Lu Feng announced that she was the only one, her heartstrings were deeply touched by Lu Feng. It's just that happiness comes too suddenly and too warmly. She needs time to digest. After a night of thinking, she figured it out. He also forgave Lu Feng for his aggressive behavior. This moment, the two broke through the spiritual barrier and held hands sweetly. They felt that the colors in the forest suddenly became brighter, and the fragrance of vegetation floating in the air seemed to have a hint of sweetness. The two held hands and walked in the picturesque forest with the singing of birds and the fragrance of flowers. Just like a young couple in love. Zhu Zhuqing became jealous again. Inadvertently, a handful of dog food was thrown toward her. Last night it was because of a big misunderstanding that I said to you. Lu Feng, looking into Zhu Zhuqing's eyes. Zhu Zhuqing, who was hiding in the tree behind, felt his heart tighten. What kind of misunderstanding? Zhu Zhuqing asked. Looking back, she also felt a little weird. Lu Feng, who was quite graceful, suddenly became animalistic and violated her. She will be his in the future, so there is no need to be so anxious. And when Lu Feng violated her, he said, the words that have troubled me for so long are also filled with doubt. The specifics were still uncertain. Lu Feng shook his head, changed the topic and said, but I have done everything and it was me who was wrong, so I want to give you a gift as an apology. Gift? I didn't see you buying anything on the street just now. Zhu Zhuqing blinked his big eyes and said. Lu Feng smiled and said, no need to buy it. I carry it with me. It is the soul bone. Chapter 13. Successful capture of Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing frowned. Soul bone? Did I hear you right? Soul bones can only be found but cannot be sought. They are extremely precious to you, but they are also deceptive. No. Lu Feng reached out and searched for the soul guide stored in his waist. I know you want to make me happy, but don't use this method. I don't need you to give me gift as long as you are sincere. Zhu Zhuqing felt that Lu Feng was an orphan, only 12 years old. The key was that he was not a soul master before, so he must have lived in poverty. How could he have extremely precious soul bone? I am very sincere. After Lu Feng finished speaking, he finally found a bag among the numerous soul guides and poured out a few soul bones on a stone surface nearby. Then he said to Zhu Zhuqing, choose it yourself and absorb whatever suits you. Zhu Zhuqing saw several soul bones shining with strange brilliance on the stone and could sense the powerful energy contained in them. Her almond-shaped eyes were wide open, her mouth was open, and she was suddenly shocked. For a time, I lost the ability to organize language. Zhu Zhuqing, who was hiding in the tree and peeping, his eyes widened and his body instantly turned to stone. Soul bones are difficult to buy even if you have money. They are often expensive but not marketable. Especially soul bones that are over 10,000 years old are hard to come by and are only occasionally auctioned at auction houses. Zhu Zhuqing is the eldest daughter of the Zhu family, the quasi-crown princess and the future queen. However, until now, she does not have a soul bone on her body. After she officially marries Davis, Emperor Xingluo will give a soul bone as usual. Give her the bone as a wedding gift. She is not looking forward to marrying Davis, but she is looking forward to the soul bone. As a soul master, everyone looks forward to a soul bone that suits them. Therefore, I have learned the knowledge related to soul bones since I was a child. Zhu Zhuqing can judge the origin, attribute, age, etc. of the soul bone at a glance from the light, color, shape, etc. on the soul bone. Most of the soul bones Lu Feng took out were over 10,000 years old, and the worst ones were about 5,000 years old. This 5,000-year-old soul bone alone is priceless. To take out 7 or 8 soul bones like this at once, let alone the Zhu family, even the Dai family may not be able to do it. What's ridiculous is that Davis wanted to use money to win over and support Lu Feng last night, and last night she also felt that Lu Feng was poor and that Davis completely crushed Lu Feng in terms of financial resources. Now it seems that Lu Feng's identity is not simple. Suddenly, Lu Feng felt like a mountain covered in mist, full of mystery. Zhu Zhuqing became even more curious. I knew you had a secret. I will definitely definitely reveal your secret. Zhu Zhuqing secretly made up his mind. She would not know that these 7 or 8 soul bones were only part of the soul bones collected by Lu Feng. The higher level soul bones could not be absorbed by Zhu Zhuqing at his current level. Most of the auction houses in the world have been acquired by Lu Feng. If there are good things, he will naturally keep them for himself first. Normally, they are purchased at low prices. The soul bones that ordinary soul masters can find but cannot find are now available in Lu Feng, who has hundreds of auction houses, tens of thousands of exchanges, and monopolizes most of the important resources, and he doesn't want it if it's not a high-quality soul bone. If you can't use it yourself, you can give it as a valuable gift to others to consolidate relationship and expand business. In the last Elite Soul Master competition sponsored by the Pan-Continental Business Alliance, he gave 3 soul bones to Pope Bibi Dong as a sponsorship. Bibi Dong was extremely happy. The papal decree was sent at that time. Of course, he himself did not come forward. From beginning to end, he and Bibi Dong only exchanged letters. Once they meet, I am afraid that the persona of the mysterious behind-the-scenes boss will collapse. Now, he has awakened the god-level martial spirit, but he also has the dragon soul bone suit. The soul bones stored in his body are still of no use to him. What better way to give it as a gift to your soon-to-be daughter-in-law? Zhu Zhuqing was shocked and stunned by Lu Feng again. She looked at the soul bone and then at Lu Feng, speechless. Her green and jade fingers were trembling, but she hesitated to reach out to pick out the soul bone. Let me help you choose. Lu Feng picked 2 soul bones and stuffed them into Zhu Zhuqing's hands. These 2 are very suitable for you. The left and right arm bones of the Wind and Thunder Leopard King are both more than 10,000 years old, which can greatly enhance agility and attack. There are also soul bones with Wind and Thunder attribute skills. Soul bones of the same type can activate additional set hidden attributes. Zhu Zhuqing recovered from the shock and took a deep breath. His plump chest surged up and down, making Lu Feng secretly swallow his saliva. Zhu Zhuqing stared at Lu Feng with a glint of water passing through his eyes and asked, "Where did you get so many precious soul bone?" Lu Feng curled his lips and said with a smile, "Is it very precious? I think I can pick it up if I have hands." Zhu Zhuqing was so angry that he almost fell from the tree. "Can you pick it up if you have hands? Does this make us all idiots? So jealous. 2 pieces of soul bones of the Wind and Thunder Leopard King that we dream of but dare not expect." Zhu Zhuqing got 2 pieces at once, which greatly increased his strength. These 2 soul bones are also suitable for Zhu Zhuqing, who is also a ghost spirit cat. Zhu Zhuqing's plain hand holding the soul bone was still trembling slightly, but his expression had returned to calmness. She looked at Lu Feng with clear eyes and said seriously, "I can't have this soul bone unless you explain clearly." She is serious. She was not dazzled by the huge temptation of soul bone. She couldn't believe that Lu Feng had these soul bone. Even though they are just a few soul bone, they can cause fierce disputes and even wars. She didn't want to absorb soul bones of unknown origin without knowing it. Once she absorbed it, it would be troublesome if Lu Feng needed to return the soul bone. "These soul bones are what I use for business. I am very familiar with the owner of the auction house. I entrusted him to buy them and store them. I can get greater profits by reselling them." Doing business? Yes. Before I awakened my useless martial soul, I couldn't be a soul master. I could only work hard in business, make money to support myself, and slowly accumulate some funds. A little money, hundreds of millions of dollars. I don't know how many gold soul coins your soul bones are worth. It doesn't matter. Just absorb the soul bone, Lu Feng urged. Zhu Zhuqing was still hesitating. "But it's too expensive, and you're using it for business." Lu Feng said, "For you, I rejected Emperor Xingluo and the Spirit Hall." "What does 2 soul bones mean? Or do you still not believe that these soul bones are mine? I swear, if I cheat on you, I'll go to bed." Before he finished speaking, Zhu Zhuqing quickly reached out and covered Lu Feng's mouth. "You are not allowed to say unlucky words. I believe you." Lu Feng took advantage of the situation and grabbed her beautiful hand, kissed it, and joked, "It smells so good." A shy blush rose on Zhu Zhuqing's fair cheek. This time, she didn't dodge or struggle. It wasn't the precious soul bones that moved her, but the young man's strong love that moved her deeply. She grew up in an environment where interests were the top priority. Even if they were husband and wife, they would rarely be sincere to each other and would always have reservations. What's more, she and Lu Feng are only boyfriend and girlfriend at the moment, and they haven't officially entered into an engagement yet. Even if the engagement was officially concluded, like she had with Daimyo Bai, Zhu Zhuqing, and Davis before, they would not be so close to each other, let alone make such a big sacrifice. For them, marriage is more of a formality. As for Lu Feng, she was completely moved and truly felt the romantic, warm, and sweet taste of love. Seeing Zhu Zhuqing's shy and adorable appearance, Lu Feng's heart skipped a beat, and he pulled her hot and delicate body into his arms with a little force, hugged her slender waist without any fat. The 2 bodies were close to each other, their eyes facing each other. The lingering affection can be sensed in Mei Mei's eyes. Smell the unique fragrance of Zhu Zhuqing's body. body and feel the warm softness and fullness of her body. Lu Feng's heart was agitated. His breathing gradually became heavier and he felt that he could go further. His mouth slowly approached Zhu Zhuqing's plump red lips. Chapter 14 God-Given Soul Ring. The powerful additional ability of the World Tree Martial Soul. Lu Feng asked openly this time. If Zhu Zhuqing doesn't want to, he has plenty of time to refuse. Zhu Zhuqing's face was already flushed and her little earlobes were so delicate that she shook her head slightly and hesitated. But in the end, I accepted it. There is a sense of wanting to refuse but to welcome. The fiery sun rises. The golden sun shines through the whirling branches and shines on the two people who are embracing each other and kissing passionately and are getting better and better. They stood in the forest, but it seemed as if everything around them had disappeared and there were only two of them left between heaven and earth. Through their lips, the two of them merged into one, forgetting everything. Zhu Zhuqing was lying on the tree, his fingers embedded in the bark of the tree unknowingly. From dozens of meters away, she seemed to be able to smell the strong sweet smell. His mouth was stuffed with dog food for no reason. Zhu Zhuqing, haven't you always been very cold, stubborn, and indifferent to all men? How could you let him progress so fast? Zhu Zhuqing unconsciously stretched out his pink tongue, licked his red lips, and his breathing became a little faster. Some parts of my body started to react. For some reason, she began to imagine that she was the one Lu Feng was hugging and kissing passionately. The two people, burning with passion, didn't know that Zhu Zhuqing was peeping. Lu Feng felt happy after officially getting married to Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing, who has always been a clean and self-sufficient person, did not refuse, which is enough to show that Zhu Zhuqing truly accepted him in his heart. Of course, the role of gift is also very important, which is equivalent to adding fuel to the fire. Giving gift means letting the girl know what the boy is willing to pay for her, or it can express the weight of the girl in the boy's heart. No matter how valuable the gift is, the key is the thought. But it's best to give girls things they need and like. If you give her what she needs and likes the most, the girl will be delighted. Ding successfully captured Zhu Zhuqing and will be rewarded with 1000 energy point. The host captures a goddess and activates the god level lottery function. Energy point can be used to permanently increase attribute, soul skill power, soul ring life, and can also be used to draw prizes. God level lottery function. Consume 1000 energy points and have a chance to obtain god level items or skills. Ding. Trigger a new mission. Knock down Zhu Zhuqing and be rewarded with 3000 energy point. The sweet system prompt sounded in Lu Feng's mind. In the lingering love, Lu Feng inexplicably felt that the system was ruining the scenery. At this moment there is no extra thought to pay attention to the system, but I heard clearly that the reward for the new task of overthrowing Zhu Zhuqing was 3 times that of capture. Lu Feng didn't think it was difficult. The two are in love. It is only a matter of time before Zhu Zhuqing is overthrown. Maybe today. Let's try going to third base first. This time he took it step by step. As the emotions intertwined and became more intense, Lu Feng slowly extended his claw, sliding down her toned waist with one hand and exploring forward from her back with one hand. Zhu Zhuqing, who closed her eyes tightly in shame, twisted her body as if in protest but did not stop him. Success. Falling into great satisfaction, Zhu Zhuqing's whole body trembled lightly and Jade Lotus's arms tightly hooked Lu Feng's neck like octopus, leaning against him softly as if she had lost all her strength, and moaned softly like she was dreaming. Both of them were a little confused and obsessed. A moment, Lu Feng couldn't bear it anymore and impulsively wanted to untie Zhu Zhuqing's leather jacket and pant. Noticing Lu Feng's action, Zhu Zhuqing was agitated and sobered up a little. This triggered her instinctive reaction and pushed Lu Feng away. She panted slightly and looked at Lu Feng with a slightly coquettish look in her eyes. Lu Feng knew it and said with a smile, "I'm sorry, I can't help it, but please don't worry. I won't force you if you don't want to." Although the twisted melon can quench thirst, it is very bitter and may cause food poisoning. With his current strength, he couldn't force Zhu Zhuqing, so he could only be forcefully resisted by Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help laughing when he saw Lu Feng looking a little embarrassed and rolled his eyes at him. "You have to rely on me for protection. How can you force me?" She didn't really blame Lu Feng. She was not a flower in the greenhouse. She also knew that men always try to push their limits when it comes to such shameful things. This is a primitive reproductive instinct and is understandable. Zhu Zhuqing took the initiative to hold Lu Feng's hand and smiled sweetly. "So, this is how a first kiss feels." Lu Feng was stunned. "First kiss? That last night giving you artificial respiration last night is not counted. Today is my perfect first kiss." "You're right. Thank you for everything you have done for me, especially for helping me get out of the royal engagement. I no longer have to fight to the death with my eldest sister. It seems that you actually value your eldest sister more than your soul bone." Lu Feng smiled and helped her smooth her somewhat messy waist-length hair. Zhu Zhuqing did not mainly thank him for the precious soul bone, but mentioned Zhu Zhuqing, which proved her feelings for Zhu Zhuqing. "That's natural. Before I was 6 years old, it was my eldest sister who took care of me. Although she she treated me these years, I still love her in my heart. She is very important in my heart. Tick-tock. Zhu Zhuqing's peach blossom eyes were covered with a layer of mist, and tears burst out of her eyes and fell on the leaves. She couldn't help being moved and regretful. She knew she was wrong. My younger sister is very stubborn. Even in the most difficult moment she did not bow to her. I thought my younger sister would also value the struggle for interest as much as she did, but not really. I didn't expect my sister to be so emotional, burying it deep in her heart and never speaking out. If Lu Feng hadn't appeared, she might never have heard her sister's true words for the rest of her life. Zhu Zhuqing also grew up in a cruel and indifferent competitive environment. He was gradually driven by interest, blinded his eyes, frozen his heart, and no longer trusted others. In recent years, he had tried every means to oppress everyone for Davis's throne and her position as queen, a sister who may pose a threat. After Daimyo Bai escaped alone, Zhu Zhuqing completely lost his protection. Zhu Zhuqing actually had many opportunities to kill Zhu Zhuqing, but deep down in his heart he still cared about family ties and did not do anything. Now Zhu Zhuqing is freed from the Dai family's marriage contract, which is also her freedom. For this matter, she also thanked Lu Feng. Then where am I in your heart? Lu Feng said jokingly. You are my man. Do you need to say that? It's definitely a little more important than her. Zhu Zhuqing tilted her head, raised her slender jade fingers, and made a tiny gesture. She smiled playfully and looked so cute and cute, as if she brightened the whole world. And the words, you are my man, made Lu Feng's heart surge even more. Lu Feng immediately became emotional and hugged Zhu Zhuqing again, gagging him. The silence speaks. At this moment no word can speak louder than actions. On the big tree not far away, Zhu Zhuqing muttered dissatisfiedly. Okay, you damn girl, you forgot about me when you had a man. While she was slandering, the corner of her mouth curved into a soft smile. Sisters are connected. She can feel the joy in Zhu Zhuqing's heart at this moment. After a while, Zhu Zhuqing gasped and said, okay, we can't do this anymore. The purpose of coming here today is to help you get the soul ring. Don't you want to become stronger and become a real soul master? Lu Feng said, I think so. Then why are you not in a hurry and are always tired of me? Because you smell good and because I actually have a soul ring. Lu Feng smiled mysteriously. Chapter 16. Lu Feng and his friends were shocked. Lu Feng received 3 God-given soul rings from the ultimate reward, but he was not in a hurry to absorb it yesterday. The world tree martial spirit has a strange connection with him, and it seems that he has a vague feeling that it is best to complete the absorption of the God-given soul ring in the forest. Do you have a soul ring? Zhu Zhuqing said doubtfully. Lu Feng said, well, I will explain to you later. Is it safe here? Zhu Zhuqing arrived. The Black Forest is a royal hunting ground, guarded by the Royal Forest Army. The most advanced soul beast deep in the forest is only 500 years old. I can handle it. If there is an accident, send a signal and experts will soon come to support. Okay, then I'll start. Lu Feng nodded and sat down cross-legged. Of course, becoming stronger is the most important thing. In this world, weakness is the original sin. Only by standing at the top can you have the qualifications to overlook the world. What's interesting is that if he wants to reach the top as quickly as possible, he wants to capture the goddess. Capture Zhu Zhuqing and reward 1000 energy point. Energy points can be used to permanently increase attribute the power of soul skills, the life of soul ring, and can also be used to draw prizes. It is really versatile. When Lu Feng take stock of system reward, I can't help but recall the scene and feel of hitting third base just now. He held Zhu Zhuqing's slender and round legs openly and proudly. She has an E. Zuyun is more exaggerated. It should be an E, and she may not be able to hold it with 2 hands. My fingers still feel fragrant now. Although it is separated by a layer of leather pan, I am still very satisfied. This is just the beginning, and the progress is very fast. When picking up girls, you also need to pay attention to the heat, especially for a girl like Zhu Zhuqing who is pure and pure. You can't rush it. Lu Feng's thought flashed in just 2 breaths. He fell into meditation. Gather your spiritual power to communicate with the world tree's martial spirit. The world tree's martial spirit creates a very high affinity with the surrounding plant. He suddenly discovered that he could share perceptions with all the plants around him. The perceived distance increases with the growth of soul power, reaching up to 100 meters away. In an instant, within a radius of 100 meters, he was able to control all the bird, bees, wind, and grass. Pressing my eyes hard, I opened another pair of insightful eyes. Lu Feng was in a great mood, relaxed and happy. He could see Zhu Zhuqing jumping lightly onto the branches and observing her surroundings. The outer edge of the Black Forest was very safe, but she still cautiously held protect the law. The martial soul of the world tree actually has such a miraculous use. Wait, there seems to be someone hiding in a big tree not far away. Lu Feng felt a hint of threat. Immediately look through the branches and leaves and take a closer look. With his current mental strength, he cannot see clear colors and faces with plant eyes, but he can perceive outline. This sneaky guy was leaning over a tree. He had a plump butt, a waist that could be easily grasped, and an exaggerated chest curve. It seemed like he was about to break his leather jacket and jump out to breathe some fresh air. It's a woman. The figure looks very similar to Zhu Zhuqing, but the bigger one is Zhu Zhuqing, right? That iconic extreme big S shape. There are few people in the entire Star Luo Empire who have such a hot figure like hers. Zhu Zhuqing remained motionless, hidden among the large branches and leaves, obviously snooping in secret. Damn it, the intimacy with Zhu Zhuqing just now was seen by her sister. You actually have this kind of hobby. Fortunately, you and Zhuqing didn't have any in-depth and simple communication, otherwise you would have seen it all. Could it be that if you have a hotter figure, more beauty, and stronger soul power, you can do whatever you want to me? Okay, you can, at least for now. Lu Feng knew that Zhu Zhuqing was not hostile, otherwise she would not have come to rescue him immediately after seeing him injured last night and offered her pillow in a panic. But Lu Feng always felt unwilling to be peeped by her like this and had nothing to do with her. When Zhu Zhuqing heard Lu Feng say that she already had a soul ring, she became even more reluctant to leave. At this time there was a bunch of small tree vines behind her which suddenly seemed to come to life. The fresh tentacles slowly approached her. Unknowingly, the small vines wrapped around the tight, round thighs of her leather pants and climbed up her thighs to her plump buttock. Zhu Zhuqing felt something, glanced back and stretched out his hand to gently push aside the vine. She didn't dare to move too much, and Zhu Zhuqing was also very keen. If she made any noise, she would be discovered. Soon, another small vine slowly approached through the tentacles. This time, she was eaten by plant, but she didn't think much about it. In the bizarre forest, there were many plants that could move on their own, and this little snake vine was one of them. Lu Feng, who was sitting cross-legged in meditation, had a smile on his lips. No more fun. Business is more important. It's not just playing, but getting familiar with the unique additional abilities of the World Tree Martial Spirit. Lu Feng put aside his distracting thoughts and hugged Yuan Xiaoyi. Start absorbing soul ring. The soul ring of God in the system space is a golden bead, as if carved from extremely precious golden sky crystal, flawless and crystal clear. In this golden bead there is a layer of faint golden mist that is constantly generating powerful soul power fluctuations. Lu Feng thought, and a golden bead flew above his head. There was a soft hop. The beads are broken. Suddenly, a rich golden mist poured down, covering Lu Feng's body, emitting a golden halo, and gradually submerged into Lu Feng's body. Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuqing were stunned. They have never seen such a situation, but one can clearly feel that the golden beads are extraordinary and contain very powerful strange power. Seeing the very painful expression on Lu Feng's face, their eyes became a little more worried, but in this case they can't help. Lu Feng was indeed in pain. His whole body felt like it was being roasted on fire, and his meridians were like countless ants scurrying around and biting him. He could hear the sound of his body tearing apart in his mind, and his spirit was severely impacted. This is both physical and mental pain. He gritted his teeth and tried his best to keep the spiritual platform clear, to resist the severe pain, and to prevent the severe pain from overwhelming all his senses, because he knows that a God-given soul ring is a soul ring that bestows the most needed soul skills and can withstand the highest level. Once you cannot bear the pain or give up resistance, the quality and level of the soul ring will be fixed. The stronger the endurance, the higher the quality and level of the soul ring obtained. If it weren't for the fact that these three God-given soul rings would expire in a month, he would definitely keep them until later. Using it now, he felt it was a waste. How much pain could the body that had just awakened its martial spirit endure? From the beginning, I could only rely on willpower to support myself. Pain each wave gets bigger than the last. Half an hour passed. Lu Feng felt that he could no longer hold on and was about to fall into coma. There was a loud bang in my mind. The mental strength that was tense to the extreme seemed to be sublimated and felt cool. At the same time, he sensed help. Just like when you get the shared plant perception, you don't need to think about it, you just understand it and be able to use it. He knows that the martial souls of the world tree not only share plant perception, they can also defend together and share damage. A tree can easily be blown down by the wind, but a large forest can withstand the most violent hurricane. All the flowers, plant, and trees within a radius of 100 meters sensed the terrible threat of suffering severe pain and began to use their power to assist the plant ancestor emperor to whom they surrendered. The power of one plant may be very weak, but the power of thousands or tens of thousands of plants is extraordinary. Lu Feng's endurance suddenly increased exponentially. Chapter 17 Bibi Dong's Shock and Distress. 3 days later, Lu Feng finally couldn't bear it anymore and lost consciousness completely. He fell to the ground and passed out. I do not know how long it has been. Lu Feng regained consciousness and felt a warm and sweet juice flowing into his mouth. Then he smelled a unique and familiar fragrance. It's the orchid-like fragrance on Zhu Zhuqing's body and the smell of her kisses. Consciousness poured into Lu Feng's mind like a tide. He understood that it was Zhu Zhuqing who fed the sweet juice into his mouth. After feeding him, he heard Zhu Zhuqing's excited voice talking to himself. He drank. He can drink water. She took another mouthful, leaned down, down and pressed her slightly pouted red lips against Lu Feng's mouth. Bury the nectar into it. She suddenly felt a suction force coming from Lu Feng's mouth, sucking her red lips like a baby greedily sucking the baby's granary. She trembled. Before Zhu Zhuqing could react, Lu Feng stretched out his hands to hug her waist tightly. Her body, which was half kneeling on the ground, was suddenly lying on top of him. Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed, but there was no struggle. There was no instinctive resistance reaction. On the contrary, her beautiful jade face bloomed with unprecedented joy. Her eyes are as charming as silk. To cater to Lu Feng's invasion, the movements are no longer as unfamiliar as they were 3 days ago. A long time. Lips parted. You are so bad. You make trouble to others as soon as you wake up. Zhu Zhuqing lay in Lu Feng's arms, whispering like a baby swallow. In front of Lu Feng, she suddenly turned into a shy little girl, instead of the aloof goddess who was as cold as ice and kept others away from thousands of miles away, because those were just the outer shell she used to protect herself. And Lu Feng peeled off her hard outer shell and got into her gentle and fiery heart. Lu Feng smiled and said, "How long have I been in a coma?" Zhu Zhuqing said, "If you don't wake up in about an hour, I will send a signal and call for help. I saw that your breathing was even and your heartbeat was normal, so I tried to help you recover in my own way. Your own way is really good. Come again." Lu Feng pouted his lips teasingly. "It doesn't feel too good to be fed mouth to mouth by a goddess. No, you won't get this treatment when you wake up." Zhu Zhuqing quickly got up and escaped from Lu Feng's clutches. Her sweet and sultry laughter echoed in the forest. This was the first time she had done this kind of thing, and it felt too charming just thinking about it. It's too shameful to do this for no reason. At first she gave Lu Feng water from a kettle, but Lu Feng couldn't swallow it. She was so anxious that she came up with this method. Zhu Zhuqing asked curiously, "Have you absorbed the soul ring?" "Absorb." Lu Feng releases his martial soul and activates his soul power. In an instant, a purple soul ring rose from under his feet. Thousand-year soul ring! Zhu Zhuqing screamed in surprise. Normally speaking, a soul master's first soul ring can absorb hundreds of years, which is pretty good. Zhu Zhuqing has only seen the first soul ring for more than 300 years, and in this dark forest the highest spirit beast is more than 500 years old. But Lu Feng had absorbed a soul ring that was over 1,000 years old, which was beyond her imagination. Lu Feng himself was also quite surprised. This soul ring is about 3,000 years old. 3,000 years! Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed again, even more shocked. You are simply too evil. I have never heard of anyone being able to absorb a 1,000-year-old soul ring. In history, even the best genius cannot do it, but you can actually absorb a 3,000-year-old soul ring. I am Zhu Zhuqing's man. In order to protect her well in the future, of course I can't be too ordinary." Lu Feng laughed in his mouth, but he was also very excited in his heart. He looked around at the plant, his eyes showing gratitude. If it weren't for the thousands of plants in the forest that helped him bear the burden and continuously provided him with power, he might only have been able to bear the spirit ring for 200 to 300 years at most. Finally, he is a true soul master, taking a solid step on the road to becoming a peak powerhouse. Lu Feng suddenly became proud and beckoned, "Come here quickly, little kitten. I haven't kissed you enough yet." "No." Zhu Zhuqing raised her pretty face, put her hands on her hips, and pretended to be arrogant. Lu Feng curled his lips and said, "Look at my first soul skill, root entanglement." The star tree martial spirit behind Lu Feng swayed, and suddenly many emerald gold vines that were difficult to distinguish from real appeared and entangled toward Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing's reaction was extremely sharp. He noticed the attack and chuckled. With a sound, his long, slightly bent legs straightened instantly, and his body bounced up, landing lightly on a towering tree, avoiding the entanglement of Lu Feng's root. "Your first soul skill looks good, but if you want to entangle me, don't even think about it. Your soul power is still far behind mine." Lu Feng smiled and said, "Really?" A thought came to his mind. The emerald gold rattan curled up, stretched out again, and flew toward Zhu Zhuqing on the tree. Zhu Zhuqing just wanted to dodge, but found that at some point his feet had been entangled in the roots that appeared out of thin air on the branches. Unexpectedly, Lu Feng's roots not only emanate from the star tree but can also control the roots on the big tree. Hard to guard again. Zhu Zhuqing was slightly startled. "I don't dare to make too big a mistake." She immediately released the nether civet spirit. 2 yellow spirit rings rose from the soleace of her feet, and her black nails suddenly turned into sharp cat claws, cutting off the roots of her feet as she brushed the ground. But at this time, there was no time to dodge the vines of the star tree. The thick emerald gold root controlled by Lu Feng swept in like a spiritual snake emerging from its cave. Zhu Zhuqing was instantly entangled and wrapped into a ball. "Ha ha!" Lu Feng succeeded with one move and burst into laughter. The thick roots were like his arms, tightly binding the extremely hot little kitten and pulling it back to him. Miraculously, he can share the touch of roots and vine, feeling the softness, relief, and grace of Zhu Zhuqing's delicate body. Of course, it was not as obvious as holding her in my own hands. However, it was very interesting to see Zhu Zhuqing Zhuqing being tied up. You cheated. This time it doesn't count. The beautiful woman who had suffered a loss said unconvinced. The second soul skill. Netherworld 100 Claw. Swish, swish, swish. Zhu Zhuqing struggled hard to get some space. Her claw blade flashed with cold light and she used her most powerful second soul skill, instantly attacking 100 times with her claw, trying to cut off the roots of the vine. However, the vine roots displayed by the star tree martial spirit are actually very strong. The sharp claws cut into it, making a rough metal friction sound, but it can only cut a shallow mark on the root of the vine and cannot be cut off. You must know that her nether civet cat is also a powerful martial spirit. The power of her netherworld 100 claws can easily tear apart a soldier's armor. Let me go, let me go. Zhu Zhuqing struggled frustratedly, pulling her forward. The smiling Lu Feng let go of the cane and embraced her in his arms. My body feels numb, as if I have been poisoned. Zhu Zhuqing's movements became a little stiff. If you look closely, you will see that there are countless small and sharp barbed needles on the emerald golden root vine. The needle unknowingly pierced Zhu Zhuqing's leather jacket, pricked her delicate skin, and injected toxin. Lu Feng hurriedly supported her. Sorry, it was the first time I used this soul skill and I couldn't hold it back. As she spoke, Zhu Zhuqing's body became more and more sluggish. Her feet staggered and she was unsteady. If Lu Feng hadn't held her up, she would have fallen to the ground. I can't control my hands and feet. Your roots are poisonous and they swallow my soul. Lu Feng knew that this was a subsidiary skill of the first soul skill. Paralyzing toxin, swallowing soul power. While injecting poison, he steals the opponent's soul power for his own use. Lu Feng smiled brightly and said, "It doesn't matter. My root can use poison and detoxify. Just give me another injection and it will be fine. Come on, raise your butt." Chapter 19. Tang San was tricked. Xiao Wu was stunned and the great good man Lu Feng. Lu Feng stretched out a silver-white root from his hand and gently stabbed Zhu Zhuqing's round body to dissolve the paralyzing toxin. Only he can detoxify the paralyzing toxin released by the emerald green root. In addition, the silver-white roots can detoxify all kinds of poison. Therefore, Lu Feng is now immune to all poisons. Why does it have to be pierced? Zhu Zhuqing said in confusion, feeling very ashamed. This works better. Lu Feng made an excuse. His heart was filled with excitement. His first soul skill is already quite domineering. Not only can it entangle and restrain the opponent, but it can also release toxins, swallow soul power, and detoxify. The first soul skill was so awesome, he was even more looking forward to the second soul skill. However, it's time to briefly explain the God-given soul ring to the little cat, lest the absorption time would take too long and she would be too worried. After the two chatted for a while, Lu Feng said, "I am about to absorb the second soul ring. Can you help me protect the law again?" Zhu Zhuqing nodded. "Well, whoever wants to disturb you should step over my body first." What a cute girl. There is no cure for this poison, nor does it need to be cured. Lu Feng smiled and couldn't help but hugged her and kissed her again. Of course, his hands and feet were not honest, which made Zhu Zhuqing's face turn red and her ears tremble. "Okay, my lips are almost swollen from your kiss. Please absorb it quickly." Zhu Zhuqing sued Rao. Lu Feng smiled happily, sat down cross-legged and entered a meditative state. At this time, Zhu Zuyun, who had gone back for a while, came over again. From a distance, she spotted the two of them getting tired of being together. "As soon as I arrived, my face was sprinkled with dog food. It's been 3 days. This kid spent 3 days absorbing the soul ring. It's enough for you to start again as soon as he wakes up." Then Zhu Zuyun saw Lu Feng starting to sit cross-legged and meditate. Just like the first time, the golden ball flew out of Lu Feng's body and exploded above his head. The strange golden light turned into light mist and flooded Lu Feng's body. Why start again? Zhu Zuyun couldn't bear it anymore. She showed up and walked towards Zhu Zhuqing, who Zhu Zhuqing immediately noticed the movement, turned his head warily, and looked in the direction where the footsteps came from. "It's me. 3 days have passed and my father asked me to come out and take a look. We're fine." Zhu Zhuqing said something and relaxed lightly, but his eyes are still alert. Obviously he doesn't trust this elder sister. What is he doing? Zhu Zuyun asked knowingly. "Absorb soul ring." Zhu Zhuqing responded indifferently, her defensive look unabated. "When absorbing the soul ring, it is extremely critical and nothing can go wrong. If I guessed correctly, it is absorbing the God-given soul ring." Zhu Zuyun went back and looked through some classic and found out that Lu Feng's situation was related to absorbing the God-given soul ring. "I know, he told me that maybe when he awakened his God-level martial soul, he came with a God-given soul ring. It's really enviable to death. This guy is so blessed. It's been 3 days. Hasn't he finished absorbing it?" Having absorbed the first soul ring, now it is time to absorb the second soul ring. At present, Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zuyun have lifted the enemy retreat status, and the Zhu family and the Dai family have also announced that they will do their best to train Lu Feng, so she did not hide it. "Oh," Zhu Zuyun nodded. "How about we take turns helping him protect the law? You have been watching for 3 days, so you should go and rest." No need." Zhu Zhuqing shook his head firmly. At the level of a great soul, soul master like Zhu Zhuqing. Not eating or sleeping for several days will have no effect on the body. What's more, she doesn't have complete trust in Zhu Zhuqing. It feels like your soul power has increased a lot, Zhu Zhuqing said in surprise. Yes, I am at level 30, and Lu Feng gave me 2 pieces of the soul bones of the Wind and Thunder Leopard King. After absorbing the soul bone, my soul power increased by 4 levels in a row. Therefore, you are not necessarily my opponent now. Zhu Zhuqing didn't hide anything. With 2 more soul bones in the body, the soul power will increase sharply. Sooner or later, the family will know. She also wanted to show her strength and make Zhu Zhuqing not have any evil intention. There are still 2 soul bones of the Wind and Thunder Leopard King. Zhu Zhuqing pretended to be surprised. In order to avoid Zhu Zhuqing becoming suspicious, she had to act like this. Great sister is happy for you. Although she is very jealous, she swears that she will never hurt you again. It was my sister who was wrong before. I am sorry. Zhu Zhuqing smiled and sighed quietly. Zhu Zhuqing stared at Zhu Zhuqing's face in surprise. From the time she can remember, her sister Zhu Zhuqing always thinks she is right and never admits she is wrong. Suddenly, she saw the sincerity in her sister's eyes. I saw the sister I once loved each other and seemed to be back again. I have been my most familiar enemy for so many years, but after all, the connected bloodline can never be cut off. But some dare not expect to return to the state of deep sisterly love. Do you really mean what you said? Zhu Zhuqing had suffered too much damage and couldn't believe that her sister would change so much. Yes, I am really sorry for you. You have suffered. I don't ask for your forgiveness because what I did before hurt you too deeply. As Zhu Zhuqing spoke, tears glistened in the corners of his eyes. Sister. Only then did Zhu Zhuqing take the initiative to grab Zhu Zhuqing's hand. His voice choked with sob. The tears that had accumulated in the eyes of the 2 sisters fell down. At this moment they truly settled their differences. The atmosphere instantly relaxes. The 2 sisters talk for a while. Zhu Zhuqing said, go and wash yourself in the creek next to you. Otherwise your body will be dirty. Then you 2 can make out. Hehe. Zhu Zhuqing blushed with embarrassment. She knew that with Lu Feng's virtue he would kiss and hug him as soon as he woke up. It may take another 3 days for Lu Feng to absorb it again. Although the soul master can keep her body clean without taking a shower, she is a girl after all and likes the refreshing feeling of being clean. Moreover, the stream is right next to her, so she doesn't have to leave Lu Feng's house far. I'll help you look out. Before he finished speaking, Zhu Zhuqing had already leaped onto the branch. Zhu Zhuqing went to the stream to clean himself. Next, the main thing is that Zhu Zhuqing is protecting the law. Zhu Zhuqing came over occasionally and brought some food and supplies. The time it took Lu Feng to absorb the soul ring this time was longer than expected. The process of absorbing a soul ring is also a process of continuous transformation and strengthening of the body, and absorbing a God-given soul ring increases the soul power beyond what ordinary soul rings can match. When the soul power increases, the physical strength, agility, toughness, etc. also increase. After Lu Feng absorbed the first soul ring, he was equivalent to being completely reborn. In addition, as his soul power increases, the range of his shared perception with plants is also expanding, and he can obtain more plants to provide power. On the 10th day, Lu Feng finally finished absorbing the second soul ring. 5,000 years. Obtain the second soul skill, Light of Life. That's right, it's a light. It also has both positive and negative effect. It can not only assist treatment but also attack. When assisting yourself and your teammate, it is a white light. When attacking an enemy, it becomes a green light. Moreover, it can also condense into entities like Oscar's recovery sausage. After seeing the condensed entity, Lu Feng and his friends were shocked. Chapter 20. Spark lie between Xiao Wu and Lu Feng, and Tang San becomes furious. Please collect. Papal Palace. What did you say? Bibi Dong, who was sitting on the papal throne, suddenly stood up. Bibi Dong's golden dress is extremely slim and outlines her extremely graceful figure. Her dazzling dress was dotted with more than 100 red, blue, and gold gemstones shining with dazzling light. She wears a 9-curved purple gold crown on her head and holds a scepter inlaid with countless gems. Her whole person is dazzling, which sets off her fair and breakable skin. Her perfect appearance also invisibly enhances her radiance from the inside out. His noble and sacred temperament makes people unable to help but feel angry. The mood of worship. All beautiful words such as noble, glamorous, elegant, alluring, etc. cannot describe her astonishing beauty. When the Pope's crown prince Zhu Guan saw Bibi Dong getting angry, he didn't know what to say, so he could only bow and salute. He reported on Lu Feng's awakening of a god-level martial spirit in Xingluo City. He did not expect that Bibi Dong would have such a big reaction. Bibi Dong took a deep breath, suppressed the turbulent dissatisfaction in her heart, raised her jade face proudly, and lightly opened her red lips. You are good at everything, but you are not decisive enough or courageous enough. You should know that our spirit hall is most in need of excellent control and auxiliary spirit masters, and yet this Lu Feng has actually awakened a god-level spirit that combines these two element. You should also know that I want to carefully cultivate the golden generation of Wuhan Palace. If Hu Lina and his team can have Lu Feng join them, they will be the most perfect and invincible combination. But you didn't fight hard enough and let this unique talent go. Bibi Dong's few words were sonorous and powerful. Yu Guan's face turned red when he was told that. She felt ashamed. Her waist bent even more, and she was speechless. Bibi Dong thought for a while, and then said, "You just said that he fell in love with a stunning girl from the Xingluo Zhu family, and then he didn't want any conditions?" Yu Guan said, "Exactly. The young man is full of energy, and Lu Feng is also in a state of beauty, so his subordinate judged that his shortcoming is lust." Hearing this, Bibi Dong muttered, "Lustful? If this is the case, there may still be a chance. The stunning women in my Wuhan Palace are no worse than those in the Star Luo Empire, and their talent, status, and charm are definitely above that of the Zhu family girl." Her eyes were fixed, and a look of majesty appeared in her unparalleled beauty, and she said, "Send me in order to send Hu Lina as a special envoy, and then contact Lu Feng." "Forget it, I will write a secret letter to Hu Lina myself. Hu Lina is currently out training, so the distance is a bit far." Bibi Dong made up her mind and asked Hu Lina to convey that she was willing to accept Lu Feng as her direct disciple, as long as the conditions were met, including making Hu Lina his woman. According to Zhu Douluo's report, Lu Feng has not yet been officially engaged to Zhu Zhuqing, so there is one more chance. It doesn't matter if they are engaged. She believes that as long as the temptation is big enough, there is no man who won't cheat on her, and besides, he is a lecherous one. Hu Lina, who is full of charm, is the best candidate. She wanted Hu Lina to do whatever it took to get Lu Feng in front of her, but it's best not to completely break up with the Star Luo Empire, because it's not the time yet. Bibi Dong thought for a while, raised her beautiful eyes and said, "Yueguan, tell Qian Rongxiu about this and ask her if she wants to give it a try." She knew that she could not command her daughter Qian Rongxiu, but she knew that Qian Rongxiu, who had transformed into Shui Qinghe, was also trying her best to recruit talent. If you can be recruited by your daughter to help, that is an acceptable outcome. If they meet their eyes, Bibi Dong's thoughts were flying. In the world of soul masters, the age gap is not important, especially for genius soul masters. After reaching a certain level, soon the body will no longer age and stay young forever. For example, Bibi Dong's own skin still has no wrinkles, is delicate and white, smooth and flawless, just like a girl, and there is no trace of time left on her body. Her figure also remains youthful, with towering breasts, slender waist, and round and slender leg. Her age has added a bit of the alluring charm unique to a mature woman, coupled with her extremely noble temperament as a queen. She shows her unparalleled elegance. Zhu Douluo was ordered to leave. A white-haired cardinal walked into the Wuhan Hall. "Send a thick account book. Among them, there are bills from the Pan-Continental Merchant Alliance. Mainly in the past 2 months, the money for repairing the Papal Palace and the labor and materials for the branch temples in various places was spent. 18 million gold soul coins." "So much?" Bibi Dong frowned slightly when she saw the total amount of the bill. The cardinal said, "My subordinates have checked the calculations many times, and there is no problem with the numbers. We have already given a 30% discount, mainly for the top of our main hall. We choose to use rare materials such as deep-sea sunken silver and cold-hard fine iron, so the price is high." Bibi Dong remembered that these two materials were chosen by her in order to make the Wuhan Palace building more golden and splendid and more noble and sacred. "Got it, give it to them." Bibi Dong waved her hand and signed Ziyulai's name. The cardinal looked embarrassed. However, there are only less than 10 million gold soul coins left in the warehouse at the moment, and this month's Soul Master subsidy has to be paid out again. Bibi Dong was startled and said, "Then tell them that you owe them first." The cardinal said, "We owe them a total of 45.86 million gold soul coin." "I know, you don't need to remind me, just go down." The cardinal leaves the Papal Palace. Bibi Dong sat down on her seat, raised her beautiful hand, rubbed her smooth forehead and sighed softly. She manages all matters of the Wuhan Palace, big and small. The biggest headache is finance. The Wuhan Palace controls 70% of the soul masters in the mainland, and it costs a lot of money and resources to support them. In addition, as long as the soul masters registered in Wuhan Hall can receive a monthly subsidy, the higher the soul master level, the more they will receive, in order to help civilian soul masters grow. And this subsidy is a huge amount of money, about 3 million gold soul coins this month. According to the agreement, this subsidy should have been paid in full by the two empires. However, the two empires rarely provide the full amount. After Qian Sunji died, the two empires deceived her into becoming a female prostitute, and their funds were cut in half. In recent years, they have used various excuses to no longer provide subsidies for civilian soul masters, and have used more money and resources to build the army and train noble children. Therefore, the huge subsidies for civilian soul masters, as well as the subsidies for Wuhan Palace's exclusive soul masters, etc., Bibi Dong had to find ways to raise on his own, and she spends most of her time practicing and managing the affairs of Wuhan Hall. Thanks to the leader of the Pan-Continental Business Alliance, resources are always given to her at discount prices far below the market price. When she is short of funds, she is willing to provide loans with very low interest rate, and she can also borrow money at will. Never collect debt. Thinking of the leader of the Merchant Alliance, Bibi Dong's eyes flashed with water, and she said to herself, "Mysterious leader, you are such a good and generous person. Why are you still unwilling to meet me?" Chapter 21. The whole audience was stunned. Crushing Tang San, Lu Feng had no idea that Bibi Dong had given him a good guy card before they even met him. At this moment, Lu Feng was sitting on a speeding carriage. Go to Notting City. 3 hours ago, he is sparring with Zhu Zhuqing. The system prompt appears suddenly. It has been detected that Xiao Wu's heart is about to be completely captured by Tang San. The host had better take action, otherwise it will become extremely difficult to capture Xiao Wu. Does the host choose to act? Of course he gave an affirmative answer. The system said again, ding, trigger the hidden mission. Prevent Tang San from capturing Xiao Wu and reward 1000 energy point. Therefore, he hurriedly said goodbye to Zhu Zhuqing and secretly rushed to Notting City Junior Soul Master Academy to find Xiao Wu. Lu Feng then thought of Zhu Zhuqing. The relationship with the kitten is going smoothly, getting better and better, and is just around the corner. The system came to hide the task and let them separate temporarily. Recalling the expressions of the two sisters when I used my second soul skill to condense physical object, I still find it funny. Oscar is the recovery sausage. He used his second soul skill, the light of life, to condense the fruit of life, which looks like a big banana. But he said, please eat banana. Zhu Zuyun's face turned red at that time. Zhu Zhuqing didn't think much about it. He obediently picked up a banana, peeled it open and ate it. After all, Zhu Zuyun is a few years older and knows more about life. After absorbing 2 God-given soul rings, his soul power directly caught up with Zhu Zhuqing, reaching level 30. It can also absorb the 3rd God-given soul ring. Absorbing the 3rd soul ring take longer, a full 15 days. The pain of 15 days was not in vain. Absorb the black soul ring. Yes, the 3rd one is the 10,000-year soul ring. At that time, Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zuyun were so shocked that they were speechless for a long time. Nearly a month of pain was worth it, and as his soul power strengthens, the range of plant perception also increases exponentially. Now, it has increased to a radius of 500 meters, an increase of 5 times from the original. Thousands of plants within the range of perception share the burden for him and continuously deliver strength and assistance. This is the basis for him to absorb the 10,000-year soul ring. In the endless painful process of absorbing the God-given soul ring, his body was constantly being transformed and strengthened, making his endurance stronger and stronger. His body is getting stronger and stronger, and his soul skills can restrain the agility attack system. During the sparring, Zhu Zhuqing is gradually no longer his opponent, but her plump body still brought her great pleasure, especially her hands, which were greatly satisfied. Without this hidden mission that urgently needs to be completed, it would be just around the corner to completely obtain Zhu Zhuqing's body. Damn Wenru Xiang. As soon as she left, she began to miss what her hard-working hands had done on her body. We'll be back soon. Wait for me, little greedy cat. I'll treat you to a banana then. Lu Feng tried hard to suppress his racing thoughts and focus on the present. He was the only one in the carriage. When I was bored, I suddenly remembered that now at level 33, I could absorb a dragon soul bone. He carefully took out the dragon god's right leg bone. This soul bone has a dark golden metallic luster, and its appearance is a bit strange. It is difficult to describe its structure. It is radiant and shining, and you can feel the terrifying power contained in it. It is 200,000 years old. I don't know why there is a difference in the age of the dragon god suit. There is no legend about the dragon god soul bone set circulating in Douluo continent. It may be that when the dragon god died, the soul bones were lost somewhere. No one could find them, and no one could inherit them. Over the long years, their respective powers have faded, and the system determines them based on age. Lu Feng began to absorb it. The sun was shining brightly today, and the driver of the Merchant Alliance who was driving outside did not notice that the dazzling rays of light surged inside the car. This time, Lu Feng left quietly and left a letter to Niu Gao and Bai He to explain some things. The more troops and people are mobilized, the easier it is to be discovered, and it is a waste of time. If that little girl Bai Chenxiang knew that she was going to travel far away, she would definitely pester her for a long time. The Merchant Alliance's exclusive vehicles and roads have always been safe. Time passed by minute. The sun sets in the west. The soul bone has been absorbed, but Lu Feng feels it. There was also an unparalleled majestic force that surged through his body and gradually merged into his blood. The blood all over his body seemed to be boiling, burning, and painful. He could only grit his teeth and persist. The sweat soaked his clothes and evaporated into steam. Fortunately, he could endure it after absorbing the God-given soul ring 3 times. I do not know how long it has been. There seemed to be an old voice that seemed to come from Mang ringing in my ears like a bell. The fusion of Dragon God bloodline is completed. Lu Feng opened his eyes, showing an extremely happy expression. Dragon God bloodline. Absorb soul bone. Soul bone. He actually got the Dragon God bloodline, which was something he didn't expect at all. He was not sure what the Dragon God bloodline meant specifically, but knowing it must be extremely amazing. And the soul bone of Dragon God's right leg brings additional skills. Dragon Shadow Step. It is a kind of escape magic. The divine dragon soared in the cloud and mist in the sky, its head but not its tail. Elusive. Lu Feng knew that in ancient legends the dragon god risked his life for the dragon clan and hundreds of millions of soul bees. Only God can compete with God. The dragon god's attack on the god realm is equivalent to using his own power to fight against the killing god. He only sought an opportunity for the soul beast to become a god without having to suffer a catastrophe. He failed but proved his strength. What Lu Feng didn't know was the moment he got the dragon god bloodline, thousands of dragons suddenly sensed a breath. It seems like the dragon god has returned. Deep in the lake of life in the star forest, Gu Yuina slowly woke up. Zig, Ditien, and other dragon creatures all invariably looked towards the east, which was the direction where Lu Feng was. The two eyes of ice and fire suddenly surged violently, rolling huge waves, showing two black and white dragon-shaped water vapors. The aura of the dragon god disappears in an instant. The two eyes of ice and fire also gradually return to calm. Chapter 22. Xiao Wu, please collect. A few days later, in terms of mobility, Xiao Zhang's martial spirit is better. When arriving at Notting City, Lu Feng sighed. If you can have a bird-like martial spirit, you can save a lot of time on the road, and you can also satisfy your desire to fly into the sky. Next, it's time to find a way to complete the task. It is not easy to expose Tang San's true purpose that he has been planning for many years. Before Tang San traveled through time, he was in his 30s, and now he is 12 years old, which makes him a 50-year-old man in total, but he always pretended to be honest and innocent in front of Xiao Wu. In his previous life, Tang San sneaked into the forbidden area of the Tang dynasty and stole his secret knowledge, which shows that he is also a person who will do anything to achieve his goals. He had long known that Xiao Wu was a soul beast transformed into a human being, but he remained calm. He knew that if Xiao Wu went to the spirit hall to participate in the elite spirit master competition, it would be very easy for her identity as a spirit beast to be revealed in front of many powerful titled Douluo masters, but he still took her there. Such a person is thoughtful and good at calculation, and his knowledge is deeper than that of Zhu Yan. If you argue with him head-on, you may get beaten up by him. Lu Feng didn't want to waste his word. He also wants to use the resource business alliance he has earned over the years. Although Notting is a small city, there are also branches of the business alliance. Lu Feng only needs to show the Merchant Alliance Elder Token, and the Notting City Merchant Alliance branch can be used by him. Therefore, Lu Feng first went to the Merchant Alliance branch, made some arrangements and made some small plan. It's approaching noon. Xiao Wu and Tang San came out of the Soul Master Junior College. Go shopping and buy some fresh carrot. Carrots are Xiao Wu's favorite food, but the strange thing is that they visited several stores and the stores said they had no carrot for sale. I never imagined that such an ordinary ingredient would sometimes be sold out. Looking at the time, it was almost noon. Tang San took Xiao Wu to a restaurant for dinner. As soon as he entered the door, a man who looked like a store clerk greeted Tang San with a smile and greeted him warmly. Mr. Soul Master, you are here. Please come in. Will you still order the braised rabbit head and rice braised rabbit as usual? What kind of braised? Tang San was confused. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly felt a cold murderous aura coming from his side. It's Xiao Wu. He knew that Xiao Wu loved rabbits and was extremely opposed to eating rabbit meat. Tang San quickly waved his hand. You got the wrong person. I never eat rabbit meat. Give us a plate of red carrots first. The shop clerk scratched his head and said with an aggrieved look on his face, I can't admit my mistake. My eyesight and memory are very good. The Soul Master's name is Tang San, right? Hearing the store clerk say his name, Tang San was speechless and confused for a moment. The shop assistant said again, you want carrot, but we don't have any in stock here. I'm really sorry. In fact, even if you want to eat rabbit meat, we don't have any here now. The rabbits and carrots in Notting City were all bought by a kind man. Empty. What does it mean when a good person buys it all? Can you explain it more clearly? Xiao Wu interjected. This great philanthropist named Lu Feng especially likes little rabbits and opposes killing rabbit for food. Today he bought all the rabbits in the city and released them in the forest. He also bought carrots to feed the rabbits on the road. Where is Lu Feng? Xiao Wu's beautiful eyes like red gems lit up. Tang San actually went behind her back and came here to secretly eat rabbit meat, which made her extremely angry. It's simply one thing in front of others and another behind their back. I also heard that there was a kind person who loved rabbits as much as she did and was even willing to spend a lot of money to buy a large number of rabbits and release them. Xiao Xiao Wu was very curious. I couldn't help but want to see him. At this point her brother Tang San was instantly outclassed. The store clerk pointed the way. Turn right when you go out, then turn left. Cross a street and you will see mountains of carrot. Ask again when you get there. Okay, thanks. Xiao Wu left a few words, opened her long leg and left angrily, not even looking at Tang San. Once the seeds of doubt are planted, it is difficult to eliminate them. 300 people in the Tang dynasty could not tell. He pointed at the store clerk and said angrily, what you said just now fooled me to death. When we come back later, you must explain it clearly to me. After saying that, Tang San quickly chased after him. After Tang San disappeared, the shop clerk's smile became a little playful. Haha, you won't see me later. This side. Xiao Wu follow shop. Following the boy's instructions, I saw mountains of carrots as expected. There are also thousands of live rabbits in cages stacked on top of each other. People are loading their cars and planning to transport them to the forest to release them. Excuse me, is the good man Lu Feng here? Xiao Wu asked timidly. Lu Feng, who had been waiting for a long time, stood out from the crowd and showed a smile. I am Lu Feng. I don't dare to be a good person. My lovely little girl, do you have anything to do with me? Xiao Wu is more youthful and cuter than expected, with ruby-like eyes that blink. Her fair and rosy little face is full of innocence. Her nose is straight and her red lips are slightly raised, which makes her look quite individual. Her body has not grown yet, but it is also exquisite and pretty. Her breasts are rising and falling, and her little lotus is just showing its sharp corners, and no dragonfly is standing on it. Although she is not as developed as Zhu Zhuqing and will not be so angry that her hormones will explode, her pair of round and slender legs are extremely beautiful. The slender legs were tightly wrapped by long pale pink stockings. The white and tender section exposed between the stockings and the short skirt was shocking. Lu Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath because he had to suppress the inexplicable urge to take advantage of it. He knows that in a few years, when Xiao Wu grows up, she will become extremely gorgeous and even more beautiful and attractive. Currently, Xiao Wu's main attraction is her cuteness and innocence without any pretense. She is a 100,000-year-old soft-bone rabbit. Since she has been living in the center of the Star Forest and has been well protected, she has always maintained a pure state. This is the first time she has come to the intrigues of human society. When Xiao Wu saw Lu Feng's face, she was also stunned. Unexpectedly, Lu Feng was so young, about the same age as her, with an extraordinary handsome appearance. In terms of appearance, he surpassed Tang San by several blocks, and in terms of temperament, he had a grace and charm that she could not describe. Moreover, Xiao Wu felt that Lu Feng exuded a powerful power. It made her feel like she wanted to be close to him and surrender to him. It seems like bloodline suppression. Within a few breaths, Xiao Wu felt that Lu Feng seemed to have an extremely noble soul beast bloodline hidden in him. She said a little awkwardly, You treat little rabbit well. It proves that you are very caring. Xiao Wu originally wanted to say thank you to Lu Feng, but then she thought, in what capacity? She can't identify herself now, and except for Lu Feng, who may have soul beast blood, the people around her are all human, so they can't be exposed. She could only change her mind. I also like rabbits and eat carrot. Great, it's rare to meet people with the same ideas. You like to eat carrot. I have a lot left here, so I'll give them to you. Lu Feng pointed at the pile of carrot. Give them all to me? But I didn't bring that much money. No need to pay. It will be given to you for free. Who told us that we all like rabbit? It's like making friends. Lu Feng smiled calmly and stretched out his hand. Nice to meet you. Can I know your name? My name is Xiao Wu. Dancing dance. Xiao Wu subconsciously reached out and shook hands with Lu Feng. When her skin touched her, it was like she was electrocuted. When the body comes into contact, the suppressive power of the blood suddenly increases. It made her feel like she wanted to kneel down and worship. She was stunned immediately and was sure that Lu Feng must have the blood of a noble soul beast. That is the breath of the Dragon Emperor. She stared at Lu Feng with big watery eyes and a shocked look on her face. Let go of Xiao Wu. Tang San appeared and shouted sternly. Chapter 23. Being caught is also a kind of happiness. Exposing Tang Hao. Tang San regarded Xiao Wu as a forbidden concubine, and he most hated to see Xiao Wu have close contact with other boys. He saw from a distance that Xiao Wu didn't let go of a handsome young man for a long time. After shaking hands, they held each other's hands as if no one else was around and stared at each other for a long time, as if sparks had sparked. How could Tang San still tolerate this? Lu Feng looked at Tang San and said calmly, Who do you think you are? What qualifications do you have to yell at us? In fact, it was Xiao Wu who grabbed Lu Feng's hand and forgot to put it down in surprise. He's my brother. Xiao Wu calmed down, shyly pulled her hand away, turned around and said, Tang San, you can't be so rude. Lu Feng is a kind person, so he's not like you. The implication of her words was that she was blaming Tang San for eating rabbit meat, braised the rabbit head in braise, and eating the rabbit in rice. It was so cruel. Hearing that Xiao Wu actually helped an outsider to speak. Tang San was furious. He transferred all his anger to Lu Feng. It was also because Lu Feng ran out of carrots that he had no place to buy carrot, which led to the current situation. Tang San was very scheming and felt something was wrong. When I think about it carefully, it seems like someone is controlling and pushing behind the scene. Tang San stared at Lu Feng suspiciously. Lu Feng ignored Tang San and took Xiao Wu's soft jade hand. Come on, Sister Xiao Wu, put all these carrots away. You can take them as much as you can. If you don't take them away, I will leave them here. Xiao Wu obediently let Lu Feng hold her little hand, ignoring Tang San, whose expression was so gloomy that he was almost dripping with water. Firstly, she was angry with Tang San, and secondly, under the suppression of Lu Feng's powerful bloodline, she couldn't think of rejecting him. When Lu Feng was stuffing carrots into the storage soul guide on Xiao Wu's waist, he seemed to touch Xiao Wu's slender waist intentionally or unintentionally. Xiao Wu didn't take it seriously at all. Instead, she smiled and said thank you and gave Lu Feng a sweet smile. Looking at this scene, Tang San felt a little green on his head. He was furious and said angrily, You bastard. Lu Feng's smile faded. Are you scolding me? In that case, I, Lu Feng, the 33rd level soul master, please give me some advice. The absorption of the dragon god's left leg bone gave him the dragon god bloodline. Maybe all the power was used in bloodline fusion and all the soul power was not improved much. When Lu Feng said these words, Xiao Wu, Tang San, and the people around him were still shocked. 33 level soul master? No way. My god, how old he is. This is unbelievable. The only young genius I have ever seen in my life. When the people from the Pan-Continent Merchant Alliance looked at Lu Feng, their eyes suddenly became hot and proud. Lu Feng held the order of the elders of the Merchant Alliance. They also guessed that there must be something extraordinary about Lu Feng, but they did not expect that he was so extraordinary. Xiao Wu and Tang San's breathing stagnated. They are now at the 29th level and have been hailed as geniuses that are rare to emerge in a century by the Nodding City Soul Master Junior College. Lu Feng was similar in age to them, but he had already broken through to the Soul Master realm. If they knew that it only took Lu Feng a month to reach level 33, they would be so shocked that their jaws would drop. Lu Feng proposed a fight to Tang San, and no one was surprised. In the world of Soul Masters, the strong are respected. It is normal to start a fight if there is a disagreement. Tang San made rude remark first, and Lu Feng had already given in to him, but after being scolded, what would be his dignity if he didn't take action again? So what? Soul Master, don't think I'm afraid of you again. Let's have a fight. I'm Tang San, a 29th level Great Soul Master. Please give me some advice. Tang San also showed his starting move. In the palm of his hand, his martial spirit blue silver grass was released. Although he is 4 levels behind, he still has hidden weapon, ghost shadows, purple devil eyes and other mean, which are enough to make up for the gap in soul power, especially concealed weapon, launching a fatal attack in the dark, catching people unawares, attacking them unprepared, and even killing people in one go. This is not the first time that he has used hidden weapons to fight in leaps and bounds. In the junior college, he relied on hidden weapons to defeat soul master level opponents many times. Everybody was talking about it. Level 29 is also very powerful. What day is it today? 2 genius boys suddenly appeared. 29 is relatively low. Lu Feng, who is level 33, is undoubtedly a genius among geniuses. Wait a minute. Lu Feng stood with his hands behind his hands and said, if we fight here, I'm worried that it will hurt innocent people, harm civilian, and hurt rabbit. Why don't we go to the junior college over there? Brother Lu Feng is so caring. At this time, he is still thinking about others and rabbit. Xiao Wu's eyes were full of stars and her eye circles were red. The people around him also praised him. There is nothing to say about this character. Thank you, Mr. Lu. That Tang San on the other side can't do it. Tang San's face stiffened. Why didn't I think of that? I'm not usually like this. They are all angry at Lu Feng. Calm down. Calm down. You must calm down. Tang San warned himself secretly. However, he still couldn't calm down because he saw Xiao Wu getting close to Lu Feng with admiration in her eyes. Okay, let's go to the academy and have a fight. The junior college was his home field, and Tang San was even more confident. The news that Tang San and others were able to fight reached the ears of Tang San's teacher Yu Xiaogang. When he heard that the person he wanted to fight was about the same age as the mistress but had reached level 33, Yu Xiaogang was shocked and immediately dropped everything and ran to see him. The teachers, dean, and many students of Nodding City Junior Soul Master Academy also flocked to the competition venue after hearing the news. Tang San is the leader in the academy and has a great reputation. No student can defeat him at the moment because he can use hidden weapons that are difficult to detect. Many people don't like to fight against him. On the surface, the students did not dare to criticize him, but secretly they had already criticized him. At this time, rumors spread outside the school. I heard that Tang San cursed people for no reason and made others angry. That man's name is Lu Lu Feng and he is fighting for his reputation. I also heard that this Lu Feng is polite and caring. He doesn't want to fight on the street and endanger innocent people, so he actively chooses to come to the academy to fight. Someone else said vividly, I got the exact news that Sister Xiao Wu and Lu Feng fell in love at first sight. Tang San was jealous, so he cursed. Therefore, they also fought for Sister Xiao Wu. The rumor quickly spread on campus. Therefore, although Lu Feng is playing away from home, there are many people supporting him. In addition, Lu Feng's appearance is very handsome. After absorbing the dragon god bloodline, his appearance and temperament seem to have been sublimated. He is a handsome young man dressed in white as snow, and his movements are calm and composed with unparalleled elegance. When many girls saw him, their favorable impressions soared and they instantly became fans. Brother, please be merciful to Lu Feng, Xiao Wu whispered to Tang San. She knew very well how powerful Tang San's hidden weapons were and had defeated many soul masters. Now Tang San was furious and might be cruel to Lu Feng. In this world, only Tang San has hidden weapons, so there is no rule that concealed weapons cannot be used in battle. Tang San took advantage of this loophole. In Tang San's previous life, in competition arenas such as martial arts tournament, there were often regulations that prohibited the use of hidden weapons and had to fight openly. Because hidden weapons are too vicious and unpredictable, if everyone uses them, it will cause chaos. Fists and feet have no eyes, let alone hidden weapons. In Tang San's previous life, hidden weapons were not exclusive to the Tang sect. There were also the Flying Knife sect, the Divine Escort Hall, etc., all of which were second and third-rate sect that couldn't get on the stage. Since their own strength was not strong enough, they could only make up for it by specializing in hidden weapons. Stainless steel bone soul chasing nail, morning door nail, blue feather arrow, silver needle, fire phosphorus bomb, iron chicken claw, iron tribulus, green lotus seed, meteor hammer, hexagon frustration, flying fork, locust stone, all kinds of things. Among them, the iron chicken claw is the flying divine claw among Tang sect hidden weapons. Once the name is changed, the personality is greatly enhanced. At this time, when Tang San heard that Xiao Wu was still worried about Lu Feng, he became even more angry and filled with jealousy. He didn't agree to Xiao Wu. Without the use of hidden weapon, he was not confident that he would be able to defeat Lu Feng. Xiao Wu, you are such a good girl. Lu Feng heard Xiao Wu's word, praised him, and half-jokingly said to Tang San, don't worry, I will be merciful to you, uncle. Hearing the word brother, Tang San almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 24 Tang Hao is frightened and Lu Feng shocks the world. Please collect and vote. Hearing Lu Feng call him uncle, Tang San almost spit out a mouthful of old blood. Tang San recognized Xiao Wu as a sworn brother and sister, but they were raised by lowly. Do you understand? When Xiao Wu heard this, her face turned red with embarrassment. Tang San doted on her. She had a strong dependence on Tang San and had deep feelings, but she couldn't confirm whether it was a brother-sister relationship or something else. Tang San devoted himself to training and making hidden weapons, and he didn't talk much. He never gave her any romantic surprises like being a boyfriend or girlfriend, nor did he express his true love to her. The two have always been brother and sister. They also claim to the outside world that they are brother and sister. And Lu Feng said uncle. Although it was a bit joking, he expressed his affection for Xiao Wu straightforwardly. On the surface, Tang San pretended to be dull and honest, but after getting to know him, everyone knew that he had a sinister character. If ordinary girls choose a boyfriend, they will naturally prefer Lu Feng, who is frank, carefree, always smiling on his handsome face, and as gentle as jade. Xiao Wu, who turned into a human girl, was no exception. The feeling that Lu Feng gave Xiao Wu was something that Tang San had never experienced before. Seeing Xiao Wu blushing shyly, lowering her head and holding her breast, she did not blame Lu Feng for being frivolous. Jealousy flashed across Tang San's eyes. He couldn't bear it anymore and immediately took action. Ghostly and mysterious. When confronting Lu Feng's soul power, Tang San felt that Lu Feng's majestic soul power was firmly suppressing him. In terms of soul power, he is not as good as his opponent. Therefore, it is best to avoid direct confrontation and strike first. Ghosting is the most effective way to make a surprise attack. Utilize the ghost's ingenious movement and speed to launch a sneak attack and attack the opponent's vital points before they release their martial arts and soul skills. Even if you can't defeat the opponent with one move, you can still catch the opponent off guard, expose weaknesses, and gain an advantage for subsequent attack. Tang San was good at calculation. Even if he was furious when it came to a battle, he would quickly figure out the best way to defeat his opponent. When Lu Feng saw Tang San's figure, he transformed into after images and rushed over at top speed. Dragon Shadow Step. Lu Feng decisively used the skill attached to Dragon God's right leg bone. After acquiring this skill, he has become proficient in it after these days of practice. He also knew that Tang San had a unique movement technique for ghost shadowing, so he had already taken precautions against it. In a blink of an eye, fly. Tang San's figure flashed behind Lu Feng. The soul power suddenly condensed in his hands and the cold light flickered. A punch hit Lu Feng's back vitally. The strong wind howled, causing clothes to fly. Tang San suddenly felt that something was wrong. Lu Feng in front of him remained motionless and did not make any reaction. The next moment Tang San's swift punch hit the air, and Lu Feng's figure disappeared. What Tang San hit was also Lu Feng's shadow. Actually faster than me? As soon as Tang San had this thought, he suddenly felt wind blowing from the back of his head, and a wave of soul power came over him. He quickly ran away. On the side of his head, he managed to avoid the punch that Lu Feng returned to him. Just when he was lucky that Lu Feng had not counterattacked, Lu Feng suddenly turned his fist into a palm and threw it towards his face with his backhand. Tang San's expression changed. He didn't expect Lu Feng to be able to change his moves on the spot. Snapped. Crisp and loud. Tang San was slapped, causing his body to spin and fly sideways. Since Lu Feng didn't release his martial spirit and didn't use much soul power, Tang San didn't suffer any injuries. He only staggered slightly when he landed on the ground and then stabilized his body. But this lap is a great shame. Thousands of pairs of eyes looked at the scene. Xiao Wu, teacher Yu Xiao Gang, etc. were all present, which infinitely deepened his sense of humiliation. So fast, everyone exclaimed. Tang San's ghost-like movement skills were invincible in the academy battles, and he had tried and failed, but he failed at Lu Feng's side. From the time Tang San launched the attack to when he was slapped in the face, it only took one breath, and most people didn't see the two men's movements clearly. The results before their eyes made them stunned. Xiao Wu was also so surprised that she raised her hand to cover her lips. She won with speed and agility. During the sparring, once Tang San used Ghost Shadow, she wouldn't even be able to touch the corner of her clothes. Judging from the result, Lu Feng's identity overwhelmed the ghost. Tang San was frightened and angry because he had stolen the chicken but lost the rice. I can't compare with others in physical skill, so I can only fight head-on. Two yellow soul rings rose at his feet, and the blue-silver grass martial soul appeared from his hands and quickly extended towards Lu Feng. The first soul skill, Entanglement. It's still about taking the first shot and seizing the opportunity. Plant martial spirit. What a coincidence. So am I. Lu Feng curled his lips, and the tree martial soul emerged from his palm, blooming with a dazzling green-gold color, and instantly turned into the shadow of a giant tree surrounded by stars, appearing behind Lu Feng. At the same time, three soul rings, purple and black, rose from his feet. The whole place was silent. Everyone's expressions and movements froze instantly. It was as if time suddenly stood still. I paid it. Last moment the people whispering turned into statues. In the next moment, even the sound of breathing disappeared. The whistling sound of the wind caused by the fluctuation of soul power on the field became very clear. Soon there were exclamations again. 10,000 years soul ring. My god, am I right? His first and second soul rings are 2,000 years old, and his third soul ring is 10,000 years old. You read that right. I thought it was a trick, so I wiped my eyes twice. His giant tree martial spirit was actually surrounded by star shadows. I felt a strong oppressive force. What kind of martial spirit was it? The tree of stars. Yu Xiao Gang fell to the ground, lost his mind, and muttered to himself, it's impossible, it's impossible, my theory can't be wrong. After years of research, he came to the conclusion that the first soul ring can absorb up to 400 years. He also asked the mistress to do this. Now, Lu Feng's first soul ring is a full 3,000 years old. While it shocked him, it also proved that his theory was completely wrong. Moreover, Lu Feng's martial spirit looked very much like the star tree, the ancestor of plants and the source of life in ancient legends. It has never been recorded or heard of anyone possessing this kind of martial spirit, but it is certain that it must be a god-level martial spirit. Just when Yu Xiao Gang was stunned, Tang San was defeated. The defeat was complete, unexpected, and embarrassing. Everyone saw only a flash of green light, and Tang San collapsed on the ground with a painful expression on his face, and the blue-silver grass shrank back, and above his head, green light continued to shine. It is Lu Feng's second soul skill, the light of life. This soul skill is instant. Raise your hand and hit the target. There is no way to avoid it. It is a white light for teammate. To be precise, it is a milky white beam of light. Give group healing to teammate and temporarily increase resistance and speed by 50%. The power and effect will increase with the increase of soul power. It can also be condensed into life fruit and stored for a period of time. And to the enemy, it is a green light, causes slow movement, corrosion, and poison, and steals life. In addition, the blue-silver emperor's martial spirit encountered the tree of stars and was naturally suppressed. The blue-silver emperor is only the king of one plant, blue-silver grass, while the star tree is the ancestor of all plants. Moreover, it took time and process for Tang San to use the extended tentacles of blue-silver grass to wrap around Lu Feng. What Lu Feng gave was light, and it was instantaneous when he raised his hand. Tang San was very resistant to poison, extremely unwilling to fail. He quickly took a few antidote pills to suppress the poison, and a layer of frost seemed to form on his other hand. He used his mysterious jade hand to reach for the soul-guiding device stored in his waist, preparing to use the hidden poison-feeding weapon to regain the victory. This is his trump card. Chapter 25. With one strike of the sword, Tang Hao knelt down, incomparably domineering. "Don't hurt mistress." Xiao Wu rushed towards Lu Feng. She calls Tang San brother in private and Xiaosan in public. The first soul skill, waist bow. On the one hand, Xiao Wu had deep feelings for Tang San. On the other hand, she knew Tang San well and knew that Tang San would definitely not be willing to fail and would soon use terrifying hidden weapons, even hidden weapons that could bring a fatal blow to the soul sect. If Lu Feng is not careful and fails to guard against it, he may die. Therefore, Xiao Wu resolutely rushed forward to fight Lu Feng, mainly to interrupt the battle between the two of them. Tang San would not use hidden weapons easily if he had some scruples. Lu Feng would not attack Tang San again. Xiao Wu ducked out of the way, and the inverted figure appeared above Lu Feng's head. I saw her hand clasped on Lu Feng's shoulder, and her body rotated extremely flexibly. Xiao Wu is reborn as a 100,000-year-old soft-bone rabbit with extremely strong physical resistance and flexibility, so he is best at physical arts and jujitsu. In pure close combat, if Xiao Wu pressed up against him and used his waist bow, Tang San wouldn't be able to escape. At this moment, Xiao Wu's feet that stood upside down fell rapidly. The slender but powerful waist straightened. Using the strength of his waist, he drew an arc in the air with his feet and quickly hit Lu Feng's chest. Although the speed was fast, Xiao Wu only used 30% of her strength. She didn't want to hurt Lu Feng, she just wanted to kick him away so that he and Tang San wouldn't hurt each other anymore. She was even more interested in protecting Lu Feng from the danger of fatal damage from hidden weapons. Xiao Wu's sudden attack surprised Lu Feng. He also felt that Xiao Wu was not attacking with hostility. It's more about stopping this fight, so I didn't dodge her attack at first. Xiao Wu's intention can also be seen from the fact that she uses a waist bow but uses very little soul power. After Lu Feng used Dragon Shadow Step, his agility and speed instantly increased 5 times, and his eyesight also became completely different. Tang San's ghostly shadow made his body move as fast as a ghost, but in his eyes the speed was slow. The same goes for Xiao Wu. Lu Feng quickly crouched down to dodge, but Xiao Wu used the waist bow closely, and it was too late to completely avoid it. Since you must bear it, you must choose a better way to bear it. Lu Feng avoided the sharp edge of Xiao Wu's feet and slid his neck through Xiao Wu's round stockings and long leg. In fact, he didn't move forward, so to be more precise, it was Xiao Wu who clamped her legs towards his neck. Xiao Wu didn't expect Lu Feng to break her waist in this way. Xiao Wu's beauty suddenly turned pale. She was extremely good at jujitsu. She didn't use all her strength just now, leaving some remaining strength. In a hurry, she straightened her waist and her upper body bounced back. With a slight impact, there was a sound. Lu Feng's face bumped into Xiao Wu's flat belly without any fat. Neither of them meant to hurt the other. The force used is very small, but after all, the lower abdomen is the weak point of the human body. Even a slight impact can cause pain. Ah! Xiao Wuji exhaled. Xiao Wu screamed, not only because of a little pain but also because of accident, surprise, shame. This posture, this contact, what a shame, so awkward. In order to prevent the impact from causing too much damage to Xiao Wu, Lu Feng stretched out his hand to hold Xiao Wu's round buttocks to reduce the force of the impact. In addition, Xiao Wu's unique body fragrance penetrated into her nostrils. Lu Feng's heart agitated. This feeling is hard to describe in words. Unexpected. I never thought it would evolve into this state. Raising his head, his eyes met. The sweet face blooming in front of you. The beautiful ruby eyes are rippling and full of pull. The white and tender skin is flawless, so tender that it is almost dripping with water. The long and soft scorpion braid hair hangs behind the back, and the pink short skirt outlines a youthful figure. A beautiful little beauty that is full of life and ready to blossom. Her calves are slender and her thighs are round and sexy. I used to think that Xiao Wu's legs were perfect and her scenery was the most beautiful. The whole place fell silent. Everyone stared at Xiao Wu and Lu Feng with strange expressions. Of course, they believed it was an accident. Some people looked at Tang San specifically, wanting to see Tang San's wonderful expression. They seemed to see a grassland above Tang San's head. In fact, Tang San's head was indeed glowing with green light. The light of life effect was still there. Tang San only suppressed the poison temporarily. Tang San's heart was bleeding. The contact between Xiao Wu and Lu Feng and hearing Xiao Wu's tender cry meant that he might be injured. He suddenly became furious. He broke out desperately, "Let go of Xiao Wu!" Tang San waved his hands very fast, and dense hidden weapons flew towards Lu Feng like locusts. How shameless! In order to win, you will do whatever it takes. Lu Feng, be careful with hidden weapons. Some people in the college couldn't help but remind Lu Feng. Tang San took advantage of Lu Feng to fight Xiao Wu, but at this time Xiao Wu's body was blocking Lu Feng's sight, so Tang San's movements could not be seen. At this time, Tang San's attack with a hidden weapon was really a bit shameless. This is the insidious and terrifying thing about Tang San. Normally, if his interests are not touched, he pretends to be a modest gentleman and no one can tell. At the critical moment of life and death, the true nature is revealed. Lu Feng knew Tang San well. In the original work, in addition to his use and cruelty to Xiao Wu, he also did the same in his fight with Qian Rongxiu. Qian Rongxiu took pity on his talent and wanted to recruit him. She tried to kill him many times but let him go. As soon as Tang San found the opportunity, he would kill Qian Rongxiu. Bibi Dong blocked Tang San's fatal blow for her daughter, and Qian Rongxiu saved her life. Lu Feng could see Tang San release the hidden weapon. A little helpless. By attacking like this, doesn't it mean that you are preventing me from letting go of Xiao Wu? Put Xiao Wu down and she will be within the attack range of hidden weapon. The roots are entangled. Lu Feng used his first soul skill. The world tree swayed and dozens of thick and long vine roots suddenly extended out. The difference is that this time the root vines are wrapping around Lu Feng himself. In an instant, form a fine barrier. Block hidden weapon. It also blocks everyone's view. Lu Feng knew that Tang San's hidden weapons included boomerangs and the like, and that he might be attacked from behind, so the barrier he created was in the shape of an elliptical cocoon, tightly wrapping the two of them. Besides, after all, it was shameful to be ridiculed by Xiao Wu in front of everyone. If it's a private place with no one around, that's fine. If there are no conditions must be created. The oval cocoon-shaped root barrier is equivalent to creating a small airtight space for two people, for himself and Xiao Wu. He was no longer in a hurry to let Xiao Wu come down. He wanted to say, "Thank you for creating opportunities for me, uncle." The tinkling sound kept ringing. Darts, sleeve arrows, flying nails, etc. hit Lu Feng's root barrier, making the sound of gold and iron. But all the hidden weapons were unable to penetrate the roots and were bounced away one by one. Lu Feng's roots were actually very strong, and his defensive power was no less than that of an iron wall. Yu Xiaogang, the dean, was stunned. Especially Yu Xiaogang knew very well that Tang San's hidden weapon could even penetrate a 3 cm iron plate with full force attack. But at the moment, the root and vines sent out by Lu Feng's martial spirit cannot be penetrated. It can be seen how amazing the defense of the star tree is. The peerless genius and stunning performance deeply shocked the hearts of Yu Xiaogang and others. Yu Xiaogang seemed to see a comet rising into the sky, the bright light blooming, covering up the light of all his peers, including Tang San, whom he fancied. Chapter 27, Creating a New Martial Spirit. Xiao Wu returns to his heart. Can you let me down? Xiao Wu's face was flushed, her earlobes were delicate, and her heart was pounding. She panted lightly and spoke in a stammering voice with a hint of pleading. It's you holding my head with your hands and clamping my neck with your leg." Lu Feng's face was also red and he was breathing heavily, so he had to give a reminder. Although holding Xiao Wu's boneless body in this position was fragrant, soft, and comfortable, and she felt relaxed and happy, she was still fighting after all. Countless pairs of eyes were watching, and she couldn't hold her like this forever. Hearing this, Xiao Wu was stunned again, and then she realized that when her lower abdomen was hit by Lu Feng's face, she was in pain and her body was unbalanced. She subconsciously reached out and hugged Lu Feng's head, clamping her legs tightly. It's not that Lu Feng won't let her down, but she hooked them herself. Xiao Wu was even more shy. After she calmed down, she could see more clearly the warmth on Lu Feng's neck from the inside of her leg. Such contact made her body feel numb and weak again. Xiao Wu quickly let go of her arms and legs and jumped down, but because the space inside the root barrier was too small, she could only press close to Lu Feng face to face when she came down, which was equivalent to a hug. They squeezed their bodies together and could not avoid close contact. Xiao Wu's pretty face leaned against Lu Feng's strong chest, and she felt a special sense of security. She even had an inexplicable desire to touch the muscles on Lu Feng's body. She took a few deep breaths to suppress the shame. Xiao Wu twisted her waist and struggled. Her breathing became rapid. Her pretty face turned red as if it could drip. Lu Feng was still recalling the wonderful feeling of Xiao Wu's perfect legs wrapped around her body. The round, shocking white section between the tube stockings and short skirt that covered Xiao Wu's long legs was actually coiled up like that. Sometime being quilted is also a kind of happiness. In other words, being ridden by Xiao Wu is also a blessing, the blessing of riding someone. As soon as she recalled this, Xiao Wu's body began to tremble and struggle. Xiao Wu, don't move around. The more you move, the more you move. Xiao Wu was extremely shy and her voice was like a mosquito. Won't you throw me out? Tang San was launching a hidden weapon attack with all his strength, like a sudden rain attack. She felt that if Lu Feng threw her out, the pressure would be reduced a lot and they wouldn't have to huddle together like this. No, I will never throw you out. If I can, I will hold you like this for the rest of my life. Xiao Wu's body and heart trembled at the same time. A feeling she had never felt before rose from the bottom of her heart. heart. She had deep feelings for Tang San, and she was willing to trust Tang San. Sometime vaguely she felt that this might be the kind of love between a man and a woman. Today I discovered that it was different. It turns out that her affection for Tang San was more of a family relationship, a brother-sister relationship. She lost her only relative, and while she was bent on avenging her mother, she was filled with helplessness and a lack of care. For a sad girl who desperately lacked love and care, Tang San gave her a little warmth and care, and she felt very touched. Looking back on her classmates in the past few years, Tang San didn't give her anything practical, mainly companionship. Also, Tang San gave her a feeling of fatherly love, which was what she lacked the most and was very attractive to her. Tang San also never expressed his affection for her. The most he said was to protect her. If anyone wants to hurt her, step over his body first. This is a bad popular saying in the street. At this time, hidden weapon attacks stopped. All the hidden weapons on Tang San were used up, but he couldn't hurt Lu Feng even a hair. He was extremely discouraged. Lu Feng is inside the root barrier, but he can observe the outside through the vision of his martial spirit and surrounding plants. Seeing Tang San stop attacking with a depressed look on his face, he put away the root barrier. Xiao Wu, can I carry you out of here and help me block it? Anyway, it's good for us to treat you like this. Lu Feng put his mouth close to Xiao Wu's ear and made a somewhat awkward request. I don't really want to be exposed in public. It feels like performing something live. Being raped in public will also have an impact on Xiao Wu's reputation. It would not be good for her to spread the word. Well, Xiao Wu understood that Lu Feng's suggestion was a no-brainer. She buried her head in Lu Feng's arms, nodded shyly, and let Lu Feng hold her way softly. Everyone held their breath and were stunned. Lu Feng was unscathed. He should have separated from Xiao Wu immediately and faced Tang San, but he still held Xiao Wu in his arms as if no one else was around, chatting intimately with Xiao Wu without even looking at Tang San. What kind of disregard was this for Tang San? In the academy, many people regard Tang San and Xiao Wu as a couple. Xiao Wu just ran to help Tang San fight Lu Feng, but in the blink of an eye, she was hugging Lu Feng. It seemed that Lu Feng was not forcing her, because Xiao Wu's lotus arm was also hooked on Lu Feng. Tang San's face turned green. Bastard, what despicable means did you use? Let Xiao Wu go. I'm fine. Don't worry about us. Xiao Wu's words made Tang San's face suddenly stiffen. Xiao Wu ignored Tang San and turned around to urge Lu Feng, let's get out of here quickly. Okay. Lu Feng nodded. He was deeply moved by Xiao Wu's kindness. Such a kind and innocent girl lost her mother and was taken advantage of by Tang San. She suffered the terrible pain of sacrifice at a young age. It was not enough for Tang San to absorb her soul power and use her soul bone. He also had to use her soul and use her body as his puppet. Xiao Wu was too kind to doubt Tang San. As long as she knew a little bit, she could expose Tang San's deepest lies. Humans can also sacrifice. Qian Daolio sacrifice to Qian Rongxiu. Bo Sixi sacrifice to Tang San. If Tang Hao really loves A Yin so much and is willing to die for A Yin, he can definitely sacrifice to A Yin. A Yin's strength has been improved, and escaping with her children will definitely not be a problem. If Tang San really loves Xiao Wu so much and is willing to die for Xiao Wu, he can definitely sacrifice it to Xiao Wu. The Star Do Forest is Xiao Wu's territory. There's no way he can't escape from Cunning Rabbit 3 Cave. Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo are not that strong, let alone De Ming and Ming Ming. In this life, as long as I am here, I will protect you. Never allow sacrifice to happen to Xiao Wu. Lu Feng's soul power burst out from the solace of his feet and he flew up with Xiao Wu in his arms. Don't even think about leaving. Tang San was so angry that he went crazy, used his entanglement skill with all his strength, and the blue-silver grass tentacles swept towards Lu Feng. 2M showing mercy to you. Are you not done yet? Lu Feng thought about a huge rattan. The ground suddenly burst out from under Tang San's feet, binding Tang San's feet with a swing. Tang San was thrown out. Tang San's body hit a wall with a bang, making a big hole in the wall. Yu Xiao Gang looks at. He always thought that Tang San had the best control talent, and Tang San often used entanglement control to defeat his opponent. Today, Lu Feng also used the entanglement control soul skill, but Tang San couldn't catch a single move and had no power to fight back. Also from the control system, and also from the plant martial spirit, Lu Feng's talent was firmly higher than Tang San's. And Yu Xiao Gang also knows that Lu Feng is not just a control type. The star tree also gives him powerful healing support abilities. Tang San, your father is titled Douluo Tang Hao. He once used a cheap trick to trick the blue-silver emperor into offering sacrifices. In fact, humans can also offer sacrifices, but he deliberately brought the world to an end and deliberately put him to death to survive and grab the maximum benefit. You are as sinister and despicable as Tang Hao, but you are better at pretending than Tang Hao. Lu Feng publicly exposed Tang Hao in public, also intending to remind Xiao Wu. In the Douluo world, the strong are respected, and there is nothing wrong with being sinister and despicable. The most hateful thing about Tang San was pretending to be a sanctimonious and humble gentleman everywhere, deceiving the world and stealing his reputation. Children, you hurt my son Tang San, and you still dare to talk nonsense. Do you know how to write the word death? With a roar, Tang Hao couldn't help but show up. A vast wave of soul power surged towards Lu Feng, if it had any substance. Chapter 28. A Yin surrenders. Zhu Zhuqing looks for trouble. Please vote for recommendation. When Tang Hao saw Tang San being beaten and having his shady secret exposed in public, he couldn't bear it anymore and had to show up to suppress him. Otherwise his reputation will be damaged and Tang San's state of mind will be greatly affected, which may have an extremely negative impact on his cultivation. The encounter between Tang San and Xiao Wu was secretly arranged by him. With his title Douluo strength, as soon as Xiao Wu appeared near him, he immediately realized that she was a soul beast reborn, so he used some means to let her have more contact with Tang San. For example, Xiao Wu also went to the Soul Master Junior College, and Xiao Wu went to the wrong dormitory. Otherwise there wouldn't be so many coincidences. Back then he deceived A Yin but underestimated Qian Sunji's strength. He used A Yin's sacrifice to absorb the power and was instantly promoted to the youngest titled Douluo in history and defeated Qian Sunji. However, his body was also severely injured, his state of mind was affected, and his soul power could no longer advance, and he had no hope of becoming a god. Coupled with the pursuit by Wuhan Palace, he could only go to a remote countryside to hide and heal his injuries. His son Tang San showed extraordinary talent and he pinned his hopes on Tang San. After discovering Xiao Wu, a 100,000-year-old soft-bone rabbit, in order for Tang San to help, he repeated his old trick and secretly promoted it, hoping to replicate the scene of A Yin's sacrifice. The innocent and kind-hearted Xiao Wu is no match for the calculations of an old man who has experienced decades of experience in the intrigue society. If Lu Feng had not appeared, Tang Hao and Tang San would have succeeded. Lu Feng knew that Xiao Wu's sacrifice later in the original work was almost a replica of A Yin's sacrifice. It is also the use of Wuhan Palace, the same purpose of exposing women to the eyes of the strong, the same man who blocked the woman and deliberately fails to escape with all his strength and then turns around and fights as hard as he can. The sensational performance begins, attracting the 100,000-year soul beast to take the initiative. Sacrifice. If Tang Hao really wanted to save A Yin with his life, he could sacrifice himself to help A Yin. Among Haoshan's secret skills, in addition to self-detonating soul rings, one can also self-detonate martial souls to sacrifice, but it must be between opposite sexes. At this moment, Lu Feng was blown away by the wave of energy sent by Tang Hao, and his body was thrown into the woods of the college. He used it in time. The Peerless Douluo Experience card. Randomly possess a Peerless Douluo level power for 25 minutes. Lu Feng, right, come out, kneel down, apologize, and spare your life. Tang Hao stood on the academy tower and issued the powerful pressure of a titled Douluo. Everyone in the entire academy was trembling, and the students with weak soul power could no longer bear it and fell to their knees. Greetings to your majesty Haoshan Douluo. Yu Xiao Gang bowed his head and bowed respectfully. Your majesty, please calm down. The dean, teachers, and students followed him and saluted with fear on their faces. Thousands of people bowed their head. Tang Hao felt proud, but he also knew that he could not kill Lu Feng here openly, but he could humiliate and suppress Lu Feng, help Tang San cheer up, regain his confidence, and save his own reputation. Sudden, Tang Hao's expression changed, and he felt an extremely terrifying force that instantly tore apart the pressure that shrouded him in the wood. You, a titled Douluo who is several decades old, start bullying a junior who has just awakened his martial spirit. Are you worthy of being called Haoshan Douluo? Lu Feng transformed into a middle-aged man in black and stepped up from the wood. He stepped towards Tang Hao step by step, as if walking in the air, and he took one step out, which was dozens of meters away. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Tang Hao, facing each other from a distance. He glanced at Tang Hao, his eyes like a knife, stabbing Tang Hao with real intent. Tang Hao seemed to be unable to bear it and took half a step back. I can't bear the gaze. Make a decision. Tang Hao's expression suddenly changed drastically, and he was frightened. You are a peerless Douluo, and even if he tried hard, he couldn't figure out who this peerless Douluo was. There are 3 peerless Douluo known to the world: Bo Sixi, Tang Chen, and Qian Daoliu. But that doesn't mean that there are only 3 peerless Douluo in this world. Many soul masters choose to live in seclusion and focus on their cultivation. Tang Hao carefully looked at the peerless powerful man in front of him. This man is not too tall, but not short either. He wears very simple clothes and has white hair on his temples. He was just a very lonely and down-and-out middle-aged man, a bit more downtrodden than the unshaven Tang Hao, but when his eyes opened and closed, he had an intimidating aura of looking down at the world. When he walked up in the air, Tang Hao's god of killing domain had been shattered and disintegrated before he could take any action. reaction. When they heard Tang Hao blurt out the word Peerless Douluo, everyone including the Dean, Yu Xiaogang, Tang San and others were shocked. Tang Hao couldn't get off the tiger, but he said forcefully, "This is between me and him. It has nothing to do with you." Lu Feng sneered and said, "Lu Feng is a member of our merchant alliance and I am a worshipper of the Pan-Continent Merchant Alliance. Doesn't it matter?" Lu Feng didn't want to waste any more words, but he still wanted to show his identity and praise his business alliance. 25 minutes is enough. It turns out that Lu Feng is from the Merchant Alliance. The important thing is not that the Pan-Continent Merchant Alliance actually has a Peerless Douluo as its enshrinement. I knew that the leader of the Pan-Continent Merchant Alliance was very powerful, but I didn't expect him to be so powerful. He has so many magical powers. Very few people have seen the leader of the alliance, and he has never made a move publicly, but he can recruit a Peerless Douluo, and he is also a hidden powerhouse, which shows his energy. Everyone below was talking a lot. The corners of Tang Hao's eyes twitched, and he was complaining in his heart. After struggling to hide for more than 10 years, I finally recovered from my injuries. In this small town of Notting, where there is no contra, I think I can definitely show off. He just showed up, posed, and faced a Peerless Douluo. He just wanted to teach the little soul master who crushed his son and exposed his ugliness, but he kicked the iron plate and offended this Peerless Douluo. Lu Feng revealed his identity and prepared to fight. After releasing his martial spirit, a simple silver knife appeared in his hand. It was very thin, like a willow leaf, not long, about 7 inches. At the same time, the huge wings behind him spread out, showing the shadow of a giant rock. Twin martial soul. Twin martial souls are rare, but if a twin martial soul has mastered the Peerless Douluo, it means that the disadvantages of twin martial souls have been solved. The double soul skills and soul rings are more powerful than the Peerless Douluo with a single martial soul. Twin martial souls. Wait a minute, dare I ask, Senior? Tang Hao's voice was trembling. Used the honorific title Senior. The Senior didn't say a few words before he started fighting, and with both martial souls fully activated, purple, black, red soul rings rose up under his feet, and the terrifying and vast soul power swept across like a stormy wave. Come, seem to go all out. Lu Feng said, "Li Sun Huan, Tang clan under the Pan-Continent Merchant Alliance. Please enlighten me." Tangman. When Tang San heard the word Tangman, he turned to stone on the spot. He has always wanted to rely on hidden weapons to establish the Tang sect power in this world. I never expected that there would already be a Tang sect in this world. Moreover, this Tang sect is affiliated with the Pan-Continental Merchant Alliance. This Peerless Douluo is actually an old senior of the Tang sect, worshipped by the Pan-Continent Merchant Alliance. Tang San was completely confused. Lu Feng glanced at Tang San, showing the contempt of a king, and said, "Chicken, are you worthy of being called a hidden weapon master? Hidden weapons made by man are all inferior. Hidden weapons are at the highest level. Flying leaves are deadly. Everything in the world is a hidden weapon for my use. I am a hidden weapon. The hidden weapon is me. Look, how can I deal with your father?" While speaking, Lu Feng's hands were not idle. He slowly raised his hand, and the martial spirit of the knife disappeared. No one in the sky or on earth knows where his flying knife is, and no one knows how it was fired. Before the knife is released, no one can imagine its speed and power, but you can feel that earth-shattering knife-throwing knife. He didn't take action, but the spirit of the knife was already there. It wasn't murderous, but it was more timid than murderous. Moreover, there are no false starts. Chapter 29. Is Zhu Zhuqing very domineering? Give you a light. Tang Hao, who was firmly locked, knew that there was no way to escape, so he could only bite the bullet and fight. Martial spirit's true form. Chaotic cloak hammering technique. Tang Hao's veins popped out, and while he was roaring, he used all his strength. The martial soul avatar made his body appear as huge as a giant spirit, and at the same time he struck out 81 hammers in an instant. Layers of huge hammer shadows enveloped Lu Feng like huge waves. Suddenly, the cold light is like the cold light shining from the darkest corner at the end of the universe. Traveling through the eternity of time and flying across billions of light years, he suddenly appeared here, transforming into the shape of a willow leaf knife that was so small that it could easily be ignored, piercing the shadowy hammer screen. There are no tricks. There is no superfluous form. There was not even any soul power fluctuation or sound. It's just a knife, a simple knife, an unpretentious sword. Goff, tearing the air apart, tear apart the space, tear apart the hammer curtain. No barriers, unstoppable. The bright sword light pierced through Tang Hao's shoulder and emerged from his back. Tang Hao howled miserably, spurting blood from his mouth, and fell from the air. With a bang, a hole was made in the ground, and dust flew into the sky. Break. One move severely injured Tang Hao. No matter how big a hammer you get, how many hammers you swing, no matter how many tricks you use, you can't bear this small, ordinary knife. Everyone was so shocked that their scalps exploded. They couldn't breathe, and they couldn't speak. The gap is so big. One move, only one move. Haoshan Douluo, who once defeated the Pope of Wuhan Palace, Qian Sunji, and shocked the whole world, is like an insect that can be easily easily crushed to death by Li Sun Huan. It's at your fingertip and effortless. Tang San's whole body was shaking like chaff. Ah, this is the highest level of Tang sect boundary. In comparison, the Xiajian Zhuj crossbow, etc. he used were just like childish trick. Even the number 1 hidden weapon Guanyin has tears recorded in Xiantian Bailu is still far behind. Avalokitesvara's tears can be avoided. It requires the opponent to reveal a flaw or not pay attention and activate it secretly so as to catch him by surprise in order to achieve a fatal blow. Li Sun Huan's flying knife, on the other hand, was attacking the opponent openly and squarely. After locking on, there was no way to avoid it. It was so straight and strong. What he used was a flying knife. The invisible flying knife also had the intention of the knife. The meaning of this sword is extremely mysterious, just like words that follow the law. Lu Feng was suspended high in the sky, with long hair flying, clothes fluttering, and endless freedom and ease, just like a god. Anyone who offends our business alliance will be punished no matter how far away. His extremely domineering words seemed to carry the power of heaven and roared in everyone's ears like a big bell. Everyone in Nodding City heard it clearly. The sword intent, which was more terrifying than the murderous intent, once again locked onto Tang Hao and also locked onto Tang San. Flop. The disgraced Tang Hao quickly got up from the pit and knelt down without caring about his face. Your Majesty, Xiao Tang was wrong. Xiao Tang didn't know that Lu Feng was from the Merchant Alliance. Please forgive me this time. Li Sun Huan was too strong. Tang Hao knew that he couldn't defeat him even if he exploded a ring, and he couldn't even run away. Even if he could run, his son Tang San couldn't. Peerless Douluo Li Sun Huan would probably vent his anger on Tang San, and Tang San was the place on which all his hopes rested. It's not too shameful to admit defeat to a level 99 peerless Douluo. Lu Feng knew that Tang Hao had a special skill to explode rings. If Tang Hao concentrated on escaping, he might have to chase him for a long time. The experience card time was limited, so it was unrealistic to chase him. The key is that Tang Hao is the father of Tang San, the son of luck. He is covered by Tang San's luck and is difficult to kill. Just now, it was clear that he was sure to hit the vital part of Tang Hao's chest, but Tang Hao unconsciously turned aside in advance and missed his shoulder. This is luck. If you kill him forcefully, your luck may come back to bite you. Rather, it would be more practical to attract their luck. Tang San, the son of luck, is the source, so it mainly absorbs Tang San's luck and seizes opportunities. Lu Feng pretended to be silent and said, I think it is not easy for you to cultivate, so I can spare you, but you have to admit that you deceived the Blue-Silver Emperor Ah Yin. If you dare to say no, after today there will be no more of your father and son in the world. This Tang Hao's face was as bitter as a bitter gourd. He really didn't want to admit it. He didn't know why peerless Douluo did this, but he didn't care much for the survival of his father and son. Tang Hao said, yes, but please, Your Majesty, can you please not publicize it and save me some face? He rapped his voice with soul power so that only Lu Feng could hear it. Lu Feng responded calmly, in my name, Li Sun Huan, I promise not to publicize it. Tang Hao was secretly happy. The promise of peerless Douluo was naturally worth 1,000 pieces of gold. There was no reason not to believe it. In this case, only a limited number of people know about his deception. When the time comes, he will coerce the people present and no one will dare to talk nonsense. Tang Hao said, I admit, I am sorry for Ah Yin and deceived her, but if she does not sacrifice to me, she will be hunted by Wuhan Palace. I just make the best use of everything. Making the best use of everything? This is what you really think? I thought that Tang Hao was regretting what he did to Ah Yin, but as soon as these words came out, Lu Feng knew that he didn't have much regret in his heart. Make the best use of everything, he said so naturally. Lu Feng was speechless. Oh, what a good use of everything. Yu Xiaogang copied his confession and asked him to sign it. I obey, Your Majesty. Yu Xiaogang was flattered. I didn't expect peerless Douluo to know his name. Soon, Yu Xiaogang drafted Tang Hao's confession and handed it over to Tang Hao cautiously. After signing it, he sent it to Lu Feng, who fell back to the ground. Yu Xiaogang is also a scheming man who is very evil. If he is not strong enough, he relies on disguise and deception to build himself into a master who values love and justice. In the original work, he teamed up with Tang San to harm Qian Rongxiu in order to gain the power of the Tiandu Empire. He was at least half responsible for Bibi Dong's death, and Bibi Dong once reused him and gave him the Order of Elders. In the past few years, Tang San also received a lot of gold soul coin subsidies from Wuhan Palace. Therefore, it can be said that they are all white-eyed wolves, birds of a feather flock together. However, there is plenty of time. Yu Xiaogang will deal with it later. Hand over Ah Yin's soul bone. Lu Feng put away Tang Hao's confession and said another sentence. If you want to resurrect Ah Yin, you must have her soul bone. Tang Hao's face was livid and he handed over Ah Yin's soul bone helplessly. The blue-silver emperor's leg bone was not suitable for him to absorb, so he planned to leave it to Tang San. Lu Feng looked indifferent. Okay, one last thing. I want to take the soul bone from you. What? No. No, your majesty, you can't do this. You promised to spare me. Tang Hao was shocked. He had an arm bone and a leg bone, 2 high-grade soul bones of 10,000 years, which were the most treasures inherited by the Haoshan sect. If we want to take these 2 soul bones from him, we must first cut off his arms and leg. Moreover, the cultivation level will plummet, losing the strength of titled Douluo. I will forgive you the death penalty, but the living sin will not be forgiven. Lu Feng didn't care whether he wanted it or not. The light in his hand flickered. With 2 hisses, 2 high-level soul bones from Tang Hao were directly taken away by him. What you said about making the best use of everything is also what I mean by making the best use of everything. Tang Hao howled in pain and fell down. He was considered a tough guy. He gritted his teeth and stopped making any sound. He used his martial arts to prevent the loss of soul power and preserve his cultivation as much as possible. His cultivation level dropped like a waterfall from a titled Douluo to a soul saint in his 70s before he stopped. Tang Hao's heart. The suffering is unspeakable and life is worse than death. This is even worse than killing him. Not long ago he made a shocking appearance under the name Haoshan Douluo, and everyone in the audience bowed their heads in a majestic manner. Not even a stick of incense had passed before he was beaten like a drowned dog and fell into the state of a soul saint. He was missing an arm and a leg and had no place to express his desolation, forming a sharp contrast. Tang Hao regretted why he showed up. I have been cultivating in hiding for more than 10 years. I have finally recovered from my injuries and returned to full strength. I am looking for the right opportunity to make a splash in the world, but now I have, hissed Yu Xiaogang. The dean and others couldn't help but take a breath of air. This peerless Douluo, your majesty, is really decisive in killing, but I don't think there's anything wrong with what he did. In a world where the strong are respected, killing people and seizing souls and bones is commonplace. The peerless Douluo crown prince spared Tang Hao's life, which was considered polite. Tang Hao wanted to bully Lu Feng, a member of the business alliance, but it's really a defense. Those who speak out against the merchant alliance will be punished no matter how far away they are. Extremely domineering. With these words of peerless Douluo put here, who would dare to provoke people in the business alliance in the future? Chapter 30. Zhu Zhuqing. If you don't admit it, I'll beat you until you admit it. Take care of yourself. Lu Feng left a few words and left. No one knew how he left, and his figure disappeared directly from the spot. Thank you for not killing me. Tang Hao gritted his teeth and got up and flew away by himself, having no shame to stay here. Revenge. Must take revenge. Tang Hao's eyes flashed with ferocity and resentment. After decades of practice, all the institutions have been exhausted. Once defeated, the defeat will be miserable, and life would be worse than death. In his heyday, he was no match for Li Sunhuan, and now at the Soul Saint level, he was even weaker than Li Sunhuan. But he has a strong backing. Tang Chen, the 7th elder of the Haoshan sect and the missing grandfather. Therefore, he still has hope for revenge. In the college, Xiao Wu walked out of the wood. After experiencing the impact of Tang Hao's energy, she broke away from Lu Feng's arms and both fell into the bushes. A few breaths later, peerless Douluo Li Sunhuan appeared, and she was extremely frightened. Afraid of the peerless Douluo, he covets her 100,000-year soul ring. Fortunately, peerless Douluo is only interested in Tang Hao. It also proved that Lu Feng was right. Tang Hao was simply too cruel and ruthless. Tang San had Haoshan Douluo's father, so why did he pretend to be a poor work-study student like her? And what did he want to do? That day, there was a man in a hood who deceived me into Kishi. I couldn't see his face clearly, but his figure looked a lot like Tang Hao's and his voice was somewhat similar. Is the third brother really as sinister and despicable as his father Tang Hao, as Lu Feng said, and better at pretending than Tang Hao? The doubts in Xiao Wu's heart are getting bigger and bigger. When Tang San saw Xiao Wu, he quickly ran over and explained, I don't know about my parents' affairs. What proof do you use? Xiao Wu asked, making Tang San's breath hitch. How can you prove this kind of thing? Tang San said, I swear. No, it actually has nothing to do with me. Xiao Wu seemed to suddenly realize something, turned around and shouted, Lu Feng, where are you? It has nothing to do with me. It has nothing to do with me. It has nothing to do with me. These 4 words shook Tang San's heart. His heart was cut by a knife, and he wanted to cry but had no tears. Loli spent many years developing her character and worked hard to create it, but it collapsed at the drop of a hat. Xiao Wu now began to doubt him and started to keep a distance from him. He would rather Xiao Wu scold him a few words than keep a distance and remain indifferent. Now she is only looking for Lu Feng. Li Sunhuan also stood up for Lu Feng. I haven't seen my father for several years, but when I saw him, my father gave in and knelt down. Lu Feng, everything happens because of you. If I get a chance, I must take revenge, but now I can only endure it. I really didn't expect that there is already a Tang sect in this world. That peerless Douluo Li Sunhuan came from the Tang sect, and his miraculous sword move shocked the world. If you can take advantage of the Tang clan's connection, become a disciple of Li Sunhuan and learn his hidden weapon skills. Tang San fell fell into deep thought. Xiao Wu, I'm here. Lu Feng, who had changed back to his own image, walked out of the crowd with a smile on his face and waved to Xiao Wu. Only then did everyone notice Lu Feng. At this time, the way everyone looked at Lu Feng was completely different. Lu Feng, are you not injured? Yu Xiaogang rushed to greet him first. No. Lu Feng's words were concise and to the point. Is that peerless Douluo your master? No, I don't have a master. Then are you willing to worship me as your teacher? My name is Yu Xiaogang. I come from the Blue Lightning Overlord sect. I have a thorough study of martial arts and am known as the master. I will be of great help to your growth. Yu Xiaogang stated the purpose. Geniuses are rare, but Lu Feng is the genius among geniuses. After passing this village, this shop was gone, so he boasted and tried to win over Lu Feng. If he gets Lu Feng's apprenticeship, he will be able to treat his apprentice as a disciple. His status will rise with time, and he will get everything he wants. Are you worthy? Lu Feng didn't care about Yu Xiaogang's face. He said bluntly and passed by. I'm being polite to this bullshit master who is just trying to gain fame. A 29-level Great Soul Master wants a 33-level Soul Master to worship you as his master. Damn it, Douluo planet is full of wonders and weirdness. At level 29, you can only hang out on the outskirts of the Stardow Forest. Even 400 to 500-year-old spirit beasts cannot defeat it. What can you experience? What can you really see? Just by reading some books and doing some research, do you dare to claim to be a master? What's more, in the original work, many of Yu Xiaogang's theories are wrong. Yu Xiaogang was disheveled in the wind and looked very ugly. Ding! Stop! Tang San successfully capture Xiao Wu and reward 1000 energy point. Trigger a new mission. Capture Xiao Wu and reward 3000 energy point. The system prompt sounded. The mission is completed and 2000 energy points are now saved. I haven't figured out how to use it yet. It is good to permanently increase the life of the soul ring, but the current life of the soul ring is quite enough. Adding 2000 more years will not significantly improve the strength. Lottery of god level items is the most tempting. I am also worried that I will be unlucky, wasting energy points and affecting my mood. The more you save before drawing, the more likely you are to get something good. Capturing Xiao Wu has 3000 energy point, twice as much as Zhu Zhuqing. It means that the system determines that it is more difficult to capture Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu was reborn as a 100,000-year-old soul beast and had a natural defense against human. The incidents involving Tang Hao and Tang San only increased her distrust of human. It was obviously difficult to capture her heart, but today we made a good start. The corners of Lu Feng's mouth raised lightly. Walking to Xiao Wu, he naturally held Xiao Wu's hand. I'm leaving. Leaving so soon? Xiao Wu's smile disappeared, revealing a sad expression. The first time they met, Lu Feng left a big exclamation point in her life. After the close physical contact, Lu Feng felt an intimacy that he had never experienced before. A trace of attachment grew in her heart. The sense of trust also transferred from Tang San to Lu Feng. She felt that she had a lot to say to Lu Feng and wanted to know more about him. At this time, Lu Feng said he wanted to leave. The sadness of parting temporarily overshadowed the shame, so much so that the jade hand that wanted to withdraw no longer broke free, letting Lu Feng hold it. Article 2 of the Guide to Picking Up Girls is to retreat before advancing. When you see a beautiful girl, you will be unable to walk. If you try to lick or entangle her, you will be looked down upon by the girl. There is no use in pestering a truly stunning girl. Lu Feng leaned close to her ear and whispered, but we will meet again soon. After you graduate here, you plan to go to Shrek Academy, right? Yes. How do you know? I heard that I will go to Shrek Academy anyway. Really? Hearing this, Xiao Wu's ruby-like watery eyes bloomed with energy. It's absolutely true. I look forward to becoming classmates with you. Lu Feng smiled brightly. If you want to suck away Tang San's luck, you have to go to Shrek Academy. The path chosen by the Son of Luck is the best road of luck. In other words, the place Tang San was going to was a blessed land full of opportunities. You don't have to follow the route in the original book, but you have to at least check in, absorb luck, and seize opportunities. Therefore, the Son of Luck cannot be killed. For Yin's sake, I won't kill Tang San. I also look forward to becoming a classmate with you. After the rain, the weather cleared up on Xiao Wu's face, and her pure and beautiful smile bloomed again. Lu Feng said, so, before I leave, can I go for a walk in the woods over there with you? I have something to say to you. It's too noisy here. Xiao Wu in the grove hesitated for a moment. The grove was the holy land of love in their college. She blushed and looked a little shy. Okay. Everyone had strange expressions on their faces as they watched Lu Feng and Xiao Wu interlocking their fingers as they walked into the grove, the holy land of love. As we all know, couples in the college like to hide in and make love to each other, and there are also couples playing wild games at night. Tang San watched helplessly as the backs of Lu Feng and Xiao Wu disappeared into the beautiful trees. His face was ashen and his heart was torn, but this time he did not dare to call Lu Feng back. Xiao Wu is not his clear girlfriend, so why should she care about other people's affairs? The important important thing is that he can't defeat Lu Feng. The green light above my head has not completely disappeared. The group account seems to be unavailable. I will create another one tomorrow. Ask for a recommendation vote. Chapter 31 God Level Secret Skill. Zhu Zhuqing is here. The sun sets in the west. Lu Feng and Xiao Wu walked in the wood and came to a quiet small lake in the wood. In the orange-red sunset they sat on the meadow by the lake chatting softly. Xiao Wu briefly understood Lu Feng's situation, but she didn't ask too many questions at once. She also knows that everyone has their own secret. What's more, the two just met by chance and met each other on the first day. If you want to know more, there will be many opportunities in the future. When it was Lu Feng's turn to ask, he smiled and asked Xiao Wu, what is your greatest wish? To avenge my mother. Xiao Wu blurted out without any hesitation. Thinking of her mother, her beautiful big eyes were covered with a layer of mist, and sadness emerged. Even though she had remembered it for so many years, she could not forget a single scene. Sometimes she would dream about it and wake up in the middle of the night. She once watched her mother being hunted with her own eyes. In order to protect her, her mother gave up running away. With the mother's ability, she could run away, but she was worried that her daughter would be caught. Her mother left her the hope of giving birth. This incident had a great impact on her soul. It also became Xiao Wu's biggest motivation to become stronger. Lu Feng nodded. Then you have to cherish yourself more. The human world is so deceitful. The most terrifying thing is not the evil people, but the hypocrite who are good at disguising themselves as good people. Remember? Xiao Wu nodded. Yes, I remember it. Thank you for the reminder. Seeing Xiao Wu being so well behaved, Lu Feng sighed in his heart. In the original work, Xiao Wu later gave up her greatest wish for Tang San, an old scheming man who was almost 50 years old in his 2 lifetimes combined, and dedicated himself to this old man, offering sacrifices to him, including soul rings and soul bone. Even the soul was also dedicated to him. It is because Xiao Wu is too kind and can easily be deceived by people's land, which makes her give up her goal of revenge for her mother, which was her original intention to be reborn as a human being. She thought she was immersed in love and sacrificed everything for the evocative and innocent love, but in fact it was all part of Tang Hao and Tang San's calculations, and Tang San only knew how to get it from Xiao Wu, but he never thought about resurrecting Xiao Wu's mother. In the end, even if he becomes a god, he will only resurrect his own mother. Lu Feng put aside his thoughts and said seriously, Xiao Wu, do you know that after the death of 100,000-year soul beast, the soul will be attached to the soul bone for a long time? If you can find your mother's soul bone and body, there is a possibility of resurrection. Of course, it was difficult and the conditions were extremely harsh. Resurrection? Really? Xiao Wu's eyes ignited with a strong look of hope, and she said in panic, Lu Feng, you know that I am. Lu Feng nodded and smiled. Yes, I know you are the reincarnation of 100,000-year soft bone rabbit, because I have the blood of the dragon god and can sense it. He told a white lie. This lie is to make Xiao Wu feel at ease. Dragon god bloodline. It's no wonder that he is of dragon god bloodline. Xiao Wu felt the suppression of Lu Feng's noble soul beast bloodline, but she didn't dare to ask because she felt that this was Lu Feng's important secret. Most people would not easily reveal their important secrets to people they met for the first time. Unexpectedly, Lu Feng took the initiative to tell her. Be honest and open. Lu Feng said, maybe it's a bit presumptuous. I want to say that when I saw you for the first time, all I thought of was to protect you. Now, I still want to help you realize your desire for revenge. If possible, I even want to help you resurrect your mother. Brother Lu Feng. Xiao Wu's eyes filled with tears and she was so excited that she couldn't speak. In Lu Feng's frank and gentle voice, she could feel a deep love and strong confidence. Lu Feng gently stretched out his hand to help Xiao Wu wipe the tears that fell down her face. Don't cry. You have to be strong. Your mother also wants you to be strong. Only when you are strong can you face all difficulties. Take revenge and help her resurrect. Hearing this, Xiao Wu nodded vigorously. Yes. She stared into Lu Feng's deep eyes and her beautiful jade face showed immense gratitude. From this moment on, she completely trusted Lu Feng. Lu Feng's figure truly came closer to the depths of her heart, gradually dispelling Tang San's shadow. Lu Feng felt particularly happy in front of the beautiful scenery and the beauty. He clasped his hands on the back of his head, lay down on the soft grass and looked up at the sunset. Flocks of birds soared in the sky, and occasionally a spirit master with a flying martial spirit crossed the sky. The mission was completed, and Xiao Wu made great progress. He also used the peerless Douluo power to fight Tang Hao, easily crushing Tang Hao and having a great time. In this battle, he also gained actual combat experience from a top powerhouse. It may not seem like a long time, but it is enough to gain many extremely valuable insight. He can feel his soul power increasing and his strength improving. It's time to return to the Star Luo Empire. If you have flying skills or martial art, you can save a lot of time on the road, and you can also fly up and fight suspended in the air like you did with Tang Hao just now. After this experience, Lu Feng was even more eager to fly into the sky. Suddenly, Lu Feng looked at the bird and floating clouds in the sky, and his heart moved. It seems to have captured something. He quickly sat up, hugged Yuan Xiaoyi, and entered a meditative state. Feel with your heart. He wants to seize that fleeting opportunity. Xiao Wu felt very strange. Why did you suddenly start practicing Qigong? But she did not disturb Lu Feng, and sat quietly and obediently aside, guarding Lu Feng. Due to the presence of Lu Feng in this area, people in the college were in awe and did not enter the woods to disturb them for the time being. People in the business alliance cannot be offended. Time passes by minute. As night falls, stars fill the sky. Lu Feng finally opened his eyes. He couldn't wait to release his martial spirit. I saw the shadow of one of the stars surrounding the world tree being lit up, revealing a hazy golden brilliance. It can be seen that there seems to be a shadow of a rock appearing in the star projection. Lu Feng's thoughts turned, and a golden light that was brighter than the stars suddenly flashed in his eyes. At the same time, a huge phantom of a rock appeared behind him. The golden giant wings slowly unfolded, and with a slight flap, Lu Feng's body slowly lifted into the air. Xiao Wu was shocked on the spot. You have twin martial spirit. Lu Feng couldn't hide his joy, but he didn't know how to explain it. He scratched the back of his head and said with a smile, I seem to be able to create new martial arts spirit. His Penganiao martial spirit is very similar to the one released by peerless Douluo before, but it is more advanced or evolved. Becomes the golden winged Deipen martial spirit. Create a new martial spirit and light up a star on the world tree. There are 10 stars in total on the world tree. Lu Feng could not imagine what the future would be like, but for sure, it must be a huge benefit. Xiao Wu shook her head and exclaimed, your talent is too evil. Lu Feng smiled and said, can you keep a secret for me? I haven't figured it out yet, and I don't want to reveal the fact that I can create a new martial spirit. Of course you can, brother Lu Feng. Don't you also have to keep my secret? Hey. The two looked at each other and smiled. Mutual exchange of secrets brings two hearts closer. Be more honest with each other. Lu Feng would prefer to treat each other candidly, but he cannot. Don't worry, it's not the heat yet. Article 3 of the Guide to Picking Up Girls. Grasp the heat. And with Zhu Zhuqing, it's almost time to treat each other candidly. When I get back, I can hold Zhu Zhuqing in my arms and peel off her tight black leather jacket that covers her hot figure. Full and blooming, the sword is inserted into the scabbard. Put your feet into the shoes. Communication in a simple and in-depth manner. Thinking of this, Lu Feng felt a chill in his heart. Chapter 33 The Indescribable Zhu Zhuqing. What's wrong with you? You're smiling weirdly. Silly. Xiao Wu blinked her bright eyes and stared at Lu Feng and asked, nothing. Lu Feng's old face turned red. Zhu Qing's figure was so attractive that he became distracted when he thought about it. This was mainly because he was more relaxed now, and it was a night where he was easily restless. Xiao Wu didn't know what she thought of and lowered her head. Her pretty face turned red. Brother Lu Feng, my hair is messed up. Can you help me comb it? Xiao Wu shyly stretched out her little hand and spread it out in front of Lu Feng. There was a rosewood comb in her hand. After the day's battle, her scorpion tail whip was really messed up. Lu Feng was very happy. Of course, he readily took the sandalwood comb, walked behind Xiao Wu, and untied her long scorpion tail whip that hung over her small buttock. Her hair became soft and fragrant. He once imagined such a scene, combing the long hair of his beloved and tying it into a braid. For this reason, in his spare time in the past 2 years, he specially summoned the most skilled palace barbers and learned several skills carefully. Xiao Wu only asked him to help her comb her hair, but he not only helped her comb her hair, but also carefully tied her braid. Under the silver moonlight, a quiet lake that reflects the starry sky like a mirror, with fairy-like fireflies flying on the grass. Xiao Wu sat elegantly by the lakeside, took off her shoes, and dipped her smooth, jade-like feet into the clear and clean lake water, creating ripples playfully. Lu Feng sat behind her and helped her comb her hair with skillful and gentle movement, looking at her slightly thin and graceful figure, her slender waist that can only be grasped, her buttocks sitting on the grass squeezed out an alluring arc that made people feel relaxed and happy. I couldn't help but think of the feeling when she was riding on him and I was holding her hips. She is extremely strong in jujitsu, as if she has no bone, and can unlock many postures. When you are with her, you should have an extremely unique experience which makes you ecstasy just thinking about it. Lu Feng's heart also rippled, and he couldn't help but joke, actually, my hair is messed up too. Next time you ride on me, can you not mess up my hair? Xiao Wu's breathing became a little rapid. I didn't mean it at the time. It's so shameful for him to say that. Xiao Wu calmed down and realized that Lu Feng was teasing, and said angrily, okay, I'll be nice if I get an advantage. There's no next time. Are you okay? I want to go back. Damn, that's sloppy. Lu Feng chuckled and said, it'll be ready soon. The scorpion braid is completed. Xiao Wu was a little surprised and said, wow, you're better tied than me. It's like a work of art. Brother Lu Feng, you're so awesome. Lu Feng spread his hands and said, of course, in the future, you can no longer longer rely on your look but you can also rely on your craftsmanship. Xiao Wu smiled sweetly. So you rely on your face to make a living now? Well, face is very important when doing business. Lu Feng smiled and took out an elder token and handed it to Xiao Wu. While I am away, if you encounter any danger or anything happen, take this token to the Pan-Continent Merchant Alliance branch and you will definitely be able to receive help. The business alliance is so good. I want to join it. Isn't that what you are now? What is it? Consider me an assistant. Is there any salary? Have. How many are there? Will there be 10 gold soul coins every month? What will be done specifically? I'll give you 1 million gold soul coins every month and your job is to ride on me. I'm joking again. I'll hit you. Sister Xiao Wu is not someone to be trifled with. Use a waist bow. I won't use my waist bow on you. I'll use my second soul skill. Don't run away. While chatting and laughing, Lu Feng sent Xiao Wu back to the girls' dormitory where she now lives alone. Under Xiao Wu's reluctant eyes, Lu Feng waved and left. The next day, Lu Feng came to a cave. With the flying martial spirit, the movement speed is doubled. In this cave, the true form of blue-silver Emperor Yin grows. In a dark environment, lack of sunlight, rain, and dew, it is difficult to absorb the essence of heaven and earth, and Yin's body grows slowly. But Lu Feng knew that Yin was conscious. He read Tang Hao's confession to Yin. Blood and tears appeared on the branches and leaves of the blue-silver Emperor, and there were signs of withering, which showed how painful and heartbroken she was. Lu Feng tried to give her a light of life, then cut his finger open and dripped a few drops of blood. I hope that the vitality of the world tree and the power of the dragon god bloodline can help Yin regain his vitality, and took out her soul bone and told her that there was great hope for resurrection. The effect is remarkable. Yin immediately regained his vitality. Yin leaned down on the branch as if surrendering to Lu Feng. Whether it's the world tree or the dragon god bloodline, it's enough for her to regard her as her master. Moreover, Lu Feng also helped her find her soul bone. She doesn't want to die. For more than 100,000 years, she has grown slowly step by step, practiced hard every day, and experienced countless difficulties and obstacles. How strong must she be to survive it? Why should she be a ruthless and cunning man and die? She wants to be resurrected. She desperately wanted to be resurrected and kill Tang Hao with her own hands. Love is too deep. Hate is even more unforgettable. It was Tang Hao who caused her to be like this. Without Tang Hao, she is still living happily and freely, instead of being buried in this dark cave and spending more than 10 years in suffering. Lu Feng took Yin away and put it into the storage soul guide. This storage soul tool is called the 8-layer creation belt. Like the 8 treasures Ruyi soft armor, it is close to a divine tool. Compared with the 24 bridges on a moonlit night, the Kinkan bag is several times more advanced. It seems to be a small world inside. Plants and animals can grow naturally and have a nurturing effect. This is one of the benefits of having a huge wealth and trading network. Lu Feng can have everything money can buy. Next, Lu Feng took the way to Xingluo City. Bird-like martial souls can save time on the road, but they cannot fly all the time because the soul power is consumed too much. Even a soul Douluo like Baihe, unless there is an emergency, has to ride in a vehicle when traveling long distances to maintain a certain amount of soul power in case of unexpected event. Passing by a county town, Lu Feng handed Tang Hao's confession back to the branch manager of the Commercial Alliance. Order tens of thousands of copies to be printed, distributed with the caravans, and posted everywhere to make sure everyone knows. Yes, it was promised to Tang Hao not to publicize it, but I just lied to you. What the hell? Talking human words to people, lying to ghosts, and speaking honesty to scum and hypocrites is an insult and cruelty to truly good people. What's more, he used the namely Sun Huan to make the promise, and the namely Sun Huan was made up by him. The shocking flying knife will probably only appear this time. This day, Lu Feng returned to the Zhu family in Xingluo City. Zhu Zhuqing is not here. She is already at level 30. A few days ago, the elders of the Zhu family accompanied her to the distant Soul Beast Forest to get the third soul ring. Lu Feng felt a little guilty when he absorbed the soul ring. Zhu Zhuqing stayed with him for a full month, and she wanted to get the soul ring, but he couldn't be with her. She has absorbed 2 soul bones that are more than 10,000 years old, and her physical strength and attributes have been greatly improved. The third soul ring should have no problem absorbing 3 or 4,000 years of quality. Lu Feng returned to his small courtyard. Along with the sound of breaking wind, a charming voice came. Lu Feng, how could you sneak away for so long? Lu Feng turned around and saw Zhu Zuyun striding to catch up with him, looking like he was going to attack the enemy. During the running process, the full part is particularly eye-catching. The waves are rough. Lu Feng was shocked to see it. Before, she either walked slowly or turned into a black shadow, moving very fast and making it difficult to see clearly. But today she is running with 2 balls. Lu Feng took a breath and said, Sister, I told Zhuqing that there is an emergency. Whatever the emergency is, you have to come back and explain it clearly. Do you know how many people are looking for you? Zhu Zuyun came in front of Lu Feng with his hands on his small waist, and he straightened his posture intentionally or unintentionally, raising his pretty face. Don't think that because the royal family and my father value you, you can do whatever you want. My third sister doesn't care. If you can't control her, I'll take care of it for her. You have to report to me wherever you go from now on. Do you understand? Lu Feng looked at the strong look of Queen Zhu Zhuqing, smiled faintly, and asked without answering, "My future queen, do you still remember our bet?" Chapter 34. Zhuqing has an appointment, a battle with a love rival in the martial art field. When Zhu Zhuqing heard the word bet, his heart skipped a beat. When she met Lu Feng for the first time, she felt that Lu Feng was a weak boy with no soul and could only talk sweet words. He actually boasted that he could cancel the engagement between Zhu Zhuqing and Daimyo Bai. Of course she didn't believe it, so I made a bet with Lu Feng. If Lu Feng loses the bet, he will become her slave. Thousands of people to have fun with this. She could also use this to suppress Zhu Zhuqing, who was in direct competition with her at the time. Unexpectedly, Lu Feng would awaken a god-level martial spirit for the second time. Emperor Xingluo cancelled the engagement between Daimyo Bai and Zhu Zhuqing on the spot. Looking back, I feel like I was tricked by this kid, but there is no evidence. After all, who can know what martial spirit he has awakened? After that, Lu Feng, who won the bet, did not mention it again. After he went to the Black Forest to absorb the soul ring, he left again and disappeared for more than half a month. Even if Lu Feng didn't mention it, Zhu Zhuqing himself would have forgotten about it. Now that Lu Feng said it, Zhu Zhuqing was a little nervous because she thought she was sure to win at that time. The bet she agreed to was too rash, and she made a promise that it was up to you. If she admits that she lost to Lu Feng in a bet now, I really don't know what Lu Feng will do to her, and she feels very guilty. It's best if you can fool it. Zhu Zhuqing dodged Lu Feng's piercing gaze, pretending to be nonchalant, and said, "What kind of bet? What we are talking about now is that you have been away for so long. Don't you cherish my third sister?" Of course, Lu Feng would not be led astray by Zhu Zhuqing, and said with a smile, "Zhuqing and I are very good. We don't need you to worry." Back to the topic of betting. I clearly remember that if you lose, you can do whatever I want. Then Zhu Zhuqing interrupted domineeringly, "When did I say that? Why don't I remember?" Lu Feng said, "Are you trying to cheat? You are the future queen, so this is not good." Zhu Zhuqing raised his chin and said arrogantly, "Since you know that I am the future queen, how dare you speak to me like this? Anyway, I don't remember it now. I'll tell you later when I remember it." Zhu Zhuqing did not dare to completely deny it. At that time Zhu Zhuqing was listening. If Lu Feng wants to ask Zhu Zhuqing to testify, then she can also ask Zhu Zhuqing to help her speak. After the two sisters eliminated hostility, their relationship is slowly warming up. With Zhu Zhuqing on hand to help intercede, Lu Feng did not dare to make excessive demands. This bet can be fooled, so Zhu Zhuqing made up his mind to use the dragging technique if he couldn't refuse. Seeing Zhu Zhuqing's attitude of "I won't admit it, how can you treat me?" Lu Feng said calmly, "Sister, your attitude makes me unhappy. Whether you admit it or not, I will put it here today. It will definitely make you willing to admit defeat. I want you to be my slave. For Zhuqing's sake, it doesn't take long, just 3 days. If you keep cheating, it will be 3 months, 3 years. How long it takes depends on my mood." Zhu Zhuqing couldn't stand listening anymore, and his eyebrows stood up. "How brave! Knowing that I am the future queen, how dare you say such words? Do you really think you can do whatever you want? I will teach you a lesson today." Zhu Zhuqing showed off his nether civet cat martial spirit angrily. The first soul skill, netherworld dab. Before he finished speaking, the sharp claws in Zhu Zhuqing's hands shone with cold light, turned into a black silhouette, and rushed towards Lu Feng quickly. If your status can't suppress him, and you can't defeat him, then use your strength to suppress him. Strength is the real right to speak. Zhu Zhuqing's soul power is close to level 40, much higher than Lu Feng. As far as she knows, Lu Feng has both control and auxiliary treatment systems, and her agility and attack system, theoretically speaking, can restrain Lu Feng's type. In team battle, the primary goal of agility and attack system soul masters is to assassinate the opponent's auxiliary or control system soul masters. Of course, people in the team will also first protect their support and control teammate. The next moment Zhu Zhuqing discovered that Lu Feng was completely different from the situation she had imagined, in need of protection. The second soul skill, Light of Life. Zhu Zhuqing felt his eyes turn green. She was enveloped in a green light. In an instant her feet froze, her movements became sluggish, and the green light clearly contained toxins, slowly but continuously eroding her, and she could feel the loss of life force. Almost at the same time, under her feet many tentacles shot out of the ground and wrapped around her feet. Zhu Zhuqing's expression changed. "This kid is too outrageous. You should have a deeper understanding of his soul skills earlier." At that time, Lu Feng was absorbing soul rings in the Black Forest. It took too long. Zhu Zhuqing was observing there for several days, which somewhat affected her own cultivation. Later it became less and less. He also did not participate in the sparring with Lu Feng. Only roughly from Zhu Zhuqing's mouth, "I learned learned that Lu Feng's soul skills have the effect of controlling and poisoning and can also detoxify, restore, and increase attributes. Zhu Zhuqing's thoughts raced and he responded immediately. 100 claws of the netherworld. She waved her sharp claws and cut off the roots emerging from the soil. Soul power burst out under his feet and his long legs tensed. A whooshing sound. Zhu Zhuqing used his extremely high agility to dodge towards the bamboo forest aside. She wanted to take advantage of the obstacles and concealment in the bamboo forest to wait for the opportunity. At the worst, you can escape from Lu Feng's root entanglement skill. The green gold vines released from Lu Feng's star tree quickly extended in front of her. If she doesn't leave the place, she will be controlled. But as long as she escapes Lu Feng's counterattack, she can use the third soul skill, Netherworld Below, a mental strike soul skill. She was completely confident that she could control Lu Feng. And you can also pry into the secrets and weaknesses in his heart and take advantage of this weakness to defeat him. Next moment, Zhu Zhuqing successfully dodged into the bamboo forest, secretly happy in his heart, and breathed a sigh of relief. When she was about to use her third soul skill, Netherworld Blue Fall, she discovered something strange. The light suddenly dimmed and a thick mass of branches overhead covered it. There were branches and root piled up towards her, not only on her head but also on all sides and at her feet. It's like a dragnet surrounding it. How could it be like this? Zhu Zhuqing's topaz-like vertical pupils shrank suddenly and he was stunned. Still underestimated the terrifying power of Lu Feng's first soul skill. Not only does his martial soul release vines to wrap around him, he can also make all the surrounding plants listen to his commands. Netherworld Thrust. 100 claws of the netherworld. Zhu Zhuqing once again used two soul skills in succession, hoped to break through the encirclement. Pieces of root vine and branches were cut off. However, her mobility was also greatly affected. The green light on her body is still slowing down his movement. Fortunately, due to the higher soul power, the slowing effect is not too obvious. It can resist the poison and the loss of life force will not be too fast, but it cannot be delayed for too long. It must be done quickly. The battle is decided quickly. At this time, bang! Zhu Zhuqing's sharp claws cut into a green gold rattan, but failed to cut it off. Only a shallow white mark was drawn on the rattan, and spark flew. The green gold rattan is actually tougher than steel. Not good. Zhu Zhuqing was shocked. Next moment, her extremely hot, plump, and graceful body was tightly bound by green gold rattan hanging from the tree. Chapter 35 Leap Level Challenge. Star Crown Martial Spirit. Terrible auxiliary effect. Zhu Zhuqing's body was tightly restrained. Loss of all mobility. Unable to move. Being tied up and hung on a tree. No matter how hard I struggled, it was useless. The most I could do was to dangle. Zhu Zhuqing's beauty turned pale and her scalp became numb. It's so scary. Is this the power of a god-level martial spirit? Finally saw it. Soul power. The agility attack element, which was several levels higher than him and was faster than him, was using it full strength. It couldn't even touch the corner of his clothes and he couldn't even run away. Zhu Zhuqing could better understand why Emperor Xingluo and his father Zhu Yan valued Lu Feng so much. While Zhu Douluo of Wuhan Palace changed his mind and wanted to compete for Lu Feng, she was also glad in her heart that Lu Feng was not the real enemy. Lu Feng walked slowly into the bamboo forest, raising his hand slightly. The roots and branches of the surrounding plants all retracted obediently and returned to their original state. Only the green gold vines stretching out from the star tree were left tied around her hot and bulging body. The touch on the tendrils came. Seeing that she was a little unhappy, Lu Feng couldn't help but feel his heart tremble. This woman's figure is really sexy. What a natural beauty. Her size is probably scary. The last head test was not very accurate after all. When Zhu Zhuqing was snooping in the black forest before, he also used the roots of trees to wrap around her. But there is no all-round solid entanglement like now. And there is a difference between the touch shared by external plants and the touch given by one's own martial spirit. As the soul power grows, this feeling becomes clearer. You, please let me go. A trace of panic flashed across Zhu Zhuqing's eyes, but his attitude remained tough and his eyes were stubborn. She is quite similar to Zhu Zhuqing in this aspect. They are all women who have stood out through brutal competition. They are not so weak and have an extraordinarily strong will. Lu Feng chuckled and walked around Zhu Zhuqing as if he was admiring a sculpture. That fair and beautiful face, alluring red lips, that proud breast, round and plump buttock, and long, tight legs and leather pants. Due to the squeezing and deformation caused by the binding of the rattan whiskers, the curves are not so regular, which creates a strange feeling, but it is a more deadly temptation. Lu Feng had to take a few deep breaths before speaking. Let you go? It's just a cheating bet, but you still dare to attack me. I'm so angry. Let's get some interest back first. Snapped. Lu Feng reached out and slapped her plump buttock hard. The feeling of the hand and the tremor that bounced back made Lu Feng's heart tremble. Oh, you really hit. Zhu Zhuqing was ashamed and angry. A burning pain came from her butt, indicating that Lu Feng had exerted too much force. She didn't care about the identity of her eldest sister and future queen at all. If you don't let me down, I'll call for help, snapped. Lu Feng slapped him hard again. You scream loudly. I hate people threatening me the most. Of course Zhu Zhuqing didn't dare to scream. When someone comes over and sees her like this, she is the one who is embarrassed and her reputation is damaged. You are shameless, Zhu Zhuqing cursed. I'm shameless, but you don't know any shame. Don't think I don't know. It was you who used your feet under the table that day, Lu Feng said. Not me. Zhu Zhuqing was stunned and denied it. Anyway, you don't admit anything, but I have a way to get you to admit it, snapped. Bang bang bang. If you don't admit it, I'll beat you until you admit it. Zhu Zhuqing could hold on at first, but soon his body began to tremble. Lu Feng didn't use her soul power, and she wouldn't be hurt if she was spanked on her plump butt, but the feeling of shame shattered her inner persistence. In fact, even if she admitted it, the situation wouldn't be any worse than it is now, and she couldn't stand this wave of shame. Hitting her thin, close-fitting leather pants was no different from hitting her skin. Zhu Zhuqing gritted his teeth and said, yes, I admit it, whatever you want. She acted like a dead pig who was not afraid of boiling water. The implication is that I have been beaten by you, so what else do you want and what else can you do? Small punishments have worked, but further punishment will not achieve better result. Talk back. Lu Feng controlled the martial spirit and thought for a moment. The roots began to tighten instantly. Tear. The sound of tearing sounded. The leather jacket and pants could not withstand the tightness of the rattan, and because Zhu Zhuqing's figure was too plump, they burst. The snow-white skin wrapped in leather cloth was exposed to the air. The needles on the vine pierced her skin and injected paralyzing toxin. This paralyzing toxin is very special. Only Lu Feng can completely remove it. It can also strengthen each other with the corrosive toxin of green light. Zhu Zhuqing's fair skin turned green and shiny, and his whole body was in a negative state. Paralysis, slowness, corrosion, devouring soul power, stealing life force. The latter two are absorbed into the martial soul, which can nourish the martial soul or can be used by Lu Feng, and their power will increase as the soul power or the quality of the soul ring improve. Lu Feng was not at full strength today. After all, he was his sister-in-law, so a lesson would be enough. Zhu Zhuqing felt bad all over, especially when he saw the changes in his skin. Beautiful women are particularly concerned about their appearance, and Zhu Zhuqing is no exception. She didn't expect Lu Feng to be so strong and dare to do anything. She felt like a lamb at the mercy of the slaughter. Under the extreme insecurity, fear arose in my heart, and this was Lu Feng who she came to provoke, and it was she who made the first move. Zhu Zhuqing was about to cry and said quickly, I surrender. You can do whatever you want. I can be your slave for 3 days or 3 months. Please let me go. It would have saved trouble if I had said this earlier. Lu Feng curled his lips, put away the vine, and put Zhu Zhuqing down. Zhu Zhuqing fell to the ground and rolled his eyes at Lu Feng with an irritated look in his eyes. They haven't given me the antidote yet. A needle appeared in Lu Feng's hand, and he smiled and said, the antidote is here. Just lift your butt and give it a shot. Give a shot? Zhu Zhuqing was a little confused, but he still did as Lu Feng said. Needles were pricked on her round and plump buttock. She bared her teeth and trembled all over. The pain is nothing, but looking at the long needles piercing the back, I feel an uncomfortable feeling of twitching in my heart. I can't describe the feeling. In short, I am afraid of injections. Fortunately, the entire length was not inserted, and it only pierced her skin. Sure enough, one shot worked. The numbness in her body subsided immediately. Zhu Zhuqing, do we have to attack here? Lu Feng, anywhere will do. It mainly depends on my mood. Zhu Zhuqing, girls really can't do whatever they want. As soon as you are casual, others will be casual. The toxin for your second soul skill should be injected. Zhu Zhuqing felt as if his body had been spoiled. He asked lightly, weakly, his tone no longer as overbearing and strong as before. But she didn't feel that Lu Feng was bullying her. She has been taught the concept of law of the jungle since she was a child. You are strong, I will obey you. You are weak, I dominate you. Of course, strong people may not always be strong, and weak people may not always be weak. No need for injection, just eat my bananas. The white light in Lu Feng's hand condensed and instantly condensed into a life root. When Zhu Zhuqing heard the first half of the sentence, he breathed a sigh of relief, but when he heard the second half, he felt nervous again. She knew that Lu Feng was a tree martial spirit, so he could condense the healing auxiliary effects of the light of life into fruit bananas, but when he said that, it made him feel guilty. She also knew that when Lu Feng used white light to treat her, she should be able to recover. Why did it have to be condensed into a banana for her to eat? But she didn't say anything. As everyone said, it depends on your mood. Zhu Zhuqing took the banana honestly, peeled it and ate it. All negative effects are removed and vitality is restored to its original state. Zhu Zhuqing felt relieved, not to mention, your bananas taste so delicious. What is your third soul skill? You want to try it? Lu Feng smiled a little evilly. Forget it, let's talk about it next time. Why are you smiling so weirdly? Zhu Zhuqing followed Lu Feng's gaze and saw that the black leather jacket and pants on his body were broken in many places, showing infinite beauty. Zhu Zhuqing quickly covered the exposed position reflection with his hands, but he couldn't cover it anywhere. Fortunately, her most private position was not exposed. It's all your fault. I can't see anyone like this, and I'm dirty and itchy. I want to take a bath in your house. Go get me a set of clothes. Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but ran into Lu Feng's room. Chapter 36 Lu Feng's third soul skill, the nightmare of all auxiliary soul masters. Zhu Zhuqing broke into Lu Feng's room and bathroom directly. She took off her tattered black leather jacket and pants and couldn't wait to start taking a shower. She is the eldest daughter of the Zhu family. She has been engaged to Prince Davis since she was a child. She has a particularly noble status and has developed some misophobia. She is not allowed to walk on the road disheveled, and she is even more afraid of being seen like this. Zhu Zhuqing is very clear about the layout of the Zhu family's back house and other courtyard. Lu Feng was treated as a distinguished guest, and the house he lived in was naturally of the highest quality, with a separate bathroom in the room. Listening to the splashing sound of water in the bathroom, Lu Feng felt helpless. If anyone knew that Zhu Zhuqing was taking a bath in his room, 100 words of mouth would not be able to explain it. But from Zhu Zhuqing's point of view, he could understand how she would explain if someone saw her on the way, because her clothes were so torn and her beauty was leaking out. Lu Feng walked to the bathroom door and said slowly, "It's not easy to help you get clothes. I'll give you a set of men's clothes that I wear." There was a little silence in the bathroom, and Zhu Zhuqing's low voice came out, "Okay." Then the bathroom opened a crack, and the white jade arms dripping with water stretched out. Lu Feng took out a clean spare piece of clothing from the storage soul guide and handed it over. After getting the clothes, Zhu Zhuqing closed the door with a bang. From this careful movement and her slightly rapid breathing, it was obvious that she was also very shy. She was usually carefree and a bit domineering, but she was an inhumane woman after all. Lu Feng could vaguely see her hot and graceful curves through the frosted glass. Lu Feng felt a surge of heat under his lower abdomen, as if a fire had been ignited. "When I was hanging and beating her in the bamboo forest just now, I couldn't bear it anymore." Now Zhu Zhuqing came to the room again and took a shower naked. He had already seen most of Zhu Zhuqing's lump body. Now, relying on his imagination and the outline of the figure, he could not help but picture the bathing scene in his mind. A closed room, a man and a woman alone. Only a thin layer of glass separates them. The temperature in the room is rising. Lu Feng decided to do something to divert his attention. First, he took out the body of Yin and carefully planted it on the windowsill. On the way back, he bought the best spiritual soil to cultivate her. Spiritual soil is the most nourishing and helpful to plant. The so-called spiritual soil is the soil where spiritual grass and fairy grass have grown. During the growth of spirit grass, the flowers, branches, leaves and fruit fall off and are absorbed by the soil below. Over the years, the soil becomes extra fertile spiritual soil. Yin seemed to be able to feel Lu Feng's care and intention for her. She stretched out her soft silver blue tentacles and gently hooked Lu Feng's fingers as if to express her gratitude to her master. Next, Lu Feng thought of the lottery. "I originally wanted to accumulate more energy points and then draw a lottery, but now I want to use this to divert my attention, but my hands are already itchy." System: start the God level lottery. The God level lottery is launched, and one will after spending 1000 energy points. Do you want to start the lottery? Yes. The lottery begin. The flashing glow on the system interface quickly rotated. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You got a hair crystal. I'm not lucky enough. Hair crystal is a rare ore, and one piece can be sold for several hundred gold soul coin. Tang San may think it is a treasure when he sees it, and Lu Feng owns 2 hair crystal mines. Smoke again. Lu Feng issued the order. Use the remaining 1000 energy point. Now that you have started, you don't want to stop. The system starts the God level lottery again. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have obtained the God level secret skill, the Golden Eyes of True Vision. Golden Eyes of True Vision can see through the surface cover of object and perceive the essence, can see through illusion, phantoms and other falsehood, and gain insight into everything. Perform mental attacks by concentrating mental power. The power is enhanced or evolved as the soul power increases, and energy points can also be consumed to enhance or evolve. Damn it! God level secret skill. You are actually very lucky. There is a 50% chance of getting something God level. In surprise, a light blue light and shadow emerged from the system interface, reflecting on Lu Feng's eyebrows. Lu Feng felt a cool feeling between his brows, and soon the coolness spread to his eyes. He closed his eyes to feel it. The magic formula of True Vision Golden Eyes is automatically understood in the mind, and the method of using it is mastered. Seeing through the masking effect of material surfaces is similar to perspective. Lu Feng couldn't help but glance towards the bathroom. It is impossible for a bright young man like me, who has received 9-year compulsory education and has all-round development of moral, intellectual, physical, artistic and physical skills, to do such uncivilized things. Lu Feng's eyes widened and he opened his golden pupils of true vision. Bathroom glass and walls quickly become transparent. Zhu Zhuqing's large S-shaped curved figure gradually became clearer. The wet hair hangs down on the shoulders, revealing a long neck as white and delicate as a swan, and a layer of foam is applied to the cream-like skin, which cannot cover up the devilish figure. Her plump and curvy body, as well as the charming look between her brows, make her look extremely mature and attractive. It's a pity that the breasts are not visible. They are looming in the rich foam, but the amazing and proud curves are enough to make any man intoxicated. Even when she was taking a bath, the future queen still looked inviolable and noble, stunningly youthful, and breathtakingly beautiful. Zhu Zhuqing's pretty face was slightly sad, and she didn't know what she was thinking. She had followed Lu Feng and spied on her, but this time she was completely unaware of it. Lu Feng's breathing was rapid, his heartbeat was racing, and his blood was racing. It's a bit overwhelming. I feel like I have a nosebleed. However, his physique is now many times stronger than before, and he is no longer prone to nosebleed. Lu Feng. Suddenly there was a shout outside the door. It was Zhu Zhuqing's voice. Then a burst of rapid footsteps came. Zhu Zhuqing made a bang, opened the door and rushed in. Fang, you are really back. Tears flashed from the corners of her eyes. She opened her arms directly and threw herself into Lu Feng's arms. Zhu Zhuqing had just arrived home and heard that Lu Feng was back, so she hurried over to meet her lover to comfort her lovesickness. At this moment, Lu Feng felt quite conflicted. On the one hand, I am also eagerly looking forward to meeting Zhu Zhuqing and having a chat with you and me. On the other hand, Zhu Zhuqing came at the wrong time, because Zhu Zhuqing is in the bathroom. If Zhu Zhuqing finds out, he won't be able to explain clearly. She and Zhu Zhuqing have just confirmed their relationship as boyfriend and girlfriend, and have not yet formally entered into an engagement, nor have they had any in-depth discussions. If she thinks that she should have sex with her sister first before Zhu Zhuqing came in, Lu Feng put away his true vision golden eyes, and Zhu Zhuqing also suddenly stopped taking a bath. The two seemed to have formed some kind of tacit understanding and remained calm. They all really don't want to be discovered by Zhu Zhuqing. Although the two of them didn't do anything like that, Zhu Zhuqing felt like he was being caught. If Zhu Zhuqing saw her taking a bath in Lu Feng's room, she wouldn't be able to wash herself off even if she jumped into the lake of life. She is Davis's fiancée, the quasi-princess and the future empress of the world. If this kind of thing spread, it will be even more serious. In addition, Zhu Zhuqing was still a little uncomfortable. She had just applied shower gel, and before she could rinse it off, her body was covered in sticky bubbles. Chapter 37 Family Banquet. Zhu Zhuqing, are you here again? Today, Zhu Zhuqing was very proactive and let her plump body fall into his arms. Just as Lu Feng was about to speak, his mouth was blocked by soft lip. A small lilac snake violently opened Lu Feng's teeth. Zhu Zhuqing used the skills she learned from Lu Feng himself and used them on Lu Feng, used to express her tenderness like water, passion like fire, and longing like wave, putting aside her cold shell that kept others away from her for thousands of miles. This pretty girl got close to Lu Feng with a hot heart, selflessly enjoying the feeling of being in love with Lu Feng. On the first day of separation, she felt how important Lu Feng was in her heart. Although Zhu Zhuqing's first active attack was a bit unfamiliar, Lu Feng's evil fire burned fiercely in his body like boiling lava. The little greedy cat is so emotional that it is obvious that he can peel off her leather jacket and do things that most lovers would do. A raging fire can get out of control, but there is no need to control it. However, when Lu Feng thought that there was another person in the room, a special person, he could only try to control the evil fire. You need to give your sister-in-law time to leave. After embracing and kissing passionately, Zhu Zhuqing left Lu Feng's arm, stretched out two slender jade fingers, and touched Lu Feng's lips with black nails. Feng pinched his waist. You have been away for too long. Have you done anything urgent? Painful? Lu Feng smiled bitterly and nodded. It's done. Do you know that something big happened recently? What's the big deal? The whole Xingluo city has been rumored. You don't know. Let me tell you. A hidden powerhouse came to Notting City in shock and became the fourth known peerless Douluo. He possesses twin martial spirit. He used his sword spirit to severely injure the despicable Haoshan Douluo with one move, but he was actually the worshipper of the Pan-Continent Merchant Alliance. The Merchant Alliance could recruit the hidden peerless Douluo as its worshipper, which shows what the leader of the Merchant Alliance is like. What a powerful existence. This aroused the curiosity of people all over the world. Pope Bibi Dong of Wuhan Palace, Emperor Xingluo, Emperor Tiandu, Kaibao Glai Sect Ning Fengzi, etc. all queued up to see him, but the elders of the Merchant Alliance always said that the leader is practicing in seclusion and no visitors are allowed. Zhu Zhuqing told all the big news he knew. It also describes Tang Hao's tragic defeat, the exposure of his despicable trick, and the collapse of his character. Tang Hao used his emotions to deceive, took advantage of Wuhan Palace, and finally got everything and passed the blame to Wuhan Palace. It was an almost perfect step-by-step plan, and Tang Hao also had a high and upright appearance. If they hadn't seen the copy of the confession signed by Tang Hao and certified by Yu Xiaogang, many people wouldn't believe it was true. Lu Feng knows the above better than Zhu Zhuqing. The news spread so quickly and widely because of his handiwork. It was he who asked the caravans and stagecoaches in Pang continent to spread the news widely. Of course, his appearance in Notting City was omitted from the news. Compared with the intense battle between peerless Douluo Sun Huan and Tang Hao, it is easy to overlook the battle between him and Tang San, two juniors. Especially the appearance of peerless Douluo Sun Huan is an extremely important event for all forces in the world, because the pattern of the entire continent will change accordingly, and the peerless Douluo Sun Huan is worshipped by the Merchant Alliance and take orders from the leader of the Merchant Alliance. People also focus on the leader of the Merchant Alliance. Lu Feng smiled and said, "Actually, I know about Notting City." "Yes, you are also a member of the Business Alliance. You should know more than me. So why do you want me to talk for so long? The way you talk is so beautiful and cute. It's a pleasure to watch, so I don't want to interrupt." "Will be a mouthful." Zhu Zhuqing's pretty face was slightly angry, but she had to admit that Lu Feng's words made her feel very comfortable. Girls like to praise, especially those from their sweetheart. "I'm also curious, what kind of person is your leader? Have you seen him?" Zhu Zhuqing looked at Lu Feng as if he were curious about a baby. The corner of Lu Feng's mouth twitched as he was thinking about how to answer. Zhu Zhuqing suddenly raised his eyebrows and said, "Wait a minute, why do you smell of perfume?" Cats have an extremely sensitive sense of smell, and Zhu Zhuqing, who possesses the nether civet cat martial spirit, also possesses this ability. She straightened her nose and sniffed Lu Feng. The smell was very familiar. Lu Feng coughed lightly and admitted simply and generously, "It may be the smell of your elder sister's night rose perfume. I was sparring with your elder sister just now." "Strange, why did she come to you to practice sparring? Where is she?" "Let go." Lu Feng glanced at the bathroom intentionally or unintentionally. "It's been a long time. Zhu Zuyun should think of a way to leave." He changed the subject and said, "Let me tell you a secret. Fight Break the Sky was written by me." Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful eyes widened. Are you Mr. Tentacle Monster?" "Yes, this is a manuscript I wrote. A medal and seal engraved with my pen name." Lu Feng took out a manuscript, medals, etc. from the storage space to prove himself. Zhu Zhuqing had a look of surprise on her face and instantly turned into a little fangirl. She grabbed Lu Feng's arm and said, "You and I have liked reading your book since we were children. Why do you write a book?" In fact, she didn't have much choice. Lu Feng was the only one in the world writing this kind of novel, bringing people a little fun in the boring practice. Lu Feng also noticed this and became a copywriter. Lu Feng spread his hands and said, "It's not because I didn't awaken my soul power before, just to make money for a living. The 3-year appointment is almost here. Why not write it down? I haven't updated for so long. I really want to take a bite out of you." Well, at that time there was a business that could make several times more money than writing a book. Who would spend so much time writing a book day and night? Lu Feng smiled slightly awkwardly. This book was indeed a few years old. "I don't care. I want to see the follow-up plot. I have thought about the subsequent plot and can tell it to you orally. In this world, you are the only one who knows the subsequent plot." "Very good." Zhu Zhuqing was very excited, especially Lu Feng's last word, which made her feel particularly romantic. "However, in exchange, you also have to dictate it to me," Lu Feng said with a smile. "Give you a dictation? Don't you want to bite me? Just bite me." Zhu Zhuqing. She was stunned and confused after hearing this. After thinking for a moment and looking at Lu Feng's weird smile and the fire of desire that seemed to be pouring out of his eyes, she suddenly understood what Lu Feng meant. Suddenly his face turned red with embarrassment. The naughty jokes between lovers are a kind of flirting that adds interest and are unique, and she was ready for him today. "Bad guy, I'm going to bite you for real." Zhu Zhuqing pounced on Lu Feng again, threw him to the ground wildly, sealed his mouth with her red lips, and after a kiss she bit Lu Feng's lips gently. Unexpectedly, a joke inspired Zhu Zhuqing to take the initiative even more enthusiastically. "Now, I can't control it even if I want to. I don't know if my sister-in-law has left, but there is a lot of people in the bathroom." Quiet. Zhu Zuyun did not leave. Listening to Lu Feng and Zhu Zhuqing being intimate, she felt even more uncomfortable, and her body seemed to be on fire. On the windowsill, a strong blue-silver grass swayed like a mimosa in the wind, as if it was ashamed to see such a beautiful scene, and she knew that Zhu Zuyun was in the bathroom. Book Club Group 5910218890. Everyone is welcome to join and claim the goddess. Asking for favorites and recommendation vote. If you don't have any recommendation vote, you can leave a comment. If there are 100 comments in total, there will be more update. I beg for 5-star praise and encouragement. Chapter 38. The Maverick 13th and Zhu Zuyun's action. The next day, the first ray of light in the morning slanted through the small gap in the window, falling on the blue-silver grass on the windowsill, on Zhu Zhuqing's thrilling snow-white roundness, and also on her jade face with a hint of fatigue and laziness. Zhu Zhuqing felt the changes in temperature and light keenly, and her long eyelashes twitched as she faintly woke up. When she opened her beautiful black and white eyes, the first thing she did was to look at the pillow. Seeing Lu Feng sleeping soundly beside her, she relaxed and a bright smile appeared on her beautiful face. Recalling the madness last night, her heart couldn't help but throb again, and her face became even more embarrassed and sweet. She stretched out safely, climbed up gently, found the pants and clothes that had fallen on the floor, and put them on one by one. The black leather jacket bound those two huge balls again. The elastic leather pants tightly wrapped her tight and round buttock and long leg. At this time, Lu Feng also woke up. After experiencing last night, he realized how perfect Zhu Zhuqing's figure was after taking off her clothes, and how beautiful she was in the spring night with her wild stubbornness. In the first half, Zhu Zhuqing had the upper hand with his wild and unrestrained style. In the second half, when she put her long legs on her shoulders and sprinted, she finally surrendered completely. Lu Feng recalled the ecstatic scene of the night's expedition and couldn't help laughing. He stood up and went over, hugging Zhu Zhuqing from behind. "Little greedy cat, let's have another morning exercise." Zhu Zhuqing pushed Lu Feng away with resentful eyes. No, I'm a little swollen. It's all your fault. I have to go back and take a shower first." After saying that, Zhu Zhuqing smiled sweetly, kissed Lu Feng on the mouth, opened the door and ran back to his house as if he was running away, as if he was afraid of being seen by outsiders. However, the way her legs moved around seemed a little unsmooth. After all, it was the first time to stay overnight in Lu Feng's house, and it was also the first time to give it to my sweetheart. The reason why she changed from passive to very active yesterday was because she had already thought about it during the days when Lu Feng left. Apart from the emotional drive from the heart, it was also because Lu Feng helped her break off the annoying engagement, gave up huge benefits to choose her alone, and also gave her an extremely precious soul bone. Lu Feng had paid so much for her, but she had nothing to give in return. Her father, Zhu Yan, was not clear about her engagement with Lu Feng. He kept delaying an official announcement because he didn't know what he was planning. Therefore, Zhu Zhuqing decided to take the initiative. No matter what other people's attitudes are, no matter what changes happen, she only belongs to Lu Feng. Lu Feng smiled and shook his head. This little greedy cat didn't even close the door. Lu Feng closed the door and walked to the bathroom, preparing to take a bath as well. Opening the door, I was shocked to see Zhu Zhuqing squatting in the corner of the bathroom with his legs crossed, with a sad look on his face and dark circles under his eyes facing each other. Complex expressions of embarrassment and surprise appeared on their faces. After Zhu Zhuqing was stunned for a moment, he quickly turned away shyly and said weakly, "Get out quickly, I need to get dressed." "Why haven't you left yet?" Lu Feng closed the door angrily and asked. There were sparse sounds of dressing in the bathroom, and Zhu Zhuqing's angry and shy voice. "Can I leave?" Zhu Zhuqing absorbed the 10,000-year soul bones you gave her, and her strength increased greatly. "She is on par with me. She will definitely notice me if I move." When he mentioned the soul bone, his tone was obviously jealous. Yesterday, after she put on the shower gel and was enjoying the bath, Zhu Zhuqing rushed to Lu Feng's room. She desperately didn't want Zhu Zhuqing to catch her taking a shower in Lu Feng's room, so she stopped moving, held her breath, and was careful not to make any sound. I thought Zhu Zhuqing would be able to leave after a while. As everyone knows, the fire between Lu Feng and Zhu Zhuqing was getting stronger and stronger, and it could be heard that Zhu Zhuqing was taking the initiative this time. Zhu Zhuqing waited for just one night. The two young bodies seemed to have endless energy. They fought hard all night long, and she also listened to them all night long. The taste in the bowl is sour and refreshing, and it's hard to describe it in just one word. Zhu Zhuqing didn't stay motionless all night. She couldn't help her inner curiosity and impulse and quietly opened the bathroom door a crack. But the more I looked at her, the more uncomfortable I became. Finally, I feel like my body has been hollowed out. Curiosity killed the cat. Soon, Zhu Zhuqing put on his clothes, opened the door and came out. The flashing peach blossom eyes glared at Lu Feng hatefully. "Auntie, you are so persistent." Lu Feng forced out a sneer. "You still said that." Zhu Zhuqing rushed forward, opened his red lips, and took a bite on Lu Feng's shoulder. Then he rushed out of the door and fled. The noble future queen, who is usually sacred and inviolable, was trapped in the bathroom for one night and made herself miserable. Moreover, it was such a special situation. Lu Feng rubbed his shoulders dumbfounded, seeing that it was still difficult for him to wear his loose clothes. The back of Zhu Zhuqing hiding his hot figure. Both sisters love to bite so much, and they are both cat. He murmured to himself and went into the bathroom to take a shower. The smell of Zhu Zhuqing's body was still lingering in the bathroom. Not only the smell of perfume and body fragrance, but also seemed to be mixed with the blue-silver grass on the windowsill trembled lightly. It was Yin who was snickering shyly. Afternoon. Lu Feng accepted Zhu Zhuqing's appointment and came to a martial arts training ground in the Zhu family. You can't stop practicing every day. Lu Feng knew very well the importance of physical fitness and force. In the first few years before awakening the god-level martial spirit, Lu Feng would also eat some spiritual herb that his body could bear and spend spend 1 or 2 hours every day to exercise his body. After Yang Wudi, Bai He and others help hone basic combat skills. Therefore, his physical foundation is quite good and his basic combat skills have not fallen behind. Lu Feng glanced out and saw Zhu Zhuqing being stopped by a group of young people on the martial arts training ground. At the head was a tall, handsome young man with yellow hair. He was dressed luxuriously with a gold badge of nobility on his chest and a bouquet of red and white flowers in his hand. Zhuqing, please accept my flowers. These are the 4-leaf ice flowers and exotic red roses that I picked from the star forest. Boring. Zhu Zhuqing had a cold expression on his face and without even looking at the noble young man, he decisively walked away. When she saw Lu Feng walking toward her, the coldness on her face melted immediately and she greeted him with a smile. The aristocratic young man was not discouraged when he was rejected, as if he was accustomed to it. Zhu Zhuqing was the most beautiful woman in the Star Luo Empire and she was also known for her aloofness that shunned others from thousands of miles away. Normally, she doesn't make false remarks to anyone. At this time, the noble young man noticed that Zhu Zhuqing was smiling. She actually smiled, not to mention him. Even the children of the Zhu family have not seen Zhu Zhuqing's smile for many years. Her smile stunned the time, as if the sunlight had dimmed a bit and the roses and ice flowers were suddenly inferior, not even half as beautiful as hers. The noble young man was overjoyed. He thought Zhu Zhuqing's smile was blooming for him. It means there is a great opportunity. The noble young man chased after him happily. Last night it wasn't that there was no update, but one chapter was blocked and will be released in the afternoon. It was too difficult. Your Excellencies, please give me your vote. Chapter 42. The brand that both Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zuyun like. The noble young man hurriedly caught up, stopped Zhu Zhuqing again, and said loudly, Zhuqing, please accept my pursuit. I will inherit the throne next year, and you will be my princess. There were also children of the Zhu family on the side who spoke up and said, Cousin Zhuqing, just accept Prince Su Wei. He is the sole heir of Nanwo Principality. Prince Su Wei is not an outsider, and Lu Feng is not only an outsider but also a commoner. Yes, Lu Feng left you again for such a long time. Prince Su Wei is a true nobleman. He possesses the Star Crown martial spirit and is a top talent second only to His Highness David. Prince Su Wei has just broken through level 40 and become a soul sec. His future is limitless. However, Lu Feng awakened too late after all. He still needs to rely on the resources of the Zhu family to train him. It is not yet known who will be stronger or weaker in the future. The Su family comes from the hidden sect Xingguan sect. Su Wei's family inherits the title of Nanwo Principality and its territory is close to the southern swamp. The Star Crown martial spirit can assist and fight. The assistance may be slightly inferior to that of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, but its combat effectiveness is far stronger than that of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect. At this moment, some young talents from the Zhu family are also on Su Wei's side. The Xingluo Dai family, the Zhu family, and the Su family have a history of marriage for generations. One of Zhu Yan's favorite concubines was a woman from the Su family, Su Wei's aunt Su Ruyuan. That's why the Zhu family's children called Su Wei one of their own. But Lu Feng came down by air, and with his god-level talent he received so much attention it was unavoidable to make people jealous. Lu Feng has never shown his strength in the Zhu family. The head of the Zhu family was vague and did not stop Su Wei from pursuing Zhu Zhuqing. The Star Luo Empire values the strong most, and power, wealth, and women are all allowed to be seized in fierce competition. Previously, Zhu Zhuqing was engaged to the Prince Daimyo Bai, and they were caught in a cruel competition for the throne. Su Wei coveted Zhu Zhuqing's beauty but did not dare to touch her, let alone pursue her. Now that Zhu Zhuqing and Daimyo Bai's engagement has been terminated, he thinks that his position of power is superior to that of Lu Feng. He started to think about it. Roll. Zhu Zhuqing lowered her face and clearly expressed her attitude in just one word. She glanced at Su Wei in disgust, as if looking at a fly that wouldn't let go. Then she walked quickly to Lu Feng. She took the initiative to reach out and took Lu Feng's arm affectionately. Some people here are so bored. Let's go over there and practice sparring. Zhu Zhuqing showed with her actions that she was already Lu Feng. When everyone saw this scene, their expressions became dull. Su Wei's face suddenly stiffened, the corners of his eyes twitched, and his complexion turned blue and white. He is regarded as a prince, and he is regarded as a once-in-a-100-year genius of the Star Crown sect. Have you ever been so angry? Especially just now. I thought Zhu Zhuqing was about to get it. Stop. Are you Lu Feng? Su Wei cannot blame Zhu Zhuqing, but he can vent his anger on his love rival Lu Feng. Lu Feng smelled the strong hostility, turned around, and said calmly, Lu Feng, do you have any advice? Su Wei put on the posture of a powerful man and said with an arrogant look, I heard that you awakened the god-level martial soul star tree. Show it to me. Lu Feng said indifferently, sorry, my martial spirit is for fighting, not for performing. Su Wei sneered, you have only awakened your martial spirit for less than 2 months, and you can still fight? Lu Fenjiun said calmly, do you want to give it a try? Love rival Minato, there is no reason to back down when you come up to provoke someone. In a world where force is respected, when it's time to be tough, you must be tough. Su Wei was pestering Zhu Zhuqing just now, and Lu Feng also saw it. He must make a decision to prevent this from happening again. Zhu Yan allowed this kind of thing to happen in the Zhu family, which also made him unhappy. It just so happened that Su Wei came up. Sure enough, there is no shortage of villains everywhere. No, I beat up the son of fate, as if I am the villain. It's what you said. Su Wei winked at the people around him. He seized the opportunity to fight Lu Feng in time. If Lu Feng could be suppressed by force, not only would he be able to vent his anger, but Zhu Zhuqing might also look at him differently. After all, in this world the strong have the final say, coupled with his respected status. I said it. What do you want? Lu Feng said with a half smile. Zhu Zhuqing hesitated to speak, not because she was worried about Lu Feng. She knew Lu Feng's strength, but she was afraid that Lu Feng would attack too hard and accidentally destroy Su Wei, which would affect the relationship between the Zhu family and the Su family. What Su Wei said next made her feel relieved. I won't take advantage of you. How about we fight without using our soul power? As a level 40 soul sec, he could not shamelessly use his soul power to bully those who had just awakened. Good. Lu Feng and Zhu Zhuqing made eye contact. Zhu Zhuqing understood Lu Feng's meaning tacitly and stood aside obediently. Lu Feng walked up to Su Wei and said, "Can we start?" Su Weidao. Yes. The words just fell. Lu Feng's solace appeared in front of Su Wei's eyes, rapidly growing from small to large. Su Wei's pupils shrank. He didn't have time to react. The solace of Lu Feng's shoes made close contact with his face. Boom. Su Wei was struck by lightning, and his body flew backward for several meters. He reluctantly did some somersaults in the air, landed on his feet, and scraped against the ground for more than a meter before he stopped. The martial art field was silent. Everyone was stunned and suddenly turned to stone. Even Zhu Zhuqing was surprised. After not seeing each other for a while, Lu Feng has obviously become much stronger. The speed was so fast that she couldn't even see clearly. It was unbelievable that she could kick a level 40 soul sec several meters away with just her muscle strength. She didn't know what Lu Feng had been going through for the past half month. Absorb the dragon soul bone and learn the unique skill, Dragon Shadow Step. The ghost can also be crushed, instantly increasing Lu Feng's speed and agility several times. The Dragon God soul bone also gave him the strongest bloodline in the soul beast world, the Dragon God bloodline. Lu Feng's body was greatly transformed and strengthened. The dragon bloodline dominates with your power. As the saying goes, the power of a dragon far stronger than the power of ox and tiger, and the Dragon God is the supreme god among the dragon clan. In addition, during the battle with Tang Hao, Lu Feng gained insight from the battle experience of peerless Douluo and realized the new martial spirit of the golden winged Dapen, which also continuously strengthened his strength. On the tall building in the west, Zhu Yan, Su Ruyuan, Zhu Zuyuan, Davis, and several family elders who were watching the competition from a distance looked at each other with shock in their eyes. They know Su Wei's strength very well, not much worse than Davis. In his early 20s, he is also a leader among the younger generation. Zhu Yan is happy to see the fierce competition among the juniors. This is their tradition. Although it is ruthless, it is very effective in improving strength. The delay in not announcing the engagement between Zhu Zhuqing and Lu Feng was based on this consideration. The Tree of Stars is an ancient legend. This is the first time they have encountered this kind of martial spirit. No one knows what it can develop into, so the wily Zhu Yan wants to take more time to take a look. Zhu Yan was thinking just now that if Lu Feng lost too badly, he would stop him if necessary. After all, Lu Feng had just awakened his martial soul less than 2 months ago, while Su Wei had awakened his martial soul and practiced for more than 10 years. He was a soul sect. Such a competition was too unfair. I never expected that it would be Su Wei who lost so embarrassingly. Lu Feng only used one kick. Su Wei had no backhand strength and was kicked directly in the face. The victory or defeat is determined. In the eyes of a titled Douluo like Zhu Yan, a lot can be seen with just one move. Lu Feng's speed, strength, and skills are impeccable. In terms of speed, it is not inferior to the agility attack system at all. In terms of strength, compared to the evil-eyed white tiger, there is no concession. This is equivalent to the fact that he possesses the characteristics of agility and power attack, plus the control and auxiliary systems of his martial spirit. Zhu Yan took a breath. He couldn't express his emotions or anger, and couldn't help but smile. He had found a treasure, an unparalleled treasure. Zhu Zuyuan's peach blossom eyes had a complicated expression, and they were shining with splendor. I almost couldn't help but cheer loudly, but because Su Ruyuan and Davis were nearby, he couldn't say anything. Now I know that Lu Feng was merciful to her. If Lu Feng had really shot hard yesterday, her ass has blossomed a long time ago. Yesterday, I was tied up and beaten in the bamboo forest, and I was trapped in the bathroom all night. When I think about him and Zhu Zhuqing, my heart is still stirred up, and my cheeks are hot. Wait, shouldn't you hate him? Why can't you hate me? She seemed seems to still miss him. When I think back to last night, I can't help but put myself in Zhu Zhuqing's place. I feel like I was with Lu Feng. Zhu Zhuqing glanced at his fiancée Davis beside him and quickly adjusted his breathing to suppress his reverie. Chapter 43 Yu Xiaogong's movements and agreement with Bai Chenxiang. Please collect and recommend. Martial arts training ground. Su Wei's face was extremely ugly. The soul master's physique is extraordinary. No soul power was used in the competition. Su Wei was not injured, but there was inevitably a red shoe print on his livid face. Su Wei stared at Lu Feng fiercely, feeling a little confused. I don't understand how I lost. How could it be possible to lose? As soon as he answered, Lu Feng's fist hit him, giving him no time to react. He was a powerful soul sec, but he actually lost to Lu Feng, who had just awakened his martial soul less than 2 months ago. He lost all face and he was kicked in the face. If word spread, he will become a laughing stock. He is of true noble blood, and the prince who will inherit the throne of the duchy next year is also an outstanding genius. Su Wei saw Lu Feng turning around and leaving without even looking at him. Stop! Su Wei stopped Lu Feng again, suppressing his anger, and said, I was careless. It seems I underestimated you. What level is your soul power? The fight went too fast. They started fighting as soon as they disagreed, and they didn't get to know each other carefully. Lu Feng turned around and said, Level 33. Why do you still want to fight? There was a cry of surprise all around. Level 33. My god, it's been less than 2 months since I woke up and I've reached level 33. This is impossible. Don't look at others with your own eyes. It is impossible for you, but for those who have awakened a god-level martial spirit, nothing is impossible. Is he still human? He is a human being, but not an ordinary person. He is a genius among geniuses. His innate soul power exceeds level 20. It is estimated that he has advanced a few levels after absorbing the soul ring. Everyone discussed and analyzed each other. At this time, Su Weidao said, Since you are level 33, do you dare to use your soul power to fight me? I can give you 3 moves. Lu Feng shrugged and said, Okay. Su Wei was eager to regain his face. For Lu Feng, this is a leapfrog challenge. The higher the soul power level, the attributes in all aspects will increase accordingly, rising to a big level, which is a qualitative leap. Lu Feng used his soul master to challenge the soul sect. This is very difficult. Su Wei was secretly happy when he heard Lu Feng's casual agreement, but when he saw Lu Feng's indifferent attitude, as if he didn't pay much attention to him, he became even more angry and secretly decided to use the most spicy way to teach him a lesson. A disgraced love rival. Next moment, Su Wei released the brilliant Star Crown martial spirit, the third soul skill, Star Glory. A light blue stream of light emitted from the Star Crown martial spirit, covering Su Wei's body, forming a halo, and penetrated into the body in an instant. Star Glory technique is a gain-like soul skill that greatly improves various attributes and greatly enhances the strength of the body. The fourth soul skill, Guardian of the Stars. Su Wei then used his fourth soul skill. Star Guardian is the most powerful auxiliary soul skill in the Star Crown martial spirit. Increase the tyrannical defense. It can be used for single target defense or area defense. Su Wei broke through level 40 and happened to learn the Guardian of the Stars, which made his combat strength a huge leap forward. With Su Wei's current soul power, the Star Guardian he displays will not lose to the full strength of the Yu clan's battle soul masters who focus on defense. A battle soul master of the same soul sect level cannot break his defense at all. It is equivalent to being in an invincible position. Such a powerful defensive auxiliary skill is a range of defense, and the range can benefit teammate. The Star Luo Empire lacks auxiliary soul masters, so the Su family is also a treasure to the Star Luo Empire and is treated with courtesy. The above are all the reasons for Su Wei to be proud. This is also the reason why Su Wei can confidently let Lu Feng use 3 moves. After Su Wei added above, his defense, soul power, speed, and other attributes increased dramatically. His true strength was equivalent to being upgraded to a level 49 battle soul master. At the level of the soul sect, the buff effect can be increased by almost 9 levels, but the higher the level, the higher the soul master's own soul power is. The geometric multiple of the increase in the buff effect will be reduced in the number of levels. For example, when Ning Fengzi added auxiliary attributes to sword Douluo, it was equivalent to a level increase. Let the 96th level sword fighter Luo Chenexin reach the 97th level. After using auxiliary soul skills to greatly improve his attributes, Su Wei's soul power pressure increased dramatically. Some of the Zhu family disciples who were standing closer could not withstand the pressure and began to retreat. Everyone was amazed. Everyone seemed to think that Su Wei was sure of victory. With a strength of level 49, it is not easy to deal with a soul master of level 33. There is a chasm-like gap in absolute strength which cannot be overcome by any skill. In the attic, Su Ruyun's charming eyes flashed with pride, and she pursed her lips and said with a smile, My nephew is a bit of a bully. Su Ruyun looked to be in her early 20s with an elegant and luxurious long skirt, a graceful graceful and slender figure, long red hair in a high bun, and slender white legs looming under the skirt. She has an elegance that is compelling to others. Just looking at her standing posture, one can feel endless admiration. She seems to be full of implicit temptation. Her charm and grace are not inferior to those beside her. Zhu Zhuqing is also a first-class beauty, Davis said. Of course it's bullying. It's very difficult for me, who is in the attack system, to break through the strong defense of the Star Guardian alone, let alone Lu Feng, who is the 33rd level main control system. It's a pity that Su Wei can't come to Star Luo Royal Academy to join my battle, otherwise the Pan-Continent Elite Soul Master competition will. Su Ruyun said, there is no way. The sex ancestral precepts require us, the Su family, not to appear in public on large occasions unless foreign enemies invade. If I were Lu Feng, I would give in immediately. What do you think? Zhu Yan smiled and nodded at his beautiful concubine. It is a smart decision for Lu Feng to admit defeat at this time. His performance today has exceeded my expectations. Su Ruyun's charming eyes are flowing. Admiring eyes turned to Lu Feng. Yes, 12 years old, level 33. He is the youngest soul master in the history of the empire, and his potential is unlimited. Give him a few years. My nephew may not necessarily be his opponent. Zhu Yun, have you ever competed with Lu Feng? I don't have it. Zhu Zhuqing was slightly startled when he was suddenly asked, but quickly reacted and shook his head in denial. If she admitted to having competed, someone would definitely ask what was the result, what were the details, and how would she answer. She wanted to forget such scandalous things as being tied up and hung on a tree and spanked. Zhu Zhuqing knew how powerful Lu Feng's green light and roots were, but on the martial art field, without the help of plant, and most importantly, in terms of the absolute power of soul power, Su Wei had a great advantage. In the duel between soul masters, absolute strength is the key. It seemed that Su Wei gave up to Lu Feng with 3 moves. In fact, under such a huge gap, Lu Feng could not attack Su Wei with not only 3 moves but also 30 moves. But Su Wei's counter-attack could kill him with 1 blow. Zhu Zhuqing was not optimistic about Lu Feng this time and was a little worried. Chapter 44. Zhu Zhuqing also got on the bus, giving the precious armor to the beautiful woman. On the martial arts training ground, Lu Feng looked at Xingguan martial spirit. So you are from the Su family of the Xingguan sect. Su Wei smiled triumphantly and said, you knew it was a little late. Why are you afraid? It's not too late to regret now. As long as you admit defeat and let me kick you in the face, I will let you go this time. Lu Feng yawned and said, you think too much? Then I'll do it. Come on. This time Su Wei started to be cautious, put away his contempt for Lu Feng, and made full preparations. He promised not to fight back within 3 moves, but that didn't mean he couldn't dodge. He was deeply impressed by Lu Feng's speed and strength. In case of an accident, he can also use his soul power to temporarily fly into the air. The soul bone of his left leg gives him the ability to fly for 20 seconds. 20 seconds later, he swooped down from the air, struck Lu Feng hard, and used his soul power to vibrate to send out waves which could crush Lu Feng to death. People around me felt a little strange. Why was Lu Feng still able to remain calm in his speech and behavior when facing an opponent whose strength was so much higher? Is it a strategy? Zhu Zhuqing's red lips parted slightly. Be careful. She was used to cherishing words like gold when she was outside. Saying these 2 words showed that she was concerned about Lu Feng, but she was not worried because she knew that Lu Feng's 3rd soul skill could restrain Su Wei's auxiliary soul skill. This moment, Lu Feng also released the star tree martial spirit, and the shadow of the giant tree surrounding the stars suddenly appeared behind him. He twisted one hand into a sword finger, chanted a strange syllable in his mouth, and pointed the sword at Su Wei. The 3rd soul skill, natural mantra. A majestic invisible sound wave spread out at extremely high speed with Lu Feng as the center. Su Wei was instantly enveloped. Su Wei's expression changed drastically because he felt that the buffing effect on himself disappeared in an instant. Moreover, all the attributes on his body have been severely weakened. The soul power dropped suddenly from a state equivalent to level 49 to around level 30. At the same time, he also felt the power of Lu Feng's soul power surge. The amplifying effect on Lu Feng is exactly his Star Glory technique and Star Guardian. This is the characteristic of Lu Feng's 3rd soul skill. When the power word of nature is used on an opponent, it can plunder all the beneficial effects from the opponent and absorb them into oneself. At the same time, it will weaken the opponent's soul power, endurance, defense, and other attributes in a short period of time. And the power of nature's power, if used on oneself or teammate, will purify all negative effects on the body. For example, restraint, stun, slowdown, and weakening, etc. This soul skill is the nightmare of all auxiliary soul masters. What are you doing? Su Wei, who felt that his strength was suddenly weakened, showed panic in his eyes. Before he could finish his word, a green light shone over his head, making him so painful that he could not speak. Toxins corrode, life is passing, and movements become slower. Then he could only watch helplessly as the roots sprouting from the ground under his feet entangled his feet, and the green gold vines released from Lu Feng's hands instantly tied him up like a rice dumpling. Break the defense in the blink of an eye. Su Wei regretted so much that he agreed to let Lu Feng do 3 moves. If he took action first, he would still have a chance to win. In fact, he didn't need 3 moves at all. After being hit by Lu Feng's first move, the natural mantra, he was already panicking and was doomed to fail. At this time, Lu Feng controlled the vines with both hands and pulled hard, pulling Su Wei's feet up in the air and his whole body spinning in the air. Like a cowboy preparing to hitch a horse, Lu Feng led Su Wei and spun twice above his head. Then, he shook it hard. He smashed Su Wei's body to the ground with a bang. The ground is cracked, dust is rising, and debris is flying. And this is just the beginning. With the help of the reaction force, Lu Feng pulled the vines to lift Su Wei high above his head and smashed him to the ground on the other side. Just like this, hitting it back and forth from left to right. Boom, boom, boom. The ground shook, and 2 large craters were dented. The craters created by the force of Su Wei's body. You must know that the ground of the martial arts training ground has been specially modified and is extremely tough. Everyone was dumbfounded and extremely shocked. I didn't expect that Su Wei would lose so quickly and so miserably. It was 100 times worse than being kicked in the face just now. The children of the Zhu family gasped suddenly, their faces full of horror, and there was obvious awe in their eyes as they looked at Lu Feng. Fortunately, they did not provoke Lu Feng. They all changed their minds at once and began to sincerely accept and support Lu Feng. Marry Zhu Zhuqing, because they know how much glory and resources a monster like Lu Feng will bring to the Zhu family in the future. As members of the Zhu family, they will all be beneficiaries. People who are called geniuses are also distinguished. A genius like Su Wei only has the chance to become a titled Douluo, but the journey is very difficult, and Lu Feng is a genius who can aspire to be the peerless Douluo, and he even has a chance to go one step further, especially when they saw Lu Feng's 2 purple and 1 black soul rings. Lu Feng, okay, you have won. Zhu Yan flew from the sky to stop Lu Feng from continuing to torture Su Wei. After all, Su Wei was his beloved concubine's nephew, heir to the Xingguan sect, and the prince of the Nanwo principality. If he was crippled, it would be hard for him to explain. Lu Feng stopped his hand, cupped his fist, and saluted Zhu Yan. Su Ruyun followed Zhu Yan and quickly checked Su Wei, who had a bruised nose and swollen face, twisted face, and tattered clothes, looking like a beggar. Many bones were broken, organs were displaced, and the body was severely injured, but it was not life-threatening. Su Ruyun let out a breath, looked back, and gave Lu Feng a resentful look. You are too cruel. Hello Aunt 13, I'm sorry, I haven't stopped the combo. Lu Feng smiled casually. I met Su Ruyun at a banquet at home last time. When Zhu Yan introduced her, she heard her as the 18th An. Later, from Zhu Zhuqing's mouth, she learned that she was the 13th An. Su Ruyun is a graceful and beautiful young woman with a head of natural red hair that is very eye-catching, giving her a natural passion. The black hollow dress wraps her exquisite body. The front of her body is quite plump. The thin dress is high of propped up. At this moment, she was half squatting, with her back raised in a large arc, and a large section of her round and sexy long legs exposed outside the tulle skirt. Her slightly magnetic husky voice, her captivating eyes, and the mature charm of her movements are enough to arouse men's endless reverie. No wonder Zhu Yan has so many wives, but she is the only one who dotes on her. Of course, her Su family status is also very important. Combo moves. Su Ruyun didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and looked at Su Wei again. Seeing that his skin was still green and he was poisoned, he called for a healing spirit master. Zhu Zhuqing stood next to Lu Feng at this time. It's useless. Even if he recruits all the healing soul masters in the empire, he can't cure his poison. After hearing this, everyone glanced at Zhu Zhuqing and then unanimously turned their attention to Lu Feng. What Zhu Zhuqing means is that to untie the bell, one needs to tie the bell. Only Lu Feng can detoxify the poison released by Lu Feng. Zhu Zuyun also added sourly. Both she and Zhu Zhuqing have tasted the pain of this poison. He also received injections. No one urged Lu Feng to detoxify Su Wei because they had an extra layer of respect for Lu Feng in their heart. This is one of the benefits of respecting the strong. Lu Feng became famous in one battle. From then on, he would be truly respected in the Zhu family and even in the entire Xingluo Empire, and his status would be stable. Previously, when he awakened the god-level martial spirit, people only saw his potential. This battle was the true reflection of his strength. In Zhu Yan's view, detoxifying Su Wei was just a trivial matter. There were bigger things to talk about first. He was full of energy and said with some excitement, in the name of the head of the family, I hereby announce that Zhuqing and Lu Feng have made an engagement today. After saying that, Zhu Yan smiled and said to Lu Feng and Zhu Zhuqing, Zion Zhuqing, today is an auspicious day, and tonight is a good time to hold a banquet and get engaged. What do you think? Lu Feng and Zhu Zhuqing looked at each other with bright smiles. Thank you, father-in-law, for this. Zhu Zhuqing hugged Lu Feng's arm again, making her hands tremble tremble slightly with excitement. Father finally made the official announcement after Lu Feng proved himself. Zhu Zhuqing lowered his head and said shyly, "Thank you, Father, for making it possible." A happy look like a husband singing and a wife accompanying her. "Make others envious." Su Ruyun said, "Well, we are all a family now. Can you help my nephew detoxify?" Lu Feng smiled and said, "Of course." A ray of white light was released from his hand, shrouded Su Wei. "Well," Su Wei groaned as if he felt very comfortable. The cry was a bit weird, which attracted everyone's attention. At the same time, the green light on Su Wei's head and the green spots on his skin all disappeared. The toxins were eliminated and his condition recovered. Zhu Zhuqing's face turned red. Thinking of Lu Feng using white light on her body, she felt strangely comfortable. She also let out a somewhat shameful groan without selflessness. There was a hint of bitterness in the corner of Zhu Zuyun's mouth. The shame of this white light is not small. It is not much better than an injection. Lu Feng couldn't control it. He added the light of life to himself. The same thing happened. His whole body felt as comfortable as if the wave had reached its peak. He had to be mentally prepared and grit his teeth to hold back his scream. Lu Feng suddenly remembered that in a novel he read when he was on Earth there was a skill that also came with this sound effect, which was a bit interesting. The poison on Su Wei's body was detoxified, but the damage to his bones and meridians needed to be recovered slowly. He was still unable to stand up, so he was carried away from the field by two people. Compared with the arrogance he had when he first appeared in front of Lu Feng, he is now quite lonely and miserable. "By the way, what is his name?" Lu Feng pointed at Su Wei and asked. Su Wei, who was on the stretcher, was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. After beating him for a long time, he tortured him to such an extent that he didn't even know his name. A chapter of nearly 3,000 words. Asking for favorite vote and comments. Do you like such fierce fighting, or do you prefer to interact with the goddess? Please leave a message. Your opinions can affect the subsequent plot. You can also come to the book club to discuss. Book club group 5910218890. Welcome everyone to join the group and receive the goddess. Chapter 45. Hu Lina and Qian Rongxiu are looking for Lu Feng. The Rose Hotel only has one room. Lu Feng and Zhu Zhuqing made an engagement. The Zhu family held a simple ceremony that night and then held a family banquet. There is no big fuss, just the main members of the family having a meal together. It's not that Zhu Yan is stingy, nor does he look down upon Lu Feng, but the people of the Star Luo Empire pursue pragmatism and don't make ostentation for the sake of face. This is the tradition. Lu Feng agreed with this pragmatic tradition, which made him and Zhu Zhuqing feel comfortable and stress-free. It is also a rectangular stone table. The tabletop is about 1.23 meters wide and more than 10 meters long. The dishes are mostly hard dishes, large plates of beef, roast chicken, bread, as well as a rich variety of fruit, dessert, and fine wine. There is one more Davis on the seat, but the rest is not much different from the last family dinner. The only difference is the adjustment of the seat. Zhu Zhuqing sat next to Lu Feng, showing the change in their relationship. 13th Aunt Su Ruyun and Zhu Zuyun were still opposite Lu Feng. Lu Feng had lingering fears about this table, mainly because Zhu Zuyun was sitting opposite. Nearly 2 months have passed, but Zhu Zuyun still has a lingering psychological shadow on himself, and his memory of her footwork is still fresh. After being personally punished, Zhu Zuyun should be honest this time, and her fiancé is sitting next to her. After 3 rounds of drinking, Lu Feng glanced at Zhu Zuyun intentionally or unintentionally. Zhu Zuyun on the opposite side also happened to look at him. The two looked at each other. Zhu Zuyun was still arrogant. He turned away and rolled his eyes covertly, as if he was still angry with Lu Feng. Suddenly, Lu Feng felt his foot was touched. Again, here again. Sure enough, a little foot wearing high heels rubbed his calf again, swimming upstream. Good quickly swallowed the wine in his mouth to avoid spitting it out. Davis is right next to you. Zhu Zuyun, how dare you be so dissolute and seductive? It seems that the beating last time was not harsh enough. Or is it that Miss Zhu just likes to be beaten and likes this kind of atmosphere, and said it wasn't you? Opposite you and Aunt 13 are wearing high heels. The 13th aunt is an elder. She is elegant, luxurious, graceful, and dignified. It cannot be her. And Aunt 13 is wearing fiery red high-heeled shoes, and you are wearing black high-heeled shoes, which is easy to tell. After enduring the humiliation last time, Lu Feng began to pay special attention to women's feet, especially on occasions like today. That high-heeled shoe seemed to have experienced the last time and boldly went straight to Huanglong. Lu Feng secretly took a breath of air and could only hold it back. He lowered his head and glanced calmly. His eyes were startled. Isn't it right? It's red. Lu Feng glanced down again. Red. It's so red. Red high heels. It's actually Aunt 13's long leg. Lu Feng's breath was stagnant, sweating violently. In this way, 13th Aunt Su Ruyun was the one teasing her last family dinner, so she was really wrong to blame Zhu Zuyun. If he hadn't thought that Zhu Zuyun was flirting first, he might not have tied her up and beaten her. The misunderstanding is a bit big. At this time, Zhu Yan, Davis Davis and others were discussing state affairs in full swing. They had no idea that there was a lot of excitement under the table. The corners of Lu Feng's mouth twitched and he looked at Su Ruyun. Su Ruyun immediately noticed Lu Feng's gaze and greeted her with charming eyes. She raised the goblet of red wine with a smile, placed it on her plump red lips and took a sip as if nothing had happened. Her behavior was still so elegant and dignified, but her eyes were there is a little more meaning in the water passing by. She did not stare at Lu Feng all the time. She exchanged eyes with Lu Feng for a while, then returned to Zhu Yan, listening to Zhu Yan and Davis talking and occasionally interjecting. It turns out that the annoying monster is you, hidden so deeply. Naiubi. Mistake. Lu Feng's mind went blank for a moment. He lowered his head and drank to cover up his embarrassment. At this moment it is not appropriate to use any soul power. If there are strong people here, it will be easy to detect. Zhu Yan is a titled Douluo. Su Ruyun is also a soul emperor. She looked like a stunning beauty in her early 20s, but her real age is 27 or 88. But what about the soul emperor? What about the stunning beauty who can torture people like this? Lu Feng put down his hand covertly and pinched Su Ruyun's feet with 2 nails. The little feet under the table trembled lightly and stopped, but the next moment she moved even harder, and the other foot wearing silk stockings also came up. Arrogant, too arrogant. Since you can't resist, learn to enjoy it. Lu Feng suffered and enjoyed it. The suffering is because I can't see the light. It's too exciting and I can't vent. I enjoy it because her footwork is so wonderful. Thinking of what I saw before, Su Ruyun's beautiful straight white leg and small and exquisite feet were looming in the hollow gauze skirt. Can't stand it even more. At this time, Davis turned his head and looked at Lu Feng. Brother Lu Feng, what are your plans for the future? It's better to enter our Star Luo Royal Academy. Lu Feng diverted his attention and said, I may not go to Star Luo Royal Academy. I have already agreed with my father-in-law that Zhu Zhuqing and I will secretly go to Shrek Academy to further our studies. Shrek Academy? I don't think I've heard of it. Davis was a little surprised. Lu Feng explained, Shrek Academy does not recruit students easily. It only accepts geniuses and the age must not be more than 13 years old. The dean is Flanders, the four-eyed owl from the Golden Iron Triangle. The academy is located outside Soto City. Remote village. Zhu Yan said, Flanders, the four-eyed cat eagle, is not very strong in his own right, but he is really a top-notch teacher. One of his students is currently the youngest elder in Wuhan Hall. The elders of Wuhan Palace must be at least titled Douluo. Davis was surprised. Lu Feng nodded. Exactly, he has a special teaching method. I really want to go there, but it's a pity that I'm too old. Zhu Zuyun sighed. How about we invite that four-eyed owl to be a teacher at our Star Luo Royal Academy? Davis said. Zhu Yan shook his head. It won't work. We have investigated and found out that this person has a weird temper and is unwilling to rely on any force. Otherwise his college would not be reduced to a remote village. Zhu Yan agreed with Lu Feng to go to Shrek Academy because there was actually another important reason to prevent Wuhan Palace from robbing people. After receiving information, Hu Lina and Xue Qinghe's missionary convoys have entered the Star Luo Empire and are now approaching Star Luo City. Not long after Ghost Douluo returned, Wuhan Palace sent Hu Lina as a special envoy. The purpose is self-evident. As the crown prince of the Tiandu Empire, Xue Qinghe went on an unprecedented mission to the Star Luo Empire for the first time, and he probably had something to do with Lu Feng. Lu Feng awakened a god-level martial spirit in front of tens of thousands of people, and the news could not be stopped. Hu Lina and Xue Qinghe arrived at Xingluo City. If they insisted on seeing Lu Feng, they wouldn't be able to stop them. Lu Feng might also be willing to see them. I heard that Hu Lina was famous for being a charming beauty. If Lu Feng was seduced by Hu Lina to the spirit hall, it would be a huge loss. Therefore, after Zhu Yan discussed with Emperor Xingluo, he also wanted to send Lu Feng to another place temporarily. Without him in Xingluo City, Hu Lina and Xue Qinghe would have nothing to do. Lu Feng proposed to go to Shrek Academy in a remote countryside to study, just in time to avoid their poaching. Chapter 46. Daimyo Bai appears. Here is Lu Feng, Zhuqing's fiancé. The topic during the dinner turned to the business alliance. Davis said, the appearance of peerless Douluo refreshed people's understanding of the pan-continental business alliance. Su Ruyun said in her magnetic and soft voice, who can say otherwise? Now everyone has a little more respect for the pan-continental merchant alliance, not to mention others. It is my cousin who is a duke in Nanwo Principality and has defaulted on payment for goods to the merchant alliance. I also quickly paid back the money. Anyone who is offended by the words of divine sword Douluo and offends the merchant alliance will be punished no matter how far away they are. Who is not afraid of this? Yes, we have paid the balance due to the merchant alliance for renovating the mansion. Zhu Yan was asking about an old man in the family who was in charge of financial account. With one move, Tang Hao, who was able to defeat the previous pope, was knocked down. How could the Zhu family be able to offend him? As soon as the flying knife came out, the whole world was shocked. People respectfully usually call Li Sun Huan, divine sword Douluo. I paid it a few days ago. The old man answered. Only then did Zhu Yan feel relieved and lamented. The fact that divine sword Douluo could say such a thing shows that their pan-continent merchant alliance is very united, unlike Qian Daoliu, who basically doesn't care about the affairs of Wuhan Palace. Zhu Zhuqing said, yes, I heard that Tang Hao just wanted to bully a young member of the business alliance, so he offended this peerless strong man. Davis laughed. Don't worry too much. Don't forget about me. I often cooperate with the Pan-Continental Business Alliance and have a close relationship, and I have always had a good personal relationship with their elder Lu Gao. In 2 days we will meet again. Go to their headquarters in Zhengzhen City to negotiate a big deal. Yes, His Highness the Crown Prince is also the spokesperson for Coca-Cola sold by the Merchant Alliance. Someone flattered me. Your Highness went to Zhengzhen City to purchase armor and weapons for our empire's army? Yes, the armor and weapons they make are the best in the continent. For my sake, they promised to give me a 30% discount on the diving price. Seeing Davis's radiant face and being so proud of it, Lu Feng smiled secretly. He recruited the entire Blacksmith Association and brought almost all the skilled craftsmen into the Pan-Continental Business Alliance to form an industrial model and open factories for large-scale production, and monopolizes important mineral resources such as cold iron and deep-sea sunken silver. The above 2 points alone make the cost of armor and weapons very low. The so-called big discount on diving prices is just one of the business routines of later generations, and the profits are actually very generous. With the rise of Wuhan Palace, the two empires felt threatened. They continued to expand their armies and strengthen their soldiers' combat capabilities. It was essential to equip them with sophisticated weapons and equipment. Most of the resources and craftsmen who created sophisticated weapons and equipment were in the hands of the Merchant Alliance. Therefore, only ability to purchase in bulk from merchant alliances. The war fortune is really very profitable. I am able to become the richest man thanks to this large amount of income. Zhengzhen City nominally belongs to the territory of the Star Luo Empire and is also under the jurisdiction of the Wuhan Palace. It is because of this intersection of forces that neither of them dares to attack the Merchant Alliance. If one of them fails, all the merchant alliances will be transferred to the opponent's camp. Then the gain outweighs the loss. I heard that brother Lu Fengxian also joined the Merchant Alliance to do business. Davis said, yes, I joined in the early years. Lu Feng said, then do you know some inside information about the business alliance? What kind of inside information? For example, regarding your alliance leader, the mere fact that you have recruited a peerless Douluo to worship him proves that your alliance leader is also an extremely powerful person. It is a pity that I have not had the opportunity to meet him so far. Su Ruyun said with a smile, Your Highness, please don't embarrass Fenger. He was a civilian without soul power at that time. There were millions of people like him in the business alliance. If he couldn't enter the core class, how could he find out the inside story? You call me Fenger as an elder, but your feet are not idle. Believe it or not, I will sue you for harassment, but it's really too exciting. Lu Feng forced a smile, nodded, and politely expressed his gratitude to Su Ruyun for his love and care. After a while, Zhu Zhuqing leave the table after eating. Lu Feng was pulled by Davis and others to continue drinking and chatting. Soon Zhu Yan and Su Ruyun were about to leave. Before leaving, Su Ruyun chuckled, stretched out her jade hand generously, shook hands with Lu Feng and said goodbye. If you go to Soto City, 13th Aunt will not see you off. I wish you a good journey. Thank you, Aunt 13. Lu Feng breathed a sigh of relief. The banshee finally left. When shaking hands, he felt Su Ruyun stuff a small ball of something into his hand. What tricks are you playing again? Lu Feng glanced at Su Ruyun's graceful back. Her slender waist and plump round body swayed in all kinds of amorous feelings. Her long legs were lifted lightly and she walked gracefully. I didn't dare to look at her too much. Her young woman's charm, her modesty, and coquettishness were amazingly alluring. After dealing with it for a while, Lu Feng sent Davis away, who was still unsatisfied, and walked back to the inner courtyard alone. Only then did he take out the note Su Ruyun gave him. The note said, tonight, Rose Hotel, room 605. I go. Are you going to have a tryst with me? Xingluo City Rose Hotel is also an industry under its own name. It is the flagship store in the hotel chain and is located in the Merchant Alliance branch. In our own business, privacy is not a problem. But can we go? I'm a principled person and I don't like being sneaky like that. Lu Feng turned around and walked towards the gate. I wanted to see what Su Ruyun meant, but she didn't necessarily mean to do that kind of thing. After taking 2 steps, Lu Feng stopped again. Su Ruyun is not that simple. Speculating in the past, she was probably trying to woo her on behalf of the Su family, trying to take advantage of her weakness for beauty. His weakness was known to everyone in Star Luo City when he gave up everything just for Zhu Zhuqing. Su Ruyun is using her scheming skills. Thinking of this, Lu Feng was relieved of the evil fire aroused and decided not to go. Going there would be like falling into Su Ruyun's Zhuqing's scheming ways. What's more, the system doesn't give tasks or reward. Ding. Trigger the side mission. Knock down Zhu Zhuqing. No reward. Capture Zhu Zhuqing. Reward 5,000 energy point. There really is a mission system. ULSP. Don't you know who Zhu Zhuqing is and you still encourage it? Hey, 5,000 energy point. This is the highest reward so far, but there is no reward for knocking it down. You have to capture the heart to get energy point. System, are you reminding me that just by meeting Zhu Zhuqing in the hotel I can overthrow her? It's too easy, so no reward will be given. System, the host can think so. For a woman who is too scheming, it is easy to get her body, but it is too difficult to get her sincerity. This is the case for Zhu Zhuqing. I don't know what she is planning to do. If I want to capture her heart, it will take a long time and it will be very troublesome. I don't have time at the moment, so I won't provoke her first and ask the Business Alliance Intelligence Department to check her background. Know yourself and your enemy. Fight 100 battles without danger. Lu Feng destroyed the note and flew back to his residence. As soon as I arrived in front of the door, it started to rain heavily. Suddenly, he felt something strange in the room. He gathered his mental strength, shared the vision of the blue-silver emperor on the windowsill, and saw a dark and graceful figure hiding under the quilt. Although I couldn't see clearly, I could vaguely tell that the man's figure was very hot. Greedy little cat playing hide and seek. Didn't you say it was swollen? There should be a recovery. Great. Lu Feng took a drink and opened the door with a smile. He drank a little too much tonight. He could use his soul power to relieve the hangover, but he was happy tonight and his mind was relaxed. He didn't want to relieve himself and just enjoyed the feeling of being tipsy. Time moves forward a few seconds. While Lu Feng was drinking with Davis, Zhu Zhuqing quietly sneaked into Lu Feng's room to search and find out Lu Feng's secret. Unexpectedly, Lu Feng would come back so quickly and be at the door in no time. In desperation, she secretly hid under the quilt on the bed. Just after hiding, she immediately knew she was wrong. It's okay to hide under the bed. Why hide under the quilt? Zhu Zhuqing himself didn't understand why such a low-level mistake occurred. Chapter 47. Daimyo Bai was shocked and the Zhu sisters were surprised. A long time, the wind and rain stopped outside. The cloud and rain will stop inside the house. Lu Feng fell asleep contentedly, rushing all the way back from Notting City. I couldn't sleep on the way. Last night, Zhu Zhuqing threw himself into his arms and only took a nap on the eve of dawn. The battle with Su Wei during the day consumed his soul power. Then there was the engagement family dinner and a lot of drinking. Zhu Zhuqing, it's making trouble again, and now I feel a little sleepy after going through the scene again. This is because he has the blood of dragon god, otherwise ordinary people can't bear it. Zhu Zhuqing's face was flushed but his eyes were open and he was very awake. Zhu Zhuqing felt that Lu Feng was asleep and gently pushed away Lu Feng's hand on her body, got up, arranged her messy hair and wiped the tears on her face. She was very strong and shed tears, but she gritted her teeth and did not cry out. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes were red and he turned around and gave Lu Feng a look of resentment and grievance. He bared his silver teeth angrily, wanting to bite Lu Feng, but she didn't. After her passion was vented, her reason prevailed. Reason told her that the most advantageous way at present is not to reveal her identity and not to break the situation. Her status is extraordinary. She is the daughter of the Zhu family and is responsible for the rise and fall of the family. She is the quasi-crown princess and the future queen. If things get serious, the Star Luo Empire may be in chaos, which may be very bad for her, the Zhu family, and Lu Feng. At this moment, she had mixed feelings in her heart. There is actually a sense of revenge in it. Since Lu Feng came out now, she boldly confessed to Zhu Zhuqing, and she began to be jealous of her younger sister Zhu Zhuqing. Under the spotlight, Lu Feng openly gave up huge interest and insisted on only having Zhu Zhuqing. How romantic. There was no real engagement, but Lu Feng gave two extremely precious 10,000-year-old soul bones directly to Zhu Zhuqing. Such a heavy love. On the martial art field, just to protect Zhu Zhuqing from harassment, he could easily leapfrog the ranks and crush the genius of the Su family. How amazing and talented he was. All of this belongs only to Zhu Zhuqing, and her so-called fiancé Davis only had interest in his eyes, and women kept changing around him. Now, on the night of Zhu Zhuqing's engagement, she was on the bed with Lu Feng. To a certain extent, it satisfied her jealousy and made her mentally more balanced, but generally speaking, Zhu Zhuqing felt that he had suffered a big loss. Now she feels very complicated. With a mess of thoughts in his mind, Zhu Zhuqing dressed lightly, looked back at Lu Feng, and then quietly left Lu Feng's room. It's midnight now. After the heavy rain, the clouds dispersed and the stars were shining brightly. Zhu Zhuqing stepped forward with her long leg and quickened her pace, but she gasped. The pain was so intense that her walking posture was deformed. Gu Ying felt sorry for herself. She gritted her teeth and stamped her foot, turning into a black shadow and passing over the wall. After a few breaths, she returned to her room. Only then did Zhu Zhuqing relax his tense nerves and body and sighed quietly. She still didn't fully understand why she didn't fight desperately and just gave in to him half-heartedly. Fortunately, it should not affect the physical examination. The next day, lazy pig, why don't you get up yet? There was a knock on Lu Feng's door. Zhu Zhuqing called at the door, pushed the door open and walked in, wrinkled his nose. It smells like alcohol. How long did you drink last night? Lu Feng got up in a daze, stretched out comfortably, and smiled evilly. Don't you know how long I'll be drinking? Zhu Zhuqing shook his head and said, I don't know. I was very sleepy last night. I went back to wash up and fell asleep. I slept until dawn. Lu Feng, he stared at Zhu Zhuqing, and after confirming that she was not joking, his sleepiness disappeared and he woke up instantly. It's not Zhuqing. Then who was it last night? Drunk and having erotic dreams? No, I didn't drink to that extent. Touching in the dark, the outline of the face is almost the same. He is also wearing leather clothes and leather trousers. The figure is also as majestic but bigger. Lu Feng stepped forward and hugged Zhu Zhuqing. Ah! Zhu Zhuqing slapped Lu Feng's hand away and said shyly, you bad guy, you can't do this so early in the morning. We still have a lot of things to do in the morning, and our father also asked us to come over and have breakfast together. Let's talk about it tonight. Okay, I'm going to take a shower first. Lu Feng entered the bathroom, rubbed his forehead and had a bitter smile on his lips. After retesting, Zhu Zhuqing's size didn't change much. Zhu Zhuqing, it's you. I thought it was from childhood. No, from big to bigger. In fact, if you think about it carefully, it has only been one day, but it has obviously grown bigger, and you can't hold it with both hands. You really shouldn't drink too much of alcohol, as it will seriously affect your judgment. Zhu Zhuqing, you should also shout. I thought it was Zhuqing's wantonness for no apparent reason. You didn't say a word. You just said and thought it was Zhuqing who liked to change his mood. How should I face you today, and how will I get along with you in the future? Brother Prince, who we had a drink with last night, I'm sorry for putting grass on your head. It stands to reason that Zhu Zhuqing is also a goddess. This is all assumed, and the system did not prompt anything. Ding! The host captured Zhu Zhuqing and obtained 2000 energy point. Trigger the side mission. Knock down Zhu Zhuqing and be rewarded with 3000 energy point. Is this a capture? These 2000 energy points are equivalent to giving away for free. Lu Feng asked in confusion. System, you were a bit late this time. Why didn't you give the capture mission? I didn't even have a guide, so I could capture it directly. System, this system doesn't know why it can directly capture a woman's heart, and this system can't guess it. Zhu Zhuqing is not in the main mission. Like Su Ruyuan, it is they who have violent emotional fluctuations when communicating with the host. The system detect a side mission is generated and the time is delayed. Lu Feng understood a little bit. Sometime getting a woman's body first is also very helpful in getting her heart. Who said that only men are animals that think in the lower body? Second question. I clearly pushed Zhu Zhuqing down. Why didn't I give him any energy point? This system has a set of formal specifications to determine whether the task has been completed. I cannot comment on the specific details and reasons. The sweet girlish voice of the system is devoid of emotion. Formal specification. So, last night's meeting with Zhu Zhuqing was informal. Could it be? Lu Feng twitched the corner of his mouth and fell into deep thought. Chapter 50. Manager Ao is angry. Douluo Business Alliance is working. Breakfast was not at the family restaurant last night. It's in Zhu Yan's residence. Zhu Yan only called Zhu Zhuqing, Zhu Zhuqing, and Lu Feng a few close relatives, showing a hint of warmth. Two pretty maids were preparing to serve breakfast. From the eye contact between Zhu Yan and the two maids, it can be seen that Zhu Yan spent last night on the bed with the two maids. Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuqing were used to it and were not surprised by this. Zhu Yan looked for a personal maid just to warm his bed, serve him and do anything for him. If you get Zhu Yan's favor love, it is also possible to be promoted to concubine. If she cannot be favored, she can only be a personal maid. After she is no longer young, she may find an honest commoner to marry, or she may live in the Gulonji courtyard. However, Daimyo Bai, Ma Hongjun and others like to play with such women. Like this tone, female slaves are the lowest. Their status is worse than that of maid. They have no freedom and their lives belong to their masters. Because of this, Zhu Zhuqing was so opposed to being Lu Feng's slave girl and did not want to admit the bet. Before, Zhu Zhuqing was worried about this. She was forced to admit the bet and agreed to be Lu Feng's slave girl for a period of time, but Lu Feng did not say when she would fulfill the bet. After the contact with Lu Feng last night, she felt relieved. Anyway, I have been treated like this by Lu Feng, so I can let go of Lu Feng. Today, Zhu Zhuqing still showed the proud posture of a future queen, but did not touch Lu Feng's eyes. Ha ha ha, come on, Feng sit here. Zhu Yan seemed to be in a good mood and greeted Lu Feng warmly and affectionately. Having breakfast with the children and not calling me. A magnetic and soft voice sounded, and Su Ruyuan, dressed in a goose yellow dress and a red brocade cape, came floating up on red high heels. Su Ruyuan has her own independent house. Soul masters all need an independent environment to meditate, and since she is the princess of the Su family, her status cannot be compared with Zhu Yan's ordinary wives and concubines. Su Ruyuan's charming Danfan eyes had a hint of majesty today. day, and when she glanced at Lu Feng she paused for a moment. She didn't wait for Lu Feng to come last night, so she was naturally unhappy. I thought it would be easy to tease a young man who was strong-blooded and had lusty weaknesses. In her opinion, men are all the same, and there is no cat in the world who doesn't steal fish. What's more, she has tried her best to seduce and is quite confident in her charm. She is confident that the unique allure of a mature and stunning beauty must be better than the simple and inhumane Zhu Zhuqing. During the two family dinners, she saw that Lu Feng also enjoyed the unique service, but she was wrong. Lu Feng didn't keep the appointment, which made her wait for a long time. Lu Feng did not avoid her questioning eyes and greeted him with a smile as if nothing had happened. Good morning, 13th Aunt. Zhu Yan was a little surprised and said, Ruyuan, didn't you say last night that you would personally escort Su Wei back to Nanwo? Su Wei was defeated in 2 battles. The dignified prince was brutally tortured by Lu Feng and was completely humiliated. He did not want to stay in Xingluo City any longer. After recovering a little, he shouted that he would return to Nanwo Principality that day. Su Ruyun chuckled and said, I changed my mind temporarily. I still want to stay and see Zhuqing and Fenger off in person and send someone else to escort my nephew back. When she said the word Fenger, she deliberately added a slight accent, an accent that only Lu Feng could understand. Zhu Yan said, well, it's appropriate to stay and see it off in person. What about you last night? Su Ruyun squeezed herself between Zhu Yan and Lu Feng, sat down with her round hips and said casually, I just went to the old city last night to get my hair done, so I came back a little late. Hearing these words, Lu Feng almost spit out the food in his mouth. There is also a hairdressing service here. It seems that no matter which world you are in, the excuses for those who are good at pretending are all the same. It has to be said that Su Ruyun, a beauty with a graceful figure, elegant and dignified appearance, but extremely coquettish on the inside. Under the huge contrast, the charm between her eyebrows is really alluring. It's stressful to sit next to me. I'm quite afraid that she will move her feet. But sitting next to you, Zhu Qing and Zhu Yan are watching. How dare you move? Just as Lu Feng was thinking, red high heels stepped on his feet. Ti Miao is really brave, but that's about it. Lu Feng glanced out of the corner of his eye. However, Su Ruyun deliberately knocked a silver spoon to the ground with her elbow, making a clanging sound. The maid wanted to help pick it up, but Su Ruyun said, no, I will do it myself. At that moment, she threw off her cloak intentionally or unintentionally and squatted down to pick up a spoon under the table. By coincidence, the long red brocade cloak covered half of Lu Feng's body from the abdomen down. The cloak temporarily blocked everyone's sight. Inside the cloak there was a white, slender jade hand wearing a ruby ring. Well, Lu Feng almost spit out the food in his mouth again. Fortunately, she didn't dare to go too far, so she walked away, picked up the silver spoon, stood up, and straightened her cloak as if nothing had happened. Damn it, is this okay? How blatant, very revengeful. She used this action to show that she would not give up. Witch, a real witch. But I am full of righteousness and I am not afraid of you. I will leave in the afternoon. It was decided to secretly go to Soto City with Zhu Zhuqing in the afternoon. Well, today's blackberry cake is very good. You all should try it. Su Ruyun stood up with a smile and distributed the blackberry cake to everyone, elegantly and elegantly, like the matron of the family. Zhu Yun, why are you sitting on your side? Are you feeling uncomfortable somewhere? Su Ruyun noticed that Zhu Zuyun's sitting posture was a little different from usual and asked. No. Zhu Zuyun immediately adjusted his seat and forced a smile. In fact, she bit her back molar, holding back the pain in her butt, and then glanced at Lu Feng warily. Unlike Davis, she can find a bed partner at will. At best, she can only play with her mentally. Physically, she has to wait at least until she gets married to Davis, because the royal family requires that the crown prince must be a virgin before marriage. When you get married, you have to undergo a physical examination by a court lady. But last night, something happened to her. Experienced it, perhaps due to drunkenness and haste. Lu Feng went to the wrong place. Lu Feng did not raise his head. Hearing Su Ruyun's question, he knew that his guess was correct. From the system prompt, it was also known that Zhu Zuyun had been captured. Big cat, we are going to say goodbye today and it will be a long time before we come back. You will miss me. Lu Feng suddenly remembered a poem he had seen in his previous life. The sorrow of separation in the poem was very appropriate. Well, this is the poetry and distance I want. Today's third update. This chapter is an additional update. It has reached 500 recommendation vote. It is not easy. I beg you, My Majesty, to collect it and throw in your recommendation votes and monthly vote. Chapter 51. She is the Blue Silver Emperor. She has a name. Yin Fenger. I heard that you gave Zhuqing 2 pieces of the soul bones of the Wind and Thunder Leopard King. How did you get such a precious treasure? Su Ruyun seemed to ask casually. He bought it with money. Zhu Zhuqing, who was silent, answered helpfully. You may not know that the first pot of gold he made was by writing a book, and his pen name was Tentacle Monster. Tentacle Monster. Su Ruyun and Zhu Zuyun exclaimed in unison. Zhu Zuyun stared directly at at Lu Feng. Are you the mysterious genius writer who wrote Fight Break the Sky, the tentacle monster? Without waiting for Lu Feng's answer, Zhu Zhuqing said with pride, yes, that's him. When I first saw him, I felt like I had seen him before. Later I realized that I had seen his portrait printed in a book. There are only 5 similarities in the portrait, but she can find common ground. Lu Feng held Zhu Zhuqing's extended hand and said with a smile, you don't want to be a talented writer just to make a living. Earning millions of gold soul coins from a book is also called a job. Zhu Zuyun rolled his eyes. Zhu Yan laughed loudly. In this case, Feng is both civil and military. What more can I ask for when I get a son-in-law like this? Su Ruyun's brows were furrowed as if they were locked in a Chu Qingzhou. Her charming eyes were wandering, and she was thoughtful. The more she dug, the more she felt that Lu Feng was not simple. One day, I will make this young prodigy bow under my skirt and be used by me. The star-crowned sex plan may be greatly advanced. When Su Ruyun thought of this, her charming smile spread out. Feng, come and eat a fresh abalone from Nanwohe. Aunt 13 will peel it for you with her own hands. She enthusiastically scooped out an abalone from the abalone porridge, used her green fingers to pick out the meat and put it into Lu Feng's bowl. The cooking here is not too delicate. The abalone is thrown into the porridge and stewed. Lu Feng's breathing was slightly stagnant and he could only smile. After eating, he hurriedly left. Indeed, as Zhu Zhuqing said, there are a lot of things going on today because we have to leave in the afternoon and need to pack up and prepare. Lu Feng doesn't have much luggage. He can buy things he can buy with money when he arrives in Soto City instead of taking them all the way. It was the first time for Zhu Zhuqing to go on a far journey, so he was more cautious. He hoped to be as prepared as possible since there was a carriage anyway. Lu Feng didn't want to dampen her interest, so he went with her to Xingluo City's shopping paradise, Pang Continental Plaza. It is also the location of the Merchant Alliance branch. Zhu Zuyun also followed. In 2 months, the relationship between the two sisters recovered quickly. After all, they were connected by blood. They had loved each other when they were children. The sisters have a deep love and a foundation of affection. Before, Zhu Zuyun was absolutely strong, and he could have gotten rid of Zhu Zhuqing. Without Zhu Zhuqing, it would be more difficult for Dai Mubai to compete with Davis. Davis also urged him to act decisively many times, but deep down in Zhu Zuyun's heart, he still had the thought of Gu Nian. Because of love, he has been reluctant to act cruelly. Zhu Zhuqing also felt this. Lu Feng gave Zhu Zhuqing an unlimited shopping card from the Merchant Alliance and went shopping with the sisters for a while. Zhu Zhuqing stopped in front of an underwear store and said, this is my favorite brand. I have been using this brand. The texture, breathability, and elasticity of the fabric are the best in Luo City. It is especially suitable for our agility attack type. Zhu Zuyun and Zhu Zhuqing looked at each other and smiled. The two sisters have similar taste. The agility and attack type have to run fast frequently, so they also have high requirements for close-fitting clothing. Zhu Zhuqing, the Soto City we went to is a small place, and Shrek Academy is still in a remote village. This brand may not be available there. Then buy a few more to prepare. Zhu Zuyun glanced at Lu Feng, who was following behind him, and whispered in Zhu Zhuqing's ear, we also sell fishing net, hollow and other interesting underwear and stockings here. Zhu Zhuqing said shyly, I don't wear these. You don't wear it, but a man might like you to wear it for him, especially when you are alone at night. Ah! Zhu Zhuqing was stunned and couldn't help but cast his eyes towards Lu Feng. He immediately understood the meaning of his sister's words and his face turned red. Sister, you are serious. Let's go in and have a look. Lu Feng could hear the whispers of the sisters. Not only did a picture flash in his mind, Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zuyun, with perfect and hot figures wearing fishnet stockings with hollows, were making seductive gestures in front of him. Tisk. Lu Feng's heart was filled with excitement. Zhu Zhuqing turned around and said to him with a hint of shyness, this store is not suitable for men. Don't follow me here. Go shopping elsewhere first. Okay. Lu Feng wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth and said with a smile, it just so happened that he was going to visit the office building of the Business Alliance branch to explain some matters. When he turned to leave, he heard Zhu Zhuqing whisper to Zhu Zuyun, sister, which material smells best to men? I don't know that. Why do you ask? That bad guy seems like he likes to smell me little inner. Zhu Zuyun. Lu Feng. When Lu Feng heard this, he staggered and almost fell. My silly girl, is this something you can say to others? My husband, am I that wretched? Just curious. Lu Feng couldn't laugh or cry. Fortunately, the eldest sister is not an outsider either. A few minutes later, Lu Feng appeared on the top floor of the Commercial Alliance office building, called by he, Yang Wudi, Niu Gao and other elders to hold a small high-level meeting. The atmosphere at the scene was warm. Everyone was beaming with joy. Bai He smiled broadly. Congratulations, leader, on your wonderful match. Yang Wudi laughed boldly. Our leader finally has a fiancé. Niu Gao nodded and praised. The third lady of the Zhu family is the most beautiful woman in the Luo Empire. The leader of the alliance has a good vision. Bai He waved his hand and said, now, our alliance leader has awakened awakened the god-level martial spirit. Within 2 months he has been promoted to the 33rd level. In talking and laughing he has defeated the star-crowned prodigy Su Wei. He is astonishingly talented and unparalleled in the world. Speaking of the Zhu family, if Emperor Xingluo had a daughter he would probably want to marry the princess. Niu Gao stroked his beard and said, haha, that makes sense. Speaking of Lu Feng's awakening of the god-level martial spirit, several old people couldn't help but shed tears in their eyes. They are all forthright men with clear grudges. After so many years they have been expecting a miracle to happen even more than Lu Feng. They were originally just a small sect attached to the Haoshan sect, and they had always looked up to others. After being abandoned by the Haoshan sect as trash, they were retaliated by the Wuhan Palace and suffered heavy losses. After that they lived a hard life under the sanctions of the Wuhan Palace, fearing if Wuhan Palace is unhappy one day he will destroy them. Lu Feng came to their sect in the midst of crisis and hardship and led them to overcome obstacles in the crack and move from darkness to light. Not only helped them ease their relationship with Wuhan Palace but also built the Merchant Alliance into the glory it is today. In just a few years there are millions of allies and their business covers the entire Douluo continent. The Merchant Alliance fleets on the ocean are like cruise car crossing the river. Production, transportation, sales, distribution, hotel chain stores, real estate development and construction, mass production of armor weapons. All the project and initiatives carried out by Lu Feng have brought amazing return. If it weren't for Lu Feng, these old guys would still be living in anxiety. Lu Feng treated them like family members and respected them very much. He gave them enough authority and each was responsible for a large part. They only used their talent. They made the decision without relying on others. They were respected wherever they went. In the past, any bishop of the Wuhan Palace branch or the lord of the imperial city could yell at them, but now when these people see them they have to smile politely. With sufficient resources and financial resources they have made great progress in soul power cultivation. Lu Feng also spent a lot of effort to find precious elixirs to help them improve their strength, but they did nothing in return for Lu Feng. The most regrettable thing is that Lu Feng has no soul power. Now, not only had he made up for his regret, Lu Feng had also awakened a god-level martial spirit, making him a blockbuster and making them cry with joy. What was even more unexpected was that Lu Feng also recruited a hidden ultimate Douluo to serve as a tribute to the Merchant Alliance, which shocked the whole world. Chapter 52 Zhu Zhuqing tells the real reason. Niu Gao said, "Leader, let me go with you to Sodo City." Yang Wuji said, "It's better for me to go. After 2 months of operation, the Coke project has gone smoothly. I can get away from it." Lu Feng smiled and said, "No, a few elders are still stationed in important branches of the Merchant Alliance to consolidate the result. Don't worry, I will not be in danger. I am going to Sodo City secretly. The Star Luo Empire will also send experts to covertly guard." He still holds 2 peerless Douluo experience cards in his hands. Even if Yandaolio comes and has the potion of absolute invincibility, who can threaten him? And his own strength is not bad now. Use the peerless Douluo experience card to gain the power of the peerless Douluo, which is superimposed on your own strength. Niu Gao nodded and said, "That's right, but I'm still a little worried." He smiled and said, "Old rhinoceros, you just can't bear to leave our alliance leader for so long. Ever since the shocking birth of Divine Sword Douluo, no one dares to easily provoke anyone in the Merchant Alliance, let alone our alliance leader." Niu Gao relaxed his brows and said with a smile, yes, there is Divine Sword Douluo protecting the alliance leader. What else can I do?" He glanced at Lu Feng full of admiration. "Leader, your charisma is truly unparalleled. Just go to Nodding City and you will recruit a peerless Douluo." "Who said I could only recruit one peerless Douluo?" Lu Fenjian said calmly. He, Niu Gao, Yang Wuji, Ye Wuying. The air suddenly became quiet. All the elders were dumbfounded, their faces full of shock. A few breaths later, Yang Wuji asked in a slightly trembling voice, "The alliance leader means that there are 2. Lu Feng said with a cryptic smile, "This matter is extremely important. Let me keep it a secret. You will know about it in the future." The elders could hear that Lu Feng's statement was equivalent to acknowledging that he had not only recruited a peerless Douluo, because there is a Qiandaoliu in Wuhan Palace, no one dares to mess with him. The Haoshan sect went into seclusion, but it still ranked among the best sects in the world. Even though Tang Hao killed the Pope of the Wuhan Palace did not attack the mountain to seek revenge. The main reason is that Tang Chen, who has disappeared for decades, still has a lingering influence. Because of Poseidon Douluo Bosaixi, Poseidon Island has become a holy island that everyone looks up to. After Wuhan Palace failed, no one dared to provoke him. The Pan-Continent Merchant Alliance worships the divine sword fighter Luo Yi came out. The Merchant Alliance's business has become better and orders have soared. Some local powerful forces have been in arrears for many years and quickly repaid their debt, even taking the initiative to calculate interest. Some hostile forces cowered in fear or came to show their kindness. The emperors of the 2 empires, Hope Bibi Bibi Dong of the Wuhan Palace, and others sent personal letters one after another wanting to meet with the alliance leaders to discuss future strategic cooperation matters. Everyone in the business alliance is proud and happy, and productivity and efficiency have been greatly improved. At this time, Lu Feng revealed that there was more than one peerless Douluo in the merchant alliance. If the merchant alliance has two peerless Douluo, I can't imagine how the merchant alliance will develop in the future and how the various forces will react. The elders were so shocked that they were speechless, and their hearts were filled with turmoil, followed by ecstasy, the ultimate ecstasy. They looked at Lu Feng with infinite respect and admiration. This matter is of great importance. Please remember, elders, to keep it secret for the time being. Lu Feng confessed. I will obey the order of the leader. The elders clasped their fists and agreed loudly. Elder Bai He, what has Yu Xiaogang been up to lately? Lu Feng had previously asked Bai He to send people to pay close attention to Yu Xiaogang's movement. Yu Xiaogang is a key link in absorbing Tang San's luck. This man is very annoying, but he cannot be killed now. Now that he is dead, he has become a hero for a scheming bitch who worked hard to create a reputation and persona and want to be in a position of power. If he is exposed in public like Tang Hao and his persona is shattered, he will be more painful than death. In addition, he seems to have the inheritance of the dragon bloodline. When he was exploring the dragon god bloodline, he felt that it could absorb and swallow something. Let's see. Bai He responded. Just when I was about to report the alliance leader, the spy came from the news. After the alliance leader showed the soul ring and defeated Yu Xiaogang's apprentice, people knew that there was a major error in Yu Xiaogang's theory. The dean of the Nodding Soul Master Junior College also discovered his title of master is not worthy of his name, so he politely asked Yu Xiaogang to leave. Yu Xiaogang eats for free in the academy and receives generous treatment, but he behaves arrogantly and does not teach students. He has deep sectarian prejudices. When he meets a genius, he asks to be his disciple, and then he only teaches his apprentices. He is selfish. After being persuaded to leave, Yu Xiaogang lost support. Now he can only settle for the next best thing and prepare to go to Shrek Academy. He didn't go to Shrek Academy before because he disliked it because it was a remote countryside and very poor. Now he has no choice, only go to Shrek Academy. The director of Shrek Academy, the four-eyed cat Eagle, is famous for his nostalgia for old times. After listening to Bai He's story, Lu Feng nodded. Sure enough, Yu Xiaogang will still go to Shrek Academy. Under the aura of the Son of Luck, he is also walking on the road of luck. But with me here, how can I let you succeed? Discussed for a while, the elders left and performed their duties. A white shadow flew over. Elder brother, it's the little lowly Bai Chenxiang. She flapped her beautiful white wings and threw herself into Lu Feng's arms. Lu Feng, who had just stood up, quickly reached out to catch her slightly thin body and sat back on the chair. Xiao Xiang, take it easy. Are you happy recently? Not happy. Bai Chenxiang pouted. What's wrong? Lu Feng asked with a smile. Brother, I miss you. You've been gone for so long, and no one has ever forgiven me for playing with you. Xiao Nizai hugged Lu Feng tightly, with tears glistening in her eyes. How come there is no one to accompany you? There are so many little friends in the Business Alliance Academy. Lu Feng said. Business Alliance College is a college that Lu Feng has devoted resources and spent a lot of money to recruit capable teachers. It is opened in various places. Children of members of the Business Alliance can enroll for free. Civilians who are not members of the Business Alliance can also receive scholarships or student aid if they are talented. The loan is equivalent to free admission as long as they work in the Business Alliance for 3 years after completing their studies. The talent here does not only refer to martial arts talent. Business management, good memory, and being good at research are also considered talent. Business alliances need all kinds of talent. It's no fun playing with them. I just want to play with my brother. Brother, do you not want me anymore? How is that possible? You will always be my most beloved sister, and I will never abandon you. Lu Feng said this not just to comfort her. After many years of getting along, they have a deep relationship. Hearing this, Bai Agarwu's beautiful amber eyes stared directly into Lu Feng's eyes. I saw Lu Feng's sincerity. She burst into laughter, got up, stood on Lu Feng's lap, tilted her head, and smiled sweetly. I'm taller than you when I grow up. Lu Feng looked at her cute and playful appearance and said happily, yes, you have grown up and are taller than me. Brother, you have to remember, when I really grow up, I want to. Remember, when you grow up, you will take me to fly. Not only that, when I grow up, I want to marry you. Lu Feng was startled, then laughed, and said, okay, I'll wait until you grow up. Looking at Bai Chenxiang, who was so cute, smart, and like a porcelain doll, Lu Feng knew that she would become a beautiful girl when she grew up. In the original work, with Tang San's help, Bai Chenxiang married Ma Hongjun, an old prostitute like Daimyo Bai. In the end, Ma Hongjun became a god, but Bai Chenxiang was left behind and died in the world. It stands to reason that Ma Hongjun is an awesome god. If he really loves Bai Chenxiang so much, he will help her become a god regardless of life or death. He has two 200 to 300 years, and there are not only immortals in the world who have ice and fire eyes and are gifted with evolution grass. Will God not be able to find the fairy grass? Even if there is only ice and fire eyes with fairy grass, it should grow a lot in 200 to 300 years. Therefore, Ma Hongjun definitely did not try his best. Nostalgic for Gulan Jiyuan, falling in love with everyone I meet, which has proved that Ma Hongjun likes new things and hates them. The old silver wave character. A country is easy to change, but its nature is hard to change. It was impossible for Ma Hongjun to really change his nature because of Bai Chen Xiang. The so-called seriousness was only temporary, and he was not strong enough at the time. He had to follow Tang San to hang out. When the freshness wore off and he became strong enough, his true nature would be exposed again. And in this life, never allow that old prostitute to get his hands on my sister. If I become a god, I will use any means necessary to make her become a god, even if it crushes the god realm. Chapter 53. Take Zhu Zhuqing to meet Flanders and school director Lu Feng. A brown-black carriage with an ordinary appearance left the back door of Zhu's house in Xingluo City and headed straight out of the city to the north. The carriage looks ordinary on the outside, but the interior decoration is luxurious and comfortable, and the space is large enough. There is even a small fixed coffee table where passengers can eat or lie down on the couch to rest. Lu Feng was particularly satisfied with the sound insulation effect of this carriage. With the small doors and windows closed, no one outside can hear what the people inside do. In this way, he can do many things in this private space for two people, including trying the fun of car vibration with Zhu Zhuqing, and the journey will be full of happiness. But unexpectedly, Zhu Zuyun also got on the bus. Zhu Zuyun was actually one of the people sent by the Star Luo Empire to escort him. He said he was going to a member of his family, so it was convenient to take care of him on the way. Since he was a member of his family, he naturally rode in the same carriage. Now, the carriage becomes a space for three people. Since the relationship between the three people has eased, even if there is an accident, it will not be too embarrassing, and the journey will be full of charming atmosphere, which is inevitable. Lu Feng didn't reject it even more. He and the two sisters had already crossed the bed sheet. This journey might allow him to reach the pinnacle of his life and gain double happiness. Zhu Zuyun's expression when he looked at Lu Feng seemed a little unnatural. God knows how much grievance and bitterness she is holding in her heart. The order to send her to escort was received temporarily in the afternoon, and it was Davis who notified her. What Davis said to her was still echoing in her ears. I sent you to escort this time for another reason. First, you must try to get closer to Lu Feng by taking advantage of the fact that you are sisters with Zhu Zhuqing relationship and consolidate my status as prince. Second, after you send them to Soto City, don't rush back. Just keep an eye on them. According to reliable information, Daimyo Bai is also in Soto City. You must use Lu Feng to deal with Daimyo Bai. Third, if Lu Feng is attracted by Daimyo Bai instead, then kill him. When it's time to strike, be decisive. It doesn't matter that you are not his opponent. I will send 2 soul kings for you to control. Do we have to kill him? Zhu Zuyun said with emotion. Davis' eyes widened and he said in a serious tone, this is an order. In addition to being his fiancé, Zhu Zuyun is also his subordinate. Zhu Zuyun nodded in agreement and said nothing more. After being engaged to Davis, her honor, disgrace, life, and death were tied to a rope with Davis, which made her cruel to her sister. From childhood to adulthood, Zhu Zuyun saw and heard this kind of ideological indoctrination. Growing up in a cold and cruel environment, she thought this was how the whole world worked. There is no right or wrong, no emotions, only interests are the most important. However, from the process of Lu Feng's treatment of Zhu Zhuqing, she saw a completely different side. She felt their warmth, romance, happiness, touching and beauty. She could even feel the passionate love between Lin Feng and Zhu Zhuqing being ignited by each other, and she had to feel it because she peeked at them in the bathroom all night. Gradually, her original worldview collapsed. On that stormy night, after being baptized by Lu Feng like a storm, she went back to clear her thoughts and realized that she had already fallen in love with Lu Feng. She doesn't know exactly when she fell in love with her. Maybe 2 months ago, Lu Feng mistakenly mistook her for Zhu Zhuqing and then awakened the world-shattering god-level martial spirit, but gave up huge benefits to only have Zhu Zhuqing's time. Or maybe it was when Lu Feng gave her a green light, suppressed her domineeringly, and then hung her up and spanked her. She was unwilling to kill Lu Feng even to the death. She accepted Davis' order because she knew that if she didn't accept it, Davis would send someone else to execute it. It would be better for her to execute it, and then she could warn and protect Lu Feng. Zhu Zhuqing is quite happy that Zhu Zuyun can go with him. The sisters can spend more time together. Zhu Zhuqing was honest with others, including her parent, and cherished her words like gold. She showed a psychological maturity beyond ordinary people. Only when she faced Lu Feng and her sister Zhu Zuyun, who had reconciled, did she turn back into a little girl. The state it should be. Feng, I have a gift for you. It's a few sets of clothes. My sister also helped me choose them. See if if you like them. Zhu Zhuqing picked up a pocket and handed it to Lu Feng. Lu Feng took it and opened it, looked at it, nodded and said with a smile, I like it very much. Article 5 of the Guide to Picking Up Girls. All gift given by girls must express love. What you like is not the gift itself, but the girl's thought. Seeing Lu Feng express his liking, Zhu Zhuqing was also happy. I bought this with the money I saved. Why not use a shopping card? The shopping card Lu Feng gave her can allow unlimited purchases of goods at all stores authorized by the Merchant Alliance. When I give you a gift, of course I have to use my own money. Zhu Zhuqing has his own rules. Zhu Zuyun also threw a small box over. I gave this to you. Let me take a look at Sister Zuyun's gift. Lu Feng took it apart and saw that it was a long, smooth emerald. Some kind of runes are engraved on the surface. Zhu Zhuqing said, it's a green jade slip. My sister and I also have one. We put our soul power into it together. When the other party is in danger, this green jade slip will sense it. I want to buy it, but it's very expensive and I don't have enough money. My sister has saved more money than me and is a rich woman. She bought it and gave it to us. How dare I call you a rich woman in front of your fiancé? Zhu Zuyun laughed at himself. I also have a gift for you. Lu Feng smiled mysteriously and took out 2 pieces of soft armor that shimmered with treasure from the 8th level creation belt. This is the 8 treasures Ruyi soft armor. Zhu Zhuqing recognized it. When she took off Lu Feng's clothes, she saw that he was wearing this kind of soft armor underneath. Lu Feng simply told her that it was called the 8 treasures Ruyi soft armor. What Lu Feng took out now was the women's 8 treasures Ruyi soft armor. In the morning, I went to the Commercial Alliance branch building for a meeting and received several sets of women's 8 treasure Ruyi soft armor from Lu Gao. It can withstand attacks from level 60 soul masters. When a titled Douluo wears it, his defense power will immediately gain a great advantage in confrontations with the same level. For a soul master, this is a divine weapon level protective armor. It's just that the required materials are very expensive and difficult to find, but with Lu Feng's financial resources and control of resources, the material problem can be easily solved. The rest is just a matter of time-consuming construction. With the help of his disciples, Lu Gao can only build 2 sets at most a year. It is worth mentioning that Lu Feng added popular designs from previous generations to the soft armor and inlaid more gems on the women's soft armor to make it more dazzling and beautiful and suitable for both inner and outer wear. If it were put up for auction, a set would be worth more than 1 million gold soul coin, but Lu Feng only gave them away and did not sell them. Even money can't buy it, which further reflects its preciousness. Previously, in addition to leaving a set for Bai Chen Xiang, I also gave a set each to Purple Pearl and Bibi Dong. Now if you want to capture the goddess on the road of luck, you must bring all the 8 treasures of women's Ruyi soft armor that you have stored up to protect your own goddess. Zhu Zuyun saw the novel, gorgeous and dazzling soft armor and was immediately impressed by it. She couldn't help but stretched out her jade hand to touch it and exclaimed, what a beautiful soft armor. Zhu Zhuqing clapped his hands excitedly and said, I didn't expect women's armor to be so beautiful. Sister, you may not know that this 8 treasures Ruyi soft armor is secondly beautiful in appearance. The most important thing is that it was made by the #1 craftsman Lu Gao using special materials. It has magical powers. The memory function can change according to the changes of the human body and has no sense of restraint. It is very light, but its defense power is amazing and it can resist. Following Zhu Zhuqing's introduction, Zhu Zuyun's peach blossom eyes and red lips opened wider and wider with a shocked look on his face. After being stunned for a while, she stammered, God, artifact level protective armor. I have it too. Yes, one for each person. Lu Feng put 2 pieces of treasure armor into the hands of the 2 sisters respectively. Lu Feng joked, to perfectly solve your worries that your clothes may burst or jump out because they are too big, why don't you change them now? The 2 women looked down at their particularly plump breasts in unison. I'm just kidding, I'll bite you. Zhu Zhuqing threw herself fiercely into Lu Feng's arms, wrapped her long legs around Lu Feng's waist and sat on Lu Feng's thighs with her round buttock. She blocked Lu Feng's mouth with her warm and soft red lips, kissed her hard and then bit her playfully with her teeth, biting Lu Feng's upper lip. Lu Feng enjoyed Zhu Zhuqing's slightly unruly girlfriend's characteristic. That's enough for you. Zhu Zuyun was stuffed with a mouthful of dog food and turned away helplessly, pretending to study the treasure armor. She was very envious of Zhu Zhuqing in her heart because she also wanted to use such an action to express her immense gratitude to Lu Feng, but she can't. She didn't expect that Lu Feng would also give her a set of 8 treasures Ruyi soft armor. Too surprising, too precious. It shows that Lu Feng also values her very seriously. She was elated. A man who is willing to give is worthy of trust and dependence. She is more envious than jealous now because she has leapt with Zhu Zhuqing's man, even though it was through the back door. What she didn't know was that Lu Feng gave her the treasure armor as an apologetic compensation to her, especially when he found her sitting sideways in an unnatural posture in the morning. It must have been been very painful. Chapter 54 The Shock of Flanders, Xiao Wuji and others. Lu Feng left Xingluo City. Hu Lina entered Xingluo City on the back foot and the motorcade went straight to the door of the Zhu family. Accompanied by the branch bishop, she requested to see Lu Feng in the name of Pope Bibi Dong, carrying Bibi Dong's wool with her. In the name of the Pope of Wuhan Palace, Zhu Yan did not dare to neglect and went out to greet him personally. Zhu Yan told Hu Lina that Lu Feng had left Xingluo City and was out training, and he didn't know the specific direction. Has Lu Feng left Xingluo City? Hu Lina's charming eyes flashed with disappointment. The head of the Zhu family said it himself, and she could only choose to believe it. Zhu Yan said that Lu Feng didn't know where he was going, which was a sure, but she couldn't force Zhu Yan. The spirit hall is powerful, but it is not strong enough to make the second largest family in the Starluo Empire surrender. On the surface they must respect each other. After receiving Bibi Dong's personal letter, Hu Lina immediately rushed to Xingluo City. Bibi Dong hinted that she should use any means necessary to lure Lu Feng into joining the spirit hall. He would not hesitate to let her devote herself to Lu Feng, or even share it with Zhu Zhuqing. Hu Lina was very reluctant about this. A 12-year-old boy who had just awakened was younger than her. Even if he awakened a god-level martial spirit, Lu Feng was currently far less powerful than her. No one could be sure how strong he would be in the future, and she is the #1 genius among the golden generation of Wuhan Palace. Her eyes are higher than her head. Because of her special martial spirit, she has the ultimate innate charm for men. She has countless suitors inside and outside the martial spirit hall. She scorns all the suitors and thinks that men are cheap. After learning about what happened to her teacher Bibi Dong, Hu Lina believed that men are not a good thing. Men will only affect cultivation. She does not need a man by her side. She has only one goal at the moment. She wants to lead the golden generation and win the next Pan-Continent Senior High School Award. In the Soul Master Academy Elite Competition, he swept his opponents and defended the glory of Wuhan Palace. She wants to prove her worth and repay teacher Bibi Dong for her upbringing and cultivation. If you must match a man, he must at least be better than her. But Hu Lina did not dare to disobey Bibi Dong's order, and just now the branch master told her that Lu Feng had shown his talent for the first time. Within 2 months his soul power had grown from scratch, and he had been promoted to 33 levels in a row and entered the ranks of soul masters. During the leapfrog challenge, Su Wei, the proud soul sect of the Star Crown sect, unexpectedly it's an instant defeat. This made Hu Lina a little interested and curious about Lu Feng. Just when she began to sincerely want to see Lu Feng and get to know him more deeply, she was told that he was not here and could not be seen. If you have anything special, envoy, you can tell Zhu. Next time Zhu sees my son-in-law, he will convey it to me. Oh, by the way, Lu Feng and his daughter Zhu Zhuqing are engaged. We are a family now. Zhu Yan deliberately mentioned the engagement. The implication is that you want to rob someone. You have no chance. Seeing Zhu Yan a little proud and a little bit laughing, it aroused Hu Lina's strong self-esteem. Mission failed? No, I never fail. There is no word failure in my dictionary. Lu Feng, I will definitely find you and complete the mission assigned by His Majesty the Pope. When Hu Lina thought of this, her eyes were fixed. In that case, farewell. She cupped her fist in greeting and walked away. 2 days passed. Shui Qinghe, Qian Rongxiu's incarnation, also brought the Tiandu Empire's envoy to Starluo City. The main purpose is naturally to contact Lu Feng. He also carried a mission assigned by Emperor Shui to have secret talks with the Starluo Empire to deal with the increasingly powerful Spirit Hall. Due to the common threat posed by the Spirit Hall, the relationship between the Tiandu Empire and the Starluo Empire has eased. Of course, Qian Rongxiu would not let the Starluo Empire and the Tiandu Empire reach a consensus. She would just deal with it. In the carriage, Qian Rongxiu looked back at Xingluo City, which was drifting away, and sighed. It's a pity that I came too late and was in vain. You are a god-level martial soul, and so am I. I really want to see if your god-level martial soul is stronger or weaker than my god-level martial soul. And a peerless genius like you will shine brightly wherever you go. I believe we will meet soon. She was not discouraged. Her charming eyes sparkled with wisdom. This trip, Qian Rongxiu was not without gain. She met with Elder Bai He of the Pan-Continent Merchant Alliance and ordered a large number of weapon, equipment and military supplies at a price specially approved by the alliance leader. As the crown prince of the Tiandu Empire, she cannot go to Zhengzhen City, which belongs to the Xingluo territory, to inspect the goods in person. However, she is reassured about the quality of the products of the Pan-Continent Merchant Alliance, and there have been no problems with the cooperation for many years. This day, Lu Feng and Zhu Zhuqing's carriage arrived in Sodo City and stopped in front of the Rose Hotel. Rose Hotel in Sodo City, one of the check-in points on the road to luck. It finally here. I can't give them a reason to sleep in the same room as sisters tonight. Lu Feng secretly made a decision. Along the way, their relationship as sisters warmed up and they were inseparable. Zhu Zhuqing always slept in the same same room as Zhu Zhuqing. I thought that this journey would lead to the peak of my life and gain double happiness. Unexpectedly, I could only secretly feed a banana occasionally. It was clear that Zhu Zhuqing's heart belonged to him, but he buried it deep in his heart and did not open his mouth, not wanting to expose it. He speculated that Zhu Zhuqing had concern, and he was not in a hurry. He just let nature take its course and had plenty of time. The problem is that Zhu Zhuqing occupied Zhu Zhuqing. He and Zhu Zhuqing were in a sweet and passionate love. After tasting the forbidden fruit for the first time, they should have let their passion run wild, sticking together like glue. But because Zhu Zhuqing was there, Zhu Zhuqing was shy and would only give hugs and kisses at most. She even slept in the same room with Zhu Zhuqing at night, leaving him alone. Now, we finally arrived at Sodo City. I have long heard that the front desk of Sodo City Rose Hotel is a smart young man. Leading the sisters to the front desk, Lu Feng handed over a card and gave the guy at the front desk a meaningful smile. Hello, do you still have a room? Before Lu Feng could speak, Zhu Zhuqing reminded, please book 2 rooms. When the guy at the front desk saw Lu Feng coming with 2 beautiful beauties, his eyes immediately went straight. There are only 2 words in my heart. Awesome. Even better than the famous Huacan Yinhu Dai Xiao. Although Mr. Dai once took care of 2 women and had sisters, no matter in terms of appearance, figure, or temperament, he was completely different from the 2 beautiful girls in front of him. There was a huge difference. This is what is called a goddess who is beautiful and brings disaster. Being able to pick up a goddess of this level is already very impressive, let alone 2 at once. Zhu Zhuqing's voice reminded the guy at the front desk, and looking at the meaningful smile on Lu Feng's face, he understood. Hello, I'm sorry, we only have 1 room left here. Only 1 room? Zhu Zhuqing frowned slightly. Ah, a room. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes were a little strange. Shall we go to another hotel? Zhu Zhuqing asked. The guy at the front desk didn't want to worry too much, but when he saw the card Lu Feng gave him, his expression turned sharp. Then it solidified. This is a common black card within the business alliance. The color of the card and the symbols on the card can only be held by merchant alliance elders and above, which means that the young man in front of you is not only one of your own, but also an elder. In a small place like Sodo City, merchant alliance elders only occasionally inspect or pass by. The merchant alliance is a meritocracy with promotions based on talent and contribution. I heard that there are also very young elders. This matter is not trivial and he must report it to his manager. However, the current matter must be solved for the elders first. The guy at the front desk immediately put on a smile and said loudly, Shrek Academy is recruiting students tomorrow. Many people are coming. The hotels in the city are basically full. If you leave, this room will be booked by someone else soon. He is indeed a smart guy. Give you a promotion and a salary increase. Lu Feng secretly praised. Zhu Zhuqing paused and asked, is this remaining room big? This is our best luxury suite. It has a very large space, complete facilities and partitions. It is more than enough for 3 people. I guarantee that you will be satisfied. How about going up to see the room first? The guy at the front desk spared no effort to promote and show Lu Feng unprecedented enthusiasm. There are compartment which is a bit better. Zhu Zhuqing looked at Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing nodded slightly. Zhu Zhuqing looked at Lu Feng again. Then let's go up and have a look first. If it doesn't work, we'll go out to look for it. Okay, listen to my wife. Lu Feng smiled broadly and was about to take the key when an arrogant voice sounded. Wait a minute, this room is mine. Dai Mubai's figure, holding 2 girls in his arms, appeared at the door. Chapter 55 Xiao Wuji is defeated. Zhu Zhuqing discovers the truth. The 3 of them turned around and looked. I saw a man holding 2 women in his arms, walking swaggering from the direction of the door. The 2 girls have good figures and are quite pretty. You can tell at a glance that they are sisters, and their looks are exactly the same. They are actually twin sisters, but they are a bit older, put on heavy makeup, and have a strong air of a promiscuous woman. Smell. The man is over 1.8 meters tall and has a handsome appearance. The most special thing about him is his pair of eyes, which are a pair of evil pupils just like Davis. It was Dai Mubai, the 3rd prince of the Star Luo Empire. Zhu Zhuqing took a closer look and recognized Dai Mubai. A look of surprise flashed across her eyes. She never thought she would meet Dai Mubai here. Immediately, she turned her head away in disgust. Sure enough, it was still the same. When he was in Xingluo City, it was common for Dai Mubai to hug him from left to right. Dai Mubai glanced at Zhu Zhuqing with a confused expression, and when he saw Zhu Zhuqing again, his face suddenly froze, his face full of surprise, and he quickly dropped his arms around the twin sisters. Zhu Zhuqing, why are you here? She is Zhuqing. Right. When Dai Mubai left Xingluo City, Zhu Zhuqing was only a 7 or 8-year-old girl. At that time, Zhu Zhuqing's appearance was not beautiful, and her figure was not noticeable, so Dai Mubai didn't care. The 18th transformation of women. Dai Mubai didn't expect that Zhu Zhuqing would grow into such a stunningly beautiful girl. She was tall and had extremely hot curves. She was just the right amount of hotness. She was a perfect natural beauty, better than all the women he had ever played with. Hua Kong young veteran has a good eye. Zhu Zuyun's face had not changed much, and he could recognize him immediately. However, Zhu Zuyun's figure a few years ago was not as explosive as it is now. Good Daimyo Bai looked at the Zhu sisters swallowing their saliva and suddenly realized something. His eyes flashed with vigilance and he looked around in panic. Is Davis here too? I've come this far and you still won't let me go. Who cares about you? I'm escorting Zhu Qing and Lu Feng here. I'm warning you, it's best to take your 2 women and stay away from us. Zhu Zuyun said coldly with no expression on his face. It is indeed Zhuqing. Daimyo Bai was overjoyed and spark flashed in his eyes when he looked at Zhu Zhuqing. Even if it was just a side profile, Zhu Zhuqing was so charming and charming. That straight nose, those bright eyes as clear as autumn water, that bright red mouth, that big S-shape curve that is convex in front and concave in the back, and she is his fiancée and belongs to him. Daimyo Bai was so drunk that he was immersed in it. Master Dai, what's wrong with you? The woman on the side asked. Daimyo Bai's expression changed. Young Master Dai, it's none of your business. We're not familiar with each other. Go away. He drove away the 2 confused twin sisters, then turned around only to find that Lu Feng, Zhu Zhuqing, and Zhu Zuyun ignored his poor performance at all. The 3 of them took the keys and climbed up the stairs. Daimyo Bai still didn't notice Lu Feng. His eyes swept over Lu Feng casually and he didn't look at his face carefully, thinking he might be a guard or something. Wait a minute, Daimyo Bai called out, then turned to the counter clerk and said angrily, you don't know me? Don't you know there is always a room reserved for me here? Why did you give them the key? The front desk clerk quickly apologized. Of course I know, Mr. Dai, but I can't give it to you this time. I'm sorry, Daimyo Bai said impatiently. Call your manager out. The waiter looked at Daimyo Bai, then at Lu Feng, and hurriedly ran to the back to call his superior. Hey Zhu Zuyun, I told you to wait a moment. Do you hear me? Zhuqing, I am your fiancé. Daimyo Bai. Daimyo Bai found that Zhu Zuyun and others didn't even listen to him to stop. He felt very embarrassed and his temper got worse and he yelled. Lu Feng stopped and said to the 2 women, I think it's better to deal with it first so as not to make things difficult for the store. Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zuyun said in unison and nodded at the same time. It shows the tacit understanding between sisters. They followed Lu Feng downstairs obediently. At the beginning, Daimyo Bai did not notice Lu Feng. Lu Feng watched coldly to see how it would develop. In the original plot, it was Tang San and Xiao Wu who argued and fought with Daimyo Bai here. After going to Notting City to intervene, Xiao Wu became suspicious of Tang San and her impression plummeted. According to the information from the Merchant Alliance, Xiao Wu did not go with Tang San, nor did she arrive at Soto City one day in advance. Instead, she calculated the time and went directly to Shrek Academy for an interview tomorrow. Without Xiao Wu as his companion, Tang San would naturally not come to the Rose Hotel, so it was them who bumped into Daimyo Bai. What's interesting is that Daimyo Bai raised 2 sisters, and he also raised 2 sisters, one of whom was once his fiancée. Judging from Daimyo Bai's performance, it was obvious that he didn't know that his father had revoked his engagement with Zhu Zhuqing in public, nor did he know that Zhu Zhuqing was already his fiancée. Therefore, following Zhu Zuyun's approach and ignoring him is not the best way to handle him. He will definitely catch up and harass him later. Who are you? Suddenly he found that the 2 women were so submissive to Lu Feng, and there was obvious affection in their eyes. Daimyo Bai's expression changed, and then he began to look at Lu Feng carefully. It doesn't matter if you don't look at it. Once you look at it, you immediately feel threatened. The young man in front of him was younger than him, but his appearance was extremely handsome, and his temperament had a calm, sunny and elegant style. Compared with the decadent aura of him, it actually felt like he was being overshadowed by the light. I'm Lu Feng, Zhuqing's fiancé, Lu Feng said calmly. What? Daimyo Bai thought he heard wrongly, but he soon saw that Zhu Zhuqing walked up to Lu Feng with his long leg, held Lu Feng's arm intimately, and looked at him coldly. Zhu Zhuqing proved Lu Feng's words with his actions without any word. Daimyo Bai's heart sank when he saw Zhu Zhuqing's eyes looking at him without any emotion. If Zhu Zhuqing still had feelings for him, at least his eyes would dodge and he would feel guilty. But at this moment, Zhu Zhuqing faced him calmly, as if looking at a stranger, and a stranger she hated. Zhu Zuyun said, I forgot. You are running away in this small place and don't care about anything. There are some things you don't know yet. Let me tell you, your engagement with Zhuqing is cancelled. His Majesty announced it himself 2 months ago. Don't believe it? Go find out for yourself, and my father will officially announce Zhuqing's engagement to Lu Feng. So what? I don't agree. Daimyo Bai was so angry that he was shaking all over. Zhu Zuyun said the word, so he had to believe it. He felt like a big cuckold was being slapped on his head, but Zhu Zhuqing was no longer what he used to be. He was a wealthy and beautiful person, so how could he accept it? Zhu Zuyun did not forget his duty as a guard. He ducked and came to Daimyo Bai. Who cares whether you agree or not? It's because you don't cherish it. You abandoned Zhuqing and ran away for many years. If you have the ability, talk to your father and get entangled here. What? Get out. Daimyo Mui's evil eyes full of anger fell on Lu Feng. I want to fight with you, and the winner will be Zhuqing's fiancé. How about that? Don't even think about it. Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but said angrily, in this life I will never marry anyone other than Lu Feng. Qing'er, don't be angry, let's all vote for your husband. Lu Feng patted Zhu Zhuqing's hand and comforted her softly. Hearing Lu Feng's words, Zhu Zhuqing nodded obediently, released his hold on his hand, and stepped aside. Chapter 56 Bibi Dong's Decision and Speculation. Lu Feng said, Sister Zuyun, let me come. Zhu Zuyun also nodded obediently, stepped away, and stood with Zhu Zhuqing. She saw Lu Feng play against the auxiliary type and the agility type, but not against the power type. She also wanted to see if Lu Feng's performance could still be that strong. With Lu Feng's current strength, even if he loses to Dai Mubai, the evil-eyed white tiger, his life will not be in danger. In addition, one of the orders from Prince Davis was for her to promote hatred between Dai Mubai and Lu Feng. Dai Mubai actively provoked Lu Feng full of hostility, and there was no need for her to stop him. While Dai Mubai was furious, he was also extremely surprised. How could his eldest brother's fiancée Zhu Zuyun, who had always been domineering and tough, be so obedient to Lu Feng? There seemed to be a hint of tenderness in her eyes when she looked at Lu Feng. Lu Feng stood in front of Dai Mubai and said seriously, treating women as pets is disrespectful to them, and I have always respected them. Therefore, I can have a fight with you, but not with Zhu Qing as a bet. Then what do you want to bet on? Whoever loses, get out, literally. Okay, it's settled. Whoever loses gets out. Dai Mubai wanted to beat Lu Feng severely in front of Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zuyun to vent his anger and resentment. Whoever has a stronger fist will have more say. If Zhu Zuyun stood in the way and Zhu Zhuqing decided to express his stand, he would not be able to forcefully attack Lu Feng. Seeing Lu Feng agree, Dai Mubai felt relieved. At this time, at first the front desk waiter trotted out with a middle-aged man. Seeing Dai Mubai and Lu Feng about to fight, the middle-aged man became very anxious and said, if you have something to say, please don't do anything. Dai Mubai glared sideways. Manager Wang, are you getting better and better at doing business now? Manager Wang wiped the sweat from his forehead and smiled. Master Dai, please don't say that. It's because we didn't do our job well. I'm sorry. Manager Wang turned to Lu Feng and the others, his head lowered, his face full of apologies and panic. I'm really sorry. Three distinguished guests. Mr. Dai is our most senior VIP. I actually promised him if there is only one last room left, and that room must be reserved for him. Ha ha ha. Mr. Dai laughed proudly, raised his head, and glanced at Lu Feng arrogantly. Boy, did you hear that? This is the treatment of having status and money. No matter which family you are from, how can you follow me? I don't care what your family's ability is to marry the Zhu family, and I may not be able to stop it, but in this hotel, I can keep my word. Manager Wang, since the last room is mine, go ahead and take it from him. Get the key back, and I'll fight him again and tell him to get out. He wanted to use his position first to steal Lu Feng's room, suppress Lu Feng, and show his advantage. If Lu Feng can be suppressed in terms of status, financial resources, and force, not only can he vent his anger freely, but Zhu Zhuqing may also have the possibility of changing his mind. Dai Mubai, don't go too far. Zhu Zuyun scolded. It was also a humiliation for Dai Mubai to instruct Manager Wang to forcefully take back the house key in Lu Feng's hand, and this is at a time when there is a shortage of hotels and housing in the city. Feng, I don't want to live here anymore. Give them the key. Zhu Zhuqing spoke up to defend his man and also gave Lu Feng a step up. Young Master Dai, Manager Wang stammered anxiously. A fierce light flashed in Dai Mubai's evil eyes, and he interrupted again. Stop talking nonsense. Go collect the key quickly, and all losses will be mine. Master Dai, I haven't finished what I just said. Seeing the pressure on Dai Mubai's face, Manager Wang gave up and said with a solemn expression, you have offended our distinguished lord. From today on, please forgive me for not being allowed to do this by this hotel. Welcome again. Please leave immediately. As soon as these words came out, the whole hall fell into silence. Manager Wang was also forced to be tough. The elders of the Merchant Alliance have great authority. It only takes one sentence to dismiss a small manager like him. People who are dismissed by the elders will not be able to hang out in the Merchant Alliance in the future. If they leave the Merchant Alliance, he will not be able to do so. Civilians with soul power will no longer be able to obtain similar positions and treatment. When this young elder arrived in Soto City, he was offended by a guest who wanted to further humiliate the elder. As a manager, he had already neglected his duties. Dai Mubai pushed him to the edge of unemployment. He was the backbone of the family. With seniors and juniors, he had just made a good living with this job. If he lost his job, his family would be in ruins. Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zuyun were surprised by the sudden reversal and were a little confused. I thought that since they and Lu Feng had just arrived, they would definitely not be able to compete with Dai Mubai for the last room. Unexpectedly, Manager Wang not only refused Dai Mubai's request, but also wanted to drive Dai Mubai away. Dai Mubai was stunned for a while. What did did you say? Young Master Dai didn't understand, so I'll say it again. From today on, this hotel refuses to accommodate you. Please leave. Manager Wang received Lu Feng's approving look, puffed up his chest and became a little more stubborn. Why, I am a high-level VIP, even if I offend ordinary guests like them. As for this, if you don't give me a satisfactory reason, I will destroy your hotel today. Dai Mubai became angry with embarrassment as if he had eaten a cockroach. His face was extremely ugly. He pointed at Manager Wang and roared, releasing the pressure of his soul power. This is too embarrassing. He originally wanted to take the opportunity to humiliate Lu Feng, but he was driven away instead. This was equivalent to being slapped hard, a humiliation many times greater. Originally I was very proud and determined to win. He didn't expect that Manager Wang would come and break his defense instantly, but he would still be humiliated in front of the Zhu family's stunning sisters and the twin sisters at the door. Manager Wang suffered from soul pressure and showed pain on his face, but he glanced at Lu Feng and still expressed his strong stand. You dare to smash it? Our Rose Hotel is a direct operated property of the Pan-Continental Merchant Alliance. How can we allow you to be arrogant? I have heard that those who offend the Merchant Alliance will be punished no matter how far away they are. Hearing the last sentence, Dai Mubai felt his heart tremble and quickly put away his soul power. Nodding City is not far from Soto City. The Merchant Alliance enshrines Li Sun Huan's battle with Haoshan Douluo Tang Hao, which has long been known to women and children in Soto City. Today, many people are still talking about it in the street. This matter also made the Business Alliance famous and became the focus of discussion. The peerless Douluo Li Sun Huan said domineeringly, anyone who offends the Merchant Alliance will be punished no matter how far away, has become a representative famous saying of the Merchant Alliance. The status of people in the Business Alliance also increased. The people are proud that someone in their family serves in the Business Alliance. The people in the Business Alliance feel particularly honored and more confident. Although almost a month had passed, Dai Mubai still felt chills running down his spine when he heard the word, those who violate the Merchant Alliance will be punished no matter how far away they are. It's too scary. With just one move, you can defeat the terrifying Haoshan Douluo, which is enough to prove that Divine Sword Douluo is a terrifying existence among terrors. Moreover, in addition to Divine Sword Douluo, the Merchant Alliance also has more than 10,000 soul masters, including dozens of soul emperors and soul Douluo, and 2 honorary elders who are titled Douluo. Let alone an exiled prince like him. Even if he is the real crown prince, he would not dare to offend anyone in the Business Alliance now. Xiao Wang didn't handle it well. Please forgive me. Manager Wang walked up to Lu Feng and bowed. I heard that Dai Mubai bullies the weak and fears the strong, and that's true. Lu Feng waved to Manager Wang to leave. You're doing pretty well. What level of manager is Manager Wang currently? Replying to your lord, Xiao Wang is a first-level manager. Manager Wang said respectfully. For managers in the Business Alliance from level 1 to level 9, the salary will increase a lot with each additional level. At 20%, benefits have also increased. You will be a third-level manager in the future. You are not bad. I will promote you to supervisor. Lu Feng personally promoted Manager Wang and the waiter, and received substantial promotions and salary increases. Ah, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Manager Wang and the waiter were overjoyed, shed tears of gratitude, and bowed again. Dai Mubai looked confused, with a dull look on his face. Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuqing looked at each other, and the twin sisters at the door also looked at each other. 3 question marks appeared on their head. Chapter 57. Welcome Xiao Wu. Ning Rang Rang questions. At first, everyone thought that Manager Wang was trying to maintain the reputation of the hotel, treating the man and 2 women who were about to check in as distinguished adults, and did not want to take back the room key that he had taken out, so they started to argue with Dai Mubai. Looking at the situation now, I realized that the noble person Manager Wang mentioned was Lu Feng. Lu Feng was able to promote Manager Wang and the waiters with just 1 sentence, which showed that his authority was extraordinary. It seems that your man's status in the Business Alliance is not low. Zhu Zhuqing whispered to Zhu Zhuqing. They knew that Lu Feng was doing business in the Merchant Alliance, but they didn't ask much. After all, martial arts were respected, and practicing martial arts was the top priority. Business was secondary to noble soul masters. Before the emergence of the Pan-Continental Business Alliance, many nobles even looked down upon merchant, considering them to be a low-level industry. However, with the rapid rise of the Pan-Continental Merchant Alliance into a huge chaebol, its power cannot be underestimated, and the nobles' inherent prejudices against merchants had to be greatly changed. Lu Feng, who are you? Dai Mubai asked. You guessed. Lu Feng didn't want to explain. You are from the Business Alliance. This hotel belongs to you. So to speak, should we fight? Fight. But as we agreed, this is a fair discussion between us individuals, not to offend the Business Alliance. Dai Mubai insisted on fighting, but he had lost his energy and did not dare to be as arrogant as before. Lu Feng nodded and said, okay, you just said that you will bear all losses. That's what I said. Dai Mubai had a feeling in his heart that there was a pit in front of him, but he had to jump into it. No matter what, we must use force to regain the situation. Lu Feng stepped forward with his right foot. Come on then. White Tiger possessed. A layer of intense white light suddenly burst out from his body. Dai Mubai stretched his arms to both sides. His chest lifted up. His bones crackled like fried beans. His muscles suddenly swelled and expanded, and each muscle stretched his clothes to the point of bursting. The air around him became manic. The hair and body hair grow and change crazily, and the color is black and white. The face also shows lines like tiger stripes. With the evil eyes, the handsome face instantly becomes ferocious and terrifying. Blade-like claws popped out from the 10 fingers of both hands, about 8 inches in length, flashing with cold light. 3 shining halos rose up one after another under his feet, 2 yellow and 1 purple. As the soul ring circulate, the powerful soul power forms a wave-like energy, causing pressure to sweep over him. 1000-year soul ring, Manager Wang exclaimed when he saw the purple soul ring. The eyes of Manager Wang and the waiter were a little more solemn. Almost all the third spirit rings of the spirit masters they had seen had century-old spirit rings. The third soul ring of this young Master Dai is 1000 years old, which is enough to prove that this young Master Dai is a genius soul master with extraordinary talent. White Tiger is also a high-level beast martial soul. He has 3 soul rings at such a young age, which proves that he is a genius soul master. He is a soul master in his 30s, and their elder seemed to be a few years younger than Mr. Dai, so they were a little worried. The status of an elder of the Merchant Alliance cannot only be achieved by force. Those who are extremely talented in other aspects or have made great contributions to the Merchant Alliance may be promoted to the position of elder. Dai Mubai, martial soul, White Tiger, 37th level battle soul master. Please give me some advice. Dai Xiao reported his martial spirit and level, which represented a formal challenge. Under the tremendous pressure of soul power, Lu Feng's fighting spirit was aroused. He slowly raised his right hand. Green gold light surged, and a small tree suddenly grew out of his palm. There were faint primitive lines on the trunk and leaves, exuding an aura of wilderness. In an instant the small tree grew into a towering giant tree. A shadow suddenly appeared behind Lu Feng. The huge tree branches were extremely dense with leaves, and there were 10 stars surrounding the tree crown. 9 of them were dark shadows, but 1 star was shining dimly. 2 purple and 1 black soul rings rose from Lu Feng's feet one after another. The soul ring hovered around his body, and the surging soul power brought up a strong wind, easily withstanding the pressure exerted by Dai Mubai. Thousands of years, tens of thousands, 10,000 years of soul rings. Manager Wang and the waiter were so shocked that their jaws almost dropped. I knew there was always a reason why a young man could become an elder, but I didn't expect this reason to be so shocking. Dai Mubai's face changed drastically, and he suddenly realized that Lu Feng was able to win Zhu Zhuqing's favor and Zhu Yan's approval not because of his family but because of his own talent and strength. He was a little proud when he heard Manager Wang's first scream, but before he could be proud for 3 seconds, Lu Feng's 2,000-year soul rings and 1 10,000-year soul ring completely crushed him. When the 2 souls collided in the distance, they formed waves and impacted the surroundings. The blow made Manager Wang and the waiter unable to stand, and they stumbled back a few steps. The seats shook, and the porcelain cup fell to the ground and broke into pieces. Lu Feng, martial soul, Tree of Stars, 33rd level soul master. Please give me some advice. Lu Feng stood tall, with long hair flying and a heroic spirit. He was an unparalleled young man. Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuyan stared at Lu Feng with proud smiles on their lips. The twin sisters at the door are full of ice stars compared to Dai Mubai, who became ferocious after Bai Hu leaned over. Lu Feng looked even more handsome and extraordinary, like a banished immortal. Dai Mubai put away his arrogance and used all his strength. The third soul ring on his body shone brightly, and the white hair on his body grew wildly again, and his appearance looked more like a white tiger. The third soul skill, White Tiger Vajra transformation. Immediately afterward, the second soul ring lit up again. A huge white light suddenly condensed, and with a tiger's roar, Dai Mubai sprayed a ball of milky white light from his mouth. The second soul skill, White Tiger Fierce Light Wave. Dai Mubai used 2 soul skills at the same time. The White Tiger Vajra transformation raised his attribute power to the highest level, and the White Tiger Fierce Light Wave was an attack skill. At the same time, Dai Mubai's figure exploded and rushed towards Lu Feng. The life of the soul ring is being crushed. You must strike first to ensure victory. Use the most terrifying trick from the beginning, coupled with continuous follow-up moves to launch a strong attack to seal the victory as soon as possible. Just when Dai Mubai used his second soul skill, Lu Feng's third soul ring also shone brightly. Lu Feng also wanted to make a quick decision and didn't want to be entangled for too long. Dai Mubai possesses a top-level beast martial soul, and his soul power is several levels higher. He is also a powerful attack type, so he should not be underestimated. Dai Mubai spit out a white ball of light, and Lu Feng's natural mantra sound waves also spread out. Wherever it went, the space was distorted. As soon as the white ball of light encountered the invisible sound wave, it fell into the mud and into the sea, and was swallowed up by the sound wave silently. Immediately afterward, Lu Feng's second soul ring lit up, and a green light moved toward Dai Mubai's hood. Dai Mubai's body suddenly turned green and his figure stagnated. Almost at the same time, invisible sound waves hit Dai Mubai. His power was instantly greatly weakened, and his speed dropped again. Lu Feng was right in front of him. Dai Mubai only had to take one more step, and his tiger claws that were ready to attack could continuously launch effective attacks on Lu Feng. But at this moment, dozens of roots broke through the floor tiles from the ground and entangled them. Live on Dai Mubai's feet. Chapter 59. The wretched Ma Hongjun and Xiao Wu explode. Recommended votes added. Dai Mubai's body froze, and soul power burst out from his feet, but the roots were tougher than expected. The floor was shattered by the soul power, but his feet could not break free from the root. He could only wave his claws and pull them apart. The roots were cut to pieces and scattered in all directions. During this delay, a layer of green gold vines appeared on his body at some point, growing and twining in an instant, binding Dai Mubai's body tightly within it. As soon as Dai Mubai came to his senses, his body was trapped by countless vines as thick as his forearm, and they were suddenly tightened. Clang, clang, clang. Before being completely restrained, Dai Mubai roared with fright and rage, using his sharp tiger claws to attack the green gold vines with all his strength. The sound of gold and iron was heard, but not a single vine was cut off, and he could only cut half of it at most. The next moment he was tied like a rice dumpling, and he could feel the poison spreading on his body. His soul power and vitality were slowly disappearing, and his body was gradually numbed by the sting. Dai Mubai looked at Lu Feng, who was so close, with a look of fear in his eyes. He used his special move to attack with all his strength, but Lu Feng didn't even touch his hair. Instead, he was firmly controlled. His whole body was in various negative states such as toxins and weakness. Green light emitted from his head, and the white tiger turned into a green tiger. Terrible. As a control type, Lu Feng did not take a step back, which meant that he was not trying his best. Lu Feng was ready to use Dragon Shadow Step at any time, but found that it was not necessary. Dai Mubai's attack power is very powerful, but his speed is average, and he has no skills to restrain the control system, so he is restrained by the control system. Of course, you won't be hurt if you attack the body. Check out the 8 treasures Ruyi soft armor. Ha 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 ha. My lord is mighty. Manager Wang and the waiters cheered and clapped happily, also attracting the crowd of onlookers at the door. Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuqing, who were low-key, also raised their jade hands to give applause, with deep admiration and affection in their eyes. Also showing admiration were the beautiful twin sisters. One of the girls covered her plump heart and exclaimed, "It's really thrilling. This young soul master is so handsome, and his status is also." The other woman looked at Lu Feng, her eyes sparkling. She only spoke half of her word, but her meaning was very clear. Dai Mubai said feebly, "Let go, let me go. I admit defeat." His idea of using force to win back the city was completely in vain. He was trapped in a group of people watching, and he collapsed a little. Lu Feng said indifferently, "In the future, please don't harass me and Zhuqing." At this point, Dai Mubai could only give in, nodded, and lowered his head. Lu Feng put away the vines and detoxified him. "As we just said, this is a discussion, not a life and death battle. Does this mean you are not keeping your promise?" Lu Feng reminded Dai Mubai, who turned to leave. Dai Mubai remembered what he said before, looked at the hall that was swept away by the powerful shock wave, took out a small bag of gold soul coin, and threw it to Manager Wang. Then he squatted on the ground with a sad face and rolled towards the door. The dignified prince made such an action in front of everyone. He wanted to die. He regretted agreeing to Lu Feng's bet, and even more regretted provoking Lu Feng. Otherwise, nothing would have happened. Fortunately, the people here would not. I know he is a prince. Others don't know his details, but the Zhu sisters know. Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help laughing when he saw Dai Mubai's ugly appearance. Zhu Zhuqing also covered his mouth and chuckled. Dai Mubai rolled to the door, stood up, dusted himself off, and said to the twin sisters, "Let's go. I'll take you somewhere else to play." Zhu Zhuqing can't be taken back. The two twin sisters are also beauties. They can't give up and don't have to worry about anything. Feeling depressed, she was depressed and angry, so she took it out on the twin sisters. "No, we're not familiar with you." The pretty twin sisters rejected Dai Mubai using the word Dai Mubai said at first. They also have dignity. They looked at each other and felt connected. They opened their long legs together and walked towards Lu Feng with light steps. Dai Mubai was dumbfounded. The twin sisters wore short skirts similar to Cheongsam. They deliberately pulled up the tight skirts that covered their hips, exposing more of their long leg. The twin sisters winked at Lu Feng, walked up to him, bowed and said, "We sisters are willing to serve you, sir, and we are willing to do anything for you." When they bowed down, they deliberately stayed for a while, exposing the white flowers on their chest to Lu Feng at a glance, showing their hospitality. Lu Feng twitched the corner of his mouth and felt two cold murderous auras coming from behind him. You don't need to look at it to know that it comes from Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuqing. But I have to say that the two twin sisters are straightforward and smart, and they know how to seize rare opportunities to climb up. Lu Feng cleared his throat and said, there is no need to serve. I suggest you join the Merchant Alliance and learn a skill. Otherwise you will regret it when you grow old. The twin sisters looked disappointed. One of the women said, what you have taught us is that we are willing to join the Merchant Alliance, but we are afraid they won't accept us. Lu Feng said, Manager Wang, if they are willing to work hard, help them. Yes. Manager Wang responded respectfully and then said to the two women, you can rest assured that I have an adult order. I have a vacant front desk position. Are you interested? If you're interested, you can go to work today. The twin sisters thanked her happily. Before Manager Wang went to arrange for the twin sisters, he gave Lu Feng a vague look that could only be understood but not explained. Let me go. What do you mean by that little look in your eyes? Do you think I will have any interactions with these twin sisters in the future? Don't get me wrong, it's because since they came to me, I helped them casually, but this kind of misunderstanding is difficult to explain clearly. Lu Feng shook his head and took the two girls upstairs. Open the door and enter the room. I smelled a tangy rose fragrance with a somewhat ambiguous feeling. This room uses rose red as the main color, which is elegant, warm, unique, and pleasant. There is a big heart-shaped red rose in the middle, made entirely of fresh flowers. The refreshing fragrance spreads to the entire room from here. Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuqing's eyes lit up. It can be seen that they are very satisfied with the environment and layout of the room, and they are a little surprised. Girls all like flowers, and roses represent fiery love. Since you own shares in this hotel, you are also considered the boss. Ask them to get another room. Zhu Zhuqing said, we can't kick guests out. It will damage the hotel's reputation. Lu Feng explained, in fact, it can be done. He can book the entire hotel and temporarily close it to the public with just a word from him. I want a room just so that I can do things with you that I haven't done in many days. Little greedy cat, you are mine tonight. Forget it. I'll just sleep for one night and make ends meet. There are partitions anyway, Zhu Zhuqing said. Zhu Zhuqing nodded. Okay, then you sleep on the sofa in the hall, and my sister and I sleep in the inner room. No problem. Lu Feng smiled brightly. As long as we are in the same room, we have a chance. I finally don't have to ride in a carriage tomorrow. It's so comfortable. Zhu Zhuqing threw herself into the soft bed, shaking violently, which made Lu Feng's heart tremble violently. Yes, after sitting in the carriage for so long, my bones are falling apart. I'm going to take a shower. I'll have to ride all the way back in 2 days. Zhu Zhuqing swayed his hip and walked to the bathroom with a slight complaint. Thank you, sister. How is the bathroom? Zhu Zhuqing got up and walked over with her bare feet as smooth as jade. It's such a big bathroom. Why don't we take a bath together? Let's wash together. Lu Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. An upright person like me can no longer use the golden eyes of true sight to pee. Chapter 61 Tang San's Showdown. Lu Feng noticed that the sun was shining on the windowsill. He carefully took out the blue silver emperor from the soul guide and placed it on the windowsill. The blue silver emperor stretched out its tender blue leaves and gently wrapped them around Lu Feng's hand. It was as if he was thanking Lu Feng for always taking her into his heart and taking good care of her. No one or soul beast has ever treated her so kindly and considerately. Looking back, when she was with Tang Hao, she was always the one giving. Tang Hao was very chauvinistic. At that time, she didn't realize that she was trapped in the lies he spun. During the period of following Lu Feng, Yin's body has grown vigorously. Now her growth rate in 1 day is equivalent to 10 years in a dark cave. I don't know what Tang Hao had in mind at that time, and he deliberately planted her in a barren and dark cave. However, she gained an astonishing growth rate of hundreds of times, mainly because Lu Feng used very precious spiritual soil to cultivate her. The most important point is that Lu Feng's star tree martial spirit is the ancestor of plants and the source of life. She has been following Lu Feng, naturally receiving a steady stream of healing and nourishment, and her soul power has also recovered very quickly. When Yin made a sacrifice, her soul chose to lean on her body. She could feel everything around her more and more clearly, but she could not speak. Master, wait a little longer. After a while, Yin should be able to use his soul power to temporarily condense a shadow to talk to you and accompany you. Previously, in the Zhu family of Star Luo City, Lu Feng mistook Zhu Zhuqing for Zhu Zhuqing in a stormy conquest, including at the Zhu family banquet. Su Ruyun stretched out her long snow-white legs to harass Lu Feng, and even used her hands to seduce her. Yin saw it all in eyes. At first I felt it was too embarrassing, but then I gradually got used to it. The master is too talented and charming, and the master is also very energetic. This kind of thing is normal. Now that a man and 2 women are sharing a guest room, Yin has a premonition that another embarrassing incident is about to happen. At this time, in the sky outside the window, there was the sound of breaking wind. Call out, call out. Hundreds of male and female soul masters flew toward the Rose Hotel from all all directions. Some are flying in the sky, some are running wildly in the street, and some are skimming on the rooftops. Who is causing trouble in the Merchant Alliance industry? With a loud shout in the air, a tall, thin, middle-aged man with a goatee, glasses, decent clothes, and his hair tied into a bunch hanging behind his head appeared at the door of the Rose Hotel. Manager Ao, please keep your voice down. Your Excellency has already taken care of it. Manager Wang hurriedly went up and whispered a few words. Compared with Xingluo City, Sodo City is a small place, but it has a large spirit fighting arena that is famous far and wide. The person who came was the person in charge of the Sodo Great Soul Fighting Arena, Manager Ao. Manager Ao is a 79th level soul saint and a half-step soul Douluo. He was originally the supervisor of the Great Soul Fighting Arena. When Lu Feng acquired the Sodo Great Soul Fighting Arena, he saw that his management skills were very good, so he promoted him to general manager and put him in charge of the Sodo City Merchant Alliance branch. General managers, like managers, are also divided into 9 levels. When the 9th level general manager goes up, he becomes the elder, and when the elder goes up, he becomes a worshipper. Manager Ao heard that someone was making trouble at the Rose Hotel and threatened to destroy the place. He had already started in the hotel lobby, which was okay. He immediately summoned the soul masters from the Sodo Merchant Alliance branch and rushed to the scene. Seeing the hotel lobby in a mess, with the waiter and a pair of twin sisters cleaning up, he felt like anger was about to well up from his eyes. Under his management, very few people dared to make trouble for the Merchant Alliance on his land, not to mention it was after the appearance of peerless Douluo Genshi. After listening to Manager Wang's whisper, Manager Ao's expression softened. He quickly adjusted his clothes and respectfully saluted upstairs in the hotel with clasped fists. Regardless of whether the elders upstairs could see it or not, he had to do his best to show his courtesy. In this detail, showing his high emotional intelligence, the elder did not go to the branch and did not disclose his identity, which meant that the trip was kept secret, so he did not dare to publicize it. This young elder seems to like sisters. There is already a pair upstairs. The elder also specially ordered to take care of these twins. Manager Wang added in Manager Ao's ear, using the word take care of stress. Manager Ao looked at the twin sisters pointed by Manager Wang, showed an understanding smile, and nodded. Understood. They are with you first. If you go to the spirit fighting field, I will take them there. These twins have good look and figures. Yes, you can learn to dance and increase your body flexibility, which is also a skill. Manager Ao is more knowledgeable. Manager Wang said that Mr. Dai, who provoked our adults and threatened to destroy the hotel, is too arrogant. I have to make his memory more vivid. What does he look like and where has he gone? It was rare for an elder to come here, but someone caused trouble in the business alliance industry he managed. Manager Ao was very unhappy and a little worried. He had to take practical actions to prove it to the elders. Otherwise, if this matter reaches the ears of the alliance leader who promoted him, the alliance leader may feel that his abilities have regressed. The power of appointment and cancellation at the general manager level is only in the hands of the merchant alliance leader. It shouldn't be far. Manager Wang gave a rough description of Dai Mubai's appearance. Daodu, go in that direction and look for a man with yellow hair and a white suit. Manager Ao said to the sky. Okay, Manager Ao. Following the sweet voices respond, a beautiful girl, Daodu, fluttering her white wings, flew out from among the dozens of soul masters suspended in the sky. Not long after, Daodu pointed in the direction of Yushun Pavilion. Over there, hundreds of soul masters flew by. Dai Mubai was rejected by his twin sisters, so he could only go to Gulan Yushun Pavilion to find a woman. Just as he was about to walk into Yushun Pavilion, a powerful soul pressure suddenly fell from the sky, making him unable to move, as if the air had suddenly solidified. Immediately afterward, hundreds of soul masters swarmed in and surrounded him. The whole street was blocked. Passers-by glanced sideways. Such a big battle even frightened the girls in Yushun Pavilion. The business alliance is working. Hearing Daodu's coquettish word, the rest of the crowd quickly moved away. The madam who was about to ask questions immediately swallowed his words and retreated through the door. You, what are you, Mr. Dai? Manager Ao walked up to Dai Mubai with his hands behind his back. Yes, what do you want to do? Dai Mubai was stared at by hundreds of pairs of hostile eyes. His heart was pounding and he was complaining. Did I stab the ant's nest? Manager Ao said, I, in the name of the general manager of the Sodo branch of the Merchant Alliance, declare that this person is permanently unwelcome. The business alliance industry to which Sodo belongs is not allowed to receive him or trade with him. Yes, hundreds of soul masters agreed in unison, and the momentum was overwhelming. You can't do this. Dai Mubai was shocked. He didn't expect to alert the branch manager of the Merchant Alliance, and then he realized that hundreds of soul masters around him belonged to the Merchant Alliance, and what Manager Ao announced was extremely detrimental to him, and was even worse than beating him up. Business alliance industries are spread across the city's major industries, including food, drink, housing, and transportation, equipment, diamond trading all have the shadow of the Merchant Alliance, especially the Soto Spirit Arena, which is the best place for him to make money and exercise. If this is cut off and he can't go, he will suffer a huge loss. Chapter 62 Tang San pretends to be incomparable. This is still the lightest. Considering that our noble lord has made a decision on your physical punishment, I will not attack you this time, but please remember it, there will be no next time. After Manager Ao finished speaking, he waved his hand and led everyone away from the scene. In an instant the blocked street became empty, leaving only Dai Mubai standing on the street shivering. Terrible. I never thought that provoking Lu Feng would bring such serious consequences. I can't enter the Soto Spirit fighting arena. What should I do in the future? Fortunately, Yushun Pavilion does not belong to the Merchant Alliance. Let's find a girl first and calm down later. With this thought, Dai Mubai stepped towards the gate of Yushun Pavilion. The old madam stepped out and blocked the way. Master Dai, you are a frequent visitor to our Yushun Pavilion. The girls also like you very much, but there is nothing we can do. You have offended someone who shouldn't be offended. We will not receive you in the future. I'm sorry. Dai Mubai's eyes widened. What? Your Yushun Pavilion is not a business alliance property. Although we are not a Merchant Alliance industry, we have many transactions with the Merchant Alliance. If they know that we are hosting you, our business will be greatly affected. The Merchant Alliance will no longer give discounts when buying things. We cannot afford the law. Sorry. The madam slammed the door shut. Dai Mubai was speechless. His eyes were full of tears. He had done something wrong. Yushun Pavilion was not allowed to enter. Rose Hotel. Whoosh whoosh. The water in the white porcelain tub was stirring. Zhu Zhuqing, sister, we always took baths together when we were kids. I didn't feel like the bathtub would be crowded. Zhu Zhuqing, as you said, it was when you were a child. Now you have grown up. You have grown very big, so it is a bit crowded. Zhu Zhuqing, you've grown bigger, and it's a bit crowded because of you. Zhu Zhuqing, smelly girl, you know how to talk back. Stand up and I'll wipe and bathe you. Zhu Zhuqing stood up from the steaming warm water, bursting out of the water with full bloom, her perfect body exposed in the air, and crystal water droplets slid down from her fair skin that could be broken by a blow. She was in a happy mood after resuming her relationship with her sister, and the ice in her heart and eternal defenses gradually melted away in front of Zhu Zhuqing. Except for Lu Feng, she saw the beautiful large bathroom with a bidet in the guest room, and recalled the time she took a bath with her sister when she was a child. Her sister was going back soon and could not see each other for a long time, so she suggested taking a bath together. Zhu Zhuqing also felt deeply. She felt guilty for hurting her sister so much in the past few years and wanted to make amends, so naturally she would not disagree. Ah, sister, you can't do it here. Sure enough, when you grow up you will become shy. There are some places that only Lu Feng can touch, right? Haha. Sister, how good are you? After a while, Zhu Zhuqing said, sister, let me rub your back. Yeah. Zhu Zhuqing narrowed his eyes slightly, enjoying Zhu Zhuqing's service. Suddenly, Zhu Zhuqing frowned with a strange expression. He opened his eyes and held down Zhu Zhuqing's mischievous little hand. My back, is it in front? I rub it randomly and I've ruined it like you. I learned from you. Hehe. How can I be older like you? You don't think it's enough? When I was your age, I wasn't as old as you. In a few years you might be bigger than me. I also envy you for being taller than me and having longer legs than me. Hey, still I'll scratch you and spank you. Snapped. Sister, are you really beating me? Snapped. Hey, you stinky girl, how dare you fight back? Bang bang, bang bang. Water vapor is evaporating. The two sisters were laughing and playing selflessly, enjoying the long-lost sisterly love as if they had returned to their innocent childhood. Lu Feng stood outside the door. His eyes were shining with gold. His breathing was rapid. He swallowed hard and felt that somewhere in his body was about to explode. After a while, the two women put on their clothes and prepared to come out. Lu Feng quickly ducked to the window and pretended to look at the scenery of Soto City. He raised his hand to caress the blue-silver emperor while adjusting his breathing to calm himself down and try to make everything appear as normal as possible. The two women put on loose white bathrobes, opened the door and came out. Zhu Zhuqing said, it's your turn to wash. Don't worry, I'll go there later. The higher floors are better. You can enjoy the scenery of most of Soto City. The tallest building over there is the Soto Spirit Fighting Arena. It's very spectacular. Lu Feng in a serious way. As soon as you turn around, you will see the undefended tent. If you want to pretend, you have to pretend to be like it. I admire my perfect and superb acting talent. If I had acted in a movie in my previous life, I might have been able to win an Oscar. Zhu Zhuqing wiped his wet hair with a towel, glanced at Lu Feng and said, I've watched you play with this blue-silver grass all day long. It's special enough for others to keep snakes and scorpions as pet, but it's even more strange that you keep blue-silver grass as a pet. She is the blue-silver emperor. She has a name. Yin. Lu Feng withdrew his gaze from a distance and looked at Yin with some distress. Yin seemed to be able to sense his mood, and the green tentacles gently curled around his fingers. Oh, I even gave him a name, so I was very considerate. Look at your man. man. He just caressed the pet and didn't look back at you who was just showing off. Zhu Zhuqing pretended to sow discord. I don't mind. Zhu Zhuqing opened her long snow-white leg and stepped on the carpet with her smooth and jade-like feet and floated behind Lu Feng. She gently pressed her face against Lu Feng's back. A pair of jade lotus-like arms passed under Lu Feng's armpits and hugged Lu Feng from behind. He stretched out his green jade fingers and gently played with Ah Yin. I also like Ah Yin very much. He grows up so fast. I feel like he has a certain fragrance. Spirituality. Look, she has me and Lu Feng's hands intertwined. It's so interesting. Lu Feng felt soft pressure on his back and the fragrance after bathing entered his nostrils. The scene that made his blood boil flashed in his mind again, and his mind couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement, and what had just subsided was raised again. He turned his head and kissed Zhu Zhuqing's red lips and whispered with hot eyes, look, Ah Yin knows that we haven't been together for a long time. Qing tonight we. Zhu Zhuqing pinched his waist and said, I knew that I wanted to do bad things. Ah Yin is not as bad as you think. Hey, why do you have a nosebleed? Is there any? Lu Feng's heart tightened and he raised his hand and touched it under his nose. I actually had a little nosebleed. I didn't feel anything at all. Flaws. Unexpected flaws. This has nothing to do with acting. It's okay. It's okay. Maybe I'm a little angry. Don't be careless. It's possible that you were injured somewhere in the battle with the third prince just now. Zhu Zhuqing was extremely concerned, with anxiety flashing in his watery almond eyes. Hearing that Lu Feng might be injured again, Zhu Zhuqing also flashed over, his peach blossom eyes wandering over Lu Feng with concern. Suddenly, she saw a bulge in a place on Lu Feng's body that shouldn't be there now. A strange look flashed across her pretty face and she vaguely understood what the problem was. They didn't even touch his clothes, let alone wearing the 8 treasure Ruyi soft armor. How could he be injured? Zhu Zhuqing stared suspiciously into Lu Feng's eyes. You are the Soul Lord now. How could you bleed from being angry? Stop pretending. Weren't you looking at the scenery outside the window when we were taking a shower? Lu Feng's mouth twitched, as expected of the person chosen to be the future queen. She is so smart. Brother is looking at your infinite scenery. Chapter 63. Courtesy of the Great Soul Fighting Arena. Lu Erlong arrived. At this time, Zhu Zhuqing, who was checking Lu Feng's body, also saw the tent that was set up. He seemed to realize something in his shyness. You are spying on us. Zhu Zhuqing looked at Lu Feng with a detective-like expression on his pretty face and speculated, peeping is not possible. Our door is closed. We can find out when he opens the door. He must be eavesdropping. Eavesdropping? Can you hear nosebleed? Zhu Zhuqing was dumbfounded. Some lecherous guy. Just listen to the voice and make up the picture in his mind. Is that so? Zhu Zhuqing looked at Lu Feng doubtfully. Lu Feng could only smile and say nothing. At this time, nothing is right. I don't want to lie to them either. Silly girl, follow me. Zhu Zhuqing pulled Zhu Zhuqing to a corner. Then he whispered in her ear, your man may be too hungry. Zhu Zhuqing had a cute look on his face. Are you hungry? I think he ate a lot at lunch. Zhu Zhuqing laughed and scolded, idiot, I'm hungry. You've been sleeping with me these days, leaving him alone to sleep alone. Yes, that's right. He's never done it before, and it's only been more than 10 days. I heard that after a man tastes meat for the first time, he can't help but crave a woman's body even more. He said it is because he is angry. There may be some truth to it. The anger is too great and there is no way to dissipate it. That feed him. After Zhu Zhuqing said these words, his heart felt inexplicably painful. It felt like he was giving away his most beloved toy. Fortunately, she is a sister, not an outsider, and the wealth will not flow to outsiders. But it hurt. Zhu Zhuqing lowered her head and hugged her chest, blushing to her neck. She openly talked about Lu Feng and her with her sister, which doubled her embarrassment. The first time was inexperienced. It was too wild, too explosive, and too long. That kind of pain was still fresh in Zhu Zhuqing's memory, causing a certain shadow, thinking that sleeping with a man would always be like this. She also wanted to be with Lu Feng in the most intimate way again, but she was a little timid about the pain. Hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing rolled his eyes, speechless and choked. Does your sister feel the same pain as you? That sister can't help you, but if you don't feed him, aren't you worried about him hooking up with random women? Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful eyes moved. She glanced at Lu Feng and defended Lu Feng. Lu Feng is not that kind of person. You also saw how he rejected the twin sisters downstairs just now. That's true. If these are the Dai brothers, they are eager to raise them. How can they clearly refuse and even advise them to learn some skills? Zhu Zhuqing also recognized what Lu Feng did just now, paused, and then said, he won't hook up randomly, but other women will hook up with him. If it is an extremely attractive beauty, no man can withstand the temptation over time. Do you know that Pope Bibi Dong has sent Hu Lina, the most beautiful woman in Wuhan Palace, to look for him in Xingluo City? If it wasn't a mess of women, it would be okay. In Zhu Zhuqing's view, the most powerful men in this world have wives and concubines, such as Emperor Xingluo and his father Zhu Yan. She was not prepared to monopolize Lu Feng. With one more person, she could at least share the pain more. Silly sister, we must not let the woman from Wuhan Palace seduce Lu Lu Feng. This involves the situation of our Star Luo Empire. Forget it, you don't understand this. Anyway, we left earlier and Lena can't find her here for the time being. It's up to you. After Zhu Zhuqing finished speaking, he glanced at Lu Feng, then turned and entered the cubicle to change clothes. Zhu Zhuqing also looked at Lu Feng shyly. Water glimmered in his eyes and his eyes flickered. Determined, I made the decision to feed him no matter how painful it was tonight. Lu Feng heard what the two sisters whispered. After absorbing the soul ring, his hearing increased exponentially, and because he could share perception with plant, he was able to detect subtle details. Not only flowers, plant, and trees visible to the naked eye, but also pollen and spores floating in the air can be used by him. From ancient times to the present in this world, he is the only person who has awakened the martial spirit of the star tree, so he is the only one who has such an ability. So that's how it is. Lu Feng was greatly moved. I thought that Zhu Zhuqing behaved wildly because he liked wildness, but it turned out that was not the case. After all, it was her first time. It was so wild that her body couldn't bear it, and she was also wild to her. It caused her too much pain, so she stubbornly resisted saying anything, but it left a bad impression in her heart and she didn't like doing it. The main reason why I avoid sleeping with him these days is because of this. At that time, it was sloppy. However, once you find out what the problem is, it can be easily solved. The second time, you must serve her in the most gentle way, care for her, and pay attention to her feelings throughout the process. If she is unwilling for the time being, don't force it and slowly open her heart. Since you have her, you should cherish her for the rest of your life. Fortunately, I heard their whispers, otherwise I wouldn't be able to guess the girl's heart. A strong and stubborn girl is really heart-wrenching sometime. Thinking of this, Lu Feng's evil fires subsided and he went to take a bath. After the three of them rested in the room, it got dark and it was dinner time. When the three of them went downstairs, Manager Wang was waiting at the first stairwell for a long time. The newly appointed supervisor was also at the front desk, smiling and inviting Lu Feng to the restaurant for dinner. Considering that the adults might be doing very private things in the room, Manager Wang and others did not dare to knock on the door to disturb them, so they just waited patiently downstairs. The Soto Rose Hotel only provide breakfast and does not have the custom of providing guests with dinner, but Lu Feng is not a guest but an elder of his own business alliance. Each elder owns a small share of the business alliance's industry, which means that the elders are also one of the bosses. Therefore, they not only provide dinner but also specially mobilize the best team of chefs in Soto to serve a large table of exquisite and delicious dishes. If they knew that they were facing the leader of the alliance, the level of service would be improved several times, and the management of the business alliances in the surrounding cities would immediately come to hear the news. Lu Feng set up a business alliance based on the corporate philosophy of the World Group, and employees were free to come and go. However, people in this world are accustomed to strict hierarchical thinking. The mainstream is a culture of humiliating subordinates to death, and there is also a strong spirit of contract. As long as when working in a business alliance, one usually serves the alliance leader loyally. Moreover, Lu Feng provided them with unprecedentedly generous reward, and also gave them a big platform and a chance to show off their talent, especially the civilian soul masters who were suppressed at the bottom and ordinary people without soul power. Candlelight is lit. Bright roses adorn it. The sterling silver tableware has a metallic luster. The atmosphere is very elegant, warm and romantic. Compared with the pragmatism and simplicity of the Star Luo Empire, the people of the Tiandu Empire like luxury and elegant. Lu Feng requires the merchant alliance's industries to treat customer groups with different needs and make different adjustments and services, but they are girls after all, with a natural pursuit of beautiful things. Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuqing are used to living a pragmatic and simple life, and when they see such an environment they are inevitably very happy and have a big appetite. Lu Feng also hoped that they would be happy and try to amuse them as much as possible. Laughter like silver bells came from the restaurant from time to time. Douluo passed by the window, feeling a little envious. Douluo is a bird-like martial spirit. She has the ability to fly for a long time and can travel quickly. Manager Ao sent her here to see if the elder has any other need. This elder is really young and more handsome than Manager Wang described. They are so happy and harmonious. Something beautiful and embarrassing must happen between a man and two women tonight, but I don't dare to peek. Douluo thought about it. His pretty face turned red. Chapter 64 Domineering Female President Lu Erlong. Recommended votes added. After a pleasant candlelight dinner, Lu Feng took Zhu Zhuqing with him and went to Shrek Academy first. You don't really think we have to wait in a long line for interviews tomorrow, do you? Zhu Zhuqing said. Didn't Manager Wang just say that Shrek Academy does this every year and the rules never change? Lu Feng smiled and said, rules are always meant to be changed. It just depends on whether you are strong enough. You are not a strong person, and I heard that Dean Flanders has a stubborn temper. He never flatters the strong and refuses to rely on the powerful. He is very upright, but I spent money to buy Shrek Academy. Zhu Zhu and Zhu Zhuqing, twin sisters. Lu Feng's words shocked everyone. Lu Feng, who knew the plot well, certainly knew about Flanders' temper and also knew that Flanders really wanted to run Shrek Academy well, but he just didn't want to be forced to change his teaching philosophy, be restrained and lose his abilities under the pressure from powerful men and nobles. 3. Lu Feng understands Flanders very well. This kind of thing happened all the time in the past life. Once some schools achieve good results and became famous, many powerful people would immediately put pressure on them, use their privileges, and find ways to arrange people to enter the school in the name of copy student, special admission, etc. If the gap is broken and the principle of fairness is lost, this school will be like that. No matter how many resources are piled up, it will never be able to become a top school in the world. But Lu Feng does not need Flanders to rely on him, nor does he need to restrain him. He uses pure capital investment. Capital concept. This kind of investment method was very common in Lu Feng's previous life, but in this world it is an unprecedented initiative. 2 years ago, Lu Feng specially came to Flanders to discuss, stating that he would only invest and would not interfere in Shrek Academy's teaching, management, appointment and other matters. Flanders naturally agreed to such a great thing, and both parties signed the contract happily. Flanders is a talented and good teacher, but with the way he currently runs the school, he will definitely lose money. But it doesn't matter if you lose money. With just a few people, how much can you lose? The money Lu Feng makes in a minute is enough for him to lose money for 2 years. Lu Feng owns 60% of the shares of Shrek Academy. In addition, the land in Shrek Academy is rented. Lu Feng went directly to the Lord of Soto City and used 1 million gold soul coins to buy all the land within 100 miles of Shrek Academy, making it his permanent private property. There are currently small villages and wastelands, and the land is cheap, but as long as Shrek Academy becomes famous in the next continent-wide Elite Soul Master competition of high schools as the old campus and branch of Shrek Academy, the land will be valuable. Even a new city, Shrek City, can be developed. In this world, only Lu Feng, who knows the development of the plot, has such foresight. Lu Erlong's Lanba Academy was bought in a similar way. Tian Shui College, College of Botany, etc. are also in the process. What a sinful way of capital penetration. Signing a contract is said to give full freedom and authority, but the contract also states that he has the right to withdraw capital, and the land property rights belong to him. So as long as he issues an order, these colleges will also be devastated according to the contract. Of course he does not will do so. Before leaving the Rose Hotel, Manager Wang handed over a form and showed it in front of Zhu Zhuqing. It Dai Mubai's hotel booking record. Manager Wang specifically mentioned it. This Mr. Dai often changed women. At the peak, he came to the hotel 3 times a day, taking different women with him. In the original plot, Zhu Zhuqing would have been heartbroken when she saw this record, but now, after taking a look at it, her heart was as calm as water from an ancient well, because the figure of Dai Mubai in her heart had been completely dispelled and replaced by Lu Feng. Her whole heart was now focused on Lu Feng, and she no longer caused any trouble for Dai Mubai. She was just more disgusted and thankful that she had broken off her engagement with Dai Mubai. Lu Feng sometimes talks a lot and is a bit lustful, but he takes relationships very seriously. It is inevitable that there will be more women around him in the future, but she believes that Lu Feng will not be like Dai Mubai, who keeps changing women outside. But for the sake of future, just in case, you still need to feed him first. Lu Feng knew that Manager Wang wanted to assist in this way, but it's not necessary. The coachman cracked his whip and the carriage drove away from the door of the hotel. Lu Feng's eyes passed over the twin sisters who were seeing him off at the door. After they put on their maid uniform, their style changed. They had been serving enthusiastically in the restaurant just now, but they became less coquettish and more reserved. The 2 girls look exactly the same, and it is difficult to tell who is the older sister and who is the younger sister. I have to admit that there is a special kind of temptation in them, especially when the evil fire they arouse cannot be effectively vented. In the guest room in the afternoon, his fiancée and her sister's 2 pairs of god-level weapon, their flat belly without fat, slender waist, 2 pairs of snow white, slender, and round leg, 2 round, were all dangling in front of his eyes at the same time, and he was wet all over, with water droplets flowing on his skin. Who can bear this? Shrek Academy. I heard that Lu Feng was coming. Flanders quickly led Xiao Wuji and Li Yuzong to greet them at the school gate. Flanders laughed, stretched out his hand and said, I haven't seen you in 2 years, school director. You have grown so tall. Lu Feng reached out and shook hands with Flanders and said with a smile, Boss Fu, you are getting younger and younger. As before, just call me Xiao Feng. Lu Feng shook hands with Xiao Wuji, Li Yuzong, and others respectively. The atmosphere is friendly. Lu Feng kept his promise and invested heavily. After signing the contract, he did not put any pressure or influence on Shrek Academy. Only when Flanders sent the Academy's annual report, Lu Feng replied to the letter. For Flanders, Sure, it was a heavy investment, but for Lu Feng it was only a small investment. Repair venues and buildings, add more equipment, improve meals, increase teachers' salaries, etc. There are only a few people there, and there is no need to even expand the school building. In a few years they will move to Tiandu City and merge with Basketball Academy, so no major investment is needed at the moment. Going to Tiandu City is also the road to good luck. If you want to get good luck, it is best to go there. Xiao Feng, I'm really sorry. I haven't recruited any students in the past 2 years and have suffered continuous losses. Flanders looked apologetic. The interview requirements are so demanding. Only monsters, that is, top geniuses, are recruited. How can it be that easy? In the 20 years since its establishment, Shrek Academy has only admitted a total of 42 students, an average of a little more than 2 students a year. Flanders said that he didn't recruit any students to save himself some face. In fact, the past 2 years were the worst and he didn't recruit a single student. This is the first time in Lu Feng's life that he has seen a college with more teachers than students. Just like this. Do you still want to make a profit? I still owe the college venue rent last year. The teachers at Shrek Academy are basically sole emperors above level 60. Not to mention the normal subsidy according to the Merchant Alliance's subsidy standard. Flanders cannot afford the money. Fortunately, Xiao Wuji, Li Yuzong and others did not stay here for money. They shared the same philosophy with Flanders and wanted to cultivate the best young soul masters, but usually eating and drinking. Flanders must find a way to raise training resources, and he must give teachers some living expenses, especially Xiao Wuji. This old man is directly in conflict with the Wuhan Palace, let alone going to the Wuhan Palace to receive subsidies. It would be considered merciful not to pursue him, and he can only hope that Flanders will give him living expenses. Flanders lives a tight life. Besides working at the college, he also has to open a grocery store in Soto City to make money to supplement his income. It is worth mentioning that Flanders' grocery stores also rely on the Pan-Continental Merchant Alliance to provide supplies. A few months before Lu Feng went to talk about investment, he secretly issued an order to give Flanders a large price increase on the supply of goods. He also sent people to open a store selling the same goods opposite Flanders' grocery store and continued to sell the goods at low prices, a two-pronged approach. As a result, Flanders was destitute and could not afford to pay the rent for the store, so it could only transfer it at a low price. In the end, his store not only made no money but also lost a lot of money. Now, even if he tightens his belt, he can no longer survive. The lessor of the college venue came every day to demand payment and threatened to take it back if the payment was not made. Shrek Academy is facing premature closure. A group of teachers and students with the same philosophy and deep feelings are about to disband. At this moment, the great good man Lu Feng appeared. He gave Flanders timely help and saved Shrek Academy, which was facing bankruptcy. In this regard, all the teachers and students of Shrek are extremely grateful to this generous and kind young school director. You can understand this from the eagerness and respect in the eyes of Xiao Wuji, Li Yuzong, Lu Kaiban, and others looking at Lu Feng. And what they knew about Lu Feng's identity was that he was an ordinary person without soul power. He made a lot of money doing business in the Merchant Alliance. He agreed with the philosophy of Shrek Academy and supported it unconditionally. Chapter 65 Resource Blockade of Haoshan Sect. Lu Erlong's promise. Seeing Flanders' red face, Lu Feng didn't say anything. He waved his hand and said, "It doesn't matter. I've made some money from doing business in the past 2 years." A strange expression flashed across Zhu Zhuqing's jade face, and she secretly said, "A little money? A few 100 million, right? Take a dozen soul bones with you. Take out 2 pieces of 8 treasures Ruyi soft armor, and you will also have a stake in the Rose Hotel chain across the continent." Flanders noticed the stunning girl behind Lu Feng. "This is..." Lu Feng introduced, "This is my fiancée, the 3rd young lady of the Zhu family of the Star Luo Empire." Zhu Zhuqing. Could it be that the Zhu family of the Star Luo Empire is the Netherworld civet family? From Zhu Zhuqing's appearance, temperament and attire, Flanders was able to determine that Zhu Zhuqing was a powerful agility-based attack spirit master. Lu Feng smiled and said, "That's right. Boss Fu is indeed very discerning. Xiao Feng, you are really good. You can actually become the son-in-law of the 2nd largest family in the Star Luo Empire. It's amazing." Flanders lowered his voice and said, "I really want to know how you can do this as a civilian without soul power to gain the favor of the Duke's daughter. As far as I know, the Zhu family's Duke's daughter has always been married to the Xingluo royal family. Ahem, let me correct you first. I am not a son-in-law. In addition, I have awakened my soul power and am now a soul master. I came here this time to enter Shrek Academy with Zhuqing. As for the matter between Zhuqing and me, we'll talk about it later." Lu Feng said, "Are you going to enter Shrek Academy?" Flanders frowned and looked at each other with Xiao Wuji and others still here. After Lu Feng kept his promise for 2 years, he began to want to use his privileges. In the view of Flanders, Li Yuzong, and others, Lu Feng did not awaken his soul power 2 years ago, and it was too late for him to awaken 2 years later. Apart from his age, Lu Feng might not even be able to meet Shrek's admission requirement. Therefore, they judged that Lu Feng came here early tonight, probably because he wanted to use his status as a school director to force admission and arrange for his fiancée to be admitted. This breaks the rules set by Flanders. If the rules are broken and people's hearts are loosened, his special teaching method will also be destroyed. But Lu Feng was a great benefactor to the college. He was a school director who owned 60% of the shares, and he was also a landowner. Flanders wanted to refuse, but he couldn't say it for a moment. Lu Feng could see what they were thinking. He didn't say any nonsense, smiled heartily, and released his martial spirit directly. Don't worry, I won't make it difficult for you. Lu Feng, 12 years old, martial spirit, Tree of Stars, level 34, combat spirit master. Teacher Zhao, please give me some advice. Zhu Zhuqing, 12 years old, martial spirit, netherworld civet, level 30, combat spirit master. Please give me some advice. Zhu Zhuqing also released his martial spirit and got into a fighting stand. The two agreed on the road that they would challenge Xiao Wuji together when they arrive. They are qualified. Martial spirit and soul power. When you release the martial spirit, you will see the difference. Therefore, you can directly enter the final level of Shrek's entrance interview and challenge Xiao Wuji. For more than 2 months after awakening the god-level martial soul, Lu Feng continued to practice every day. After fighting Daimyo Bai during the day, his soul power increased by another level. As Lu Feng released his martial soul and soul ring, Flanders, Xiao Wuji, Li Yuzong, and others opened their eyes so wide that their eyeballs protruded, and their mouths opened so wide that their jaws almost fell to the ground. The giant tree shining with blue-gold light is surrounded by star shadows. The first one is a 1,000-year soul ring, and the third one is a 10,000-year soul ring. They were so shocked that they were speechless. Li Yuzong rubbed his eyes, thinking it was because of his old eyesight. After a while, a god-level martial spirit. Flanders' voice trembled. As a dean of an academy, his eyesight was naturally good. It's hard to believe that Lu Feng, who was rich but had no soul power 2 years ago, awakened a god-level martial soul 2 years later, reached level 34 soul power, and had an astonishing soul ring lifespan. There is only one explanation: the genius among geniuses, the monster among monsters, or the monster among monsters. Evil. The school has been running for 20 years and has recruited 42 monsters, all of whom are top geniuses. One of the female graduates is currently the youngest elder of Wuhan Hall, but no student has ever had a god-level Wuhan. Now it actually appears in Lu Feng, the director of the God of Wealth School, and Lu Feng requests to enroll in Shrek Academy. This means that you get both people and money. Looking at the whole continent, almost no one can match the wealth of people. When seeing a student like Lu Feng, which college would not cry out to pull him away or fight for admission? And Lu Feng sent himself in front of him. Flanders grinned quickly, his mouth crooked in a smile. He wanted to laugh up at the sky, sing loudly, and dance wildly. In 20 years, Flanders had never been so excited. But as a dean, you should always retain some dignity. Flanders took a deep breath and smiled broadly. Your martial soul is the giant star tree in ancient legends. Xiao Feng, if I guess correctly, your innate full soul power should reach level 20. 2 of the test crystals exploded at that time, and it was said that the innate full soul power exceeded level 20. Lu Feng told the truth. Exploded? It's over level 20. Then, it could be a super divine martial spirit. Flanders' voice began to tremble again. Super divine martial spirit? I haven't heard of anyone in the Star Luo Empire talking about it. It is recorded in the sacred secret book passed down by Wuhan Palace. It is never made public, so not many people know about it. How do you know? Boss Nafo. Haha. I also heard it from an old friend. It must be Yu Xiao Gang. I heard that he stole the classics from Wuhan Palace and used it as his own theory. It turns out to be true. How do you know? No, you can't say that to Xiao Gang. He can't bear to see Wuhan Palace's own treasure. He made part of the contents of the classics public so that more soul masters can benefit. It is a righteous act. What a righteous man. Why haven't you come to Shrek to share your sufferings and preach with you these 20 years? Lu Feng stopped talking and didn't say much. He turned to Xiao Wuji and said, let's challenge teacher Zhao first. According to the procedures, let's pass the final level of the interview. Flanders is a good old man. He always thought that Yu Xiaogong's purpose was good, but his behavior was excessive. After what Lu Feng said, he thought deeply. Xiao Feng, your martial soul and soul ring are revealed. If I don't let you pass, Flanders will have to chop me. The procedure is simple. You can attack me with your soul skills. After 3 moves, I will counterattack. If you can endure 1 stick of incense, you will pass. Xiao Wuji waved his arms, showing off his strong and bulging muscles with a teasing smile on his lips. He took this opportunity to torture the super god martial soul, which was pretty cool. When you grow up in the future, it will not be easy to abuse you. It's still a stick of incense. It's not that easy. Lu Feng murmured with a smile. But if I give you 3 moves, Zhuqing, you might not have to do it after a stick of incense, but it's okay. The incense is finished burning. Xiao Fang, please let me go quickly. Xiao Wuji, who was tied into a rice dumpling by green gold vines and had a green face, shouted weakly. Chapter 66 Unexpected Acquisition. Lu Erlong's martial soul strengthened. Xiao Wuji felt so shameless. For the first time since entering Shrek Academy, Xiao Wuji hoped that the incense would burn faster. If possible, he would blow the incense with his mouth. Be careless. If you encounter an evil genius above level 30 in the future, you can no longer just stand and let people attack you with 3 moves. Lu Feng used 3 soul skills to come down. He could still smile at first, but after a few breaths, I realized something was getting more and more wrong. Soul power and vitality are passing away. The body is gradually becoming paralyzed and weak, and various attributes are suddenly greatly weakened. He quickly released his martial spirit, trying to break the thick vines binding his body, but I found that I couldn't break it. Even though it has been strengthened many times, it still cannot be broken. The vine's toughness is beyond imagination. It wasn't until I used my martial soul avatar that I broke a few of them, but more green gold vines were immediately added. Another green light was added. The flow rate of soul power and vitality is doubled. The lost soul power and vitality of Xiao Wuji were absorbed by Lu Feng, which in turn made up for the soul power consumed by Lu Feng and strengthened the power of his soul skills. One waxes and the other waxes. The more time passed, the more the balance tilted towards Lu Feng. In this stalemate, Xiao Wuji felt the poison spread to his limbs and bone. His body began to lose control, and he had no chance to fight back. At this moment he knew that he was defeated. There is no room for redemption. He was complaining endlessly, but he didn't want to admit defeat for the sake of face. He just wanted to torture Lu Feng, but in the end, at this moment, Lu Feng took back the vine, removed the poison from Xiao Wuji, and gave him a white light to restore his strength. A somewhat shameful voice came from the mouth of the tall, muscular man. Flanders, Li Yuzong, and others finally couldn't hold back their laughter. Lu Feng suddenly felt someone pinching his waist. This is Zhu Zhuqing's unique husband-taming skill. Zhu Zhuqing's soft voice whispered in his ears. I finally understand. You can detoxify at will, but you still give me an injection. The truth was discovered. Lu Feng could only laugh. If he got an advantage, he would stop being nice. Xiao Wuji glared at Flanders and waited. Why are you laughing? Why don't you try it out and let Xiao Feng attack 3 moves while standing? Yes, if teacher Zhao hadn't given in at the beginning, I wouldn't have been able to successfully release 3 soul skills in a row. If teacher Zhao had attacked first, I might not have been able to hold on to a stick of incense. Lu Feng gave Xiao Wuji is a step up. In fact, with his dragon shadow step, he can dodge Xiao Wuji's attack. His green light will hit instantly, and his entangled roots can also form an obstacle or barrier, and he can survive a stick of incense without any problem. Humility at this time is a manifestation of emotional intelligence. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wuji's expression softened. He smiled innocently and patted Lu Feng's shoulder warmly. Xiao Feng still knows how to be a good person. Congratulations, you passed. Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but hold Lu Feng's arm. One was feeling honored, the other was thanking Lu Feng for letting her win. Lu Feng said, Boss Fu, I will call you the dean from now on. Flanders said with a smile, if the student is not here, let's call him Boss Fu. It sounds cordial. Let's discuss something. We are mainly practicing in the academy. Can you not live together for the time being? If you don't mind, forget it. I did not say. To put it very tactfully. Lu Feng looked at Zhu Zhuqing. Honey, you make the decision. If you mind, I will. Zhu Zhuqing didn't expect Lu Feng to respect her so much. He said sweetly, shyly, and calmly, of course I don't mind. Since we are here to study and focus on cultivation, being special is not good for us. Flanders' eyes showed approval. Then let's do this for now. However, Xiao Feng's martial arts talent and strength are far beyond the scope of ordinary freshmen, so he can serve as an assistant teacher part-time. With his sharp eyesight, he could naturally tell that Lu Feng actually won the battle with Xiao Wuji. Although Xiao Wuji gave up 3 moves, you must know that Xiao Wuji was at level 76. His soul power was several times higher, and he could be crushed with absolute strength. However, Lu Feng did not use any trick. He fought openly with soul skills, and he was calm, facing a tough opponent with no stage fright. Soul skills are unique and extraordinary, and can control, assist, heal, use poison, and detoxify at the same time. One thought is for life, one thought is for death. With this strength, it is more than enough to serve as an assistant coach. Next, Lu Feng didn't stay long, and after chatting for a few words, he said goodbye and returned to the Rose Hotel. Zhu Zuyun will return to Xingluo City tomorrow, so Zhu Zhuqing can spend more time with her. Time flies. The night is already deep. Lu Feng slept on the soft sofa in the living room. An extra bed can be added, but a soul master at his level does not have high requirements for bed. He can sleep lying on a tree without being affected by cold or heat. Although he missed her, since he knew that because he was too crazy the first time, Zhu Zhuqing left a psychological shadow and failed to protect protect his treasured girl. He felt guilty and did not make any demands on Zhu Zhuqing tonight. Anyway, they will all stay together in the coming days. There is a long time to come, so there is no need to rush. Although they couldn't live together when they went to the academy, Flanders still gave them some special treatment. Teaching assistants can have an independent room and do not need to live in public dormitories. Even if Flanders doesn't give him any special treatment, the lakeside manor villa with the best scenery near Shrek Academy has already been built. The construction efficiency of a professional construction team with the participation of soul masters is hundreds of times higher than in the previous life. On the windowsill, bathed in the silver moonlight, the blue-silver emperor extended its soft jade-like tendrils and gently caressed Lu Feng's body like a jade hand caressing him. Yin seemed to be able to sense a hint of loneliness in Lu Feng's heart, and her motherly nature was strong, and she tried to comfort him as much as possible. Lu Feng was afraid that the blue-silver emperor would be lost. When he left the room, he would definitely take Yin with him and put him back into the space of the 8th level creation belt. Only when he was in the room would he put Yin on the windowsill. Before going to bed, he moved the sofa to the windowsill and kept company with Yin. Lu Feng's hand also gently touched the branches of the blue-silver emperor vine. I can't pet the cat tonight, so petting the blue-silver emperor is a small consolation. Suddenly, the door of the compartment slowly opened. Zhu Zhuqing, who was wearing loose pajamas, looked back at her sleeping sister on the bed, walked out quietly, and closed the door gently without making a sound. Lu Feng was a little surprised. Didn't he say good night? Just as he was about to speak, Zhu Zhuqing raised his slender white index finger and placed it on her moist red lips, signaling to be silent. Then she stepped up her slender legs with golden proportions, raised her hips and swayed, and Pingting walked up to Lu Feng. Even the loose pajamas could not hide her extremely graceful curves. Shan La's bright eyes looked straight at Lu Feng with a stubborn and charming look. This kind of stubborn coquettishness appears on Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful face, adding a unique charm to it. Countless men will be fascinated by it and even lose their minds when they see it. Lu Feng couldn't stand her little look either. What made Lu Feng even more surprised was that Zhu Zhuqing suddenly grabbed his collar and slowly opened his pajamas. Black fishnet stockings, hollow, interesting, inside the suit, appeared in front of Lu Feng. Just looking at the convex curves wrapped in pajamas and the charming little eyes of the little charming wife is already unbearable. She actually completely exposes her ultimate inner beauty in front of her eyes. She also adds interesting underwear that has a special temptation for men, and it is wearing on Zhu Zhuqing's perfect and hot body. Lu Feng's blood suddenly surged and he felt like the nosebleeds were about to burst out. Next moment, Zhu Zhuqing leaned down towards Lu Feng with his hands on the sofa and his round long legs tightly wrapped in fishnet stockings, half kneeling on the sofa on both sides of Lu Feng's body. Chapter 67 Best Actress Lu Erlong and Ning Rang Rang begging for coaxing. Nuclear bomb level temptation. Lu Feng could only describe it this way. This kind of temptation can destroy all will and thinking of a man who can bear it, unless it's not a man. At that time, Lu Feng was filled with evil fire and his body was about to explode. Crazy, crazy, really going crazy. A huge unexpected surprise. The little wife Zhu Zhuqing pack herself. It becomes the hot gift that countless men dream of, delivered to them. Extremely surprised and touched, Zhu Zhuqing is paying for himself. Even if she is a little repelled and doesn't like the pain, she still has to take the initiative to give. Lu Feng wanted to go crazy and erupt like a volcano, but his mind was not completely overwhelmed because he decided to be gentle. Moreover, my sister Zhu Zuyun is sleeping in the inner room. If it's like last time, Zhu Zuyun will be woken up. This is also the reason why Zhu Zhuqing made a loud voice to signal. In fact, when Zhu Zhuqing closed the door, Zhu Zuyun had already opened his eyes, climbed up quietly, opened the door a crack, and stared secretly, just like last time. Zhu Zuyun also knew that this was wrong and not good, but she just couldn't help it. She has a strong curiosity and a certain mentality. That feeling made her look forward to it. Now, her expectation has become even more intense. My sister still listened to the advice and put on the fun clothes she suggested to buy. This made her feel that to a certain extent she seemed to be possessing her sister and interacting with Lu Feng. Looking at the sofa through the crack in the door, Zhu Zuyun's heart almost jumped out of his chest. The feeling came like a surge, and her legs began to tremble. Yin was bathing in the moonlight, and his branches and leaves were trembling slightly. Papal Palace. Bibi Dong's bedroom. Hope Bibi Dong was in front of the mirror, wearing a very gorgeous and trendy 8 treasures Ruyi soft armor, playing with the shapes, stroking her long golden hair, looking at herself in the mirror with a satisfied smile on her lips, and she seemed to be in a good mood. After listening to Hu Lina's report, Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes showed a hint of power. Lu Feng left Star Luo City and disappeared without a trace. It was expected. I also guessed that the Star Luo Empire would make this move. Teacher, I will continue to search for Lu Feng, and I will go all out to see him alive and his body even if he is dead. Hu Lina refused to admit that the mission had failed. What do I want his body to do? It must be alive. Lu Feng must be alive and cannot be harmed. His super god martial spirit is unique in the world. After my cultivation, our master and apprentice will be invincible in the world, even to those thousands of people. I'm not afraid anymore. Yes, teacher. Hu Lina nodded respectfully, but there was a hint of frustration in her heart. Before Lu Feng appeared, she was Bibi Dong's most caring and proud disciple. Now Bibi Dong has focused on Lu Feng as if he wants to accept Lu Feng as his disciple, even at the expense of her body. Hu Lina knew that what Bibi Dong decided to do must be completed at any cost. You should concentrate on your training. When our people find Lu Feng, it won't be too late to ask you to go. Bibi Dong paused and glanced at Hu Lina's face as if she had seen through everything and said with a smile, in your heart, are you blaming me for seducing Lu Feng at the expense of you? Disciple doesn't dare. Hu Lina lowered her head in fear. Bibi Dong's eyes flashed with wisdom. Actually, I am thinking about you. It is recorded in the holy scripture of Wuhan Palace that the tree of stars can benefit all things. If my guess is correct, being close to Lu Feng will help to improve the soul power. Cultivation will help, and the closer he is to you, the greater the help. Hu Lina's eyes narrowed. Teacher means that if he and I can speed up the progress of my cultivation. Bibi Dong said, if the records in the holy book are correct, it should be like this. It may not be obvious now, but as Lu Feng's soul power becomes stronger, the effect will double. It may even increase your cultivation limit. What is the upper limit of practice? Yes, for example, if the upper limit of your cultivation is level 98, he may be able to help you raise the upper limit to level 99 or even level 100, but at the moment it is not certain. After all, you will not know until you try. I understand, teacher. Hu Lina's eyes became hot and she wished she could catch Lu Feng now and give him a try. In a world where the strong is respected, absolute power is everything, and Lu Feng was of great help to her in improving her absolute strength. The most important thing is that the teacher once predicted that with her talent and martial spirit, it would be almost impossible to reach level 99 like Sendeolio. At this moment, Lu Feng brought her hope. The name Lu Feng instantly shone brightly in her heart. Although I have never met him, like Bibi Dong, I have an unprecedented passionate desire for him. Moreover, it is said that Lu Feng is extremely handsome. Okay, you go out and practice more diligently. Bibi Dong waved her hand and said leisurely, yes, disciple, resign. Hu Lina left the Pope's palace. Only Hu Lina, a close female disciple, can enter this palace. Bibi Dong's gaze returned to the mirror, continuing to look at the 8 treasures Ruyi soft armor she is wearing, which vividly outlines her graceful figure, and the novel style highlights her charming charm beyond sanctity. Everyone has a love for beauty, and Bibi Dong is no exception. Outside, she has to wear the Pope's exclusive, majestic, and sacred robe. I can only see myself wearing the 8 treasures Ruyi soft armor when I return to the palace. It's so beautiful. Every time I see myself wearing this beautiful and magical armor, my mood gets better. Leader, you have put your heart into it. I really like your gift. It is the best gift I have ever received. How can I repay you? You are the first man who only paid for me but asked for nothing from me and didn't even want to see me. You are actually able to recruit a peerless Douluo. The previous speculations about your strength may have been too underestimated. What on earth are you like? What about the people? Are you too old and too ugly to see me? Or is there something unspeakable? The emperor is becoming more and more curious about you. Bibi Dong looked at herself in the mirror and muttered to herself, her goal is to overthrow the rule of the decadent nobles of the 2 empires and create a new world without solidified classes or sex prejudices, and only allocate training resources to young soul masters based on talent, diligence, etc. The Shui family is a useless swan martial spirit, but because of the so-called royal blood, they are superior and control the resources of an empire. They use the taxes paid by the people to enjoy themselves to the fullest, but they are extremely harsh on the common people and do not help the poor people in the countryside awaken their martial art. No subsidies are given to civilian soul masters, and talented civilians are ignored and buried. The Xingluo Dai family treat civilians the same way. Bibi Dong knew the purpose of the royal families of the 2 empires. Only by continuing to suppress, enslave, and weaken the common people could the rule of their nobles remain stable. Therefore, this is not a pure respect for the strong, because many civilians' path to becoming strong has been cut off from the beginning. Wuhan Palace provide free awakening for civilians, ensuring the most basic awakening rights for civilians. After the 2 empires refused to pay, Bibi Dong paid out of his own pocket and even owed a huge sum of money to the Merchant Alliance to ensure the subsidy of the Soul Master. The emergence of the Business Alliance gave civilians an extra way out. The leader of the Merchant Alliance's philosophy of treating civilians coincided with Bibi Dong, and he had effectively helped her in terms of funds, resources, etc. Chapter 68 Ning Rang Rang's angry battle with Lu Feng. Zhu Zhuqing's bitter memory. The next day, the blue sky is like a wash, and the rising light awakens the earth. This time, Zhu Zhuqing Zhuqing did not wake up first but still fell into a deep sleep. There was still a residual flush on her face and the corners of her beautiful mouth were slightly raised with sweetness and satisfaction. Last night Lu Feng took her into a dream that was so beautiful that she wanted to fly into the sky. It was not a dream, it was like a dream. The two of them created the dream together. She didn't expect it at all. It was completely opposite to what she expected. Not only is it not painful, it is also extremely. This feeling is indescribable and all adjectives are pale. She was completely relieved. No more rejection. Still like it, but only with the one you love. It is the strong love for each other that blends into it which makes it so beautiful. This time, Lu Feng used the gentlest way to give her a perfect experience that was completely different from the first time. She was completely immersed in it, physically and mentally immersed in it and unable to extricate herself. Many times when her happiness reached its peak, she almost couldn't help but scream. But subconsciously, I felt that I couldn't wake up my sister. She could only try her best to suppress her voice, but sometimes she couldn't help but scream out. She could only cover her mouth tightly with her hands. I originally planned to go back to the cubicle to sleep after feeding my fiancé. However, she couldn't bear to leave. Her body and spirit were completely relaxed. I also enjoy the feeling of nesting with him. Exhausted, he squeezed into the sofa with Lu Feng and fell asleep. Hey, I've already taken a shower and come out. You are still sleeping and the sun has hit your buttocks. Who said last night that you had to get up early today to report to Shrek Academy? Zhu Zhuqing had a look of resentment on his face and shouted out of bed with a high-pitched voice. Lu Feng opened his eyes in a daze, sat up, saw the sun rising 3 times outside the window, yawned and said, "It seems a little late." He was also completely released physically and mentally. Last night when the couple got together, Lu Feng tried his best to serve Zhu Zhuqing in the silent way of moistening things with spring rain, paying special attention to her feelings. He also received double feedback. It's really up to you and me. Thinking back on last night's ecstasy, I still feel unfinished. Aware of Zhu Zhuqing's gaze, Lu Feng turned his head. Their eyes met and a knowing smile bloomed on their faces. It is more than words. Then they coincidentally stretched out their hands to hug each other and kissed each other selflessly in the bright sunshine. Hey, that's enough for you. Start pretending that I don't exist anymore, right? Zhu Zhuqing's complaining voice came again. Okay, we're going to be late for the report. Zhu Zhuqing smiled playfully, gently pushed Lu Feng away, stood up, put on his pajamas and saw the fishnet stockings and pants on the ground that Lu Feng had torn into rag. He felt shy and quick again. Pick it up and run back to the cubicle. When Lu Feng saw those rags, the scene from last night was recalled and he felt ecstasy again. It's still a little too much, but luckily I've transferred it to my sock and clothing. Hey sister, why are the circles under your eyes so dark and bloodshot? Before entering the bathroom, Zhu Zhuqing looked at Zhu Zhuqing and asked, "It's okay, maybe I'm not used to it." Zhu Zhuqing turned his face away as if nothing had happened and rolled his eyes secretly. It was not you two who caused this. How could she still see the dark circles under her eyes even though she had just put on foundation? Beat a little more. Zhu Zhuqing returned to the dressing table. When Lu Feng heard the conversation between the two sisters, he couldn't help but think of Zhu Zhuqing with dark circles under his eyes and a haggard look on his face in the bathroom of the Zhu family's courtyard. Could she be the eldest lady of the Zhu family, the future queen sister? Why do you have such a hobby? Half an hour later, farewell to Zhu Zhuqing, Lu Feng and Zhu Zhuqing got into the carriage. A long queue had formed at the entrance of the academy and Tang San and Xiao Wu were among them, but not together. Lu Feng's carriage entered the gate of Shrek Academy directly and Flanders personally took him there to arrange accommodation. After Lu Feng settled down, he came out to pick up Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu came directly to Shrek Academy to report that day. During the 10 days of separation, she was looking forward to meeting Lu Feng more and more. Seeing that Lu Feng appeared, Xiao Wu, his smile bloomed and he jumped up happily. He raised his hand and waved towards Lu Feng. "Lu Feng, here, I'm here." Lu Feng greeted her with a smile, lined up with her, gave her a polite hug naturally, took her hand and intertwined their fingers. Tang San's face darkened. Anger and jealousy flashed across his eyes. Dai Mubai, who was also at the door, was startled when he saw Lu Feng and quickly lowered his head to hide away. People in the business alliance cannot be offended. The Yushun pavilion closed its doors to him and his old friends in Sochuo City also avoided him like the god of plague. As a result, he could only go to the village to find Kuiwa's sister, Ruhua. His taste has never been so bad. Wait, why did Lu Feng walk out of the school gate? He was in the carriage that entered the academy just now. Li Yuzong teacherly said that there was a teaching assistant in the carriage. Could it be? As Dai Mubai's expression changed, he saw Li Yuzong, who was serious about words and expressions, showing a wrinkled smile and nodding friendly towards Lu Feng. Dai Mubai's heart sank. Seeing Lu Feng lining up with Xiao Wu, Li Yuzong sped up the interview process. Thanks to Lu Feng's heavy investment, he no longer has to argue with the parents who signed up their children for the registration fee of a few gold soul coin, making it look like he was cheating money. Sometimes it is necessary to release the martial soul and show the strength of the soul emperor to scare away the parents who accompanied their children to sign up. It's just that the college is too poor, and Dean Flanders has such a rule, so he has no choice. But it goes without saying that Li Yuzong, a dignified 66th level soul emperor, felt aggrieved when he was reduced to this situation. Now Lu Feng, the little god of wealth, has invested enough funds, and Flanders no longer cares about the registration fee. Unqualified students will be sent away directly and no registration fee will be charged. Li Yuzong no longer has to be so embarrassed. His salary has been tripled and paid on time. Therefore, he was grateful to Lu Feng from the bottom of his heart. Xiao Wu quickly passed the first interview. Lu Feng took Xiao Wu into the school and went directly to the last level to find Xiao Wuji. Teacher, why did he get in without an interview? Behind the team there was a girl wearing a light green gorgeous dress, asking politely. She looks like a highly educated aristocratic girl. She has long brown hair with a few braids hanging on her shoulders. Her skin is so white and tender that it looked like it can squeeze out water. She is about 1.65 meters tall and has a well-proportioned figure, with long, fair, and slender leg, an exquisite and prosperous face, and a trace of otherworldly aura. Exactly, Ning Rang Rang, and he just jumped in line. Tang San also deliberately encouraged the crowd. He knew that Lu Feng and Xiao Wu had agreed to come to Shrek Academy to study together, so they couldn't be old students. He has always been able to remain calm, mature and low-key, but after experiencing the last major incident, my spirit was greatly stimulated and my mentality changed a lot unconsciously. After hearing this, many parents and students immediately started questioning him. There was a lot of noise. Shut up, everyone, Li Yuzong shouted. This is our assistant teacher at Shrek Academy. One sentence came out. The scene was completely silent. Hearing the word assistant teacher, Tang San's face turned even darker. Now we're in trouble. You have to be controlled by Lu Feng when you enter the academy. Tang San had the urge to turn around and leave, but thinking that Yu Xiaogang would soon come here to teach, he suppressed the impulse. Yu Xiaogang is a teacher here and can stabilize the teaching assistant. Looks like he's about the same age as me, so he's working as a teaching assistant. Ning Rang Rang looked at Lu Feng's back seriously, surprise and curiosity flashing in his beautiful eyes. Just now, Lu Feng ignored everyone's doubts and left it to Li Yuzong to deal with it while he took Xiao Wu into the academy. But he heard Tang San's voice. Is the mistress still dishonest? Chapter 70. The Wayward Little Witch. Ning Rang Rang meets her nemesis. Xiao Wu is at level 29 and can directly challenge Xiao Wuji. Xiao Wuji saw that Xiao Wu had excellent talent and it was the girl Lu Feng brought, so he successfully allowed Xiao Wu to pass the test. Xiao Wu was arranged to share a dormitory with Zhu Zhuqing. Before taking Xiao Wu to the dormitory, Lu Feng said a few words in Xiao Wuji's ear. Lu Feng reminded Xiao Wuji that Tang San knew how to play with hidden weapons. However, Flanders' shop was closed and Lu Feng had previously issued a secret order from the alliance leader to strictly control the materials needed for hidden weapons, including hair crystals, and the blacksmith shops affiliated to the merchant alliance were prohibited from cooperating with Tang San. Therefore, it was a bit difficult for Tang San to create a powerful hidden weapon. Hidden weapons are powerful. In fact, they are mainly infused with soul power, which causes a qualitative change in power. In the original plot, Tang San used the hidden weapon blueprints to impress Lu Gao, the master craftsman who was obsessed with exquisite equipment. In the end, in order to create a highly lethal hidden weapon, he actually tricked Lu Gao to death in the Haoshan sect. In this world, appliances are limited to gear applications. The mechanical application of springs is still very immature, and the level of science and technology is very low. Hidden weapons appeared in the ancient times of Lu Feng's previous life, and the level of science and technology was not much higher. After the emergence of firearms, all cold weapons, including hidden weapons, were eliminated. Speaking of sophistication, any mechanical watch in my previous life was countless times more sophisticated than the so-called most powerful hidden weapon, and he used a sketch of firearms to persuade Lu Gao to join the alliance. The principle and structure of ordinary firearms are not too complicated. What is important is the power of gunpowder and how to use soul guide crystals to inject soul power into firearms and bullets to exert terrifying lethality. This matter was left to Lu Gao and others to study, and there was considerable progress. Once the soul-powered firearms are developed, there is no need to be tricked to death in the Haoshan sect, including hidden weapons. Also, Lu Feng also said to Xiao Wuji mentioned that Tang San's father was Tang Hao. Upon hearing Tang Hao's name, Xiao Wuji's face changed. He is a forthright and righteous person. He admired Tang Hao before, but recently he realized that Tang Hao turned out to be a despicable and vile hypocrite who deceived everyone in the world. So, when Tang San appeared in front of him, Xiao Wuji had a gloomy face and said with a frown, "Is your father Tang Hao, who is shameless to everyone in the world. Yes, I am. Tang San had to admit it was irrefutable. Tang Hao even signed and stamped the confession. Xiao Wuji said, this is the last level. I will attack you with my soul power. If you can hold on to one stick of incense, you will pass. Okay. Tang San saw Ning Rang Rang pass in front of him. Xiao Wuji did not attack him directly but asked Ning Rang Rang to attack him. Xiao Wuji used his soul power to fight Ning Rang Rang after a few moves, and Ning Rang Rang passed. When you get to him, why do you just attack with soul power and insist on sticking to a stick of incense? Although Ning Rang Rang is from the auxiliary system, the difference is not so big. But I have a hidden weapon. I can hit you a few times unexpectedly, and I have ghosts and shadows. I should be able to survive a stick of incense. It's just a competition between teachers and student, and the teacher can't be too harsh. While Tang San was thinking, he heard a loud roar. Martial spirit's true form. After Xiao Wuji released his martial spirit, he immediately used his martial spirit avatar and exploded directly. Seeing Xiao Wuji's rapidly expanding muscles, his tall body as tall as an iron tower, and the manic and explosive air around him, Tang San was dumbfounded. Is this necessary? Tang San had sweat on his forehead and his voice was trembling. Lu Feng, who was watching the battle on the sideline, also looked at him with some suspicion. Teacher Zhao is also a ruthless person. They didn't know that Xiao Wuji lost to Lu Feng last night, and he had already been holding back his anger. There were two cute girls in front of him, so naturally he couldn't take action. Now here comes the despicable Tang Hao's son, who knows how to do it again. What concealed weapon was used? There is a secret word, and Xiao Wuji felt it was very sinister when he heard it. It is like secretly doing evil, just like plotting an assassination. Otherwise, why wouldn't it be called an open weapon? If it is true, like father, like son. On the one hand, Xiao Wuji wanted to vent his anger. On the other hand, he had a bad impression of Tang San, and he was also a little worried about being tricked and losing his face again. Stop talking nonsense and take the move. Powerful Vajra palm. Xiao Wuji attacked fiercely from the beginning. The shadow of a huge palm came down. Tang San had no choice but to deal with it. He quickly used ghost shadow to evade and threw hidden weapons to shoot at Xiao Wuji's face, abdomen, and other vital part, disrupting Xiao Wuji's sight. Sure enough, you are using such insidious and shady means, and you still want to run away. Xiao Wuji immediately used gravity enhancement positioning tracking, slowing down Tang San's speed, and located Tang San's real body from the after image. The whole person attacked like a giant bear, and the giant palms fanned down violently. Boom! There was an explosion. The ground shook and dust flew up. The dust was quickly blown away by the wind. Tang San's whole body was seen sinking into the ground. His nose was bruised and his face was swollen. He was vomiting blood, and he didn't know how many bones were broken. His whole body was shaking with pain. His face was distorted and he was speechless. 3 seconds. Tang San only lasted 3 seconds. Xiao Wuji struck hard but not fatally. After all, he was a student here for an interview. No matter how bad his impression was, he couldn't kill him. Tang San could recover by lying in bed and resting for a few days. He waved his hand and said, carry it out. It didn't pass. It's so miserable. I queued for the interview for a long time and got beaten up severely at the last level. I haven't passed the level yet. Come on, let's eat a big sausage to help you recover. Oscar came over and stuffed a big sausage into Tang San's mouth. The problem is Tang San doesn't even have the energy to chew right now. As a result, the big sausage remained inserted into Tang San's mouth, looking very weird. Zhu Zhuqing, who had also come to watch just now, saw this and said to Lu Feng, your life fruit is better. You can swallow it without chewing. It melts in your mouth. What is the fruit of life? Ning Rang Rang looked at Lu Feng and Zhu Zhuqing curiously. Lu Feng smiled and said nothing. Zhu Zhuqing didn't know what he was thinking of. His pretty face turned red and he whispered, his martial soul is a tree, and his second soul skill can condense the recovery fruit. Banana. Banana? I like eating bananas the most. Can you give me one to try? I have never eaten a banana condensed by soul skills. Ning Rang Rang said. Next time. Lu Feng declined Ning Rang Rang politely and pulled Zhu Zhuqing away from the scene to find Xiao Wu, who was making the bed. The relationship between mutual acquaintance should be made clear directly. There is no need to hide it. Stingy. Ning Rang Rang pursed her lips and stamped her feet, revealing some of her true nature as a little witch. At this time, the sound of breaking through the air came. Flanders appeared. Old Zhao, I want to discuss something with you. Dean, tell me. Xiao Wuji said. Flanders pulled Xiao Wuji aside and said in a consultative tone, I was watching your battle upstairs just now. Although this Tang San couldn't survive a stick of incense, you used the spirit avatar from the beginning, and he can let you use 3 soul skills, which is very valuable. His soul power has reached level 29, and his talent is higher than our requirement. He is also the only disciple Xiao Gang has accepted. Look, Xiao Wuji was the vice president, and his words had weight. Flanders couldn't deny his decision, so he could only negotiate it nicely. You mean accept it? But I said he failed. Xiao Wuji frowned. He didn't didn't pass, but he can be considered as a pending student. Let's keep him and observe him again. Flanders gave a step. Oh well. Xiao Wuji nodded. There's no need to carry him out. He's still waiting to be born. Stay first. Tang San, who still had a big sausage stuck in his mouth, was carried back to the dormitory by Oscar and Daimyo Bai. Lu Feng was not surprised when he heard this decision. After all, Tang San was the son of fate. However, his status became a pending student and the teachers in the academy had a bad impression of him. However, as a teaching assistant, he got along well with the teachers in the academy and trusted each other. Obviously, he began to absorb Tang San's luck again. Chapter 73. Lu Erlong is a good teacher. Zhu Zhuqing did not leave. First, she still had a mission. On Davis's order, she stayed secretly for a while to monitor Lu Feng and Daimyo Bai. Davis sent 2 Soul Kings to assist her and follow her instructions. Secondly, she was a little reluctant to leave just now, and staying was just what she wanted. After Zhu Zhuqing came to Shrek Academy to investigate, he was surprised to find that although Shrek Academy was unknown, it was actually a crouching tiger, hidden dragon. The lowest level teacher is also a Soul Emperor, and the highest level Dean Flanders is a 78 level Soul Saint. The Nether Civet Cat's martial soul talent is extremely suitable for stealth spying. Zhu Zhuqing has undergone professional training for more than 10 years. The spying ability of the 2 Soul Kings is not as good as hers, but now she does not dare to get too close to Shrek Academy and can only secretly stay outside the academy. Guard. Shrek Academy is built in the village, connected by small road. At this time, Zhu Zhuqing saw the figures of Lu Feng and Zhu Zhuqing. Lu Feng, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing walked around the area together to get familiar with the college environment. After learning that Zhu Zhuqing was Lu Feng's fiancé, Xiao Wu was a little unhappy at first but soon figured it out. Whether in the spirit beast world or the human world, outstanding and powerful males usually have a large group of wives and concubines. Lu Feng is so outstanding, so naturally it is normal to have a fiancé. But seeing the closeness between Lu Feng and Zhu Zhuqing, she still felt a little sad. Zhu Zhuqing also saw that the relationship between Lu Feng and Xiao Wu was unusual and they were not just friends. She had been mentally prepared for this. Xiao Wu was innocent, cute, and extraordinarily beautiful. She fell in love with him as soon as she saw him, and they would study together in the next few years. Therefore, Zhu Zhuqing not only did not reject Xiao Wu but also took the initiative to show his kindness and behave gracefully. There was a sound of arguments between men and women. I won't be with you anymore. Qiwa, please give me another chance. A fat man like a ball pulled a girl in plain clothes and begged. Qiwa couldn't break free from the fat man's hand, and she was so anxious that she burst into tears. For an ordinary country girl, it would be a good choice to be with an excellent soul master, but the other person's destructive power is really terrible and her family is against it, so she has no choice but to break up. Lu Feng's eyes narrowed. This is Ma Hongjun. Qiwa, a girl from the village, couldn't stand Ma Hongjun's uncontrollable anger whenever he got excited and decided to break up with him. In the original plot, Ma Hongjun later seduced Lu Feng's sister Bai Chenxiang and finally became a god alone. While Bai Chenxiang was abandoned to die of old age in the world, Lu Feng would never allow this to happen. Therefore, he felt it was necessary to do something in advance. Martial spirits and people are one. After Lu Feng had thoughts about Ma Hongjun, the martial spirit of the world tree sent a message back to Lu Feng's heart. This feeling is similar to the feeling when I met Yu Xiao Gang. The world tree seems to be telling me that it can learn something from them. Lu Feng looked inside the martial soul and understood it with his heart. You let her go. Xiao Wu walked over, pointed at Ma Hongjun, and scolded. Xiao Wu is the eldest sister of the Junior Soul Master Academy. She has always been upright and does not want to see girls being bullied by boys. Seeing Ma Hongjun forcefully dragging Qiwa away, he immediately stepped forward to help Qiwa. When Ma Hongjun saw Xiao Wu, his eyes suddenly widened. He was immediately impressed by Xiao Wu's beauty. It was so beautiful. The green flower was also a flower in the village. It was white, tender, and quite beautiful, but when placed next to Xiao Wu, it immediately became overshadowed. Just the figure and appearance are incomparable. Ma Hongjun was so happy to see that he was hunting. His eyes were full of stars. He put aside the green flowers, ran to Xiao Wu, and said flatteringly like a dog licking, "If you are willing to replace her as my girlfriend, I will listen to you." Sure enough, love the new and hate the old. Full of lies. Just now, I begged Qiwa not to break up, saying how much I love her, how much I cherish her, and making all kinds of promises. In the blink of an eye, when he saw something better, he immediately abandoned Qiwa and pursued Xiao Wu instead. When Ma Hongjun was dating Qiwa, he often went to Gulonji courtyard with Daimyo Bai to fool around. Tang San actually entrusted his cousin Bai Chenxiang to such a person and tried his best to win over him. Tang San probably felt that Ma Hongjun was of great use and he didn't care about Bai Chenxiang's happiness in life. But Ma Hongjun is better than Tang San in one thing: he doesn't pretend. Later, maybe after hanging out with Tang San for a long time. Ma Hongzhen also learned to pretend, hide his true nature, and pursue Bai Chen Xiang. Lu Feng knew that Xiao Wu and Ma Hongzhen were probably going to have a fight. Xiao Wu will not be injured, so I won't interfere for the time being. Indeed, Xiao Wu was quickly angered by Fatty's obscene words and started fighting whenever they disagreed. Ma Hongzhen didn't expect Xiao Wu to be so fierce, so he had no choice but to fight him. Releasing his mutated martial spirit, evil fire grass chicken, red flames spurted out, burning down several buildings indiscriminately. Ma Hongzhen claims that his martial soul is an evil fire phoenix, and he is right. It does have the qualities of a phoenix and can eventually evolve into a fire phoenix. The fire phoenix is the strongest bird-like beast martial spirit that is close to god-level quality. The biggest reason is that it possesses the ultimate fire. At present, Ma Hongzhen's evil fire grass chicken implies a Serta, and he was unable to control this terrifying power. This was the main reason why he couldn't control it. But if the ultimate fire of the phoenix is cultivated and formed, it can burn the sky and boil the sea with unrivaled pure attack power. This is also the reason why Ma Hongzhen can become a god. When Ma Hongzhen releases his martial soul and uses his soul skill, the feeling in Lu Feng's heart suddenly became clear. He was so blessed that his soul suddenly felt enlightened. You guys stop it, don't fight. On the village road, a man and a woman ran over. The man is Dai Mubai. I don't know the girl Lu Feng. She looks similar to Qiwa and is dressed similarly. She is just a little fatter or thicker. At first glance, she looks like a hard-working and capable village girl. Sister, Qiwa cried and ran over. The stout girl glared at Ma Hongzhen. You have to burn down the village, right? I'll go find your teacher. No, Sister Ruhua. She did it first. When Ma Hongzhen heard that he wanted to find a teacher, he immediately gave up. Forget it, Ruhua. You don't need to ask our teacher about this matter. He will just pay for the burned down house. Dai Mubai said to smooth things over. Okay, brother Mubai. Everyone listens to you. Hearing Dai Mubai speak, Ruhua's aura suddenly disappeared, and he took Dai Mubai's hand shyly with a bit of coquettishness. Lu Feng's mouth twitched slightly. The stout girl acts coquettishly, which is very unique. Unexpectedly, Dai Mubai was so hungry that he was so greedy. If placed in the previous life, the twin sisters were like young models, and this flowery elder sister, the prince and the village girl, Douluo version of Cinderella, not too possible. Dai Mubai was just laying for fun, but he had no better choice for the time being. If there is a better choice, or if you get tired of playing, poor and ignorant Ruhua will be abandoned by Dai Mubai like an abandoned toy. Looking at Ruhua's newly in love and fat bird's adoring look, it is obvious that she is deeply attracted by Dai Mubai's identity and appearance. One is willing to fight, the other is willing to suffer. This is their business, so I didn't bother to pay attention to it. However, it would be quite interesting if Ruhua could be promoted to become Princess Dai Mubai and Qiwa could become Ma Hongzhen's real wife. Lu Feng touched his nose, and some evil thoughts passed through his mind. Chapter 75. Picking leaves and flying flowers scared Tang San to piss. Lu Erlong visited at night. Lu Feng stepped forward, pulled Xiao Wu back and said his name should be Ma Hongzhen, and he is an old student in the college. Xiao Wu performed really well just now. He almost beat the old student. I will reward you with a carrot from Liaoyun City. Ah, how did you know that I like carrots from Liaoyun City the most? Brother Feng is so nice. After receiving Lu Feng's praise and seeing Lu Feng take out the particularly red, tender, and fragrant carrot, Xiao Wu suddenly beamed with joy and couldn't help but kiss Lu Feng on the cheek. Article 6 of the Guide to Picking Up Girls. Go with the girl and pay attention to details. It is necessary to have a deep understanding of what girls really like and what they are interested in. The details must be in place. Paying doesn't have to be expensive, but it does make the girl feel that you are paying special attention to her and keep her in your heart. It would be best if she could do it without her having to say it. It is difficult, but if you can do it, it will be very rewarding. Last time, when Xiao Wu was picking carrot, Lu Feng noticed that she picked the most of one carrot variety. He remembered it and inquired about it. He found out that they were carrots produced in Liaoyun City. The output was small and the price was a bit more expensive. There was no difference in taste when eaten by humans. It might have a unique flavor for Xiao Wu. Seeing Xiao Wu's surprised look, Lu Feng knew that he had guessed correctly. After Xiao Wu kissed Lu Feng, she suddenly realized that his fiancé Zhu Zhuqing was watching from the side and looked at Zhu Zhuqing embarrassedly. Zhu Zhuqing didn't speak, just smiled lightly, stepped forward and took Xiao Wu's hand. Use your movements to tell Xiao Wu that she doesn't mind. Xiao Wu felt relieved. With this, the sour taste in her heart disappeared. She felt completely relieved and everything felt so beautiful. Who is your kid? Ma Hongzhen felt very unhappy when he saw Xiao Wu and Lu Feng being intimate, and Lu Feng was accompanied by a beautiful girl with a hot figure. She seemed to have all eyes on Lu Feng without even looking at him. I'm new here. My name is Lu Feng. Lu from the mainland, Fang from the maple tree. Lu Feng introduced himself politely. New here? Do you understand the rules? You know I am an old student and you don't call me senior. This is our boss Dai. Why don't you come over and pay homage to the boss. Ma Hongjun pointed at Dai Mubai, looking like an old man scolding the new student. Ma Hongjun was very unhappy that two such cute and beautiful schoolgirls were taken away by this new student just after they arrived. Dai Mubai was startled when he heard what Ma Hongjun said. I can't afford to offend this person. Why the hell are you bringing trouble to me? When he saw Lu Feng, he wanted to avoid it, but Ma Hongjun caused trouble and Ruhua also ran over, so he had no choice but to come over. The memory of being surrounded by hundreds of soul masters on the street is still vivid in my mind. After Dean Flanders found out about this today, he ran to Manager Ao to plead for mercy, hoping that Manager Ao would at least allow Dai Mubai to enter the Soto Great Soul fighting arena. Manager Ao showed no mercy to Flanders and refused directly. Dai Mubai waved his hand and said, No, I won't be the boss anymore. I have to leave beforehand. Ruhua, you can go back by yourself. He abandoned Ruhua and quickly left the place of right and wrong. Ruthless. When major interests were affected, Dai Mubai once again showed his evasion and irresponsibility. Ma Hongjun scratched his head, feeling baffled by Dai Mubai's performance. Hello, senior. Lu Feng smiled broadly. Well, this is the right attitude. Ma Hongjun raised his head, smoothed his red hair styled with lard, and put on a high profile. Senior, maybe I can help you solve the problem of being unable to control your fire so that you and Qiwa don't have to break up. Lu Feng said. Ma Hongjun was stunned. Really? Lu Feng kept smiling. I'm 100% sure. Ma Hongjun's eyes lit up. Then help me. If you can't catch the fierce Xiao Wu, you can at least keep Qiwa. Ma Hongjun turned around and said, if I can control the fire, Qiwa, you won't leave me. I finally have a girlfriend. I swear that I will treat you well and cherish you for the rest of my life. Make a promise and come with your mouth. Qiwa said, if you can control it, you don't have to break up. Qiwa mainly likes the fact that Ma Hongjun is a genius soul master. The biggest hidden danger has been eliminated, so there is no need to break up. The talented young soul master Ma Hongjun pursued her, and the ridiculously handsome and personable freshman named Lu Feng opposite her definitely disliked her. After seeing Lu Feng, Qiwa and Ruhua peeked at him frequently. Lu Feng said, my method is to help you reduce the fire. Do you agree? Agree. Are you sure? Lowering the fire may reduce the power of your martial soul and soul skills. Sure. 10,000 sure. If you can't find a girlfriend for the rest of your life, what fun is there in life? Just lower it. Ma Hongjun is a lustful person. Women are very important to him, and the flames can't be controlled, which always get him into trouble. He is already very troubled. No, he has to pay for the burning of the cottage. He didn't completely believe that Lu Feng could do it, but he had to give it a try. Of course, he didn't know that with this test he would lose the qualification to become a god and disappear into the world. From now on, I will be worthy of green flowers. Lu Feng said, okay, release your martial spirit. Ma Hongjun did as he was told. Lu Feng's hand shone with cyan gold light, releasing the world tree martial spirit. Ah, your martial spirit is so powerful. It's still too late for you to refuse now. How can you refuse? Just come. If you succeed, you will be rewarded heavily. While Ma Hongjun marveled at Lu Feng's martial spirit, he also had a little more confidence in Lu Feng. Lu Feng nodded, and several green gold vines wrapped around Ma Hongjun, trapping him tightly and using his mind to use the secret technique he had just realized. The world tree swayed and swayed, making a rustling sound. A ray of dark golden light was faintly revealed in the green gold light, and it instantly spread on the vines wrapped around Ma Hongjun. The 10 star shadows that formed some kind of mysterious star map surrounding the tree crown started to rotate rapidly. The shadow of the rock among the already lit stars flapped its wings and made a faint chirp, seeming to be jumping for joy. Cheer. However, these details cannot be seen by outsiders with the naked eye. Only Lu Feng can see them with his mental power. After a few breaths, the ultimate fire hidden in Ma Hongjun's martial spirit was absorbed into the golden winged rock martial spirit. The shadow of the rock in the dim light of the stars had an extra red flame burning, possessing extremely powerful fire attribute. The 10 star shadows stopped rotating rapidly and resumed their slow orbit. Lu Feng knew that future attacks using the golden winged Daipen spirit would be quite shocking. Lu Feng is also constantly exploring the golden winged Daipen martial spirit. It was discovered that although the golden winged Daipen martial spirit seems to be dependent on the world tree, it exists independently. It can be used simultaneously with the world tree or alone. The most amazing thing is that he can share the soul ring with the world tree. In other words, his golden winged Daipen martial spirit can also use 3 soul skills, but maybe after the golden winged Daipen martial soul absorbs a soul ring, this kind of sharing will no longer exist. I can control it. I really can control it. Ha 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 ha. Ma Hongjun looked up to the sky and laughed, so happy that his whole body trembled with joy. When Lu Feng's mind was turning, Ma Hongjun couldn't wait to use his soul power and soul skills. He found that he could control them freely and the power was indeed reduced, but it did not affect his joy. It was as if I had finally gotten rid of the nightmare that had been haunting supporting me for so many years, and I felt so refreshed. Ma Hongjun held Lu Feng's hand excitedly. Thank you so much. If you have any questions in the future, the senior will help you. Well, treat Miss Qiwa well, Lu Feng said in his heart. Thank you too, senior. Finally, he was relieved. Ma Hongjun should not try to hook up with his sister Bai Chenxiang again. Without the hidden power of the ultimate fire of the phoenix, he would only be a fire-breathing chicken in the future and would never become a phoenix. But after all, having possessed the ultimate fire, the fire-breathing grass chicken is still a good martial spirit, and the fire attribute is much stronger than ordinary flame. Chapter 76 Missing Me at Night. Lu Erlong is determined. Additional updates with recommended vote. Afternoon. Flanders called the students together to conduct a simple entrance ceremony for new students and talk about the school rules. As in the original plot, Ning Rang Rang's dissatisfied questioning was severely reprimanded by Flanders. Ning Rang Rang, who was born with a golden key and was used to being pampered since childhood, ran away in tears. The difference is that Tang San is lying in bed recuperating and cannot participate. As a teaching assistant, Lu Feng proposed a new training method in terms of physical training and increasing team cohesion. Flanders agreed to give it a try. A true mentor always maintains a humble attitude. Lu Feng's training method has actually been verified. The special physical training method and team development methods he knew in his previous life were all learned through sociology, biology, psychology, and other fields around the world. Top experts in the field have made the most scientific plan through constant verification. For example, stand high, close your eyes, lean back and let your team members catch you. This method is very effective in enhancing team trust. Of course, he is not copying it but referring to it, combining it with the special circumstances of this life and making continuous improvements for ordinary people and soul masters respectively. Use yourself and business alliance members as verification. The purpose is to enhance the physical fitness and team awareness of business alliance members. It can also be used during regular training in the academy. Evening, when everyone was having dinner in the cafeteria, Tang San, with bandages on his arm, head, and legs, limped in. He can walk thanks to Oscar's recovery sausage. After Tang San ate a big sausage, he felt the effect was good, so he asked Oscar for many more sausages to eat, and his body recovered quickly. But now he felt a little nauseous when he saw the sausage again. He was unwilling to give in. He doesn't want to be a pending student. He didn't want Xiao Wu to look down on him. He needs recognition. He still has a backup plan. He originally wanted to pretend to be a pig and eat the tiger. In the end, Xiao Wuji gave him a trick, pretending to be a tiger and eating a pig. Xiao Wuji attacked fiercely from the beginning, and Tang San had no chance to use his backhand clear sky hammer. He was very unconvinced, so after he could get up from the bed and barely walk, Tang San came over immediately to show off his unannounced backup strength, the clear sky hammer martial spirit. At least with the talent of having twin martial souls, he could surpass Lu Feng and shock everyone. Then, with the recognition of the teacher and the envy of the students, Xiao Wu might be able to be saved. After all, this is a world where the strong are respected. Among the known twin martial spirit, one is the famous and totalitarian Pope Bibi Dong. Everyone saw his twin martial souls, and one of them was the best martial soul in the world, so they must know how extraordinary his future heights would be. Mistress, why are you here? Didn't I say I would pack you a dinner? Oscar was a little surprised when he saw Tang San. Just now, Lu Feng called him Little Sansa when talking about Tang San, and everyone followed suit. I'm not here for dinner. I want to reveal a secret to everyone, but I hope everyone can keep it secret for me, Tang San said in a cryptic manner. Hearing this, Lu Feng vaguely guessed what Tang San was going to do. Stop pretending. Let's show off your card, Xiao Wuji said angrily. The best way to keep it secret is not to reveal it. Since you want to reveal it but also want everyone to keep it secret and pass the responsibility to everyone, then don't reveal it. This Tang San choked back and almost fell down. You'd better go back and rest. We have to go to the Soto Spirit fighting arena later, and we don't have much time, Flanders said. No, Dean, it won't take much time. Please take a look. Tang San's mood at the moment was like squatting in the toilet and taking a poop. He had even pooped out a small piece. You asked him to forcefully hold it back. Immediately, regardless of the objection, he stretched out his left hand and spread his palm. In the shining light, a small hammer appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The mistress is a twin martial spirit. This is the clear sky hammer. Sure enough, it caused an acclamation. Everyone was surprised, and it was not too surprising to see the clear sky hammer because they all knew that his father was Tang Hao, and it was normal to inherit the clear sky hammer martial spirit, but they did not expect that Tang San was a twin martial spirit. Tang San was quite satisfied with this. It was this effect he wanted. After Xiao Wu was surprised, there was obvious anger in her eyes. Tang San hid his talent from her, and he kept it secret for several years. She has been kept in the dark. It shows that Tang San doesn't have much trust in her, but he talks about how much he loves her and treats her as his sister. But in fact there are twin martial souls who are hiding it. Xiao Wu was also a little lucky in her heart. She didn't trust Tang San absolutely, nor did she hide the fact that she was the reincarnation of a 100,000-year soft-bone rabbit. But it's different. She concealed the soul beast's identity to save her life. Once exposed, she will die. And Tang San's twin martial spirits were just a talent. There was no need to deliberately hide them from her. Flanders wasn't even surprised. Yu Xiaogong's letter had hinted it, otherwise he wouldn't have tried his best to make Tang San stay. He just didn't expect that Tang San would reveal his trump card at this time, and he was a little impetuous. From the way Tang San glanced at Xiao Wu from time to time, Flanders could tell that one of Tang San's purposes was to be jealous. Xiao Wu was so graceful and beautiful, so it was normal for Tang San's heart to flutter. Li Yuzongdao exclaimed, "Twin martial souls are extremely rare, 1 in 10,000, and their achievements are immeasurable. You are the only twin martial soul in our academy." Tang San's eyes flashed with color. "Xiao Wu, you heard it. You know you are wrong, right? To be confirmed. With my talent you call me a pending student?" Lu Feng put down the chicken drumstick in his hand, chewed it in his mouth, and said casually, "Actually, it's not the only one." Hearing this, everyone's eyes turned from the clear sky hammer to Lu Feng. The corners of Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu's mouths also curved lightly. They knew that Lu Feng had a second martial spirit. When Lu Feng awakened his second martial spirit, Xiao Wu was by his side. Lu Feng used his second martial spirit to sparring with Zhu Zhuqing. Lu Feng stood up, and with a thought, a layer of golden light shone on his body, and a layer of red light was superimposed on him almost at the same time. Next moment, the golden light surged and the flames soared into the sky. Phew! With a clear cry, a pair of dark golden giant wings burning with blazing flames suddenly appeared behind Lu Feng. They stretched out for more than 10 meters, and the wingtips penetrated the canteen wall. The second martial spirit, the golden winged rock. Ah! Everyone was shocked and dumbfounded, including Tang San, Flanders, Zhao Waoqi, Li Yuzong, etc. Their eyeballs almost exploded with shock. Lu Feng's god-level martial spirit is scary enough, but here comes a second martial spirit, and it's equally as shocking. Ma Hongjun fell to the ground and collapsed. They were both bird-type martial spirit, but the quality of Lu Feng's martial spirit was clearly many times higher. It seemed to bring unbearable pressure to him. Flanders, Xiao Wuji, and others did not look at Ma Hongjun at all. They stared at Lu Feng with straight eyes, unblinking. They were so surprised that they could not be more surprised, as if they were seeing the biggest treasure in history. Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu blinked their eyes, also a little surprised. When I looked at Lu Feng's second martial spirit before, there was no burning flame, and it wasn't so intimidating. Could it be that the martial spirit has evolved? Zhu Zhuqing was already used to Lu Feng always bringing surprises, and he was no longer surprised. Chapter 77. Lu Erlong fell in love with him, and Ning Rang Rang visited him at night. Flanders took a few deep breaths, suppressed his racing heart rate, regained his ability to organize language, raised his glasses and said, Xiao Feng, this, your martial spirit, if I read it correctly, should be the legendary golden winged Tianpeng, the top beast martial spirit. It is recorded in ancient book that it appeared on the mainland 3,000 years ago. Flanders wanted to say that the book did not record that the golden winged Tianpeng had fire attribute but was still an explosive flame, but when he thought about it, it was normal that the book did not fully record what happened 3,000 years ago, so he did not continue. Golden winged Tianpeng, it turns out to be this title. Lu Feng smiled. He felt that his bird was very big and had golden wings, so he called it the golden winged Daipen. In this world, the scientific name of this big bird is the golden winged Tianpeng. It's good to have a knowledgeable teacher. You can learn more precisely. The golden winged Tianpeng possesses an ultimate wind attribute. Now there is another extreme fire attribute with terrifying explosive attack power. The wind helps the fire, and the fire increases the power of the wind. After the two extreme elements are superimposed, it seems to cause a qualitative change, which can also be regarded as evolution. Xiao Wuji lamented, a god-level martial spirit actually has a second martial spirit, and this second martial spirit is an unparalleled top-level beast martial spirit. Xiao Feng, you are too evil. No matter how evil I am still your student. Lu Feng put away his martial spirit and said with a smile, well said, well said. No matter how evil you are still my student. Xiao Wuji was so happy that he ran over and gave Lu Feng a bear hug. Teacher Zhao, my waist is about to break. Ha ha ha. The whole house was laughing. No one noticed that Tang San left with a bitter look on his face. The purpose of coming here was to show his trump card, shock everyone, make a splash, and fight for what he wanted. As everyone knows, Lu Feng also has a second martial spirit, and it is more powerful than the Haoshan hammer. It can spread its giant flame wings of more than 10 meters. However, he currently only has a small hammer suspended in the palm of his hand. In terms of visual impact, he was crushed instantly. The pressure radiated was much more intense, and Ma Hongjun was so frightened that he fell to the ground. down. This showed that the quality of the martial spirit was definitely not inferior to that of the clear sky hammer. Lu Feng's limelight overshadowed him again and attracted everyone's attention. Tang San held up a hammer. No one paid attention to him anymore. A man stood forlornly. This made Tang San feel like a fool. I could only leave in despair, not wanting to stay and watch Lu Feng mingle with the teachers and have a good time. When I came, I was full of confidence, thinking that the designation would attract much attention and would be unparalleled for a while. As I walked, I had only the cool breeze to keep me company, and the melody played by the erhu seemed to be ringing in my mind. Soto Great Soul Fighting Arena. It stands tall and brightly lit. From time to time, the roar of thousands of spectators can be heard. Splendor led the students into the Great Soul Fighting Arena. Tang San couldn't come to his cultivation, and Daimyo Bai couldn't enter. Competitions in the soul fighting field have created many star soul masters. The higher the level of the competition, the more people will pay attention to it. If you can win in the high-level competition, you will attract much attention and earn a lot of gold soul coin. Both fame and fortune, receive glory and wealth. But the spirit fighting competition is no joke. Injuries are common, and some spirit masters will be maimed or even die. The content of tonight's practical class is exactly the competition in the spirit fighting arena. The spirit fighting. Splendor briefly introduced the Great Soul Fighting Arena, announced the class content, and handed over the registration form. Hurry up and fill out the registration form. The registration fee is 10 gold soul coin. When everyone filled out the registration form, Flanders introduced the rules. For the first victory, you can get the Iron Fighting Soul Badge. There are 8 levels in total: bronze, silver, gold, purple, gold, sapphire, ruby, and diamond. The competition is based on a point system. 1 point is awarded for each game, and 1 point is deducted for each loss point. If you can't get the silver fighting soul badge, don't even think about graduating. When Xiao Wu heard this, she turned to Lu Feng and said, "It's only the 3rd level. It doesn't sound too difficult." Ma Hongjun gnawed on the bread and said, "If you win a battle with Iron Soul, you can earn 10 gold coin, and you can buy a lot of delicious food." Really? Xiao Wu looked happy. As a little girl, she was inevitably greedy and liked beautiful clothes. However, before she was transformed into a human being, she did not know that money was very important in human society, so she did not have much preparation. When she arrived in Notting City, she did not dare to go to the Wuhan Palace to receive subsidies and work study. The money earned from labor is just enough to eat. Later, when I had time, I went to work as a temporary worker in a store affiliated with the Notting Merchant Alliance, and I was able to save some gold coin. However, Tang San needs to make a large number of hidden weapons. The materials for hidden weapons are expensive, and the help of a blacksmith to make hidden weapons is also very expensive. Lu Feng has already taken control of it. The gold she has in Tang San's body, all the coins were used by him to make hidden weapons, so she could only live in poverty. I don't dare to buy delicious food or beautiful clothes. Looking back, she felt that Tang San was too stingy. It's true that she likes carrot, but she also likes big meals, delicious snack, and beautiful clothes. However, Tang San only gave her carrot, and they weren't Liaoyuan City carrot. "Brother Feng, when I earn gold coin, I will deposit them all with you. It is easy to lose the money if you leave it to me." Xiao Wu couldn't afford an expensive storage soul guide, and he was an agile battle soul master. He had to jump and do somersaults frequently, and items on his body were easy to fall off. "Okay, you don't have a storage soul guide, do you? I'll give you a women's one in the shape of a sachet, which suits you very well. After you inject soul power into it, it will bind to you so it won't fall off." Lu Feng found a sachet-shaped soul guide from his belt and handed it to Xiao Wu. "Wow, it's so beautiful. I like it so much." "Thank you, Brother Feng." Xiao Wu held it in her hand and couldn't put it down. "The splendid Sumuru sachet. I saw it at the auction house, and the starting price was 200,000 gold coin." Flanders exclaimed. He knew that Lu Feng was rich, but he didn't expect that he would be so rich and so generous. He would give away items worth 200,000 gold coin. Not only that, but the auction price would later be over 300,000, and the 24 bridges on the moonlit night that Yu Xiaogang gave to Tang San was worth a few thousand gold soul coins at most. Wa 200,000 gold coin. For Ma Hongjun, 200,000 gold coins is an astronomical figure. He looked at Lu Feng and then at the splendid Sumi sachet in Xiao Wu's hand. His fat hand shook and the bread fell to the ground. Zhu Zhuqing felt nothing because she also had it, and compared with the value of the 2 soul bones given to her by Lu Feng, this was nothing. She also held Lu Feng's unlimited shopping card in her hand. She now knew that she wanted to get unlimited shopping from the Business Alliance. For shopping card, you must first deposit at least 10 million gold coins in Shangmeng Bank. This is too expensive. Then I can't accept it. Xiao Wu is very ambitious and wants to return the splendid Sumi sachet to Lu Feng. She is convinced that she is reluctant to part with it. Not only does she like the appearance, but it is also the what she needs, especially especially the binding function. Lu Feng didn't answer. And Zhou, take it first and then pay me when you earn enough gold coin. If I earn enough gold coin, how many games should I win? Xiao Wu counted them with her fingers and found that she couldn't count them at all. Take it, it's nothing to him. Zhu Zhuqing patted Xiao Wu on the shoulder and advised. Chapter 78. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing also came to visit each other at night, leaving Ning Rang Rang embarrassed. After hearing what Zhu Zhuqing said, Xiao Wu no longer insisted on returning it. Okay, I will make enough gold coins and I will pay you back. Xiao Wu had no confidence when she said this. She didn't believe that she could earn so many gold coin, but she really liked this storage soul tool and it was a bit unreasonable to refuse. Okay. Lu Feng leaned close to Xiao Wu's ear again and whispered, there is a piece of soft armor in the sachet which is also for you. Wear it inside. It's best not to tell anyone except Zhu Qing. Wait, when changing clothes, Zhuqing will tell you the function. Women's 8 treasures Ruyi soft armor. I originally planned to give one to Xiao Wu. This scene was watched by manager Ao, Douluo, and the twin sisters who were waiting quietly. Not long ago, the twin sisters who were arranged to welcome guests at the door saw Lu Feng appearing from a distance and hurriedly ran to inform manager Ao. Manager Ao did not dare to neglect and hurriedly came to greet him personally. Manager Ao knew that Lu Feng did not want to reveal his identity as an elder and did not dare to publicize it. Seeing Lu Feng and Flanders talking, he did not dare to speak rashly but just waited respectfully aside. When Douluo and the twin sisters heard that the starting price of the splendid Sumuru sachet was 200,000 gold soul coin, their eyes suddenly lit up. This young and handsome elder is too generous to girls. At this time, Flanders said, okay, there are still many situations and rules. Let me talk about them again. Hearing this, manager Ao responded promptly, dear distinguished guest, can I personally introduce the rest of the situation and rules to you? Manager Ao. Flanders turned around and looked, feeling stunned for a while. During the day, he came to manager Ao to beg for mercy and let Daimyo Bai go. Manager Ao was lukewarm to him and refused directly. When he came at night, manager Ao suddenly became affectionate. When I brought students here before, I never even saw manager Ao. This time he took the initiative to come forward. Dean, Director Ao is my friend. We got to know each other while working in the business alliance. Lu Feng smiled and nodded to manager Ao, clearing up Flanders' doubts in one sentence. I almost forgot. You are also from the merchant alliance. Flanders patted his forehead, his old face showing joy. Lu Feng can make so much money, which shows that his business is not small, and it is not surprising that he has certain connections in the business alliance. Soul masters attach great importance to their privacy and are very taboo about inquiring into other people's identities, even between teachers and students. Lu Feng didn't say much, and the teachers didn't ask too many questions. It's just that he obviously underestimated Lu Feng's status in the business alliance. Manager Ao is a 79th level soul saint, and Lu Feng is a 34th level soul master. They are very different in terms of soul power and age. Flanders does not connect them at all in his thought. Since Lu Feng has a relationship with manager Ao, if Lu Feng is asked to help intercede, Daimyo Bai's matter may be solved. Flanders laughed and said, I was surprised that manager Ao was so polite today. It turns out that he was favored by Xiao Feng, and being introduced by manager Ao is naturally better than my introduction. Manager Ao smiled and said, okay, why don't you distinguished guest move to the lounge first? That's fine. By the way, I haven't signed up yet. You sign up first, Flanders urged. Lu Feng knew the rules, so he led everyone to the registration desk. Dear distinguished guest, Yan Ran is pleased to serve you. Yan Ran, a pretty girl at the front desk, had a smile on her face and cast her flirtatious eyes at Lu Feng. She didn't know that Lu Feng was an elder, but she heard that he was a friend of manager Ao, and manager Ao respected Lu Feng very much, which meant that Lu Feng had a good status in the business alliance, but he was so young and handsome, so she couldn't help but be curious to see more. Yan Ran, a nice name. Lu Feng remembered this girl. In the original plot, Ma Hongjun pursued her hard but met Buletin Le. Ma Hongjun was no match for her, and the beautiful girl was kidnapped and raped by Buletin Le. When the time comes, let's take a look and see if you dare to have evil intentions towards the girls from the Merchant Alliance. If you're not happy, if you dare, you will be killed without mercy. After each registration, you can also form a team to participate. Do you need to register? Yan Ran asked. Lu Feng did not answer immediately and glanced at Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu. Yeah. Zhu Zhuqing nodded and said, you are going to use the golden winged Tianpeng. I am the nether civet. Let's call it the Teamwall combination. Teamwall combination. The corner of Lu Feng's mouth twitched, and then he smiled casually and said, okay, this is a good name. Since the Star Tree martial spirit is too recognizable, it may attract too much attention, which is not good for their combat training. On the way here, Flanders suggested that Lu Feng only use the golden winged Tianpeng martial arts as a last resort. The soul is enough. However, the life fruits and purification fruit condensed influenced by the star tree soul skill can be prepared in advance and carried with each person. The purification fruit is an agate-colored fruit in the shape of a large grape. Its effect is the same as the positive natural mantra. It purifies all negative states on the body and transforms it into increasing one's soul power and speed. I also want to join you. Can you? Xiao Wu said. Of course. Zhu Zhuqing agreed quickly and looked at Lu Feng. Lu Feng nodded. Then let's call it Little T-Mall Group. At least there is no suspicion of advertising. Next, Manager Ao led everyone to a luxurious lounge located on the top floor. It is a large suite with complete equipment. There are even beds in the compartment. You can watch the game on the balcony. The view is very wide and has the best view of the game. Ma Hongjun was very happy because he saw that the table was filled with all kinds of drink, cake, fruits and vegetables and other delicacies. As soon as Manager Ao said that everything in the lounge was free, Ma Hongjun was about to rush over and have a feast. Flanders grabbed him. This disciple's eating habits will make him lose face. At this time, Lu Feng took out the prepared mask and competition-specific clothing and distributed them to everyone. Wow, what a delicate mask, and the battle uniform is so beautiful. Xiao Wu happily accepted. Lu Feng asked top craftsmen to customize the mask and costume with black and silver as the main colors. The shapes and materials were focused on being conducive to combat while also taking into account novelty. This is a good idea. When you become a Star Soul Master, you won't be afraid of being recognized when you walk on the street, so you don't waste time on vanity. Flanders agrees with wearing a mask to hide your true face. He has seen many Star Soul Masters fall into the vanity of success and fame, which affects their cultivation and even causes their cultivation to regress. Among these students, especially Lu Feng, they will definitely become the Star Soul Masters of the Soto Spirit Arena in a few years. Young people can easily be tempted and be influenced by the vain life, but I saw that Lu Feng put on a mask, obviously deliberately to isolate himself from Suhua, not wanting to attract everyone's attention wherever he went. Flanders had a little more approval in his eyes. Boss Fu, accompanied by a beautiful and sexy voice, a tall, plump and stunning beauty, stood at the door without knowing when. She opened her mouth to say hello to Flanders, but her eyes were fixed on Lu Feng's back. Erlong. Flanders turned around and was surprised. Erlong, why are you here? Haha, no, I'm going to call you President Lu now. 2 years ago, after Lu Erlong negotiated with Lu Feng, he merged Lanba Academy into the business alliance very simply, and she also joined the alliance. Today, Lu Erlong is the most senior manager of the Merchant Alliance, also called the President. The full title of the position is Regional President of the Pan-Continental Business Alliance Tiandu Empire. Chapter 79. Lu Erlong explodes. New mission: destroy Tang San and gain a great opportunity. Lu Erlong wore a black leather armor-style dress with a bold open V-shaped collar, revealing white flowers and sexy collarbone. Red gems were inlaid on the chest, and precious heavy silver was decorated on the corners. Full P, plump round buttock, a pair of straight and slender long legs tightly wrapped in black leather pants, and special emerald-studded high heels accentuate Lu Erlong's tall beauty. Ha, charming and seductive, but also noble and elegant. It is so unique, so dazzling, so eye-catching. Her appearance attracted everyone's attention. Her long and thick eyelashes and willow eyebrows look delicate, but her eyes are as pure and passionate as fire. Her fair skin gives people a sense of freshness, and her temperament gives people a cold and sacred feeling. It is so charming, inaccessible, so unattainable. But at this moment, Lu Erlong's mouth curved into a gentle smile, full of mature and intellectual charm, which a young girl could not match. Flanders, Ma Hongjun, and others were stunned, and her smile only appeared when she saw Lu Feng turn his head. Lu Erlong's eyes met with Lu Feng's, and they both smiled knowingly. Then Lu Erlong turned his attention to Flanders. Boss Fu, please stop teasing me. So what about the chief? There are several elders on top, as well as ministers and leaders. They are not controlled by others, unlike you who are the dean and can make your own decisions. As soon as she opened her mouth, the female CEO's posture appeared, and her aura immediately covered Flanders and Manager Ao, who was bowing and saluting. Ao Tian is the 7th level general manager, 2 levels below Lu Erlong, and he is also a subordinate to Lu Erlong in terms of position. In terms of soul power level, General Manager Ao is the same as Lu Erlong, level 79, but the quality of his martial soul is far inferior to Lu Erlong's Crimson Fire Dragon. In the original plot, Lu Erlong was level 78 at this stage, but due to the appearance of Lu Feng 2 years ago, Lu Erlong's heart knot was mostly opened, and she was no longer trapped in the love web woven by Yu Xiaogong's lies. She rediscovered the high-spirited feeling and motivation to practice in the past, so last year her soul power breakthrough and reached level 79. Flanders didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If you envy me, why don't we change? No, I didn't say I envy you. Besides, it's not me who has the final say if you want to change. It has to be nodded by our alliance leader. When Lu Erlong mentioned the word alliance leader, matter. He glanced at Lu Feng intentionally or unintentionally. Of course Lu Feng would not agree to Flanders becoming president. Even the manager can't do it for him. Because Flanders' business management skills are so unreliable, managing him will definitely result in heavy losses. Flanders only knows one trick in business: robbing people. When he ran a store, he saw that strangers liked a certain product, so he raised the price randomly and ripped off the customers. Business school: if students fail to pass but do not refund the registration fee, they are robbing student. Over time, the reputation has become bad, which is one of the reasons why Shrek Academy has been unable to recruit people in the past 2 years. In the original plot, he later led the students to participate in the Soul Master competition, forcing the students to wear ugly and cheap clothes, and also made a lot of advertisements to attract investment in order to make money. In the end, he was self-defeating and was ridiculed by countless people, which lowered the reputation of Shrek Academy. Even if he wins but loses his character and image, such intangible losses will make him lose many opportunities to make big money. Therefore, it is better to let Flanders simply be a good teacher. Lu Erlong, on the other hand, has very excellent management talent, is decisive and resolute, and is very suitable to be a female president. It can be seen from the fact that she can start from scratch, establish herself in the first-tier city Tiandu City, and open a large-scale Lanba Academy. Lu Erlong became the female president and firmly took charge of the company. Of course, Lu Feng had deliberately cultivated her, but the most important thing was her talent in this area and her unremitting effort. Oh, I can't say enough about you anymore. Flanders sighed with a smile. Lu Erlong had no intention of continuing to quarrel with Flanders and changed the topic. This student of yours is from our business alliance. I have some private matters to discuss with him. Do you mind lending me a while? She said it as a question, but she directly stretched out her hand and pulled Lu Feng towards the cubicle, showing off the domineering demeanor of a female CEO. Before anyone could react, Lu Feng was pulled into the room and she closed the door. Flanders smiled slightly awkwardly, knowing that Lu Erlong's personality was such that he couldn't stop what she wanted to do even if he minded. I'm just a little confused. Lu Feng has a good relationship with manager Ao due to his soul master level, but he also has a good relationship with Lu Erlong and wants to avoid everyone's private chat. It is expected that because Lu Feng awakened the god-level martial spirit, he received special care from the senior officials of the Merchant Alliance. Lu Feng was also helpless. He summoned Lu Erlong. Firstly, he wanted to discuss matters and personally tell her some important arrangement. In addition, he also wanted to take this opportunity to see if he could resolve the last knot left by Yu Xiaogang in her heart. Xiaogang will arrive in Soto soon, but there's no need to be so anxious. As soon as President Lu arrived, he dragged the person into the room without even saying a few words. What will this make people outside think? Her fiery temper has somewhat calmed down, but she is still so carefree. After not seeing each other for 2 years, Lu Erlong changed from the pale and haggard look he had when they first met. His beautiful face became radiant, showing the charm of a professional elite woman, which made him move. Lu Feng has trained a large number of professional talents without soul power. The complicated and trivial affairs in the business alliance are mainly handled by them. They are oppressed at the bottom and have very low requirements for salary and benefit. The business alliance is almost the only platform for them to obtain glory and wealth. Once they are selected, they all work very hard, such as manager Wang. But when Lu Erlong reaches the level of regional president, he only needs to make decisions on general directions and major affairs, and he does not need to do it himself, which makes him more relaxed. She can have more time to concentrate on her practice or take a stroll around as a patrol. When she first met Lu Erlong as the dean of Lanba College, she took care of every detail and took care of everything herself. She was numbing herself with a full workload because Yu Xiaogang left her with unsolvable knots and pain, but this seriously delayed her cultivation. In the original plot, Yu Xiaogang deceived Lu Erlong again, which delayed her even more. Look at the time before and after the 5-year agreement. In 5 years, Flanders was promoted from level 78 to level 83. Xiao Wuji was promoted from level 76 to level 80. Yu Xiaogang was promoted from level 29 to over 40, and also from level 29 to over 40 at a rapid pace. In 5 years, he was promoted to more than 10 levels, which was the greatest progress. Look at Lu Erlong again, promoted from level 78 to level 79. It's only 1 level. She hasn't even reached Contra, and her martial spirit is a mutated blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex, a red fire dragon. The quality of the martial spirit is stronger than that of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex. The four-eyed cat eagle, the powerful King Kong bear, etc. are even more incomparable to the red fire dragon. The higher the quality of the martial soul, the faster the cultivation. But in the past 5 years, her cultivation speed was far behind Flanders and was even surpassed by Xiao Wuji. The culprit of all this is not Yu Xiaogang. Who else could it be? Yu Xiao Xiaogang was sanctimonious and upright and kept saying how much he really loved Lu Erlong, but it delayed Lu Erlong's life. In this world where the strong are respected, strong strength means everything. Yu Xiaogang not only delayed her youth but also delayed her best years of cultivation. Is this true love, or are you saying that you don't want her strength to be much lower than Lu Erlong, so you deliberately delay her? Anyway, judging from the fact Yu Xiaogang made Lu Erlong miserable. Lu Erlong's biological father was always in trouble and eventually abandoned her mother, and he ignored Lu Erlong. The only thing he left to her was a family emblem representing the direct lineage of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. She is equivalent to practicing on her own as a civilian. She had wandered around and suffered a lot and finally achieved some achievement. She should have strived to become a titled Douluo and become a powerful person. In the end, he was tricked by a very scheming hypocrite so that his cultivation stagnated and he was lost to everyone. And in this life, Lu Erlong met Lu Feng and joined the business alliance. Lu Feng must do something for her. I started doing it 2 years ago. Chapter 80. The episode disappeared. Meng still appeared. Lu Feng knew very well that Lu Erlong was particularly strong and stubborn. No one can take back what she decided 2 years ago. All Lu Feng could do was to acquire Lanba Academy to give Lu Erlong a broader sky, a higher vision, and a reminder to stop. Lu Feng only said to her, I heard that Yu Xiaogang had seen it a long time ago. The family crest your father left you. A word awakens the dreamer. Indeed, after she met Yu Xiaogang, she showed Yu Xiaogang the only thing her father left her, the family crest. Yu Xiaogang suddenly became dazed but didn't say anything. At that time, she did not know that her father was a direct descendant of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. Lu Erlong is not stupid. On the contrary, she is very smart, but because she cannot control her emotions, she is easily carried away by emotions and is immersed in them for a long time, which blinds her mind. People who are particularly stubborn can sometimes get carried away for the rest of their lives. Lu Feng stopped and let Lu Erlong slowly understand it and then prove it with fact. After hearing Lu Feng's reminder, Lu Erlong realized something. He gradually came out of the haze of pain, spent more energy on cultivation, and made great contributions to the business alliance. Lu Feng called her over this time. I want to open up the last knot in her heart. After all, she is also one of the best employees of the business alliance, and the boss must consider her and give her the best help. By handling her knot in her heart and becoming stronger, she will be able to better contribute to the business alliance. As his thoughts flashed, Lu Feng was pulled into the bathroom by Lu Erlong. With a wave of her hand, the bathroom door slammed shut. Meet the alliance leader. Congratulations to the alliance leader for awakening a god-level martial spirit. Lu Erlong then bowed and saluted. Unlike his treatment of Flanders, Lu Feng used his identity as the leader of the merchant alliance to contact Lu Erlong from the beginning. Is it necessary to go into the bathroom? The corners of Lu Feng's mouth twitched slightly and his smile was a little weird. A man and a woman alone in a private room are already a bit ambiguous. He also entered the bathroom and closed the door again. A charming feeling arose in his heart. Could it be that President Lu De likes this tone? Follow me in the bathroom. It's necessary. Flanders's four-eyed cat eagle martial spirit not only gives him powerful eyesight but also gives him extraordinary hearing power. He can hear us when we talk in the room. In the bathroom, an extra door can keep it secret. I see. Lu Feng nodded. Okay, I was overthinking it. Sister Erlong has serious thought. Leader, you didn't think I was going to. Lu Erlong had been wandering around and was used to seeing scenes. He noticed that Lu Feng's face looked a little strange. When he came back to his senses, he realized something and his expression became unnatural. She had always been in a fickle mood. She was just thinking about business and didn't think about the inappropriateness of a man and a woman alone in a private bathroom. Moreover, Lu Feng had grown so big. 2 years ago, Lu Feng was not as tall as her. Today, 2 years later, Lu Feng is half a head taller than her and has the stature of an adult man. Lu Feng didn't want to lie to her, so he could only smile bitterly. Sudden silence. It made a charming atmosphere really rise in the air. Lu Erlong's fair cheeks couldn't help but have a wisp of red cloud fly up. She quickly broke the weird silence. Don't get me wrong, I really am. Lu Feng nodded and said, understood. Let's talk about business. Well, first of all, I want to sue that old guy from Taitan. I asked the Force clan to help build a batch of equipment, but that old guy from Taitan, because he is an elder, didn't give me the respect to build it first, and even criticized me. It made me mad. Lu Erlong said angrily. What are the equipment used for? Lu Feng asked calmly. For the students of the academy to practice. There is no right or wrong here. As you know, I usually try to let everyone be free to express themselves. Within the rules of the business alliance, everyone can do things according to their own rules. In addition, Titan is an elder. Lu Feng didn't finish his word. It was also reminding Lu Erlong that Titan was more advanced than her. In fact, what she said was not a big or urgent matter. It was just that Titan insisted on a first-come, first-served basis and did not look at her face, giving priority to helping. She does things that make her unhappy. I want to be an elder. Lu Erlong bluntly stated that he wanted to be promoted. Okay, wait until your soul power breakthrough to level 80. Lu Feng said with a smile. Okay, it won't take long before I can be on an equal footing with the Titan. Lu Erlong showed a confident smile, and there was a cunning look in the corner of his eyes as if his little plan had succeeded. With the alliance leader's final word, as long as her soul power breakthrough to Contra, she can be promoted to elder. This is her true purpose. The so-called complaint is a strategy and an excuse. Only when you become an elder can you enter the true core level of the Merchant Alliance. You will also get closer to the alliance leader Lu Feng and know more of his secret, including how to recruit Divine Sword Douluo. Unexpectedly, the alliance leader was very easy to talk to and did not attach too many conditions to her. As long as she worked hard for another year, she should be able to achieve it. After Lu Feng's words 2 years ago, she suddenly woke up and began to devote herself to cultivation. When she pulled herself away, she looked back at the past calmly and objectively. It was discovered that Yu Xiaogang might have known that she was a cousin when he was with her, and when Yu Xiaogang and she were about to get married, Bibi Dong ascended the throne of the Pope, holding immense power in his hand, which was beyond words. After Yu Xiaogang learned the news, he was silent for many days and even disappeared for a while. After returning, Yu Xiaogang continued to hold the wedding with her, but just as the wedding started, her father appeared with people. Seeing all these signs, she began to doubt Yu Xiaogang. However, she was a little afraid to face the truth, and she didn't even dare to go to Yu Xiaogang to question him face to face. The last knot in her heart was still unsolved, but she realized that the so-called love is too illusory. Love is only a small part of life, not everything. She wants to live up to her own expectations. I have to show it to men, including my father. Her father abandoned her and wouldn't even let her in the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family. Yu Xiaogang, on the wedding day, abandoned her without even a single explanation. She secretly vowed to work hard to reach the top by herself, overlooking the world and those men. At this pinnacle, in addition to the soul power level, there are also positions. The position of elder in the Merchant Alliance also represents strong power. Only the leader of the alliance, Lu Feng, in this world would value her so much and use her in such a high regard. The Pan-Continent Merchant Alliance is not what it used to be, especially after the birth of Divine Sword Douluo. If she becomes an elder of the Merchant Alliance, her status will not be too far behind that of the woman on the throne of the Pope's palace. Next, Lu Erlong discussed with Lu Feng the process of acquiring Tian Shui College, Botany College, etc. He also talked about the resource blockade of Haoshan sect. Lu Erlong is taking the lead and supervising the handling of these matters. The first thing was what Lu Feng had personally told her in his previous letter. The second thing was Lu Erlong's own idea. Haoshan sect closed the mountain gate and chose to retire, but the high mountain snow peak where Haoshan sect is located is covered with ice and snow all year round, with almost no grass growing and no cultivation resources are produced. People always have to buy food to eat and resources for cultivation, and these two happen to be in the hands of the Merchant Alliance. Every once in a while, the Haoshan sect would send people to trade with the Merchant Alliance to purchase large amounts of food and cultivation resources. Some time ago, according to intelligence, Tang Hao returned to Haoshan sect. It was obvious that Tang Hao was looking for strong support and intended to take revenge. Haoshan sect also kept him. Therefore, without Lu Feng's order, Lu Erlong made a decisive decision to cut off the deal with Haoshan sect. Unless the Haoshan sect gives an attitude and declares that it will not help Tang Hao cause trouble for the Merchant Alliance, otherwise it's okay not to do your business. The Haoshan sect can purchase food and cultivation resources from other channels, but the prices are 10 times or even 100 times more expensive than those from the Merchant Alliance, so it is unlikely to be a long-term solution. The Haoshan sect has not produced or made money for more than 10 years and has been resting on its laurels. The cultivation resources of a large sect consume a huge amount of money. Judging from their actions of pawning furniture for money, they should be running out of money. Lu Feng agreed with Lu Erlong's approach. If Lu Erlong didn't do it, he would give the same order. Both of them are decisive people. They discuss things well in a few words and had a great time talking. Lu Erlong smiled like a flower and was about to open the bathroom door. Lu Feng hesitated for a moment and then said, "Wait a moment, did Mr. President forget something?" Lu Erlong didn't know why. "What?" Lu Feng smiled and said, "Back then, you promised that if I awakened my soul power, you would let me kiss you." Lu Erlong suddenly remembered that he seemed to have said that. It was just a joke at the time, casually speaking. Unexpectedly, the speaker has no intention, but the listener has intention. Lu Erlong said with a mixture of laughter and laughter, "I did say it, but you were still a child at that time, and you hadn't awakened your soul power at the age of 10. How could I have thought that you could really awaken your soul power? Just remember, I know President Lu always does what he says, so the time time has come to fulfill his promise. Lu Feng ignored her explanation, stepped forward, pressed her against the door panel, and forcefully sealed her soft red lips with his mouth. Chapter 81: The Attitude Reversal Between Snake Woman and Xiao Wuji. Additional update. Article 7 of the Guide to Picking Up Girls. Different techniques must be used to conquer women with different personalities and identities. To deal with Lu Erlong's strong and domineering character, Lu Feng's method was to be more domineering and powerful than her. Yu Xiaogang is proficient in this. Facing Lu Erlong, he always showed a strong side. Facing Bibi Dong, he will have another side. The difference is, Lu Feng never deceived them maliciously. Never say it's good for you, but actually do things that harm them. Lu Feng only used his actions and results to prove that he really brought benefits to them, and of course he also brought benefits to himself. Also prove with actions that commitment is not just casual talk. Ding. Get Lu Erlong's first kiss and get 2000 energy point. Trigger the main mission. Capture Lu Erlong and be rewarded with 5000 energy point. Lu Erlong actually had his first kiss. He dresses boldly and acts resolutely, yet he is so conservative in this regard. She and Yu Xiaogang have already reached the stage of their wedding, but they haven't kissed yet. The system prompt surprised Lu Feng. I found out that she is particularly stubborn. It may be that things must be reversed at the extreme. The more such a woman is, the more infatuated she will be. That kind of casual woman would definitely not be trapped in a man for so many years. Just like those two twin sisters. When they saw the better one, they broke up with Dai Mubai on the spot and turned around and threw themselves into the arms of others. A woman like Lu Erlong who deserves to be cherished is not cherished at all by Yu Xiaogang. Another heart-wrenching woman. In this life, I will cherish you. Thinking of this, Lu Feng became a little emotional and hugged her tighter. The soft little snake arouses passion and releases love like a swimming dragon. Lu Erlong was caught off guard, and Lu Feng followed her without giving her time to think. She just started to resist, struggle, and her body became stiff. But gradually, the body became softer. Actually made some response. The lotus arm slowly stretched out and hooked Lu Feng's neck. In her moist and charming eyes, which were closed tightly, there were clear tears falling on her beautiful and flawless cheek. But they were definitely not pain, but a kind of release. A release that had been suppressed for many years. It can be seen from her increasingly fierce and even anti-customer reactions and actions. It was as if a volcano that had been brewing for tens of thousands of years finally erupted violently. Passion bursts out like hot lava, burning everything. The din coming from the soul-fighting arena was far less than their enthusiasm at the moment. They also temporarily forgot about Flanders and others waiting in the lobby outside. It seems that there are only two of them left in the whole world, and everything is no longer important. What is difficult to express in words can be expressed in action. If kissing cannot express the full expression, flexible hands can make up for it. Say yes to a kiss. And this sip took a full stick of incense. Wow! Lu Erlong broke away from Lu Feng's body. His jade face flushed like a girl, panting, staring at Lu Feng with his beautiful eyes, sticking out his little tongue and licking his red lips, and said with satisfaction, "So it's like this, feels great." Lu Feng was also panting heavily. I enjoyed it very much, but I almost suffocated. System Qin. Lu Erlong gave energy points because she first kissed Zhen Xiao many years ago. The host's guess is correct. If Gu Yuina also had her first kiss and she cherished it for a long time, then the energy points gained. It's impossible to estimate it at the moment. We can only tell it after the host kisses it. After Lu Feng briefly communicated with the system, he stood up from the toilet with the lid closed. At first he pushed Lu Erlong against the door panel, but in the end he was pressed against the toilet by Lu Erlong. Not everyone can bear the first kiss of a female Tyrannosaurus. Fortunately, it is very clean here. There is no peculiar smell, and there is a light scent of pine in the air. Lord Leader, I bit your lip. I'm so sorry. Lu Erlong's eyes showed deep distress and apology. He stretched out his slender jade fingers and gently touched Lu Feng's lips. His motherly expression showed feel. It's okay. I'm not as weak as you think. Lu Feng smiled and gave himself the light of life, and his broken lips immediately returned to their original state. Conveniently, he also gave Lu Erlong a white light. Lu Erlong made a strange cry in great comfort. What skill is this? Feel it again. Lu Feng turned his palm and emitted another white light. Lu Erlong waved his hand and said, "No, no, don't come again. I know what the skills are. It assists in treatment and enhances vitality. The effect is very good, but it makes people want to scream. Your screams like this make me think again." Lu Feng walked towards Lu Erlong with a smile. Are you not afraid that I will bite your lip again?" Lu Erlong took a step back for some reason, seeming a little afraid of Lu Feng. You know, she is a 79th level soul saint, and Lu Feng is only a 34th level soul master. What is she afraid of? For his identity as leader, she only has respect, gratitude, and no fear. The old god Lu Feng was there, and he slowly pressed forward. Just bite it through. Wait a minute, we have been here for too long. I don't know what people outside will think. Don't you still want to participate in the soul fighting competition. Lu Erlong spoke a little urgently. Seeing how anxious you are, don't worry, I will never force you to do something you don't want to do. Lu Feng chuckled. You just kissed me without my consent. Isn't that considered forced? No, that's what you promised. You just fulfilled your promise. Okay, I bet you are cruel. I don't know who was more ruthless from behind. They forcibly picked me up and pressed me on top. Lu Feng glanced at the toilet. The strange charming charm still lingered on him, but he also knew that it was not the right time. You also said. Lu Erlong's beautiful eyes stared, and suddenly he frowned. Sweat broke out on his forehead. He covered his heart and his body shook. What's wrong with you? Lu Feng supported him. Lu Erlong sat down and meditated on his exercises. After a few breaths, she opened her eyes and said, It's strange. At that moment just now, I felt my heart beating suddenly and my whole body was extremely hot. It felt like my martial spirit was burning. My red fire dragon martial spirit shouldn't be afraid of fire. It was a bit unbearable, and now, my martial soul's power has been greatly enhanced. Her excitement was revealed in her disbelieving eyes. The power of the martial soul has been greatly enhanced, which means that the absolute strength is more powerful. This is the opportunity that all soul masters dream of. Lu Feng's heart moved. Maybe it has something to do with you drinking my blood. Your blood. Lu Erlong remembered that since it was his first kiss, it was a little awkward, but the feeling became more and more wonderful. Unknowingly, he entered an explosive state, biting Lu Feng's lips and drinking his blood. My blood contains dragon attribute. Lu Feng can't reveal the dragon god bloodline yet, and talking about dragon attributes is not considered cheating. With dragon attribute, no wonder this kiss is so worth it. You are such a big treasure. I agree to give you another kiss. If you want to bite your lip, I won't come with you. Then come back later. If we stay here too long, Flanders must have become suspicious and get out quickly. Lu Erlong was in a good mood. He combed his messy long hair with his hands in front of the mirror and straightened his clothes. I seem to like this feeling. It's so miserable. When Lu Erlong walked out of the room, his clothes were smooth and his face had returned to the proud and indifferent look of the female CEO. She had a noble and elegant demeanor, and she took it calmly under everyone's attention. P.S. The plot will not all follow the original plot. It will mainly focus on important locations. Chapter 82. The Titan Ape makes a violent appearance. Another unexpected ending. Lu Feng also adjusted and followed Lu Erlong out, looking at the back of Ting Ting Yuli, who is within reach. Her slender waist and straight curves form a graceful curve that makes men obsessed and women jealous. In his mind, the memories of the touch of those places he just touched could not help but appear. There is no difference between the firm skin and that of a girl. A little more soft feeling. I still feel that my fingers are fragrant. The two parties were confused and intoxicated just now, but they didn't feel as clearly as they do now. In this world, if you can become a high-level soul master at a young age, your appearance can be preserved and your youth will remain forever. Moreover, as your soul power increases, impurities in the body will continue to be discharged, and the resistance and structure of the body will continue to increase, and the skin will become more and more beautiful. It will be smooth and flawless. Scars, melanin, small spot, etc. will disappear. You can be perfect without any makeup, and your figure will become more and more perfect. Therefore, senior female soul masters will only become more and more beautiful and charming. Their beautiful appearance lasts forever, but their temperament, charm, manners, etc. are constantly improving. Lu Erlong is one of the outstanding goddesses. Lu Erlong now holds power and sits in the high position of female CEO. He has added a layer of aura and a high-spirited look, which is the charming but distant style of an elite woman. But just now, he was able to press Goddess Lu like this on the door panel. At this moment, Lu Feng could touch Lu Erlong's body again as long as he stretched out his hand. But no, so many people are watching. Now is the time to show off your acting skills. Seeing President Liu's calm and composed performance as if nothing had happened, he had to accept it. What a talented actress, but his talent as an actor is not bad either. Lu Feng walked out with a flat smile. Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu came forward. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes flashed with concern. Are you okay? Lu Feng hugged her waist and said, It's okay. If you want to know, I can tell you the details when I get back. Lu Erlong, who was elegantly reaching out to pick up the glass goblet and taking a sip of the wine in the glass, almost spit out the wine when he heard this. Mr. Alliance Leader, if something like that happened to us, can we tell your fiancé? During the conversation with her in the bathroom, Lu Feng briefly explained his current situation and took the initiative to reveal that Zhu Zhuqing was his fiancé. There was no need to hide it, nor did he want to hide it. No, I'm not interested in hearing about your business. I've heard enough on the road, and now I feel a headache when I hear the word business. Zhu Zhuqing shook his head. Zhu Zhuqing is the quasi-proprietress. Lu Feng intends to train his fiancé. He goes from Xingluo City to Soto and talks to her about his business experience in his spare time along the way. But Zhu Zhuqing had no interest in business matters and found it boring. Lu Feng doesn't force things either. Everyone has their own interest adventurous and talent. Zhu Zhuqing has no concept of money, but in terms of persistence and hard work in cultivation, he can leave behind most of his contemporaries. Have you been disciplined by your superiors? Xiao Wu tilted her head and asked in a low voice. Training? How could you tell that I was being trained? Lu Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I think President Liu's aura seems like he likes to train people. Xiao Wu stuck out her tongue and said, she is not my superior. We communicate on an equal footing. Thank you Sister Xiao for your concern. Lu Feng smiled and winked at Xiao Wu. Is it almost our little Tmall group's turn? Xiao Wu likes to be the elder sister, and there is a school of heroines like Lu Erlong with a heroic and righteous character, so Lu Feng simply makes her the nominal team leader. Flender interjected. It was originally our turn. You stayed in the room for too long and wasted the time. It was manager Ao who helped push back the time. Franda's slightly strange gaze shifted from Lu Erlong to Lu Feng. He and Lu Erlong's guess was correct. After they entered the room, Flanders used his extraordinary ear to eavesdrop on the movements in the room. However, he heard everything, and he couldn't say that he heard nothing. There was a sound like hitting the wall. Flender was the opposite of Zhu Zhuqing. He really wanted to know what Lu Feng and Lu Erlong said and did inside, but he was embarrassed to ask because he had nothing to do with him. When he was young, he liked Erlong, but after Erlong said he chose Yu Xiaogang, he gradually became dissatisfied. Nowadays, Flanders is also more concerned about the little monster's performance in Fighting Souls. Next, the three new students recruited by Shrek Academy did not disappoint him. Winning without any doubt, Lu Feng defeated his opponent with just one move when using the golden-winged Tianpeng martial spirit, giving Flanders another surprise. The three of them wore 8 treasures of Ruyi soft armor with amazing defensive power. Even if their bodies were attacked by the opponent, they would not be damaged. Of course, their heads must be protected. Manager Ao originally wanted to mess with the arrangement but found that it was unnecessary. With the talent and strength of the three of them, it would be difficult to find an opponent in the Iron Fighting Soul sequence. Therefore, the arrangement is just to prevent the three of them from running into each other. In the original plot, maybe due to luck, Tang San met Zhu Zhuqing in the first game, defeated her in various tricks, and stepped on Zhu Zhuqing to show off. In fact, if we train in the same academy, we will inevitably compete with each other on weekdays. There is really no need to meet in the spirit fighting field. The losing side will have to deduct 1 point. Losing the first game in a much anticipated game inevitably affected Zhu Zhuqing's mood, and tonight Tang San was beaten until he was lying in bed recovering. Zhu Zhuqing won his first game and got the Iron Fighting Soul badge. The little Tmall combination naturally won. Everyone is in a happy mood. Returned to the gate of Shrek Academy, the sound of crying came. A beautiful aristocratic girl in a gorgeous short skirt squatted on the ground crying, looking pitiful. Lu Feng knew clearly that it was Ning Rang Rang who left Shrek Academy unwilling to fail like this. She changed her mind and ran back, but she felt that it was shameful to come back like this. She had never been so wronged since she was a child. When a girl cries, it usually happens at 3 o'clock. The first is seeking attention. The second is that she wants to be comforted, that is, she wants someone to comfort her. The third is to vent your emotions. After she was scolded by Flanders in the afternoon, she started to cry. Over the course of the afternoon and evening, she almost vented her emotions. It can be inferred from this that Ning Rang Rang cried at the school gate for 1 or 2 reasons. She did not go to a deserted corner to cry, but squatted at the school gate to cry. This was to seek attention. She went to other places to cry so that no one at Shrek Academy could see her. She hopes that someone will coax her and give her a step forward. Oscar obviously knew this trick very well. When he saw a good opportunity, he immediately stepped forward to coax him, but failed to coax him well. On the contrary, Ning Rang Rang was disgusted and told him to go away. Ning Rang Rang hopes to be coaxed, but not everyone can coax her. She has a specific person in mind. Ning Rang Rang cried even louder when she saw Lu Feng and others returning with joy and laughter. Lu Feng glanced at Wei Wei, ignored him, and pulled Sister Genji, who wanted to comfort him, into the academy gate. Chapter 84. At night in the starry forest, Xiao Wu no longer has any worries. Ning Rang Rang had been pampered and spoiled since she was a child. Her family was powerful, she was cute, smart, and beautiful. She must have had an adult come to comfort her whenever she cried as a child and give her what she wanted. If things go on like this, she will feel that crying is the best way. This makes her too naive to grow up, and it will be difficult for her to withstand the beatings from society when she grows up. All in all, this is a failure of family education. At her age, it is not her fault, but how to correct it? Flanders's deliberate harsh treatment is a good method, but Lu Feng decided to help her again and deliberately ignored her. Ning Rang Rang was stunned for a moment and stopped crying. She didn't expect that no one from Lu Feng's group came to comfort her, especially Lu Feng, who didn't even look at her, and there was a hint of contempt in his glance. This made her even more unbearable. He ignored me and still despised me. Ning Rang Rang used to be surrounded by stars admirers wherever she went, and she was always surrounded by countless suitors and people who wanted to please her. All the men looked at her with admiration and flattery. Being able to say a few words to her feels like a blessing. Being able to make her smile is even more of a precious gift. Just like the Oscar in front of me, he is groveling and fawning. If Lu Feng were asked to describe such a person, there would be only two words: dog licking. Ning Rang Rang has seen many lickers like Oscar, and there are many who are more handsome than Oscar, so how can she be rare? What's more, Oscar is not only mean-looking but also very vulgar, especially after seeing his soul skills. The soul is born from the heart. What kind of soul skills you get have a certain relationship with your original intention. Therefore, when Oscar came to coax her, Ning Rang Rang only felt like flies buzzing around her. Ning Rang Rang was also very smart and knew that those men not only coveted her beauty but also valued her status because she was the sole heir of the Seven Treasures Glaze sect. It was also because she was tired of these faces that she secretly ran out to practice alone. The first time she met Lu Feng was lining up at the entrance of Shrek Academy. Lu Feng's handsomeness Yi Fifan stood out among the freshmen in line, especially his unique temperament and demeanor, which attracted her to take a second look. But Lu Feng also glanced at her as he did just now, without staying for more than a moment. It's the same look as when you look at ordinary passerby girls. At that time, she felt that she stood out from the crowd and was the center of attention. Many boys, including Tang San, were paying close attention to her, secretly marveling at her appearance, making love to her figure, and even swallowing saliva at her. Only Lu Feng didn't look directly at her. He only had Xiao Wu in his eyes, and he was chatting and laughing with Xiao Wu, so she felt a little unhappy. After learning that Lu Feng was the assistant coach, Ning Rang Rang gave him a high look. Reached the first level of Xiao Wuji. Hearing the strangeness of Lu Feng's martial spirit, she couldn't help but take the initiative to talk to him and ask for Lu Feng's bananas. Lu Feng still ignored her. Now, Lu Feng not only ignored her but also despised her. This made her feel more aggrieved and sad than Flanders' scolding, and she felt that her self-esteem was instantly defeated. Tears welled up in Ning Rang Rang's watery, beautiful eyes. If you were pretending to cry just now, you are really crying now. But it also aroused her princess pride. Ning Rang Rang stopped crying, raised her little face with pear blossoms and rain, and chased after her. Lu Feng, stop! Is something wrong? Lu Feng turned around and asked, what was that look in your face just now? Ning Rang Rang put her hands on her hips, pursed her red lips, and said angrily, what's wrong with my eyes? Lu Feng asked knowingly, you are despising me. Yes, I despise you. You still dare to admit it, Joe. Since you asked me, I will tell you the truth. Do you want me to make up lies and deceive you? Then why do you despise me? It goes without saying that you have received an elite education. I believe that you have heard all the great principles and old chicken soup countless times. You also know what the world of soul masters is like. Go away. Don't delay our midnight snack. Lu Feng waved his hand as if to ward off lies. You're still driving me away. Ning Rang Rang stamped her feet and said angrily, I want to fight you. Well, that's right. The princess arrogance should be used in fighting and training. On the surface, Lu Feng pretended to be disdainful. Okay, if you can catch one of my moves, I will lose. One move? You look down on me so much. Ning Rang Rang was furious. Her grievances and sadness all turned into anger, as if she was about to spurt out at Lu Feng from her eyes. Zhu Zhuqing raised her eyebrows slightly, wanting to laugh inexplicably, but held it back. Su Wei, the genius of the Star Crown sect, was close to the strength of the Soul King, but he couldn't catch Lu Feng's move, let alone Ning Rang Rang, who was in his 20s. Lu Feng's third soul skill, the natural mantra, is the nightmare of all auxiliary soul masters. Therefore, when Lu Feng said this, he really didn't look down on Ning Rang Rang. Lu Feng, your level 34 twin martial souls are capable of control, attack, assistant, etc. But Rang Rang is only an auxiliary system. You are a bit bullying. Forget it. Oscar said something different, obviously standing on his side. Ning Rang Rang is on one side. Senior Oscar, didn't you see that it was she who came to me? She was the one who asked for a fight. I said I would only use one move, but instead I bullied her. Then you two can come together. If you can pick me up, trick, let me lose. In this case, Lu Feng didn't give any face. You are too arrogant. Oscar suddenly lost face. Xiao Wu wanted to go up and smooth things over, but Zhu Zhuqing held her back and said something in her ear. A hint of surprise flashed across Xiao Wu's ruby eyes, followed by a faint smile, but she ignored it. Zhu Zhuqing has known Lu Feng for a long time and has a deeper understanding. What she said in Xiao Wu's ear was, he did it on purpose. Who are you? What does it have to do with you? Do I want you to take care of it? Ning Rang Rang was in a bad mood and did not appreciate Oscar's licking. He asked Oscar 3 questions in a row, blaming Oscar for being nosy. This is embarrassing. Oscar's licking dog licked the red-hot iron rod. He was not human, standing there, and was speechless for a moment. However, in the original plot, he persisted in licking, and finally licked the iron rod into a needle, and got Ning Rang Rang wrong. But the key point is not to lick but to persevere. Article 8 of the Guide to Picking Up Girls. Persistent. As the saying goes, love grows over time. It doesn't necessarily take a long time to fall in love, but if it doesn't take a long time, there is 100% no chance. But with the appearance of Lu Feng, the situation is quietly changing. Lu Feng, you said it. If I can take your move, you will lose. If you lose, I want you to kneel down on one knee and shine my shoes. Ning Rang Rang pointed to the high heels inlaid with sparkling rhinestones under her feet, and the little witch's sly look flashed in the corner of her eyes. Outside the school gate, Zhu Zhuqing was lurking in the wood. When he heard Ning Rang Rang's word, he couldn't help but rub his forehead. You silly boy, you will suffer the consequences of your bet with Lu Feng. The mention of betting brought back Zhu Zhuqing's deep and bitter memories. In that bamboo forest, she was hung up and beaten by Lu Feng. The guy was really beating her, and his blows were so hard. She looked in the mirror in the bathroom and saw a red palm print. Thinking of this, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly felt itchy where he was hit and couldn't help but reach out and rub the round area wrapped in leather pants. And this is just interest collected by Lu Feng. She still owes Lu Feng a gambling debt as a 3-day slave. Chapter 88. Meng Yuan absorbs the attached soul bone. Tang San pretends to be kind. You are going to make a bet with me. What will you give me if you lose? Lu Feng touched his nose. Only request and order kneeling down and polishing shoes. Compared to Zhu Zhuqing's last bet with a male slave, it was not bad. Kneeling down on one knee is the etiquette for a minister to pay homage to the king, and it is also an action for a man to propose marriage. The little witch wanted to take this opportunity to experience the feeling of conquering Lu Feng. I'll give you money, Ning Rang Rang blurted out. The best thing about Kaibao Glaze sect is money, and she is the only daughter of the sect leader. Hearing this, Ma Hongjun wanted to laugh. This girl didn't go to the Great Soul Fighting Arena tonight. If she had seen Brother Feng hand out a storage soul guide worth 200,000 to 300,000 gold soul coin, she wouldn't have said this. Ever since he saw Lu Feng's behavior, Ma Hongjun decided to lick Lu Feng. On the way back, he would lick Brother Feng every time. I don't want your money, I want you to do the same thing. Lu Feng's implication was that he also wanted Ning Rang Rang to kneel down on one knee and shine his shoes. What? It's too much. It's too much. She is a girl after all, and she is a beautiful girl. The Oscar gang fights injustice. Ning Rang Rang ignored Oscar at all, fearing that Lu Feng would regret it, and said quickly, I promise you, but you have to make a move within the limit of 20 times, otherwise you will be considered a loser. Okay. Lu Feng nodded. Let's begin. The sly smile in the corner of Ning Rang Rang's eyes became more obvious. Immediately afterwards, she released the dazzling 7 treasure glazed martial spirit, and 2 soul rings rose from her feet. The second soul ring brightened, and the clear and melodious chanting of the aureole sounded. The second soul skill. The 7 treasures turn out to be glass. The 7 treasures are famous. The second is speed. Ning Rang Rang gave herself a speed increase, turned around and ran away. The speed is extremely fast, leaving a trail of after images behind him. He ran away dozens of meters in a flash. If you can't beat him, you can always outrun him. Everyone couldn't help but be stunned. I didn't expect Ning Rang Rang to do this. Lu Feng frowned. Ning Rang Rang, do you call this a battle? Where is the most basic trust between people? I don't care. After I greatly increase the speed attribute, let's see how you can catch up with me. Remember, you only have time to count 20 times, and now you have counted to 4. Hehe. The girl's triumphant laughter, like silver bells, echoed in the night sky. The little witch is so cunning. Haha, it's a bit of a joke, but there is no rule against running away in the battle. Lu Feng, you will definitely lose. Ha 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 ha. Oscar laughed heartily. Phew. Lu Feng didn't want to kneel down and clean Ning Rang Rang's shoes, so he immediately released the golden-winged Tianpeng martial spirit, flapped his huge flame wings, and rose into the sky, chasing after Ning Rang Rang. The huge wings flapped out a storm of hot water, causing Oscar to stagger and unable to open his eyes. When Oscar opened his eyes, Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu, who had cold eyes, were both standing in front of him, looking unkind. Is it funny? I challenge you. Zhu Zhuqing's words are concise and concise. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhu Zhuqing flew up and kicked Oscar with his long leg. With the speed of the agility attack system and the amplification of the 2 Wind Thunder Leopard King Soul Bone, Zhu Zhuqing almost had the ultimate attack speed. Ning Rang Rang deceived her husband. Oscar made sarcastic remarks and even laughed. She was a little angry. She fights for her husband. Oscar turned around and wanted to run, but couldn't get away at all. The sole of Zhu Zhuqing's shoe hit his back firmly. Boom. Oscar's body flew out and landed like a dog eating shit. Zhu Zhuqing defeated Oscar with only one move. The movements are crisp and neat. Oscar was unprepared, but even if he was, the food assistance system couldn't compete with Zhu Zhuqing. But Zhu Zhuqing didn't use his soul power, nor did he attack Oscar's vital point. He mainly wanted to teach Oscar a lesson because he couldn't stand him. So powerful, so cruel. Ma Hongjun was taken aback. Fortunately, it wasn't Zhu Zhuqing who attacked him during the day, otherwise he wouldn't be able to withstand the speed and power. In his little notebook there is one more reason not to offend Lu Feng. Brother Feng's fiancée Zhu Zhuqing. He beats her whenever she wants, and she doesn't say much when she is cruel. In the woods, Zhu Zhuqing was stunned when he saw the new martial spirit used by Lu Feng. I was so excited that I almost fell from the tree. Zhu Zhuqing's heart trembled wildly. Good guy, this kid is a twin martial soul. The second martial spirit turned out to be so terrifying, shocking the world. Judging from third sister's calm demeanor, she should have known that she had twin martial arts souls. It's so hard to hide this from me. He didn't regard my sister-in-law as one of his own at all. However, he was right to be on guard. Zhu Zhuqing thought that she was still burdened with tasks that might be detrimental to Lu Feng, but they were also tasks that she could not possibly do. Ning Rang Rang heard the roaring wind approaching quickly from behind her. When she looked back, she was startled. Lu Feng flapped huge golden wings burning with flames from behind and chased her in the air, much faster than her. Didn't you talk about tree martial art, condensing bananas, etc.? It's all a lie. Seeing that Lu Feng was at a distance where he could use his soul skills to attack, at this time she silently counted to 8. Once Lu Feng used soul skills to attack, she had no chance of avoiding them on this empty plain. If you run into the wood, there will be many trees as obstacles, which will affect Lu Feng's sight and flight speed, making it easier to avoid attack. Ning Rang Rang made a quick decision, turned around and ran towards the woods nearby. Now it was Zhu Zhuqing's turn to be shocked. Why are you running towards my hiding place? With Lu Feng's current strength, if she gets too close, she might be discovered, which would be embarrassing. I have already said goodbye to him, and now I am outside Shrek Academy again so as not to arouse any suspicion. It's strange to be suspicious. Zhu Zhuqing quickly retreated. Just as she was retreating, she noticed two black figures moving forward. Observing their quick movement, it is obvious that they are masters of espionage. Such masters are also good at assassination. Someone is unfavorable to Lu Feng. Thinking of this, she did not move again but followed the black shadow. If someone is harmful to Lu Feng, she can help. Protecting Lu Feng's safety is more important than her embarrassment, but Ning Rang Rang chose to break into the wood, so she could only mourn for Ning Rang Rang. Last time, she also mistook the wood, only to discover that Lu Feng's entangled root could exert the most terrifying power in the wood. Zhu Zhuqing's guess was correct. Not long after Ning Rang Rang ran into the wood, she found that there was no way. From all directions, root branches and vines were wrapping around her, overwhelming her. Ah! With a scream, Ning Rang Rang was tied up just like Zhu Zhuqing was hung up like last time. How come you really still have a plant-type martial spirit? You are a twin martial spirit. Only then did Ning Rang Rang realize that running into the forest was a wrong decision, but even if he didn't run into the forest, he would still be caught up by Lu Feng. I really can't catch his move. I'm so miserable. Just as Ning Rang Rang was complaining in his heart, two black figures rushed out. One rushed towards Lu Feng, and the other drew his sword and swung at Ning Rang Rang. However, they were not trying to assassinate Ning Rang Rang, but to cut off the plants that were entangled with Ning Rang Rang. Roll! Lu Feng's second soul ring lit up, and two green lights shone on the two masked men in black at the same time. Almost at the same time, the roots also entangled them tightly. Lu Feng guessed that these two men in black were sent by Ning Fengzi, the leader of Kaibao Glai sect, to secretly protect Ning Rang Rang, so he did not kill them. As the vines swung, they were thrown more than 100 meters away, and their root firmly controlled them. At this time, Lu Feng felt that there was another person. Through the shared plant perception, I found that it was a familiar fiery figure, and the cat-like posture lying on the tree was all too familiar. Auntie, it turns out you didn't go back spying on us. But from the way Zhu Zhuqing followed the two men in black, it was clear that she had protective intentions, because she and the Kaibao Glai sect cannot be from the same group. Since Zhu Zhuqing didn't want his whereabouts to be exposed, Lu Feng wouldn't try to expose him for the time being. Ning Rang Rang, you cheated, but you still lost. Lu Feng walked up to Ning Rang Rang and looked at her. Ning Rang Rang knows how to show off her beauty. The trendy long hair is draped softly on her shoulders, setting off her slightly childish and fair face with a rosy face. Her beautiful eyes are like sapphires. Her nose is straight and small, and her decent-fitting dress outlines her graceful figure that still has room for growth. Body youthful and attractive. She doesn't wear tube socks. She must be very confident about her leg. Indeed, her pair of round jade legs. Her skin is exceptionally fair, like flawless jade, and her smooth feet under her slender calves, wearing shiny high heels, show her full beauty, especially the snow-white thigh skin under the short skirt. It seems like water will flow out of it if you pinch it. How can ordinary people be willing to touch this flawless and delicate perfection like flowers and jade? And I am a bright and noble person, snapped. Lu Feng slapped Ning Rang Rang's snow-white thigh. Chapter 89 Meng Yuren's determination. The second man-faced demon spider. Ah! Ning Rang Rang's scream penetrated the silence of the forest at night, but the sound couldn't travel very far. The branches, leaves and roots of trees blocked the sound transmission layer by layer on the periphery periphery like waves. Scream, scream loudly. No one can hear you even if you shout at the top of your lung. Lu Feng felt a sense of déjà vu as a villain. This line and this tone were usually spoken by a gangster who couldn't survive an episode. In fact, it was not that no one could hear it. Zhu Zhuqing, who was sitting 20 meters away, could hear it very clearly. You dare to hit me. Ning Rang Rang's tears fell again. She was such a golden girl with such a noble status that her family could not even pamper her. She had never been photographed like this before, and outsiders dared to take action, otherwise she would die miserably. However, Lu Feng reached out and touched her without any regard for her extremely noble status, or pat the beautiful legs she is most proud of. Compared with girls of the same age, her breasts are slightly flat, but her flawless white skin surpasses them, and this advantage can best be shown in her long leg. At this moment, her flawless and round thighs were slapped mercilessly by Lu Feng, and a red palm print immediately appeared on the shocking snow-white skin, which instantly destroyed the beauty and made her feel ashamed. Who told you to cheat and fall into my hands again? You lose, Lu Feng said with a faint smile. Put me down first. This time will not count. We will compete again. Ning Rang Rang said unconvinced. Is there any reason not to count it? Lu Feng said, because you didn't say you had 2 martial arts spirit. The reason is not valid. I don't accept it anyway. I won't let you down if you don't accept it. That's right. Do you feel that the skin all over your body is itchy and your body is gradually getting numb? Lu Feng saw that Ning Rang Rang's mouth was still hard and the needles released paralyzing toxins. You are poisonous. Let me go. If you admit defeat, I'll let you go. I don't admit it. I just don't admit defeat. We are classmates. You don't dare to do anything to me, and you may not know my identity. I kindly remind you that my father is Ning Fengzi, the sect leader of the 7 Treasures Glaze sect. You also have Grandpa Jian, Grandpa Bone, the 2 major titled Douluo. Lu Feng helped her tell it. Sword Douluo. Gu Douluo Luo watched Ning Rang Rang grow up and loved her very much. Title Douluo represents the strength that can dominate one side, the top expert among soul masters. There are very few titled Douluo known on the mainland, and you can count them with your fingers. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan only has 1 titled Douluo, and it is already among the top 3 sect, let alone 2 titled Douluo plus the 7 Treasures Glaze sect. Who dares to mess with someone whose wealth rivals that of a country? The mischievous Prince Xuebeng had to be polite when he saw Ning Rang Rang. Prince Xueqing, he was Ning Fengzi's disciple, and he loved Ning Rang Rang very much. This is the reason why Ning Rang Rang is still stubborn at this moment. She had a condescending sense of superiority. You know, how dare you hit me? Let me tell you, even if you are very talented, you are only a mere soul master. If I, Grandpa Jian, know that you hit me, snapped. Lu Feng slapped Ning Rang Rang on her buttock. An even louder scream came from Ning Rang Rang's mouth. She never expected that using background pressure would not only be useless but would also prompt Lu Feng to raise his arms and greet him directly with the palm of his hand. Lu Feng used more force and hit in an even more embarrassing position. Lu Feng said casually, now there is more than 1 blow, and then there will be a 3rd blow. Snapped. Bang bang. It hurt. Snapped. Lu Feng would not hesitate to talk to her and prove his determination with action. It has also been confirmed to be very effective on Zhu Zhuqing. Stop fighting. I'll admit defeat. I'll admit defeat, that's all. Woo-hoo-hoo. Moreover, every time Lu Feng hit her, her suspended body would rotate away, making her dizzy. She finally let go. She was afraid when she met Lu Feng, who was fearless. I wish I had said this earlier. Lu Feng stopped. Ning Rang Rang took a deep breath and quickly calmed down from the panic. She found that Lu Feng ignored her crying and refused to eat hard food, so she tried giving him soft food. You're tied too tightly. Please loosen it a little. Ning Rang Rang struggled for a while but lowered her attitude and used a gentle tone. Lu Feng raised his hand slightly. The vines on Ning Rang Rang's body loosened slightly. Of course she didn't know that Lu Feng could share perception, fully feel the beautiful figure of Ning Rang Rang with fine skin and tender flesh. Of course the feeling is not as clear as if he did it himself. Ning Rang Rang breathed a sigh of relief. If you find the right direction, he will take advantage of you. Ning Rang Rang pouted her red lips, glanced at Lu Feng with her beautiful eyes and said, you guys, it's not like you don't know how to show mercy to women, so why are you so cruel to me? Not far away, Zhu Zhuqing had a few black lines drawn from his forehead. He was more cruel to me, but he was less gentle to you. Lu Feng raised his head, looked up at the starry sky at a 45-degree angle, and said, there was a master named Lu Sun in my hometown. He once said a famous saying, hitting is a bond, scolding is a love. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes flashed with water, brighter than the stars in the sky, and a charming smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It turned out that he had been interested in me for a long time. Ning Rang Rang's round eyes were as beautiful as gemstone. Her heart suddenly pounded like a deer, and her little face suddenly turned red. What a surprise! This way of expressing my love is so surprising, but I'm not such a casual girl. I have to think about it. What confession? This sentence is used to describe parents treating their children. This spanking is to punish you on behalf of your father. Ning Rang Rang. Zhu Zhuqing. Lu Feng continued. If I have ill intentions towards you, what will you do now? I ask you, what kind of malice? Kill me? I'm not afraid of death. Some malice is more terrifying than death and will make people want to live but not die. Lu Feng stretched out his hard-working hands and lifted Ning Rang Rang's skirt. There is no need to explain too much. Actions can explain it better. Sure enough, Ning Rang Rang understand in seconds. If a man forces him to do that, life would be worse than death. But if it is Lu Feng, it seems to be just fine. Bah, bah. When did this princess become so shameless? Although Lu Feng didn't open it completely, she still couldn't help but feel a shiver in her heart and tightened her leg. I understand. Don't touch me again. Let me go first. Okay, let me put you down now. Lu Feng raised his hands and untied Ning Rang Rang. My body won't obey me. If you let me go like this, I will fall down. Then I'll catch you below. That's pretty much it. Next moment, Ning Rang Rang's delicate body fell into Lu Feng's arms. Nephrite is in my arms, and the fragrant wind blows. His heart skipped a beat and he couldn't help but put his nose into Ning Rang Rang's hair and took a deep breath. What are you doing standing there in a daze? Quickly detoxify me, Ning Rang Rang urged shyly. Chapter 90. The 900-year-old man-faced demon spider is absorbed by Tang San. Looking at Ning Rang Rang shivering, looking weak and ready to cry without tears, Lu Feng also felt a little bit unbearable. Do you want to eat my banana? Among the fruit, bananas are my favorite. You can really? Ning Rang Rang nodded. Curiosity revealed in her clear eyes. Lu Feng's mind changed and the second soul ring lit up. White light flashed in his hand, turning invisible into tangible. In an instant, a big banana condensed and was stuffed into Ning Rang Rang's hand. Give her a banana to calm down her shock, just like giving a candy to a child after an injection. Wow, it's really good. You didn't lie to me. Ning Rang Rang ate the banana on the spot. Yeah, it really melts in your mouth. It tastes better than anything I've ever tasted. It's sweet and fragrant and it gives me a lot of energy. After recovering, I still want it. I'm also a foodie. After Ning Rang Rang ate 3 bananas in a row, Lu Feng refused to give him any more. Okay, you're almost full. Go back. After eating the delicious banana, Ning Rang Rang felt much better, relaxed and had a smile on her face. She was as smart as ice and snow. When she calmed down and thought about it, she could feel that Lu Feng actually had no ill intentions toward her. He was using a unique way to let her experience some truths for herself. After experiencing it, she truly understood. Seemingly understanding Lu Feng's intentions, she was no longer timid. Ning Rang Rang tugged at the corner of Lu Feng's clothes. You patted me in such a shameful place and gave me an injection. It's more shameful than kneeling down on one knee. I won't hold you accountable, but you can't ask me to kneel down either. Shushine, it's even. Let's keep what happened just a secret. Okay, Kin. Lu Feng readily agreed. He asked the entire business alliance to cancel the ceremony of kneeling. How could you make such a delicate and beautiful girl kneel down? I just wanted to change her overly arrogant and willful style, not to destroy her self-esteem. Even if she accidentally loses to Ning Rang Rang, there is no time limit for her to kneel down on one knee. When he captures her, kneeling down on one knee to shine shoes is one of the fun things between lovers. When they get to the bed, she has sometimes I have to kneel down. Hearing this, Ning Rang Rang completely let go of the stone hanging in her heart. Her smile bloomed and she turned around happily, like a colorful butterfly flying. Zhu Zhuqing sighed inwardly. Why didn't I get such treatment at that time? Maybe it was at that time that I showed obvious hostility towards Lu Feng, and Ning Rang Rang showed that she was joking with Lu Feng from the beginning. This little girl is smarter than me. She is indeed the daughter of Ning Fengzi. Ning Fengzi is a famous wise man in the whole continent with very high IQ and EQ. Otherwise he wouldn't be able to win over a titled Douluo who is 100 times more powerful than him, especially a sword Douluo who is aloof and doesn't value wealth. Lu Feng never looked in the direction where Zhu Zhuqing was hiding. Therefore, Zhu Zhuqing did not know that her whereabouts and body had long been exposed to Lu Feng's watching. Lu Feng did not go to Zhu Zhuqing and took Ning Rang Rang back towards Shrek Academy. Do you really look down on me? On the way, Ning Rang Rang asked. Lu Feng spread his hands and said, it may be a little bit ahead, but since you dare to challenge me, I can't despise you. Alright. Ning Rang Rang was basically satisfied with this promise, but she was saying in her heart, I will work harder to practice and study, and one day I will make you look up to me and admire me. Ning Rang Rang felt relaxed and happy inside. Although the process was tortuous and she suffered some losses, overall she succeeded. Successfully get attention. Success becomes the focus. Successfully received Lu Feng's unique coaxing. Successfully eliminated Lu Feng's contempt and even ate Lu Feng's bananas and had a special close contact with Lu Feng. Although the last point was Lu Feng's forced action, which was difficult to accept at first, the result was not bad, and he said, hitting is kissing, scolding is loving. I always feel that it is not always used for parents to treat their children. Anyway, way. The relationship between the two is different now, and Lu Feng has a good grasp of Lu Feng's character of being soft-hearted and not hard-hearted, so in the future he can be given soft treat. I saw Lu Feng and Ning Rang Rang returning to the school gate. Oscar, who was a little impatient, looked if because what he saw were two people walking around chatting and laughing. The atmosphere was harmonious and friendly. Ning Rang Rang was even a little bit affectionate towards Lu Feng, and there was a little bit of coquettishness in their words and actions. How so? Didn't they just confront each other, accuse each other, and not hesitate to fight? Oscar smiled bitterly and couldn't help but ask, which of you lost? Ning Rang Rang ignored him and went directly to Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu, taking the initiative to drag them with them and whispering about the girls' families. They quickly got along with each other. The three girls seemed to be on the same front and rolled their eyes at Lu Feng. Ning Rang Rang had strong communication skills, and Ning Fengzi cultivated her as his heir. It has always been extremely difficult for the Kaibao glazed martial soul to reach the top in terms of soul power. Therefore, as a sect leader, communication skills are very important. You need to contact the royal family at the top, manage the sect members and industries at the bottom, and maintain communication with the major family forces at the middle level. We don't win or lose. Let's go, senior. Let's go have a late night snack. I bought snowflake beef and star-dough stout. Lu Feng patted Oscar on the shoulder and followed the three girls to the canteen. He wanted to cook the roast beef himself. There is no winning or losing. Oscar sighed inwardly, and he probably knew that he was actually the loser. But after all, it was the first day they met, and he didn't have much affection for Ning Rang Rang. He was just amazed by Ning Rang Rang's beauty and felt that he had a chance. Ma Hongjun grabbed Oscar's neck and said, "Brother, don't be so arrogant. Although you are vulgar, you are handsome and you are not afraid of not having a girlfriend." Oscar retorted, "You still say that you are more vulgar than me. Okay, if you say that, I won't introduce cousin Qiwa to you." "Cousin Qiwa? How do you compare with Qiwa? She's even more beautiful. She just returned to the village from out of town today, and I just saw her. She was originally going to be kept to myself." "More beautiful than Qiwa? What's her name?" Oscar's eyes widened and a lewd smile appeared on his face. "I admit that you are more vulgar than me, so I will tell you my name and introduce you to him." "I'm vulgar than you. That's okay." "Haha, okay. Her name is Cauliflower." "Cauliflower? Listen to this name. It is the same as my food. Thing are destined to be together." "Fat man, my brother's future happiness depends on you." Oscar immediately hooked up with Ma Hongjun and made friends. When Lu Feng heard the word cauliflower, the corners of his mouth twitched. I almost couldn't hold back my laughter. Oscar doesn't pretend. He doesn't have any scheming, and it's still good to be friends. Then I heard Ma Hongjun say, "You're at a big loss if you didn't come with us tonight. Our brother Feng is an invisible rich man." He gave Xiao Wu a splendid sumuru sachet worth more than 300,000 yuan. Brother Feng saw that I also lacked a storage soul guide, so he also gave me a storage belt worth 50,000 gold soul coin. What? Oscar's eyes were fixed on Ma Hongjun's new belt, and his pupils suddenly dilated. Neither he nor the Ma Hongjun family are rich, otherwise they wouldn't be pushing their carts around to sell sausages. Although it doesn't cost much, a sausage only sells for 5 copper soul coin. How many sausages does he have to sell to earn 1 gold soul coin? How could he not be shocked when Lu Feng casually gave away extremely valuable items worth tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of gold soul coin? Oscar was stunned for a moment, then quickly caught up with Lu Feng, rubbed his hands together and put on a toothy smile. "Well, Lu, brother Feng, I am also in urgent need of a storage soul guide. Look." Chapter 91. Meng Yuren's inner voice. Everyone is shocked by the external soul bone. "No problem, I'll give you one too." Lu Feng listened to their conversation and he threw a storage belt to Oscar. A high-end soul tool worth more than 100,000 yuan can be given away without feeling distressed, let alone such an intermediate storage soul tool. As early as 2 years ago, gold coins were just a list of data to him. Decrease or increase, as long as it was less than 10 million, he didn't feel much. But he was not just throwing away money with selfless devotion, giving things to Ma Hongjun and Oscar because he had absorbed Ma Hongjun's ultimate fire, and he would also take away Oscar and Ning Rang Rang's marriage, so he made up for them in terms of property. It's really generous. It's so proud. "Thank you, brother Feng. Thank you, brother Feng." As if Oscar had won a treasure, he danced excitedly, his eyes full of gratitude, and he thanked him repeatedly. Among them, Daimyo Bai was originally the richest, but he spent most of it on women. He usually spent some money when entertaining his classmate for dinner, but he never gave any decent gift. He also acted like a nobleman and scolded them all day long, often bossing them around, carrying water, running errands, etc., and he couldn't stand Oscar selling sausages to raise money for school fees. Lu Feng was different. He had just arrived. He gave them expensive gift without hesitation, but he didn't have any requirements for them. He was as gentle as jade. In the attic, I saw Lu Feng and Ning Rang Rang returning just now. Ning Rang Rang's squeamishness disappeared. She didn't cry or make trouble, and she was submissive. Flanders and Xiao Wuji were very surprised. I don't know what trick Lu Feng used. He went back and forth, and within a short time he actually tamed the famous little witch from the Kaibao Glaze sect. Xiao Wuji praised Dean. You still have a sharp eye. This assistant teacher was chosen well. Flanders nodded. Well, that good, but Lu Feng is too generous. Giving such an expensive gift all at once may affect Oscar and Ma Hongjun's aspirations. Being poor can sometimes be a motivation for progress. Well said, Boss Nafo. Please return the storage soul tool worth 100,000 yuan to Xiao Feng, or give it to me. Old Zhao, you are too greedy. Xiao Feng didn't give you one as well, and you still want to steal mine. Aren't I trying to make you poorer and give you the motivation to make progress? That's not. There is no other way when you are poor. I can only say this. It is of course best to have sufficient training resources. A higher starting point can also save more time and spend it on training and learning instead of spending a lot of money. It takes time to earn that little money, but work experience is also essential. I'm going around and I don't understand. I want to say something nice. Can you give it to me? No. The next day, on the playground of Shrek Academy, Flanders summoned all the teachers and students. Lu Feng was slightly surprised to see Lu Erlong standing behind Flander, and roughly guessed what was going on. Sure enough, Flanders announced that Lu Erlong would become the honorary dean of Shrek Academy. As the honorary dean, she can make flexible arrangements. She can teach for 1 or 2 classes when she is free, or she can not come all the time. Lu Erlong came to Flanders early in the morning to ask for this honorary dean, and took the initiative to stay for a few days to attend classes. Of course Flanders wanted it. At this time, after Flanders introduced Lu Erlong's identity, Ning Rang Rang was surprised. Ma Hongjun and Oscar cheered. Dai Mubai also looked happy. They probably know what kind of status it means to be the female president of the Pan-Continent Business Alliance. It is said that she manages 200,000 to 300,000 people under her command. She is so noble. She is almost like a queen. A 79th level soul saint with half-step soul fighting strength, stronger than the dean. Previously, she was also the dean of Lanba Academy in Tiandu City. The most important thing is the first one. President Liu's status in the Merchant Alliance is second only to the elders. If she could use her influence, Dai Mubai's competition with Davis for the throne might turn around. It is a great honor to invite President Liu to serve as the honorary dean of our college. Because President Liu and I have been close friends for many years. Slender kept talking, intending to use this to increase his influence and credit. Wait a minute, let me say a few words. Lu Erlong corrected him bluntly. I'm sorry, Slender, my coming to your academy really has nothing to do with you. I came here purely for Lu Feng's face. The whole place fell silent. Everyone was shocked, including teachers such as Li Yuzong and Xiao Wuji. Only then did I realize that this female boss was able to condescend to come to Shrek Academy entirely because of Lu Feng's favor. Unexpectedly, Lu Feng was so powerful in the business alliance that he could prompt the president to come to Shrek Academy. Flanders was a little embarrassed and could only laugh dryly, unable to refute. After so many years, Lu Erlong's character is still as hot as her figure, and there is no sand in her eyes. Of course he didn't know Lu Feng's status in Lu Erlong's mind. If it were anyone else, she wouldn't care if Flanders said this, but Lu Feng was here and she didn't beat around the bush. She hoped that Lu Feng would be directly influenced by her. A message for him. In fact, Lu Erlong didn't emphasize it, and Lu Feng also understood her intentions. But my lord president, didn't this alliance leader ask you to stay in the lakeside manor for the time being to practice? He didn't let you come over. Is it really okay to make your own decisions like this? Lu Erlong added. Everyone also knows that Lu Feng is a member of our Merchant Alliance. It is rare for the Merchant Alliance to find a peerless genius like Lu Feng, so we must devote all our efforts to cultivating him. But he chose Shrek Academy, so we can only agree. Therefore, I am here mainly to train Lu Feng, but other than the special training courses, everyone else can participate. Special training? Really good at using words. I was speechless. With these 2 words, she would be able to be alone with him openly. Pull me to the bathroom or train me on the bed. On the surface, Lu Feng showed the expression of a good student who was listening carefully. Everyone was relieved when they heard Lu Erlong's upright and well-founded explanation. Then, Lu Feng, come with me. My time is limited, so hurry up and give you the first period of special training. Lu Erlong glanced at Lu Feng and waved. Lu Feng could only shrug, left the queue, and followed Lu Erlong. Everyone else also started class. A secluded place in the back of Shrek Academy. Lu Erlong stood handsomely under a big tree, turned around with a smile and said, I'm sorry, Lord Leader, my subordinate came here without your permission. Now that the matter is over, please call me teacher first. Lu Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Do you want to get over the addiction of being the leader's teacher? That's right, I may never be able to surpass you in my position in this life, so just let me have the feeling of being a teacher. Hehe. It's your job to obey the leader's instructions. If you don't, your salary will be deducted. Just press it. What could be more important than assisting the alliance leader to grow? Lu Feng's breath was stagnant. I guess what you said makes sense, but we don't need to call the teacher in private. It's okay if you don't call me teacher. Why don't I adopt you as my adopted son and you call me mom? It might feel better to be the mother of the alliance leader. No, we already did that last night. Being a mother and son is too much. Too much. You also know that this is too much. It's a mess. That's not what the script is like. You want to accept Xiao Wu as your adopted daughter, not to show off your motherly nature to me. In short, you want to ride on my leader. Thinking of Lu Erlong riding on him, calling Feng and himself calling her foster mother, Lu Feng couldn't help but shuddered. A strange feeling spread in his body and he quickly said, teacher. Chapter 92 Tang San's hatred and regret. Lu Feng's sweat. It's still acceptable to call the teacher. After calling the teacher, Lu Feng smiled helplessly. Very good. Giggle. Lu Erlong let out a satisfied smile. Her smile was bright and beautiful, and the hint of uniqueness hidden in the sweet laughter was what Lu Feng couldn't bear the most. Teacher, should I teach you fighting skills first, or should we kiss first? Coming without any disguise. Don't make any detours. Ha, straightforward and too straightforward. From last night to now, she has been thinking about drinking blood to strengthen her martial spirit. Or is it that the feeling of the first kiss left her unsatisfied? Possibly both. President Lu Da's straightforward personality makes him the best guesser among women. Lu Feng spread his hands and said, you are the teacher during class time during the day, and you make the decision. At night, Lu Erlong slightly raised his smooth chin, puffed out his plump chest, and said proudly, of course, I'm not asking for your opinion, but asking myself. Lu Feng. Don't wait for Lu Feng to talk. The stunningly beautiful female teacher had rushed forward, picked up Lu Feng, and carried him on her soft shoulders like a sack. Her long legs, tightly wrapped in leather pants, suddenly straightened, and her whole body was like a cannon being fired from a barrel. Burst shot. Damn it, I am so weak that I need you to carry me on your shoulders. I can fly. The speed is not necessarily much slower than yours. But Lu Feng had no time to say these words. I don't want to say it now, because the feeling is not bad either. This is an expression of teacher Liu's love and care. Smell the delicate fragrance on her body. Of course, his hands could hug her back without any politeness. A moment, Lu Erlong found a small valley with a waterfall flowing down and a beautiful environment. Put Lu Feng down. She frowned slightly and glanced at Lu Feng with a strange look. What are you going to do? Lu Feng shrugged and said, you were the one who carried me like that. I was completely passive. My body reacted naturally and I couldn't control it. You think so? Lu Erlong could only admit that he was too hasty and carried Lu Feng away because he wanted to go faster. It was also her first time to carry a man, so she did not consider the interaction between men and women. There are some things that cannot be stuck together casually, and the leader of the alliance is very hot-blooded. You really can't blame him, but it's so shameful. My heart was just getting used to kissing him. This happened again. In order to cover up his embarrassment, Lu Erlong deliberately put on a pretty face. If I return, you call me teacher. Is teacher, Lu Feng said with a smile and obedience. If you get a bargain, you won't behave. This is his purpose. Take a deep breath, calm down, and adjust your body. I'll teach you combat skills first. What I'm good at is frontal attack. Your mutated golden winged Tianpeng martial spirit is also an attack type, so you should be able to use it. Lu Erlong was watching the battle at the Great Soul Fighting Arena last night and saw Lu Feng using the flame-burning golden winged Tianpeng martial spirit. It was similar to her mutated blue electric Tyrannosaurus martial spirit in that they both had burning flame. As for the power attack system, she felt that she had something she could teach Lu Feng. She didn't say it, but she knew in her heart that Lu Feng had done a lot for her and brought about a huge change in her gloomy life, allowing her to have the brightness and glory she has today. She also wanted to do her best and give something in return, but Lu Feng had no requirements for her. Now she has a chance to repay. She can help the leader grow, even if it can only help a little bit, even if it is in vain, even if it harms her own interest. She still has to do it. She must do it. As for enjoying the pleasure of being a leader teacher, it is an additional small benefit, and eating a little of Lu Feng's blood will enhance the martial soul, which is an unexpected additional benefit. Even without the above 2 points, she would still come to Shrek Academy to teach Lu Feng. Having been a teacher for more than 10 years, she still has quite a lot of experience in teaching. Lu Feng said, okay teacher, but my golden winged Tianpeng is not a mutation, it should be an evolution. Evolve? You are my lucky star. If I take another bite of yours, maybe my martial soul can evolve too. Lu Erlong was not sure whether drinking Lu Feng's blood or saliva had greatly enhanced her martial spirit. She needed to explore further. Lu Feng touched his nose and said, teacher also wants to evolve his martial soul. I'm afraid one bite may not be enough. We need to discuss it in depth. What does in-depth discussion mean? Ahem. I mean, I am willing to dedicate every everything to help the teacher's martial soul evolve. Well, that's pretty much it, but there's no need for anything else. As long as you will talk about it, then pay close attention. The teacher's teaching has begun. Lu Erlong released the red fire dragon spirit, and 7 spirit rings under his feet rose continuously. A strong attack must have a strong killing intent in order to exert the strongest combat effectiveness. The third soul skill, Fury and Thunder. The fourth soul skill, Bloodthirsty Flame. Once you possess the true form of a martial soul, the power of your soul skills will greatly increase. Sometimes your soul skills will also change. When fighting against a strong enemy, remember not to hesitate in attacking, but to use offense as defense. The seventh soul skill, Red Dragon True Body. While Lu Erlong was performing his soul skill, he took the trouble to explain the secret. She is the killing angle in the golden iron triangle. Focus on offense. Her pure attack power is extraordinary. She is a well-known female Tyrannosaurus. When fighting against enemies, she attacks with all her strength, with murderous intent, relentless and decisive killing. Therefore, it is called the killing corner. She is the only soul saint that even poison Douluo dare not underestimate. He is also the only soul saint who can establish a regular high-level soul master academy in Tiandu capital on his own. Shrek Academy cannot have a foothold in Soto City, not to mention Tiandu City, and it is not considered a regular academy. In terms of offensive ability, skills, experience, etc., Flanders is really not as good as Lu Erlong, not to mention Yu Xiaogang, who only knows how to fart with Luo Sanpao. The soul is born from the heart. The direction in which martial souls mutate, as well as the direction in which soul skills change, is somehow related to a person's character. As for character, some people are determined at a very young age, especially the humans in Douluo continent who are very precocious. Yu Xiaogang is too scheming and is actually a cold-blooded and vicious hypocrite. His martial soul mutated into a farting beast that looks like a pig and a dog, perhaps to prove that he is not as good as a pig or a dog. In the golden iron triangle, it was Lu Erlong who charged with all his strength, and Flanders who supported him, while Yu Xiaogang hid behind and enjoyed the benefit, and in the end he harmed Lu Erlong for his whole life. With Yu Xiaogang's intelligence, of course he knew very well what kind of character Lu Erlong was and what he would do. Everything was in his calculation, but Yu Xiaogang still didn't know that Lu Feng was quietly changing everything he had planned. Return to Lu Erlong's teaching site. After Lu Erlong finished the demonstration, he began to teach Lu Feng step by step. In the original plot, whether it was Yu Xiaogang or Flanders, when teaching practical courses they would always make a few remarks and then immediately send the students to the big spirit fighting arena for training, because they themselves were not very good at this. Teacher Lu is different. She can teach you step by step. In sparring with her, you can learn advanced combat technique and save a lot of time. Lu Feng enjoyed it a little, but also felt a little uncomfortable. Lu Erlong is a good teacher who teaches fighting skills very carefully. She is very serious about sparring and has strong attack power. Lu Feng gained a lot, but you still have to be beaten. Of course, it is impossible to waste the peerless Douluo experience card at this time. This ultimate reward is too precious. The 79-level attack type soul saint also helped her strengthen her martial soul. Even if she only used a little bit of strength up to her third soul skill, it would still be very terrifying. Anger thunder struck him, and Lu Feng's body felt like it had been hit by artillery. Not seriously injured, but really painful. After being suppressed many times, Lu Feng secretly decided, "Teacher, there will be times when I will suppress you." Chapter 93. Meng Yuren's luck was ruined. Demonic wing bone, the only one. Kaibao glazed act. 2 spies in ragged clothes and bruises were carried to the meeting hall. In the spacious, solemn, and magnificent sect hall, the sect leader Ning Fengzi sat at the head of the throne, and Sword Douluo sat at the bottom. Seeing the 2 spies sent to follow and protect Ning Rang Rang look like this, Ning Fengzi frowned. "Can you speak?" Back to the sect leader. "We, Coco, let's talk." A spy stammered with his tongue out loud. The elder of the healing department on the side couldn't see it and said for him, except for the fact that they can barely blink their eyes and say a few words, the rest of their bodies are in a state of paralysis. They have been poisoned by a paralyzing toxin. My subordinates are incompetent. I have tried it. All methods cannot help them detoxify, and it may take 2 to 3 years for the toxins to fade away on their own. Ning Fengzi asked, "Who made them like this?" "They are all Soul King level. Healing Soul Master." He is said to be a young boy from Shrek Academy who possesses both top-level bird and plant martial art. Twin martial spirit. Chen Xian's eyes moved. Ning Fengzi stood up suddenly. "Do you know what the name of that young man is? What is his origin?" "His name is Lu Feng. He is 12 years old and a 34th level Soul Master. His background has not been found out yet." Lu Feng? This name sounds familiar. Wait a minute, the boy who awakened the god-level Star Tree martial spirit in Xingluo City is also named Lu Feng, and he is also a plant martial spirit. Ning Fengzi pondered for a moment, then suddenly gasped. His tone was full of excitement could it be? Okay. Ning Fengzi was quite deep in the city, so he swallowed his words hard and said 3 good words in a row, because he knew that if Lu Feng, who had awakened a god-level martial spirit, was really in the Dumb Shrek Academy, the less people knew about him, the better his chances would be, or in other words, the better chance Rong Rong would have. Ever since the star-level genius of the Star Luo Empire's god-level martial arts was born, both Emperor Sui and him were a little worried, feeling that the balance was beginning to tilt towards the Star Luo Empire again. Although the relationship between the Tiandu Empire and the Star Luo Empire has eased due to the relationship between the Spirit Hall and the Star Luo Empire, they are mortal enemies after all. They definitely do not like each other well and do not want the other party to be strong. For this reason, Crown Prince Xue Qinghe asked for orders to personally go to the Star Luo Empire as an envoy to discuss state affairs. In fact, he was trying to find out information about the peerless genius and act according to the opportunity. Unfortunately, Xue Qinghe was not able to see Lu Feng and was currently on his way back. I heard that the mission from the Wuhan Palace failed to find Lu Feng and were looking for news about him everywhere. But unexpectedly, the Star Luo Empire secretly placed Lu Feng in Shrek Academy in a remote village outside Soto City. This move is really wonderful and very discerning. At the same time, Shrek Academy is indeed a good place for young soul masters to grow up. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to let his precious daughter go to Shrek Academy with confidence. Ning Rang Rang went to Shrek Academy all the way without his secret guidance. Of course, he sent more than 2 people to follow him secretly. So Ning Fengzi knew last night that Ning Rang Rang was safe and sound, and that the relationship between Ning Rang Rang and the young man was even better. Not to mention that Lu Feng is a god-level martial soul, but his twin martial souls with both control and attack systems are already the best companion for his daughter. Ning Fengzi's thoughts were racing, and he glanced down the hall. Take it back and rest for a while. This matter is strictly prohibited from spreading outside. I will handle it personally and order all spies not to disturb them without permission. Yes, the 2 spies were carried away. An elder in charge of trade said, Sect Master, there is one more thing. The Pan-Continent Merchant Alliance has cut off transactions with the Haoshan sect. The Haoshan sect sent people to contact us, hoping to purchase the necessary food and cultivation resources through us. But the Haoshan sect, we have no longer operated the Tianzong side. We have not set up a station for many years, and the road is very long and difficult to travel. There is no goods to bring back when the caravan goes. If we trade with them, the cost is extremely high, and we may offend the Pan-Continent Merchant Alliance. Sword Douluo slapped the table and said, what a joke. Our 7 Treasures Glaze sect is still afraid of offending the Merchant Alliance. Uncle Jian, we used to not be afraid of offending. The Merchant Alliance was just our strongest competitor in business. Now, with the birth of Divine Sword Douluo, Ning Fengzi gave a vague reminder with a bitter smile. When he heard the words Magical Sword Douluo's eyes shrank and he lost his voice. He used the action of picking up a porcelain cup to drink tea to hide his unnatural expression. The battle between Divine Sword Douluo and Haoshan Douluo was widely spread throughout the world. Of course, he knew that almost 2 months had passed and it was still the focus of people's discussion. Judging from the results of the battle, even if Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo join forces with the assistance of Ning Fengzi, they still cannot be a match for Divine Sword Douluo. Ning Fengzi thought for a while and said to the elder, let's do this. The food will be provided in full, and the food must be enough for everyone. The cultivation resources will first provide half of the Haoshan sect's need. After all, they are all the top 3 sect, and they are connected by the same energy. We can't break up the friendship. When the prince comes back, I will personally go to their president Lu Erlong to mediate. This is where Ning Fengzi's emotional intelligence lies. Being the leader of the Kaibao Glaze sect alone is not enough, but adding a prince, Xue Qinghe, will give Lu Erlong some face. The Merchant Alliance maintains a good relationship with the royal family, and Xue Qinghe is also the advertising spokesperson of the Merchant Alliance. Sect Master, I have calculated the cost price. The cost of transporting food is at least 10 times the market price. Some cultivation resources need to be transferred, and they are extremely heavy. It might have been increased by more than 50 times. The cost is so high. Then give them the cost price and make no money from them. But we can't let us lose money. Ning Fengzi rubbed his forehead. Since the Merchant Alliance expanded its tentacles from the Star Luo Empire to the Tiandu Empire, the Kaibao Glaze sect's business has been greatly affected, and they have lost a lot of money. But there is no other way. The competition is fair, with high quality and low prices. There are also special products exclusive to the Merchant Alliance, such as ice cream, cola, and Zhengzhen City armor and weapons. Ever since the Pan-Continent Merchant Alliance used huge profits to secure the Tiandu royal family 2 years ago and invited Poison Douluo to be an honorary elder, the 7 Treasures Glaze sect has been unable to use its power to suppress its opponent. Fortunately, he didn't suppress him too hard, and and turned into a mortal enemy. Otherwise, if divine sword Douluo had given him a kill him no matter how far away, he would have been in big trouble. And if that peerless genius Lu Feng could become Ning Rang Rang's husband, the future would be promising. Nightfall. Teacher, my soul power has dried up and I can't heal myself. How about you let me absorb some soul power? Lu Feng's coat was completely burned and he was lying on the ground looking very embarrassed, but his energy was extremely high. During the beating from the goddess teacher, he obviously felt that he was getting stronger quickly, and the more he beat, the more enjoyable he became. At the beginning, he couldn't dodge any move. Gradually, the superiority of his two martial souls emerged, coupled with the dragon shadow steps, the golden eyes of true vision, the blessing of the dragon god soul bone, and the powerful resistance strength and recovery capabilities of the dragon god bloodline. After half a day, he was not only able to dodge or withstand Lu Erlong's attack, he was also able to counter-attack in a timely manner. Especially in the forest, he could use the power and resistance continuously provided by thousands of plants, which greatly increased his strength. From time to time, Lu Erlong can be wrapped tightly around his body. Lu Erlong's heart was also in turmoil. She was extremely excited that the leader of the alliance had such strength at such a young age and could learn so quickly. She went from using 30% of her strength to 50% of her strength, and later she had to use 80% of her strength to be able to suppress the difficult and slippery Lu Feng. As a result, Lu Erlong was also a little exhausted. Panting heavily and dripping with sweat, she waved her hands and said, No, I don't have much soul power left. If you suck me anymore, you'll do it. Your soul skills that steal soul power and life force have side effect. It's too perverted. No more fighting. It's getting dark. That's it for today. The reason why Lu Feng was able to persist until now was because the roots entangled and restrained Lu Erlong while devouring her soul power. The second skill, green light, was thrown on her, slowing down her movement and constantly stealing it. Her vitality and third soul skill greatly weakened her, and the flying skills of Dragon Shadow Step and Golden Winged Tianpeng instantly exploded at a speed not much slower than Lu Erlong. As for the toxin, due to the huge gap in soul power, it was difficult for the toxin to penetrate Lu Erlong's soul power protection. Of course, Lu Feng was also protected by the 8 treasures Ruyi soft armor, which not only offset some of the damage but also avoided the embarrassment of being naked. Then, let's start kissing. Lu Feng did not forget this repertoire. Lu Erlong shook his head. This is not wonderful. Let's go back and take a bath first, have dinner, and rest for a while before coming back. Also asking for beauty. Is the bathroom wonderful? Of course Lu Feng would not say it out loud this time. Being too tired really affected his mood. He nodded and said, It's all up to the teacher, but I can't walk now. Let me lie down and rest for a while. Lu Erlong pulled Lu Feng up and put him on Rose's shoulders. Lie down wherever you want. I will carry you back, but you are not allowed to contradict the teacher again. Chapter 94. Meng Yuren's martial spirit evolves. Lu Feng counterattacks Tang San. The crescent moon rises into the sky. In the dormitory of Shrek Academy, Lu Feng was lying on the bed, holding the blue silver emperor in his hand, recalling the battle with Lu Erlong during the day. In addition to the secrets of strong attack, Lu Erlong also taught him the essence of battle secrets that she kept at the bottom of the box for him to understand. Killing intent. The killing angle made him realize the murderous intention. The meaning of the sword is the same as when using the peerless Douluo knife to fight. They are all invisible, do not require soul power, and cannot be described in words. Integrating murderous intent or knife intent into the attack. This attack will have a terrifying spirit, indestructible and everywhere. For example, Lu Feng only used one sword at that time, a small knife, but Tang Hao felt the shadow of the sword in the sky and could not avoid it. The killing intent and the knife intent do not seem to conflict and may be integrated into the attack at the same time. An idea flashed in Lu Feng's head. He immediately reached out and picked up a leaf that a yin had fallen off. A sharp light flashed across his eyes, and suddenly the invisible killing intent and knife intent condensed into a terrifying aura that made the blue silver emperor tremble with fear. Next moment, Lu Feng tossed out the leaves casually. Phew, there is no soul power in the leaf, but there is a wisp of sword intent and a wisp of killing intent. With a scoff, the flying leaf instantly sank into the trunk of a big tree. By coincidence, Tang San, who was wrapped in bandages, was under this tree, holding on to the tree with one hand and peeing with difficulty with the other. Why is it difficult? Because Xiao Wuji is not a kind person but a rough man. He has a bad impression of Tang Hao's son. During the entrance battle, Tang San shot a poisonous hidden weapon to attack his lifeblood. This was to make him cut off his children and grandchildren, which was outrageous. Xiao Wuji hated Tang San for being too insidious and vicious, so when he attacked, he intentionally or unintentionally took care of Tang San's lifeblood. As a result, every time Tang San went to the toilet, it was a long and torturous journey with pain, sadness and embarrassment. At this time, Tang San suddenly felt the terrifying murderous intent approaching from from behind. Fatal assassination. He was so frightened that he trembled all over and yellow liquid spilled all over his pants. I just wanted to use ghost shadow to escape, but I didn't have time to react. Tisk. A black shadow disappeared into the tree trunk above his head and the murderous intention disappeared. Then there was a clicking sound. The tree trunk, thicker than a thigh, was broken at the waist. Oscar, Ma Hongzhen, and others were chatting in the courtyard of the boys' dormitory when they heard the sound and ran over to take a look. What's going on? Xiao Saner, what scared you so much that you peed like this? Oscar was surprised when he saw Tang San like this, and he covered his nose and said, someone attacked and assassinated me. No, it wasn't because I was scared to death. Tang San was still in shock, but he still wanted to explain. It's too shameful to be scared to the point of peeing. There's no place to put your face when word gets out. But Tang San's explanation was too pale. Ma Hongzhen and Oscar looked at each other, smiled knowingly, and stopped asking. Sneak attack? I didn't feel any fluctuations in soul power. Didn't you see that the trees have fallen? Tang San was a little angry. He could tell from the expressions of the two of them that they didn't believe what he said. What's your attitude? You, a pending student, are talking to a senior like this? Ma Hongzhen said. Forget it, let me take a look. Oscar smoothed things over and went to observe the broken tree. The cut was smooth, like a knife cutting. Hey, there was a blue-silver grass leaf, and it was the leaf that cut off the tree. You can cut off the tree with just one leaf, and you don't have to use soul power. Hiss. Ma Hongzhen took a breath of air. This is picking leaves and flying flowers, hurting people, and causing death. Tang San turned pale with shock. In the world of ancient martial arts that he traveled to, this was a method that could only be used by a peerless expert who had condensed his true energy to the point of perfection. It can penetrate the petals or leaves with a certain intention and true energy, integrating the ultimate domineering and extreme softness. Anyone who is hit will definitely die. The ancestral teachings of the Tang sect. If you encounter an expert picking leaves and flying flowers, retreat immediately and do not become an enemy. The Tang sect relied on the hidden weapons they carried with them, and an expert who could pick leaves and flying flowers could kill someone just by picking up a leaf petal. The hidden weapon can be used up, but the leaves and petals are inexhaustible. How can you play with him? So far, Tang San's darts made of fine iron, thrown with all his strength, could penetrate 2 inches into the wood, but this soft leaf had cut off a tree trunk. This gap, this technique was as different as cloud and mud. Sorry, I threw the leaf. I was just practicing and didn't mean to disturb everyone. Lu Feng stuck his head out from the window of the house and waved his hand. He did not expect that the power of a soft leaf blended with killing intent and knife intent would be so violent. Tang San's expression suddenly froze, and his heart suddenly sank. Just practicing, not intentional. If the leaves you threw were half a foot lower, my head would be. No, Lu Feng did it on purpose. This is a warning. Tang San shrank his head, quickly picked up his pants and left, although he hadn't finished urinating yet. Brother Feng, your skills are too good. When will you teach me? Ma Hongzhen said. You can do it now. If your hands are itchy, let's discuss and learn from each other. Let's just discuss it. And tonight the fat man is going to introduce a beautiful woman to me. Next time. Oscar and Ma Hongzhen showed lewd smiles, waved to Lu Feng, and left the courtyard together. Lu Feng knew that the beauty's name was Kawa. He raised his head and looked at the sky. The moon is above the willow branches, and we are dating after dusk. It is indeed a good time for a date. On the top of a willow tree in the moonlight, we make an appointment after dusk. Well, it's so poetic. He is worthy of being the talented man who wrote Fights Break the Sky, and he can utter such verses casually. At some point, Lu Erlong was standing beside Lu Feng's bed, savoring the scene carefully. Her long hair, which she had just washed, was flowing down like a waterfall, and when it was gently swayed, bursts of fragrance floated from it. Lu Erlong, who had just washed up and put on a black nightgown, looked a little lazy, but now had a different look, with his plump snow-colored peaks holding up the nightgown, and a pair of slender legs that were usually completely wrapped in leather pants. The jade legs are now looming in the gauze skirt as thin as cicada wings. Lu Feng couldn't help but swallowed his saliva and raised a smile. My President Lu is here. Call the teacher. You still bark at night. Everyone in the academy must be called teacher. This is the rule of the academy. Okay, teacher, you didn't knock on the door. What if someone finds me knocking on your door dressed like this? Then why did the teacher knock on my door dressed like this? I understand you want to seduce. I'm hooking you. It's not because of you that I'm too tired today. I'm too lazy to change my clothes after taking a shower, so I'm just dressed like this. Lu Erlong moved his arms and stretched his body, and the flower branches trembled. Lu Feng felt suffocated for a while and said it was not seduction. He smiled and said, then let me massage your teacher, rub your back, leg, and so on. I have ancestral massage technique coupled with my super healing soul skills and considerate service. I guarantee that you will feel comfortable both physically and mentally. Massage? Is it really so magical? Lu Erlong blinked his beautiful eyes and felt a little moved. She was still convinced by what the leader of the alliance said. said. You'll know after you try it. Come, lie down on my bed. Lu Feng stood up, rubbed his hands, and said seriously, only the back and leg, don't touch anywhere else. Wait a minute. Lu Erlong, who was just about to lie down, changed his attention and rolled his eyes at Lu Feng. I almost got carried away by you. I came here to kiss you. Isn't this more direct? It's okay. You can also have a massage later. Anyway, I'm ready to give you some fluid. One night, Before Lu Erlong finished speaking, Lu Feng's soft red lips were blocked by Lu Feng's mouth. Chapter 95. Lu Feng decides the outcome with one word, but Yu Xiaogong's plan fails. Lu Feng hugged Lu Erlong's tight, fat-free waist with both hands. The last time I hugged her body, she was wearing a thick leather skirt. A nightgown as thin as a cicada's wings and a thick leather skirt feel completely different, but this time, Lu Erlong was mentally prepared, stayed awake, and without panic held down Lu Feng's paw as he attempted to explore deeper. Lu Feng did not hear the system prompt to capture Lu Erlong's heart. He knew that a conservative goddess like her could not completely hand over her body without her heart's permission. It is also clear that there is a final knot in her heart that has not been untied. Yu Xiaogong's figure was still shaking deep in her heart. He was not in a hurry either. The heat has not yet arrived, so there is no need to force it. If you can't stand it, you can ask Zhu Zhuqing out soon. Lu Erlong pushed Lu Feng away, smacked his lips, and began to look inside to feel the changes in his martial soul. Lu Feng touched his lips and said, "Why don't you bite my lip?" Could not bear. Lu Erlong smiled softly. Now I am sure that it is not your saliva that helps me strengthen my martial spirit. Lu Feng understood that she was searching for the specific reason. Indeed, during the last kiss, she drank not only blood but also saliva. Then taste my other juice. So you said it was liquid, but it sounds weird. Okay, squeeze out some blood with your fingers. Soul masters have strong hematopoietic ability and quick recovery, so it's not a big deal to have some blood left. Lu Feng followed the instructions of the goddess teacher and cut the skin of his fingertips, and bright red blood came out. Come on, stick out your tongue and lick. Lu Erlong's rare gentle red lips slightly opened, and he spit out his tender red tongue and licked Lu Feng's fingertips. Then she closed her eyes, entered a meditative state, and felt the martial spirit. A few moments, she opened her eyes and shook her head. Do you have any other fluid on your body? Of course, yes. Lu Feng's mouth twitched. I know, sweat, but I didn't seem to drink your sweat that day. Maybe it wasn't enough. I'll give you more of your juice. Then you might need to use it. Suck it, just suck it. Lu Erlong grabbed Lu Feng's hand, opened his mouth and took all of Lu Feng's fingers into his mouth. If you say suck, just suck. Act vigorously and resolutely, swiftly and competently. The unique quality and style of a female CEO. Lu Feng cooperated with President Liu's moist red lips and slowly pulled out his fingers. Between inhalations and thrusts, drops of blood squeezed out and fell into her mouth. Good. When his throat was beating, Lu Erlong swallowed it without hesitation. She entered a meditative state again. This time passed quite long. Her beautiful eyes opened. A seductive smile appeared at the corner of her mouth, and she stared blankly at Lu Feng but said nothing. Lu Feng felt terrified when she saw him. Is it effective? Lu Erlong nodded. I'm sure it was your blood that helped me, but it can only be effective once. No matter how much you drink now, the effect will be minimal. In addition to helping me strengthen my martial soul, your blood has also greatly improved my soul power, which has shortened the time it takes me to break through level 80 by at least half. Thank you, my leader. Lu Erlong's eyes were filled with water and tears welled up, full of gratitude and joy. Lu Feng curled his lips and said, fortunately, it can only take effect once, otherwise you will miss my juice every day and I will be sucked dry by you sooner or later. Your Majesty, the Alliance leader, I don't dare. Lu Erlong knelt down on one knee and solemnly saluted Lu Feng with cupped fist. And you are Erlong's great benefactor. Erlong swears that I can only repay and protect you in this life. I will never do anything to hurt you. Lu Feng quickly helped her up. Why did he suddenly become serious while he was talking? Didn't I announce that the ceremony of kneeling and worshipping was abolished? It's not fun to be serious like this. It's more fun to tease each other. He traveled to this world from modern civilization and was not used to kneeling down to worship. He had already announced that the ritual of kneeling and worshipping would be abolished in the business alliance. But after all, the general environment of this world is like this. They are all used to kneeling down to express surrender or high respect. It is difficult for them to do so. Change it all at once. Yin sat on the windowsill with the branches and leaves swaying gently in the wind, as if she was curious about Lu Erlong's transformation. Lu Erlong is a straightforward person, and Lu Feng once again brought her great help, triggering the revelation of her true feelings that she had accumulated for 2 years. Of course, she also knew that Lu Feng didn't care much about this set of vulgar etiquette, but she couldn't find a better way to express it for a while. Lu Erlong calmed down and chuckled. You were very good just now. Cutting off a big tree with a leaf is a bit better than the previous one. Teacher, I am very pleased. She turned back again. It's actually not stiff stiff at all. I started to show off my acting skills again and interpret the teacher's feelings. The alliance leader who was emotional just now was on top, but in a blink of an eye, that look and tone were the teacher's again. Lu Feng couldn't change his mood and didn't know how to answer the call. My sister, the actress, is inferior in terms of acting skills. Lu Erlong continued. I can feel the killing intent melting into the leaves. I didn't expect you to understand the killing intent so quickly. However, I seem to feel another invisible force that is similar to the killing intent but more powerful. Maybe it's my imagination. It's not an illusion. It's the intention of the sword. Lu Feng didn't hide anything. Sword intent? No wonder it can be so silent, yet it can explode with unparalleled power in an instant. You to be able to combine two ideas into one leaf at the same time. A genius is a genius. No, you are a monster among geniuses. Whether he is a genius or a monster, he is not yours. Giggle. Lu Erlong laughed so hard. On the contrary, I am yours. It seems a bit. I don't mean that. I mean, we are, facing the powerful CEO. Lu Feng once again forcefully sealed her red lips. Also tell her with action. No need to explain. It's the same no matter how you say it. Stop being secretive. This leader likes you. Ding. Capture Lu Erlong and get 5,000 energy point. The system prompt appeared in Lu Feng's mind. His movements paused lightly, then became more enthusiastic. I didn't expect it to progress so quickly. Earlier than expected. She thought she would have to wait until the knot left by Yu Xiaogang in her heart was completely eliminated before she could capture Lu Erlong. But there's no need to wait until that time. The last knot may have faded away in the past 2 days of communication and will no longer be an obstacle to her happiness. Lu Feng's guess was generally correct. Although it had only been 2 days since she saw Lu Feng again, she had tasted unprecedented happiness, relaxation, and sweetness. I also got to know the alliance leader Lu Feng more deeply and three-dimensionally, and felt Lu Feng's care and dedication. She finally realized that this is what lovers should be like. Giving to each other will bring you double happiness. Asking for and hurting will bring pain and suffering. If a couple experiences more pain and suffering than happiness and relaxation when they are together, that is not love at all. It's just self-deceptive entanglement in the name of love. Lu Feng's heart was agitated. Her heart belongs to me. So, you can profoundly contradict the female CEO tonight? Chapter 96. Regarding Yu Xiaogang's plan, assistant teacher Xianyu helps Xiao Wu rub his leg. Lu Erlong suddenly realized that he had been so stupid before. He had a fake relationship with a man and was still deeply involved in it. Standing at her current height, she compared Yu Xiaogang and Lu Feng. It's a world of difference. It was easy for her to figure out that Yu Xiaogang was a man not worth paying for, and that Yu Xiaogang had been cheating from the beginning. The wedding was held that night, and the time was so short. How could it happen that my biological father would arrive just in time? Originally, only Flanders had witnessed her marriage to Yu Xiaogang, but this caused a huge uproar, humiliating her reputation and being criticized by others. As for the so-called father, he had only met her a few times when he was a child. He might not even recognize her when they met face to face. Why would he lead a crowd to stop her on her wedding day? Only she, Yu Xiaogang, and Flanders knew the wedding time she had set with Yu Xiaogang in advance, and Flanders had no idea that she was the illegitimate daughter of the second-in-command of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. Therefore, she was sure in her mind that Yu Xiaogang might have deliberately revealed the news, and Yu Xiaogang might have deliberately called her biological father. The news that Yu Xiaogang had no choice but to leave her and give up on her was to perform a great drama and treat him as a family and for righteousness. The news spread widely and reached the ears of the woman who had just ascended the throne of the Pope. How hypocritical, how terrible, how disgusting. She is not a fool. She is just a little girl living in her heart, a little girl who dare not face the cruel truth. And once you face the truth, this proved her failure. She looks at people's failures. Her IQ failed as she was pressed to the ground and rubbed. She has been waiting silently for more than 20 years, wasting her best youth and failing. Fortunately, 2 years ago, Lu Feng silently helped her come out, and at this moment, she finally dared to face failure. What can you do if you admit failure? The failure when she was young cannot affect the success of her entire life. At least she is successful in the business alliance, and if it weren't for Lu Feng, she wouldn't be as high-spirited and magnanimous as she is today. He showed amazing literary talent at the age of 5. Half of his novel Fight Break the Sky became popular across the continent. His name as the Tentacle Monster is well known to women and children. He gave up his literary career and turned to business, and in just a few years he built a business empire with industries all over the continent. He has tens of thousands of business alliance soul masters, millions of members, and the powerful are bowing down. He finally awakened his soul power. His god-level martial soul shocked the world, and he possessed a second martial soul unknown to the world. In more than 2 months he was promoted to the 34th level soul master. Not only was he able to defeat the soul sect by leapfrogging, he was also fighting with her her this half-step contra fight forced her to use 80% to 90% of her strength, and finally she was exhausted, and within one day she realized her most essential killing intent. What woman would refuse such a talented and unparalleled man? What's more, he is still an extraordinary handsome and personable young man of troubled time. What's even more precious is that he likes her and treats her as a treasure. Wanting to break through this layer, she finally broke through all the barriers and put her heart completely on Lu Feng. Love as strong as liquor flows in Lu Erlong's heart. She felt happiness, sweetness, and luck that she had never experienced before. I just feel a little unworthy of having so much. Tuk tuk tuk. Just when Lu Feng was about to lift up his black gauze nightgown and make further move, the door rang. Lu Erlong, who was intoxicated, also woke up, blaming herself for being too easily immersed and forgetful. Normally, she should have noticed someone approaching the room. The same goes for Lu Feng. Too involved. When both body and mind are involved, it feels like there are only two of them in the whole world, talking to the octopus through their lips like hands, to express, to feel, to stir up the flames of love. Hearing the knock on the door, the two stopped moving. Lu Feng. There was a call at the door again. The voice was quite familiar. Their lips parted. Lu Feng panted slightly and said, Ning Rang Rang, what's the matter? I want to ask you for advice. Your voice seems weird, as if you are breathing. Can I come in? Ning Rang Rang was keenly aware of Lu Feng's abnormal condition. I am a teacher and an honorary dean. She cannot let her see me alone in your room. Lu Erlong glanced around the room as he whispered in Lu Feng's ear. Then she stepped forward with her long white leg, raised her skirt, and flew lightly towards the bathroom without making a sound. As a teaching assistant, Lu Feng has a separate room. There is also a small bathroom in the room, but it is much simpler than the Zhu family courtyard. It is only separated by a few wooden boards. This is the result of improvements after Lu Feng's investment. Before, there were independent bathrooms. No. Lu Feng watched Lu Erlong sneak into the bathroom and close the door, and a strange feeling and image arose in his heart. It's the bathroom again. This is my sister-in-law Zhu Zhuqing. Old road. Lu Feng responded to Ning Rang Rang. Come in. I was just exercising. Passionate kissing can help increase lung capacity. There is nothing wrong with exercising your physical fitness. Fortunately, it was Ning Rang Rang who had received a noble and elite education and was particularly observant of etiquette. If you were the wild little dance girl, you would most likely push the door open and come in without knocking. The wooden door opened. Her face is like a flower and jade bathed in the silver moonlight. She stands tall and graceful. Even more outstanding, her beautiful eyes, as clear as sapphires, flicker under the fluttering of long and thick eyelashes, still showing a sense of innocence, the childishness of a brilliant girl. When it comes to the exquisite beauty of her appearance, Ning Rang Rang is one of the best. She put her hands behind her back with a slightly shy expression. After entering the room, she looked around curiously. I'm so envious. There is a private room and a bathroom. She walked to the bathroom. Lu Feng hurriedly stepped in front of her and said with a smile, what this? With your family's wealth, you can buy a whole city. Ning Rang Rang sighed. The family wealth belongs to the family, not to me, and I don't care about it. They always think that I need others to take care of me, but this time I have to rely on myself. Lu Feng nodded and said, have ambition. Why are you hiding in your room alone and exercising? Because it is a private secret. Secret technique? Is it this secret technique that makes you so physically strong? I heard that even teacher Erlong, who specially trained you, is exhausted. Well, I can only say that it really helps my physical fitness. Hearing Lu Feng's word, Lu Erlong smiled. It was so helpful to my mother. But the important thing is not just a kiss on the mouth, just how much help it will have on physical fitness. Teach me, can you? My physical fitness is the worst among everyone. Ning Rang Rang pulled the corner of Lu Feng's clothes, her eyes full of expectation. Her physical ability is indeed a flaw. During daytime training, his physical fitness lagged far behind others. Therefore, when I heard about the secret technique to improve physical fitness, I was naturally very interested. Lu Erlong in the bathroom could feel Lu Feng's embarrassment. You can't tell Ning Rang Rang that the secret skill is kissing. Even if you drink Lu Feng's blood, it won't help Ning Rang Rang. Lu Feng's blood contains dragon attributes and can only help dragon spirits. Seeing that Lu Feng didn't answer, Ning Rang Rang took another step closer, hugged Lu Feng's arm, shook it, and said coquettishly, please help me. I'll give you something in exchange. Lu Feng sneered and said, what? Is there anything you want? As long as I have it or can get it, I can give it to you. For now, I don't think of anything I want. You don't want money, and I can't think of anything to give you for the time being. Let's just think that I owe you something. In the future, whenever you think of it and I have it, I can give it to you then. Okay. This naughty little girl is playing tricks again, making empty promises. However, I really don't have any secret skills to teach you. Do you want the French snail sucking technique? Lu Feng scratched his head and thought for a while, and then he asked, I heard that your body flexibility is also very poor. Yeah, the worst thing about my physical fitness is flexibility. Not to mention Xiao Wu, who is proficient in jujitsu. Even the fat man Ma Hongjun has better flexibility than me. I'm so embarrassed, so I really need to hurry up improve physical fitness, especially body flexibility. Having said that, Lu Feng decided, okay, I'll pass on the secret technique to you. Very good. Lu Erlong's eyes flashed with surprise. I, the leader of the alliance, don't know yet, but there is no secret technique for physical training. I guess he was forced by Ning Rang Rang to have no choice but to fool her casually or just kiss her. Chapter 98. Lu Erlong returns to the Great Soul Fighting Arena, and Lu Feng surprises Yu Xiao Gang again. Stretch your hands forward and lie down completely with your upper body. Sink down at the waist and lift up at the back. Get up a little more. It's not good enough. Let me help you adjust. Lu Feng took steps to correct Ning Rang Rang's kneeling posture. Yes, it's yoga. Yoga, originally an ancient art from India, later became popular all over the world and became a bodybuilding technique popular among women, which is very helpful in enhancing body flexibility. There is always a reason why it can be popular in the world. It may not be useful to Ning Rang Rang, but you can give it a try. And the posture, it is refreshing and helps to cultivate sentiment. I am not a professional Yu coach yet, but he has been exposed to it and knows several common postures. Ning Rang Rang disliked the dirt on the floor and climbed onto Lu Feng's bed to do it. The first time she did it, her posture of deep pulling her waist back and raising her back was not standard. Lu Feng had to correct it himself. You can? Ning Rang Rang blushed and hesitated to speak. What can't be done? Lu Feng asked knowingly. Ning Rang Rang thought that Lu Feng had already encountered him several times yesterday, so she no longer resisted. Besides, she really looked forward to the help of the secret technique. It's okay, you continue to teach me. Is this right? It's barely okay. Keep this posture and now enter the meditative state. Lu Feng was serious about taking matters into his own hands. Three people go together. There must be my teacher. Now that I am Ning Rang Rang's teacher, I should behave like a teacher, teaching skills with a noble teaching style and no distracting thought. Lu Feng's eyes widened, staring at Ning Rang Rang's high curve figure, except that the upper body is slightly flatter. There is nothing else to say. If you wear tight elastic sportswear, it will be more visible. Suddenly, there were footsteps. The footsteps were very light, but Lu Feng could hear them. Even without a view of the outside plant, he could roughly tell who it was by the rhythm of their footsteps. Lu Feng, bang! The wild little dance sister called out, and sure enough, she opened the door and walked in. It was also because she had a very close relationship with Lu Feng and had no worries. What are you doing? When Xiao Wu saw the scene inside, her blush reached her neck. Ning Rang Rang was lying on the bed like that, and Lu Feng was standing behind her. From Xiao Wu's perspective, it was like a man pushing a cart, and the room was not very bright. She immediately thought that Lu Feng and Ning Rang Rang were having sex. Describe thing. You will know what we are doing when you come in. Lu Feng said. Go in. No, you are too. I'm leaving. Xiao Wu pursed her red lip and turned around to leave angrily. Ning Rang Rang, who had just met Lu Feng, went to Lu Feng's room to do something like this. It was so shameless. Lu Feng wants to ask me to come in. Isn't one person enough? Does he think I would be so casual? What's wrong with us? I'm teaching Rang Rang the secret technique. What are you thinking in your little head? Lu Feng walked to the door with a smile. Hearing this, Xiao Wu paused in his steps. Secret technique. She slowly turned back and looked out of the corner of her eye. It's a secret technique for exercising body flexibility. Ning Rang Rang was extremely embarrassed by Xiao Wu's misunderstanding and explained. Her posture is indeed shameful. Don't make any noise and stay in a meditative state. Lu Feng trained. When Xiao Wu saw that Lu Feng's clothes were intact, she understood that it was a misunderstanding. Then she turned around, tilted her head, and took a look at Ning Rang Rang, who was in a strange posture. I have never seen anyone exercising like this before. Lu Feng said. If you have seen it, it is still called a secret technique. Do you have a problem with me? I just washed my hair. Xiao Wu held a sandalwood comb in her hand. The intention is self-evident. Lu Feng looked at her disheveled hair and noticed it. You want me to help you comb your hair and tie it into braid? Well, your braids are the prettiest, but if you're busy, you won't need them. It's not busy. I'll help you. Sit down. Lu Feng took the initiative to grab Xiao Wu's hand, took away her sandalwood comb, moved a chair in front of the door, and asked her to sit down. Her long, beautiful hair hanging down over her round hips was smooth and scattered, highlighting the beauty of Xiao Wu's face. Touching, the girl's unique body fragrance slowly floats in the wind, under the bright starry sky. Like water in the moonlight, a handsome young man with a talented appearance focused on gently combing the long hair of a beautiful girl. With skillful and gentle movement, the romantic atmosphere is spreading. A touch of love is flowing. The picture is so beautiful. Ning Rang Rang glanced at it and couldn't help but admire it secretly, feeling envious. But he could only maintain this awkward posture. Lu Erlong saw all this through the cracks in the wooden board and smiled secretly. The leader of the alliance is really powerful. The dignified and noble little princess of the Seven Treasures Glay sect, the only heir to such a large sect. It is said that she has been favored since she was a child and is very willful. She is called the little witch. The prince even gives her 3 points, but Lu Feng eats her and makes her into a child. With this appearance, I don't even dare to move. And the relationship between Lu Feng and Xiao Wu turned out to be so good. Look at his focused expression and his grooming technique. He is really good at it. He is not fooling around, but he is also very careful. It made me want him to help me comb my hair. I discovered another good quality of the leader. No wonder he has good luck with women. He will definitely have many excellent women in the future. Leader Erlong has spent the best years of his life feeding dog, and he doesn't dare to hope for fame. But as long as you don't dislike it, Erlong will follow you until the end of his life. After a while, the scorpion tail whip was formed. Xiao Wu gently stroked her braid. Her smile was as bright as a flower. Lu Feng looked at the shade of the trees not far away and said with a smile, "Baby Qing'er, it's your turn." Zhu Zhuqing walked out from the shadow of the tree with a fiery mood and smiled softly. The moonlight dimmed a bit. She had been standing there for a short while and felt that the picture was beautiful. She did not come forward to disturb it. She just stood there quietly and admired it in silence. She likes to see her husband's expression when he is focused on doing things. He has a very unique masculine charm, and the phrase "Baby Qing'er" reflects her status as a fiancé who is closer to Xiao Wu than Xiao Wu. Since getting along, Lu Feng has helped her comb her hair several times. Although she has a noble and independent personality, she also enjoys it. Thanks to Lu Feng's service, Xiao Wu stood up and gave her chair to Zhu Zhuqing. Before Zhu Zhuqing sat down, he glanced at the room and asked indifferently, "Is that Rang Rang?" Another one came, and Ning Rang Rang's embarrassment doubled. There is a feeling of being watched. What a shame. But Lu Feng said, "Don't move. Keep this posture and meditate, at least for 1 stick of incense. Otherwise all your efforts will be wasted." She has persisted for a long time and does not want to give up. She tried to calm down and meditate. After Lu Feng finished combing Zhu Zhuqing's hair, it was time for Ning Rang Rang to burn a stick of incense. Ning Rang Rang got up and stretched her numb body. Everyone looked at her with a smile. "It worked. It really worked. My body stretches and becomes smoother," Ning Rang Rang said excitedly. Lu Feng, the pretty faces of Lu Erlong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu showed surprise. They originally thought Lu Feng was teasing Ning Rang Rang, but looking at Ning Rang Rang's happy look, it doesn't look like he's faking it. Lu Feng was also surprised. Even if it worked, is the effect so fast? However, the world of Soul Masters is very strange. The Soul Master's body has been transformed and strengthened by soul power, soul ring, etc., and his body is completely different from the woman in the previous life. Everything is only unexpected but not impossible. Just like who would have thought that the honorary dean teacher Erlong is hiding in the bathroom of the room at the moment and may sleep with her tonight without waking up. Hearing birds singing everywhere. The night comes, wind and rain, whispering color. These poets are really a bit bad. They always leave this kind of wetness and affect my pure and young heart. P.S. The recommendation votes have reached the standard for additional updates again. Your Majesties are so awesome. Chapter 99. Yu Xiao Gang was tricked and the truth was revealed in front of thousands of people. I also want to learn this secret technique. Xiao Wu said, "Your body flexibility is the best among us. I'm so jealous of you. You want to increase it even more." Ning Rang Rang curled her lips. "I want to be stronger. It's a bit late today. Lu Feng, can you teach me tomorrow?" Xiao Wu turned to Lu Feng. "Can." Of course Lu Feng would not refuse. "I also want to be stronger. You will teach me tonight." Zhu Zhuqing didn't mind being a little late. She also rolled her eyes at Lu Feng as if she was blaming Lu Feng for hiding his secret skills and not teaching her earlier. No problem at all. How could Lu Feng not agree? Zhu Zhuqing took the initiative to stay alone. It seems that today's happiness has been fulfilled. Wait, teacher Erlong is still in the bathroom wearing a thin black gauze pajamas. Could it be that the scene of that night is going to happen again? Hearing what Zhu Zhuqing said, Xiao Wu and Ning Rang Rang also knew what might happen. They pursed their lips and snickered before saying goodbye and leaving. After all, Zhu Zhuqing is Lu Feng's official fiancé, and she can do anything with Lu Feng openly. Even if Zhu Zhuqing stays in Lu Feng's room, they won't be surprised, and the college teachers won't care too much. Flanders gave Lu Feng an independent house in order to provide him with certain conveniences. Before Xiao Wu and Ning Rang Rang could walk away, Zhu Zhuqing closed the door and squeezed her hot and delicate body into Lu Feng's arms. Her charming eyes were full of water and her sweet voice was soft. "Honey, this time I want it to be a little more intense." Before she finished speaking, she took the initiative to ask for it with moist red lips. She only had one thought: to feed Lu Feng. Of course, she also has need and want. The thought of the overwhelming joy that Lu Feng brought her that night made her heart surge with excitement. After all, we are in love for the first time, and we are still in the stage of novel exploration and burning passion, so we should be inseparable. She didn't come over last night and slept in the same dormitory with Xiao Wu and Ning Rang Rang. She began to miss Lu Feng's embrace. With the hot beauty and sweet wife in his arms, Lu Feng could no longer take care of Lu Erlong. If this is rejection, are you still a man? We couldn't delay, as we didn't want to affect Zhu Zhuqing's high mood. Xiao Wu and Ning Rang Rang, who had not gone far, heard a strange sound coming from the room behind them. They couldn't help but look back and glanced at each other, showing smiles that could only be understood. The smiles in their eyes were shy and a little complicated. Lu Erlong almost exploded. You, that's how it started? Brat, did you forget I'm here? Where does that leave me? So angry. However, he did this without treating me as an outsider. But they don't treat me as an outsider. Compared with Lu Erlong, Yin on the windowsill has become much calmer. An hour later, after Zhu Zhuqing tidied up her clothes, she left Lu Feng's room and returned to her dormitory. She agreed with Dean Flanders that cultivation was the most important thing in the college and no special activities were allowed, so she couldn't stay overnight. After sending Zhu Zhuqing back to the dormitory, Lu Feng returned to the room feeling a little confused. May have to face the wrath of the female Tyrannosaurus. He forced a smile and walked into the room, but President Lu did not appear. Open the bathroom door. Lu Erlong was not inside either, and there was a big hole in the bathroom wall. So violent break out of the wall. The reaction was completely different from Zhu Zhuqing. Unexpectedly, I couldn't hear a sound. It was indeed a half-step contra. But when did she leave? Before watching the play or after watching the play? Lu Feng's thoughts were racing and his hands were not idle. He found two thick wooden boards and filled up the big hole in the wall. During the process of repairing the wall, he saw a line of Zhuangziu handwriting left on the wall. I'm going back to Lakeside Manor to practice first. The signature is a symbol with a dragon shape which represents justice. At President Lu died this day. Oscar breakthrough to level 30. To a small surprise, Xiao Wu also broke through to level 30 ahead of schedule. The academy decided to send Xiao Wuji to lead the team to hunt for soul rings outside the Stardow Forest as an experience. Tang San had almost recovered, so he went together. Earlier, Flanders announced that Tang San was no longer pending and had become an official student, as expected, with twin martial souls, one of which is the top-level weapon soul, the Clear Sky Hammer. It makes no sense to remain in limbo. When Lu Feng heard that Tang San was also going together, he knew that there was an opportunity ahead. After all, he was the son of fate, so opportunity beckoned to Tang San. In the original plot, this trip, Tang San will get a piece that is 100 times more rare than a soul bone, an eternal soul bone. Right now, they are on their way to the Star Forest. Xiao Wuji said, there won't be two powerful soul beasts outside the Stardow Forest, but we can't take it lightly. I understand, Teacher Zhao. Tang San was the first to answer. He behaved politely and seemed to have regained his former composure. He also became very respectful to Lu Feng and followed Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and others in calling him Brother Feng. Only when his eyes glanced at Xiao Wu, a hint of coldness would pass through the corners of his eyes. Xiao Wu had been following Lu Feng, ignoring Tang San's advances and keeping her distance. Zhu Zhuqing has always maintained aloofness outside and cherishes words like gold. Except for Lu Feng, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rang Rang, she doesn't like to talk to anyone else. Ning Rang Rang heard that Tang San wet his pants that day, and she had a bit of misophobia, so she avoided Tang San, always feeling that he was dirty. Regarding Tang San's transformation, Lu Feng acted indifferently. He knew very well in his heart that Tang San was only temporarily subdued on the outside, and he would not give in. After all, he was just enduring. As long as Tang San finds an opportunity, he will treat himself the same way he treated Qian Rongxiu. Therefore, Lu Feng did not intend to relax just yet. Let's finish absorbing Tang San's luck first. At this time, Lu Feng heard the system prompt. When the main mission is triggered, the Child of Luck will have a great opportunity. Since the host absorbs his luck, the power of the host can make it change. Destroy the Child of Luck to get a great opportunity. Reward 5,000 energy point. The speed of luck absorption is increased by 10 times. Lu Feng's eyes lit up. Not only does it have a lot of energy point, but it can also absorb luck and increase its speed by 10 times. If you can get these 5,000 energy point plus the previous accumulation, you will have 18,000 energy point. I kind of want to increase the life of the soul ring. Now it is enough to increase the first and second soul rings to more than 10,000 years at the same time. I want to accumulate more points and take a look after absorbing the fourth soul ring. However, the temptation of the god level lottery is really great. System, can I use the soul bone attached to the 1000-year demon spider? Lu Feng asked silently. The host has absorbed a 200,000-year-old dragon soul bone. The quality and age of the spider-like external soul bone are too low and are not suitable for the host. The system responded with a sweet voice. It doesn't matter if I don't wear spider leg, but besides Tang San, who among my teammates is suitable for this externally attached soul bone? After testing, they are not suitable. Are they not suitable? Then this mission will be very difficult. If the team obtains this soul bone, according to the team rules, it must be given to the suitable person, and the only suitable person is Tang San. He is simply a child of destiny, a tailor-made opportunity, but with without Tang San, the man-faced demon spider with only the soul bone attached might not appear. Lu Feng thought about countermeasures in his heart. There it is. Maybe this method is feasible. Thinking of this, Lu Feng couldn't help but cast his eyes towards Tang San, who was pretending to be respectful. Chapter 100. Yu Xiaogong's live performance shocked everyone, and Bibi Dong came on the stage to question Star Forest. Coming to this lush, primitive, and ancient forest with lush vegetation, Lu Feng felt like he had returned to his own country. The flowers slant and trees swayed in the windless manner, bending their branches towards Lu Feng as if paying tribute and welcoming their lord. Activating another kind of vision, he and the plants share a perception range of 500 to 600 meters in radius. The wind and grass are moving, the bird and animals are rising and falling, and they are all under control. Xiao Wu seemed to be able to sense some of this subtle connection. Her beautiful ruby-like eyes, with a bit of splendor and a bit of admiration, kept looking at Lu Feng frequently. She couldn't help but get closer to Lu Feng. The closer she got to Lu Feng, the safer she felt. Ning Rang Rang also circled around Lu Feng. The secret yoga skills taught by Lu Feng brought great help to her. Her body's flexibility, which was most lacking, was quickly strengthened, and she felt grateful again in her heart. Ma Hongjun and Oscar licked the rich Lu Feng as always. Thanks to Lu Feng's generous financial support, their relationship with Huihua and Keiwa became smooth. Lu Feng provided them with a special VIP card for the Rose Hotel, which allowed them to stay for free for 5 days in a month. If they stayed for more than 5 days, they would only be charged a 10% discount on the room rate. Therefore, they took their girlfriends to the Rose Hotel to book a room when they had time, and they lived very comfortably. Blessing. In the past, Ma Hongjun and Oscar could not afford the expensive prices at the Rose Hotel. Ma Hongjun is better. He can rely on winning the Soto Soul fighting arena to earn gold coins and stay in a small hotel. Oscar is from the food system, and it is difficult to win in the big spirit fighting arena. Without Lu Feng's support, he can only take cauliflower on dates in the cottage or on the outdoor rolling green. When the Huihua and Keiwa families found out that they had a generous rich friend, the whole village was shocked by the soul tool belt worth tens of thousands of gold given to them. Therefore, the families of Huihua and Keiwa are very supportive of their daughter, and Ma Hongjun and Oscar come and go. Ruhua is a little uncomfortable. Dai Mubai was a little tired of playing. Dai Mubai relied on his family and had a certain amount of wealth in his hands. He had no shortage of women, so it was a helpless move to hook up with Ruhua. He was also used to eating big fish and meat, and occasionally changed the light taste of vegetables and radishes, but he was unwilling to eat only green vegetables and radishes, so he gradually became as cold as a flower. It is worth mentioning that Ruhua has made great progress in her career. She was promoted to the director of the Soto branch of the Commercial Alliance. In her spare time, she also studied at the Soto branch of the Commercial Alliance College. She is very hardworking and motivated. This is understandable. Her boyfriend is handsome, rich, and a powerful soul master. She can only try her best to avoid being pulled too far, and the business alliance is the only way for her to have a chance to get ahead. The same is true for green flowers and cauliflower. The three sisters are extremely grateful to Lu Feng. They knew in their hearts that it was under Lu Feng's care that manager Ao treated them differently and focused on cultivating them. Lu Feng just did it casually. It mainly depends on their own effort. If they only think about having a boyfriend to rely on and don't have to work hard, they are destined to be abandoned in the end and do not deserve sympathy. At this moment, Lu Feng felt a little strange. According to the original plot, a group of them would have met people from Kanghui College. Kanghui College came to chat with beautiful women and provoke them, and then it was Tang San's show-off moment. But even after arriving at the Star Do Forest, I still didn't meet anyone from Kanghui College. It may be that his appearance has caused some changes in the path of luck. It's just a small episode anyway, so it doesn't matter. This time, the important thing is to destroy the Sun of Luck and get a great opportunity. If he completes the task, he will be able to absorb double the luck. Next, the 1,000-year-old crested snake appears. Everyone worked together to hunt, and without much effort, they caught this crested coxcomb that was suitable for Oscar. It was effortless, mainly because Lu Feng was there. Lu Feng only lost the light of life, and the roots wrapped around 2 soul skills. The phoenix-tailed coxcomb's speed suddenly slowed down, and it was firmly trapped by the root vine. Then Zhu Zhuqing, who possessed 2 soul bone, used his astonishing speed and terrifying single-target assassination ability to injure the 1,000-year-old phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake in one fell swoop. Basically, there was nothing wrong with Tang San and Dai Mubai, and Xiao Wuji didn't take any action. Okay, well done. Xiao Wuji cheered repeatedly, seeing that the young couple were not only extremely powerful but also coordinated tacitly and had the same thought. He had to praise them. Zhu Zhuqing was also promoted to level 1 the day before yesterday. He is currently level 31, and his soul power has made an astonishing progress. Xiao Ao, it's yours. Lu Feng said. Thank you, brother Feng and sister-in-law, and thank you all. Oscar is very excited. Although it is far inferior to Lu Feng's third soul ring of 10,000 years, given his condition, it is already very good to be able to hunt for a 1,000-year soul ring. Just when Oscar was about to kill this soul beast, Xiao Wuji sensed something and released his martial soul and soul ring with a guarded look on his face. At this time, a sharp voice came. Wei, two figures walked out of the dense trees and appeared in front of everyone. They are an old man and a young man, both women. The old man looked to be 60 or 70 years old, with a head full of white hair neatly combed. Although his face was full of wrinkles like orange peel, he was very energetic and rosy. She had a pair of slightly cloudy eyes, and there was a flicker of light between opening and closing. She holds a snake head crutch about 3 meters long in her right hand. The crutch is her martial soul, and the 6 soul rings on her body are slowly rotating. Following the old woman was a beautiful girl. She has blue-gray short ear-length hair and looks about 16 or 17 years old. She was dressed in a neat military uniform that tightly covered her already well-developed graceful figure. She also held a snake head crutch in her hand, which was slightly shorter than the old woman and about 2 meters long. 2 yellow century-old spirit rings were rotating on her body. Her face was cold, and her big jewel-shaped eyes were fixedly staring at the 1,000-year-old wind-tailed coxcomb snake on the ground. Meng Yuren, the old woman, is her grandmother. Snake Lady Kaoshengxiang. A smile appeared at the corner of Lu Feng's mouth. They are coming. Ben was worried that because of his appearance the plot would change and Meng Yuren and Snake Po would not be able to meet. Just before Xiao Wuji discovered the threat, Lu Feng had already sensed the arrival of the two people from the shared perception of the plan, but remained calm. This crested snake is mine, Meng Yuren said coldly. Why do you say it's yours? Xiao Wu refused to be outdone. Look for yourselves to see if there are any wounds under the snake's belly, Meng Yuren said. Oscar checked it, nodded and said, there are 3 bleeding wounds. That's it. We have been hunting this coxcomb for a long time and have injured it. Even without you, we can still hunt it. So this spirit beast is mine. Meng Yuren's purpose in coming to the Star Do forest was to hunt for the 3rd soul ring, and this 1,000-year-old phoenix-tailed crested snake was just right for her. That's not necessarily true. If we didn't take action, it might have run away. Xiao Wu argued with reason. After all, she has been a big sister for several years and is very protective of her teammate. Xiao Wuji said nothing. The Star Do forest is full of dangers, which refers not only to the threat of soul beasts but also to the soul masters competing for soul beasts and resources. Often the fight and killing between soul masters is more terrifying than the soul beasts. Soul beasts are generally very territorial. As long as they do not invade their territory, they generally will not take the initiative to attack. Even if they are attacked by a soul beast, as long as they escape far away from their territory, they will generally be fine. And once a major interest dispute occurs between soul masters, the resulting hatred will killing is even more cruel and often continues until death. Xiao Wuji judged from the appearance and martial spirit that this old woman was probably the snake woman among the unparalleled dragons and snake, and was very difficult to deal with. And if Snake Po's husband, Longgong Mengshu, is also nearby, there will be big trouble. The matchless dragon and snake couple are world famous for their martial soul fusion skills. They can compete with a titled Douluo using their martial soul fusion skills, which is not something a soul saint like him can withstand. What's more, Xiao Wuji also had to consider the safety of the students and couldn't let go. Snake woman Xiao Tianxiang also observed Xiao Wuji closely. When she saw the 7 soul rings on his body, her expression changed slightly, knowing that this matter was somewhat difficult to handle. Duke Long and Meng Shu were quite far away and could not come over at the moment. As a soul emperor, she was no match for this soul saint. From Xiao Wuji's martial spirit and extraordinarily rough appearance, we could probably guess his identity. What's more, he also brings 8 young soul masters with good strength. The momentum of each young soul master is not inferior to that of his granddaughter Meng Yuren. Especially, Snake Woman glanced at Lu Feng's face and was suddenly startled. Then she made a gesture of kneeling down.